Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 170 to Chapter 224. After the black car left Shuafu Road, its speed was still as fast as ever. After making a few turns, it finally stopped at a secluded street. About 100 meters above the black car, a fat golden silkworm the size of an adult's thumb followed the black car and stopped. It flapped its wings in dissatisfaction. Inside the black car, a cold female voice suddenly rang out. "How is it, Jiao Fei? Do you still think you can kill him easily?" Jiao Fei, who never left his hand, was already sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he shook his head and mumbled, "He's too fast. I'm definitely not as fast as him." The cold female voice continued, "According to the latest intelligence, Ling Yan's speed and strength have reached the pinnacle of the yellow rank. If you and Li were to go against him, it would be no different from suicide." Jiao Fei had now seen Ling Yan's strength with his own eyes. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand." The cold female voice smiled. "Get the spies in Xianxia High to keep an eye on him. If he appears tonight, Xianjiao will think of a way to lure him into the mountains. When that time comes, Xianjiao and I will make sure that he won't be able to return." The female assassin was called Xianxia. In the assassin organization, she was a black rank assassin. Her position was much higher than normal yellow rank assassins like Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Therefore, Jiao Fei had no choice but to obey Xianxi's orders. 100 meters up in the air, the cute, chubby golden silkworm waited for a long time and saw that the car still hadn't left. It felt very bored. It circled and flew a little lower, then twisted its fat body in the air. An extremely thin, almost imperceptible, transparent golden thread spat out from its mouth. It miraculously shot down in a straight line and stuck to the roof of the black car. Then, the cute golden silkworm twisted its chubby body and flew away with a flap of its golden wings. If there was a heaven-rank assassin in the black car, he might have been able to detect the presence of the golden silkworm. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not even at the pinnacle of the black rank. Of course, she did not know that their car had been marked by the golden silkworm. In the corridor of Xianxia High, Miao Xiao Miao, who was wearing a sexy black leather dress, looked into the distance. She did not care about the stares from her surroundings. She thought to herself, so that Ling Yan is actually so strong. But, why did those assassins want to kill him? Humph. I don't care if Ling Yan dies or not, but if you want to kill my sister, then you deserve it. Miao Xiao Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. Her eyes were still like crescent moons, but they shone with a sharp light. On the second floor of the milk tea house, there was a small cubicle next to the window that could only accommodate 2 people sitting face to face. There was a dazzling array of colorful ornaments that decorated the small cubicle with a warm and romantic atmosphere. It was indeed a good place to talk about love. Shui Mining ordered a mango-flavored milkshake. Before she said anything, her pretty face had already turned red. She bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and stirred the fragrant milkshake with the straw in her hand. She did not know what to do. Ling Yan only ordered a glass of water and sat opposite Shui Mining. Looking at Shui Mining's uneasy expression, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. This little girl's face is so tender. Compared to Zhuang Meifeng and Yao Rou, it's a far cry. Even Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling can't compare. Ling Yan could not help but think to himself. If Ling Yan still did not know what Shui Mining was up to, he would not be able to survive in this world. "Little Ning, you brought me here because you have something to say to me, right?" Ling Yan said with a smile. Shui Mining's beautiful little face instantly turned twice as red as before. She said shyly, "Big brother Ling Yun, can you be my boyfriend, Ling?" Yun pretended to be confused. "Little Ning, didn't you say that Li Qingchuan is no longer pestering you? Doesn't that mean I'm done with my acting? What else do you want to do?" Shui Mining saw that Ling Yun was really treating their relationship as an act. She immediately panicked and shouted desperately, "It's not an act." Ling Yun pretended to be confused as he looked at Shui Mining and asked, "If it's not an act, then what do you mean?" Shui Mining was so anxious that she did not dare to look Ling Yun in the eyes. She lowered her head and said coyly, You already kissed me, how can it be an act?" Shui Mining had never been so shy before. She suddenly gritted her teeth and straightened her body. Looking into Ling Yan's eyes, she said, "Big brother Ling Yan, I want you to be my real boyfriend, not the kind of shield." After saying that, her face became even redder and she quickly lowered her head again. Ling Yan thought to himself, little demon girl can also be so timid. That day when you kissed me in front of thousands of people, wasn't it very bold? He chuckled and said, "Oh, you want me to be your real boyfriend? Why?" Shui Mining was stunned by Ling Yan's question. She raised her head and looked at Ling Yan in a daze. She said coquettishly, "There's no why, I like you." "You're so stupid." Ling Yan finally put on a serious expression and said to Shui Mining in a serious tone, "No, at least not now." Shui Mining panicked immediately. She anxiously stood up and asked, "Why not?" Ling Yan smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the traffic outside the window. "Ning Er, you saw how dangerous it was for us just now. Let's talk about our relationship after I've dealt with these dangerous factors, okay?" Ling Yan's feelings for Shui Mining were different from the feelings he had for other women. It could be said that other than his own sister, Shui Mining was the best. Even though it had only been a few days, Shui Mining had accompanied him throughout his rise. Little demon girl had even cheered for him when he was running around the field carrying sandbags. Even though the little girl was unruly and willful, she was passionate and kind. She had her own stubbornness and perseverance. She liked what she liked and disliked what she disliked. She did not hide anything in her heart. Her heart was as clear as crystal. At that time, he was as fat as a pig, and he was so poor that he had to wear a tight, old-fashioned school uniform, and he had to carry a sandbag around the field like a dead dog. On the other hand, Shui Mining was a high and mighty little princess, wearing branded clothes and driving a luxury car. The two of them had nothing to do with each other, but because of Shui Mining's kindness, they were tightly bound together. This heart of gold, this friendship without any impurities, who could compare to him? She did not think about money, status, reputation, academics, or looks. She just did what she wanted to do. How could Ling Yan not feel that Shui Mining was a good person? It did not matter if he understood the language of the rose. What mattered was how Ling Yan felt. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Yan's words, Shui Mining's eyes were filled with determination. She said without hesitation, "I don't care. So what if there's danger? If there's danger, I will face it with you. Moreover, I can tell my grandfather. If he knows that we're in danger, he can find many experts to protect us." Ling Yan smiled faintly and reached out to hold Shui Mining's long and soft hands. He said gently, "We're talking. Can you sit down and talk? I can't even see your beautiful face like this. How are we going to talk about love?" How could Shui Mining resist Ling Yan's gentle attack? Seeing Ling Yan holding her hands intimately and talking about love, her heart was pounding with excitement. If not for the narrow space, she would have already fallen into Ling Yan's arms. Shui Mining twisted her body and sat down in the most ladylike position. Then, she asked Ling Yan shyly, "Big brother Yun, do you not like my stubbornness?" "I know. Guys like gentle and obedient girls. I will slowly change in the future." Shui Mining's face was as red as an apple. She allowed Ling Yan to hold her hands and said in a gentle tone that she had never used before. Ling Yan raised his hand and pinched Shui Mining's cute nose. "What's there to change? Stubbornness is Ning Er's nature. Moreover, you're not unreasonable. You don't have to change. If you do, you won't be Ning Er anymore." Shui Mining's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, Then do you admit that I'm your girlfriend?" Ling Yan smiled and shook his head slowly. Shui Mining was so anxious that she was about to cry. She stamped her feet and said, "Then why?" Ling Yan smiled. "Because you're only in your second year of high school. This is the best time for you to learn. You can't be distracted. How about this? I promise you that after you graduate from high school, my Ning Er will be even more beautiful. Then, you can be my girlfriend, okay?" It could be said that Ling Yan rarely thought for others. Other than Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining was the first. Shui Mining's heart was filled with sweetness. She was intelligent and knew that Ling Yun was thinking for her. However, she immediately became depressed again. But there are so many girls who like you now. More than half of our class, and so many beauties are looking for you," Ling Yun sweated. No wonder Tang Meng was so scared that he did not dare to start the bet. It seemed like his worries were not unfounded. If he were to blindly start the bet, he would lose everything. Ling Yan held Xue Mining's slender, snow-white hands tightly and said, "How about this? I promise that I'll only let Ning Er be my girlfriend, okay? But it has to be after you graduate from high school." Xue Mining finally broke into a smile, and her beautiful face instantly became incomparably charming. "Sure, but," Ling Yun was stunned. "But what?" "But before I graduate from high school, you have to hug me, kiss me, dote on me, take care of me, celebrate my birthday, send me home when it rains, and..." Xue Mining's wish was fulfilled. With her heart satisfied, she became unruly again. In one breath, she said more than 10 conditions. Ling Yan thought to himself, if I agree to so many conditions, I might as well just be your boyfriend. That would save me a lot of trouble. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. No matter what, Xue Mining was finally acknowledged by Ling Yun. Even though Ling Yun did not agree to be her boyfriend immediately, to Xue Mining, at least she had succeeded in confessing her feelings to him. Xue Mining's face was glowing brightly as she stared at Ling Yun's eyes and face. She could not get enough of him no matter how much she stared at him. She excitedly talked about this and that, completely forgetting the frightening scene she had encountered when she came to the milk tea house. Ling Yun was also happy to see her so happy. He smiled and chatted with Xue Mining, answering almost every question she had. This made Xue Mining want to throw herself into Ling Yun's arms. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Ling Yun suddenly realized that the two of them hadn't eaten yet. He stood up hurriedly and said, "Ning Er, it's going to be night revision in half an hour. I'll bring you back to buy some food." Of course, Xue Mining was completely obedient to Ling Yun now. She immediately came out of the cubicle and leaned on Ling Yun in the most intimate position possible. The two of them walked down the stairs side by side. Ling Yun had just walked down 3 steps when he saw Yao Rou sitting there quietly. She was just like when he first saw her this afternoon. She was very uncomfortable being stared at by all kinds of men inside and outside the milk tea house. However, she still sat there quietly and did not leave. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up slightly, but he did not say anything. He took the initiative to pay the bill at the front desk of the milk tea house and left with Xue Mining in his arms. When he passed by Yao Rou, he used his left hand to pat her shoulder lightly. Yao Rou's delicate body trembled. Before she could turn around, she saw Ling Yun holding Xue Mining and walking out of the door. Yao Rou looked at Xue Mining, who was almost lying in Ling Yun's arms. Her eyes were filled with grievance and she bit her lips hard. She did not scream or shout. She still sat there quietly and waited stubbornly, enduring all kinds of complicated gazes. She tried her best to get Ling Yun's phone number and sent him a text message with great enthusiasm. Then, she did whatever Ling Yun told her to do. She wore the nurse's uniform and came out without any complaints. She only wanted the eyes of the boy who had caught her heart to stay on her for a little longer. At noon, she got closer to Ling Yun and got the opportunity to work with him. Without Ling Yun around, she wore 8-centimeter high heels and accompanied a high school student whom she had just met for the first time to run around the mall for more than 4 hours. The soles of her delicate feet were already covered with blisters, and her heels were already swollen from the friction of the cheap high heels. Just a slight touch would cause excruciating pain, let alone standing up and walking. She endured all kinds of strange gazes, endured the pain in her feet, endured Tang Meng's nonchalant gaze, and maintained a bright smile on her face. She carefully asked Tang Meng about all kinds of things, almost as if she was trying to please him. She wanted to understand Ling Yun. She wanted to ask, but she was afraid that if she asked too much, she would make the other party unhappy. After all, Yao Rou was a year 4 student while Tang Meng was only a year 3 student. Was she despicable? She was not despicable. She just saw a boy that she fancied and tried her best to pursue him. However, just as she confidently sent that message to Ling Yun appeared with a noble and beautiful young lady in less than 5 minutes after class ended. When he brought her here and when he brought her away, he always put his arm around her shoulders and talked and laughed with her. He didn't say a single word to her and only patted her shoulders twice. Yao Rou could only sit there on her tiptoes. This way, the blisters on the soles of her feet would not be pressed down by the weight of her body. However, she did not dare to lift her legs because if she did, the people opposite or outside would take the opportunity to peek at her. She was only wearing this outfit for Ling Yun to see, not for anyone else. However, Ling Yun did not speak. She could only sit there and wait for him. She hoped that Ling Yun would suddenly come back, even if it was just a sentence. Ling Yun did not come back. After buying some snacks with Shui Mining, Ling Yun escorted her back to school. He even escorted her all the way back to the classroom. After Ling Yun sent Shui Mining off, it was less than 3 minutes before the evening self-study session. He could only rush back to the classroom with the scallion pancake that Shui Mining had bought for him. When Miao Xiao saw Ling Yun enter the classroom after the bell rang, she looked at him nonchalantly before lowering her head to read her book. Xianxia stood up and let Ling Yun sit down. She then smiled and asked, "What's wrong? You went out so early. You haven't even had time to eat." Ling Yun chewed on the scallion pancake and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. "Stop gloating. Be careful or I'll take revenge tonight." Xianxia's face turned red. She did not say a word. Instead, she wrote 3 words on her notebook. "I'll be waiting." Ling Yun chuckled. He then moved closer to Xianxia's ear and blew a breath of air. Then, he said, "Can you take 2 lessons off tonight?" Xianxia did not give in on her principles. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "Absolutely not. The next 2 lessons are mathematics. I still have to teach you the basics." Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself, Xianxia is using both the carrot and the stick on me. Ling Yun spent the whole night fooling around with Xianxia. With the super campus belle Xianxia accompanying him and talking to him softly, it was a comfortable experience. 4 periods of self-study passed in the blink of an eye. It was already 10:30 at night. After the class bell rang. "Is this question correct?" Ling Yun asked Xianxia after finishing a comprehensive question on the mathematics paper. Xianxia only took one look and exclaimed in surprise, "Yes." "How did you do it?" Ling Yun chuckled and gave her a proud look. He then stood up and left. He was an expert in drawing talismans and setting up arrays. Once he mastered the basics of mathematics, solving these high school questions was even easier than memorizing history. "Wait." Xianxia was still in shock. She asked, "So you are not only good at memorizing?" This question tested the 4 major abilities of mathematics. "How did you solve it so easily?" This was not a question that could be answered just by memorizing history or geography. This was mathematics. It required strong calculation, logical thinking, spatial imagination, and so on. How did Ling Yun solve it so easily? Ling Yun thought to himself, "You can be shocked all you want. I'm not going to tell you anyway." He laughed arrogantly and said, "How could such a simple question stump a genius like me? Let's go." Xianxia suddenly grabbed the corner of his shirt and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, You don't want to take revenge." Before she could finish her sentence, her fair face had already turned red. Ling Yun thought to himself that he was just joking with her. He did not expect her to take it seriously. He purposely lowered his head and stared at Xianxia's chest fiercely. He said, "Hey, are you really not afraid that I'll eat you up?" Xianxia lowered her head. Her face was red and she did not say a word. She felt that Ling Yun's gaze on her was like a pair of hands caressing her, causing her body to ripple. Ling Yun continued to stare at Xianxia until her breathing became heavier and heavier. Suddenly, he straightened his body and smiled. "I'll remember this debt for now. I'll settle it with interest in 2 days." After saying that, he ignored Xianxia and walked away. He had too many things to do tonight. First, he had to walk around the school grounds of Qingshui High to see if he could find the source of the faint killing intent. After that, he had to go to the river to see if his precious Shikyu herb had emerged from the water. After all, to Ling Yun, training could not be delayed even for a moment. Ling Yun even wanted to go to the crater that Tang Meng mentioned. If it was possible, he wanted to explore the bottom of the crater. With so many things to do, Ling Yun naturally could not waste his time on flirting with Xianxia. If he really wanted to flirt with Xianxia, the flower of Xianxia at home was undoubtedly more suitable than Xianxia. Ling Yan touched the leather needle pouch in his pocket and the magical brush that was connected to his bloodline. He thought to himself that if he were to go to the crater to investigate, he would have to bring the long needles along as a long-range hidden weapon in case of emergencies. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan leisurely walked to the main road of the school grounds. Then, he saw a snow-white figure standing at the school gates. Yao Rou. She was actually still waiting for him. The milk tea house was probably closed at this time, or she was afraid that he would not see her when he came out. That was why she waited outside the school gates. Why was she standing there in that posture? Was it not awkward? Ling Yan was slightly moved. After thinking for a while, he quickly ran over. It was a chilly spring. This was the time when the temperature started to drop. Yao Rou was wearing so little that she was naturally cold and hungry. She stood in the cold air, both her legs trembling. However, because of the pain in her feet, she did not dare to stomp her feet. She could only use her nurse's short skirt to cover her cold and numb legs as much as possible. Hey, why haven't you left yet? Ling Yan quickly ran in front of Yao Rou. Without saying a word, he took off his sportswear and wrapped it around Yao Rou's shivering body. I said that I would wait for you no matter how late it is. Yao Rou's face was red from the cold. Seeing that Ling Yan had finally appeared in front of her, she tried her best to squeeze out a smile that was not considered ugly. Silly woman, I patted your shoulder twice to tell you to go back first. Why didn't you understand? Ling Yan was really angry and anxious. This woman was really as stubborn as Lin Minghan. However, she was much cuter than Lin Minghan. I thought you wanted me to wait for you. Seeing that Ling Yan was anxious, Yao Rou was so scared that she lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. Stop talking, let's find a place to warm up first. While Yao Rou was still crying out in surprise, Ling Yan picked her up and dashed forward before the crowd of people who had just finished their classes came out. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. He did not expect the incomparably obedient Yao Rou to be as stubborn as Tai Xiaohu. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Yao Rou's ice-cold body was suddenly hugged by Ling Yan. She instinctively shivered, and then her little heart immediately started pounding. Her heart was beating wildly, being hugged tightly by Ling Yan and feeling the warmth from his body. Yao Rou felt a lot warmer in an instant. At the same time, she felt a strong sense of security that she had never felt before. This made her feel that everything she had done for Ling Yan today was worth it. Yao Rou leaned her head on Ling Yan's shoulder and wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's neck. She was like an obedient injured kitten in Ling Yan's arms, not moving an inch. Ling Yan supported Yao Rou's shoulders with his right hand and her thighs with his left. Since the hem of the nurse's skirt was already very short, Ling Yan's left hand was directly on Yao Rou's smooth thighs. It was smooth and cold to the touch. Ling Yan passed 4 to 5 intersections before stopping at a secluded road. Still hugging Yao Rou, he lowered his head and asked, "Where do you live? Have you had dinner?" Yao Rou bit her lip lightly and shook her head. "The house I rented is near the City 9th Hospital. I haven't eaten yet." She found it difficult to say it. The place she rented was only about 10 square meters in size. Other than an old single bed, there was not even a decent table. For the entire afternoon and the entire night, Yao Rou was overwhelmed by all sorts of intense and complicated emotions. This caused her body to produce a strange sense of excitement. Affected by this excitement, she did not want to eat at all until she saw Ling Yan. Ling Yan frowned slightly and stared into Yao Rou's eyes. He asked, "You haven't eaten since noon?" Yao Rou was flustered by Ling Yan's deep and starry eyes. She wanted to avoid Ling Yan's gaze, but she could not bear to do so. She could only nod her head in panic and whisper, "Yes." Ling Yan's eyes were filled with reproach, but he could not help but tighten his grip on Yao Rou's left hand. Yao Rou blushed and did not dare to look at Ling Yan's eyes again. She buried her head deep into Ling Yan's chest, causing her hair to become messy. The left corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up slightly as he said softly, "Then let's eat first. I'll send you back after dinner." Xianxia City was a famous tourist city in the country. The nightlife of the citizens was rich and colorful. It started at 10:30 p.m. and lasted until 2:30 a.m. It was bustling and lively. Especially the bustling business district in the city center, it was brightly lit and colorful. The colorful lights illuminated the night sky of Xianxia City, making it as bright as day. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the pedestrians were bustling with activity. It was even brighter than day. It was naturally not difficult to find a warm and comfortable place to eat supper in such a place. He carried Xiaorou and used the 1,000 miles godly steps to rush towards the city center. He stopped at the entrance of a big restaurant with a good environment and walked in with Xiaorou in his arms. "It's too expensive here." Xiaorou reminded him with a blushing face as she leaned into his embrace like a kitten. Ling Yun giggled. "We'll eat the expensive ones today. We won't eat the cheap ones. Welcome." Inside the revolving door of the restaurant, a total of 4 tall, beautiful waitresses wearing tight cheongsams saw Ling Yun walk in with Xiaorou in his arms. They could not help but giggle and bow. It was no wonder that these 4 experienced and knowledgeable beauties laughed. Ling Yun was only wearing a singlet and holding a beauty in a nurse's uniform in his arms. He seemed to be no more than 18 years old. He just casually walked into the hotel as if there was no one else around. However, when they saw Ling Yun's face clearly, the 4 beauties could not stay calm anymore. They looked at Ling Yun's face with their big eyes and blushed. Ling Yun gave them what he thought was his most charming smile. "I want the best room for 2. Is there one?" Of course there was. Under the guidance of the beautiful waitress, Ling Yun quickly carried Xiaorou into the quiet room. Only after entering the room did he put Xiaorou down on the ground. Ouch! Xiaorou's feet hadn't touched the ground for 5 to 6 minutes. She was suddenly put down, and the blisters on her feet were piercing her heart. Xiaorou tried to endure it, but she couldn't. Her legs couldn't help but bend, and her beautiful figure twisted. She moaned in pain and was on the verge of collapsing. "What's wrong?" Ling Yan reacted quickly and supported her. "It's nothing." Xiaorou endured the heart-wrenching pain in her feet. With Ling Yan's support, she limped towards her seat. Only when she sat down did she discreetly stand on her tiptoes to separate her feet from the soles of her shoes. "Let me see." Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He did not care about the strange looks of the waitress who followed him in. With one hand, he lifted Xiaorou's slender legs. He gently removed Xiaorou's high heels. Then, he was stunned. Xiaorou's 2 little feet were very beautiful. They were white and flawless, small and exquisite, soft and smooth. Her 10 toes were extremely elegant, and the pads of her toes were round and translucent. They were like 5 dazzling red pearls. They could be said to be the most beautiful feet in the world. However, what stunned Ling Yun was not these, but the 7 to 8 shocking blisters on the soles of these 2 beautiful feet, as well as the large holes in the transparent, flesh-colored stockings. Nonsense! Ling Yan's face was slightly angry. He raised his hand and wanted to call Tang Ming to scold him. "I'm fine." This was the first time Xiaorou saw the usually calm Ling Yun get angry. She could not help but feel uneasy. She lowered her head and said shyly. No matter which woman it was, they would inevitably feel shy when their ankles were held in the hands of a man. Moreover, from Ling Yun's current angle, he could see under Xiaorou's skirt. "Don't put on your shoes. Sit on the sofa first," Ling Yun said softly. He raised his head and looked at the shy Xiaorou. He gave her a moving smile and said softly. On both sides of the expensive mahogany dining table was a spacious and comfortable red sofa. Xiaorou only felt that her heart was filled with happiness. She did not feel any pain at all. "You order first. I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Ling Yun threw down this sentence and rushed out of the private room. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun returned to the private room with the Vietnamese white medicine, band-aids, a pair of soft and comfortable socks, and a pair of comfortable flats. "Have you ordered?" Ling Yun smiled at Xiaorou and asked gently. "Yes, I ordered shredded potatoes." Xiaorou saw what Ling Yun was holding. She was so happy that she was about to cry. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly and called the waiter in. He looked at the menu and said, "I don't want shredded potatoes. I want lobster, sea cucumber, Buddha jumps over the wall, and a golden bird's nest." Ling Yan had never been so generous. Yao Rou stopped him and said, "It's too expensive. I don't want to eat that, just eat it." Ling Yan glared at Yao Rou. She was so scared that she stopped talking. Ling Yan was overbearing, but Yao Rou liked it. The waiter left with a bright smile. Ling Yan had casually ordered 4 dishes that cost a few thousand. It would be strange if she wasn't happy. It was just the two of them. The lights were bright and the pedestrians were busy. Yao Rou felt that she had turned from a Cinderella into the happiest princess in the world. It was as if she had gone from the mortal world to heaven. She felt that this happiness came too fast and too suddenly. It felt like a dream. She could not help but curl up her beautiful feet and feel the pain in her feet. Only then did she confirm that everything was real. The temperature in the private room was 27 or 28 degrees. Yao Rou had long warmed up. Her body sank into the soft and comfortable sofa. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the man who seemed to be a little angry. She felt a happiness that she had never felt before. The huge feeling of happiness was surging in her body. It almost overflowed. She could not help but want to cry. "I can only tell you one thing. No matter who it is, as long as you follow him wholeheartedly, you will never be at a disadvantage." Tang Meng's words rang in Yao Rou's ears. He was not lying. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou with admiration. He had almost misjudged her. He felt slightly regretful and his heart ached for her. "Are you stupid? You knew that I had to study at night. Why did you wait there alone? You didn't even eat." Ling Yan finally opened his mouth and reprimanded Yao Rou softly. "I just wanted to look at you one more time." Yao Rou did not drink, but she was already drunk. "Just because of this reason?" "Yes." Ling Yan laughed and said softly, "All right, don't do stupid things in the future. It will be troublesome for me." "I don't like trouble," Yao Rou panicked. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Ling Yan say, "Tomorrow, you will stay at home and rest well. Then, help me find 2 experienced nurses. You will help me look after the clinic. Leave the nursing work to them. Also, make the clinic more presentable. Don't be too stingy. We don't lack money. Arrange for Tang Meng to do it. If he does it again, I will beat him up. Tang Meng is very good. Actually, he asked me to go home and rest a few times today. It was me who refused." Yao Rou quickly spoke up for Tang Meng because it was the truth. "I know. But I know better than you what this kid is thinking. You don't have to explain." Ling Yan laughed and did not say anything else. The room became quiet and the atmosphere became strange. After a few minutes, Yao Rou could no longer stand the atmosphere. She suddenly said softly, "You run really fast." Ling Yan smiled faintly. "That's considered slow." "That's still slow." Yao Rou was stunned. As Xianxia was a school, it was naturally very far from the business district in the city center. It was at least a dozen stops away. Ling Yan carried Yao Rou to the city center in 4 to 5 minutes. It was even faster than a taxi. To Yao Rou, it was simply unbelievable. "You will know in the future. But, don't ask too much, understand?" "Okay." Yao Rou was very obedient. She thought for a while and asked carefully, "That girl this afternoon, is she?" This was of course what Yao Rou was most worried about. Ling Yan gave her a teasing smile. "Is she my girlfriend?" "She is still young, let's talk about it in the future." Hearing Ling Yan's ambiguous answer, Yao Rou did not know if she should be happy or disappointed. She was extremely melancholic and did not know what to say. The room was silent again. The door opened and the golden bird's nest and sea cucumber were served together. Ling Yan smiled. "Don't leave anything behind. Otherwise, I won't treat you in the future." The two of them spent more than an hour eating. At midnight, Ling Yan carried Yao Rou out of the restaurant and took a taxi to send her home. Yao Rou's rented place was in a messy courtyard. She did not want Ling Yan to see where she lived. Hence, she said that she wanted to go in by herself after getting off the car. Ling Yan smiled and carried Yao Rou by the waist. In the dark, they arrived at the door of Yao Rou's rented house. Yao Rou had no choice but to unlock the door in Ling Yan's arms. After the two of them entered the house, Ling Yan found the switch and turned on the incandescent light. Then, he placed Yao Rou on the single bed. Because Yao Rou was a nurse, even though the room was simple and crude, she kept it spotless and clean. I came from a poor family since I was young. Yao Rou sat on the bed and did not dare to look at Ling Yan's eyes. Her eyes were filled with a deep sense of inferiority. She had to say it. Since Ling Yan had seen it, she could not hide it anymore. In this world, how many people looked glamorous on the outside but had all kinds of poverty, difficulties, and burdens behind their backs? What Yao Rou did not expect was that after Ling Yan scanned the whole room, he smiled and said to her, "I'm the same as you. I'm the same as you." Yao Rou's eyes were filled with tears when she heard that. She thought that Ling Yan would look down on her and treat her with disdain. She did not expect that. "Trust me, you will soon be different from before." Ling Yan's tall figure squatted down in front of Yao Rou. He said gently, "Do you have hot water? Take off your socks and warm your feet. Then, I will apply medicine for you." Yao Rou's face turned red. A man and a woman were alone in a small room. It was the middle of the night. How was she going to take off her tights? Ling Yan chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't be shy. Hurry up, I'll go get some hot water." Looking at Yao Rou in her snow-white nurse's uniform, her delicate figure and her legs crossed under her translucent nude-colored stockings, Ling Yan laughed heartily and got up to get some hot water. Yao Rou took the opportunity when Ling Yan turned his head to take off her tights as fast as she could. She did not even care about the pain in her feet. He warmed her feet, cleaned the wound, sprayed it with Vietnamese medicine, and stuck 7 to 8 band-aids on Yao Rou's feet. Ling Yan placed Yao Rou's legs on the bed and said gently, "All right, it's just a few blisters. It's not serious. You'll be fine after a day of rest. I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything in the future." Ling Yan smiled at Yao Rou and turned to leave. Yao Rou looked quietly at the incomparably considerate and gentle big boy in front of her. Just as he was about to reach the door, she did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly blurted out a sentence. "Stay here tonight, okay? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." This was an era where money was supreme and materialistic. This was an era where power and sex were rampant. It was an era where money was supreme and materialistic. This was an era where power and sex were rampant. This was an era where a bold woman would rather cry while sitting in a BMW than laugh while sitting on a bicycle. This was an era where countless mothers-in-law wouldn't allow their daughters to marry you as long as you didn't have a house. Even if you loved each other to death, even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, this was an era where any man driving a slightly better car could take a female student to his bed with a casual wave of his hand at the entrance of a university. This was an era where a few casual WeChat messages or a few casual chats on the internet were all it took to hit it off and have a one-night stand. In such an era, sleeping with a man was nothing to many girls. It was even easier than cooking, washing, making the bed, folding the quilt, or knitting a sweater. Yao Rou was born in a poor mountainous area and grew up in a village. Her academic results were excellent and she was eventually admitted to Jiangnan Medical University. When Yao Rou was choosing a university, she had already foreseen that her future life in the big city would be filled with countless hardships and difficulties. Therefore, she did not choose those flashy majors. Instead, she chose nursing, which was easy to find a job. Yao Rou's personality and hobbies were naturally a factor in choosing nursing. However, there was no doubt that the most important thing to her was how to survive in this city where she had no friends or family. Without a doubt, Yao Rou was a very intelligent and self-aware girl. Yao Rou was born in a remote mountainous area and a poor village. Her traditional education made her resilient, stubborn, and able to endure hardships. During her 4 years in university, she had seen the glamorous lights of the big city. The uniqueness of nursing made her extremely familiar with the physiological characteristics of the human body. It was all of this. This was what created the Yao Rou that Ling Yan saw. She was tough, cautious, and had a strong sense of independence. She was weak and self-abased. However, she was extremely confident. She was bold, open, and determined to maintain her purity. That was until Yao Rou saw Ling Yan at the City 9th Hospital. She was deeply shocked by Ling Yan's excellence. She immediately set her own goal and tried her best to pursue Ling Yan. desire, feelings, and a beautiful future within reach. Yao Rou couldn't tell what she really wanted. However, at this moment, just as Ling Yun was about to leave, Yao Rou let go of everything. She decided that it didn't matter if it was because of desire or emotion. Regardless of whether she could have the future she hoped for with this boy or not, regardless of whether she could get the results she wanted, she would give her body, her everything, to this boy in front of her. She felt that it was worth it. She was 100% sure that she would not regret it. That was enough. Swish. There was the sound of a zipper being unzipped. Ling Yun turned around abruptly. Yao Rou's originally blushing face was now as red as a drunkard's. Her limpid eyes shone with shyness and determination. She leaned against the blanket and unzipped her snow-white nurse uniform. She had a soft and slender waist, a smooth and tight abdomen, and a sexy belly button that was even more mysterious. The zipper was only half open. However, it was more alluring than when it was fully unzipped. Yao Rou sat there, the nurse uniform's short skirt could no longer cover her round and perky butt. Her snow-white, slender legs were crossed and shone brightly under the incandescent light. Yao Rou's body trembled slightly. It was a tempting scene that could make one vomit blood. Ling Yun's Adam's apple trembled slightly. He turned around and walked to Yao Rou's bed. Yao Rou's red lips opened slightly and her breathing quickened. She closed her eyes slightly and raised her delicate chin, looking like she was ready to be plucked by Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Continue." Yao Rou's body trembled violently again. She did not dare to open her eyes. She lifted her hands and with a chi, the nurse uniform was completely unzipped. Yao Rou's alluring snow-white body was finally completely exposed to Ling Yun. Ling Yun could not help but praise in his heart, "So beautiful. This chest is comparable to Zhuang Meifeng's." However, he continued, "Not enough, continue." Yao Rou knew that Ling Yun wanted her to strip naked herself. Her breathing became more intense and she even started to moan. However, since she had already chosen to give her body to Ling Yun, she could not care less. Yao Rou endured the numbness in her body and sat up straight. She grabbed the front of the nurse's uniform with both her hands and with a stretch of her arms, she took off the nurse's uniform. "Rou air is very beautiful. Continue." Yao Rou was so embarrassed that she did not dare to open her eyes. Hearing Ling Yun's praise and encouragement, she reached behind her and gently undid it. "So big, so white. Continue." Ling Yun was still admiring Yao Rou and did not even touch her. Yao Rou was a little stunned. If this continued, she would become an egg with its shell peeled off. Not a single thread of clothing could be seen. Yao Rou could not help but blame him. She thought to herself, "You should be the one to remove the last layer. How can you let someone remove everything in one go?" The most sensitive part of Yao Rou's body was her earlobes. What could possibly make her excited was her pair of exquisite feet. That was her Achilles heel. Ling Yun had just warmed her feet, cleaned her wounds, applied Yunnan Bai Yao, and applied band-aids. Yao Rou's pair of beautiful feet had been tormented by Ling Yun for so long. TSK, so beautiful." Ling Yun could not help but exclaim as he admired Yao Rou's perfect body. This was like music to Yao Rou's ears. She could only feel electricity coursing through her body. She no longer had the strength to sit there. Her body tilted and she lay flat on the bed. Ling Yun smiled mischievously and grabbed the blanket. Then, he unfolded it and gently covered Yao Rou's body with it. "That's a good girl. You should have a good rest after a tiring day. Be good and lie down, don't move." Ling Yun smiled at Yao Rou, whose eyes were wide open and face full of disbelief. Don't you like me?" Yao Rou was shocked and her pair of limpid eyes overflowed with tears. Yao Rou was 100% confident in her beauty and figure. She believed that any man would pounce on her like a wolf after seeing her body. What she did not expect was that Ling Yun only covered her with the blanket after watching her take off her clothes layer by layer. Even his clear eyes did not change. They were still as deep as the stars and he still had the same natural smile. "I like you. Rou Air's face is so beautiful, her figure is so good, and she is so obedient. You are simply a stunner. Why wouldn't I like you?" Ling Yun laughed. Then why did you?" Yao wanted to cry but no tears came out. Ling Yan's face turned serious as he said, "Silly girl, isn't it easy to eat you? However, we need to choose a good place and a good time, understand?" Ling Yan was really good at bullsh*ting. Was he really not tempted? Was he really not tempted? Bullsh*t, looking at such a beautiful and alluring body, he really wanted to eat Yao on the spot. What f***king place and f***king time? However, he could not do it now. His pure young body could not be broken. Not Zhuang Meifeng, not Chao Shanshan, and naturally not Yao. Ling Yan did not know how many times he had chanted the clear heart technique in his heart. If not for the clear heart technique, Yao would have already been broken by Ling Yan. When Yao heard that Ling Yan wanted to choose a good place and a good time, her heart was instantly relieved and she was extremely touched. Her face was filled with sweet satisfaction as she looked at Ling Yan without blinking. Touched, she said, "You are so amazing, you can actually hold it in." After Yao finished speaking, she let out a soft moan and closed her eyes shyly. The demeanor of a young girl was simply too beautiful to compare. Ling Yan could only smile helplessly as he said, "Remember, in the future, you can only wear the nurse uniform for me to see, understand?" Yao's tightly shut eyes were filled with a shy smile as she nodded her head lightly. Ling Yan smiled gently and took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket. He placed it on Yao's bedside and said, "In the future, buy the best when you buy things. Use this money first, I'll return it to you in a few days." Without waiting for Yao to reject, he said, "I'm leaving." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer. In a flash, he arrived at the door, opened the door, and walked out of the room. In another flash, he had already left the courtyard and disappeared. Yao sat up hurriedly. Looking at the empty room and thinking about Ling Yan's voice and smile, 2 streams of tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks. Yao only knew that she was blessed. However, she did not know that other than Ning Lingyu, she was the first woman that Ling Yan could be so generous with. "I'm begging for monthly votes." Seeking monthly votes. To be continued. When Ling Yan left Yao's house, it was already past midnight. He was worried about the precious Xianxia herb, so he used his 1,000 miles godly steps and ran towards the river like a meteor. If Yao could see Ling Yan's speed now, she would definitely not say that he was running so fast. In the night, Ling Yan's tall figure was like an oversized owl. Without a sound, he could travel more than 20 meters with just a light step. Based on the vision of an ordinary person, it was impossible to even see Ling Yan's shadow. The Xianxia herb was about 20 kilometers away from Yao's house, but Ling Yan reached it in 4 to 5 minutes. When he was about to reach the other side of the Xianxia herb, Ling Yan slowed down slightly. His eyes were sharp and he could see from afar that the turbulent river had already subsided. The river had returned to its usual height and was flowing peacefully. Ling Yan arrived at the other side of the Xianxia herb in a few leaps. He did not turn his head but only glanced at the Xianxia herb from the corner of his eyes. Then, he continued to run forward without slowing down. The Xianxia herb was still there and it was still healthy. Other than the lush leaves that were stained with some mud, everything else was fine. Ling Yan did not stop because he realized that he was being followed by more than one person the moment he reached the river. Of course, he did not want the Xianxia herb to be discovered. Therefore, he did not stop and continued to run forward. Murderous intent, a thick murderous intent gradually approached him. Ling Yan increased his speed again and headed towards the direction of Dragon Mountain. It was a dark and windy night and Dragon Mountain was deserted. It was the perfect place to kill someone. Since someone wanted to kill him, Ling Yan would not hold back. He did not run particularly fast. In order to allow the person behind him to catch up, he purposely slowed down every time he made a turn. He was afraid that the person behind him would lose him. While Ling Yan was running, he had secretly taken out the leather needle pouch. The back of the leather pouch was now densely packed with hundreds of large needles. If Ling Yan used them to kill people, it would be enough to kill the pursuers behind him 100 times over. He did not have the time to return to his house to retrieve the long needles. He was afraid that the person behind him would harm Zhuang Meifeng. 8 to 9 minutes later, he arrived at Qingshui Lake. Without stopping, he leaped over the 2-meter-high wall and entered Dragon Mountain Park. The person chasing Ling Yun was Xianxia, who Xianqi had mentioned. He did not use his full strength. While chasing Ling Yun, he still had the leisure to send a message to Xianqi. He's at the riverside. I wonder what he's going to do. He didn't stop. He left directly. I think he found me. He went southwest, in the direction of Qingshui Lake. He's very arrogant and entered the Dragon Mountain Park. Inside the black car, Xianqi stared at the phone screen. Her beautiful face was as calm as still water as she carefully read the message that Xianjiao had sent over. At the same time, she issued orders to Li, who was beside her. They were assassins, and the job of an assassin was to take money to kill people. They were particular about killing with one blow and not leaving the target any chance. Now, the client who wanted to buy Ling Yun's life had raised the price from 8 million to 50 million. To the Assassins organization, this was considered a big deal. Therefore, the Assassins organization paid a lot of attention to Ling Yun. First, they sent a few low-level characters to follow Ling Yun and investigate his strength from all aspects. The stalker that Ling Yun and Xuan Mining discovered when Zhuang Meifeng was in the car accident was one of these investigators. Then, the Tian Sha group sent Jiao Fei and Li Yi for the price of 8 million yuan that Ling Hao offered. Based on the information they had gathered at that time, they thought that sending 2 yellow-ranked assassins to assassinate Ling Yun was a piece of cake. To put it bluntly, yellow-ranked assassins were assassins that carried out the most common assassination missions in the Assassins organization. They only knew some common assassination techniques. They could complete the assassination of ordinary people without leaving any traces. However, such assassins were everywhere in the Assassins organization. They were not even worth mentioning. For example, if Jiao Fei did not assassinate Ling Yun, he might not even have the upper hand in a one-on-one fight with Tai Xiaohu. However, Ling Yun single-handedly defeated more than 30 people from the Green Dragon sect and even tossed Tai Xiaohu around on the school field. Once the news was sent back to the Assassins organization, they knew that the current Ling Yun was not someone that Li Yi and Jiao Fei could kill. The Assassins organization told the buyer, Ling Hao, about this news. Ling Hao was shocked. This kid was ruthless and decisive. He raised the price to 50 million on the spot. This was because if such an outstanding Ling Yun returned to the Ling family, together with his father, Ling Xiao, it would be a fatal threat to Ling Zhen and Ling Hao's status. Therefore, the Assassins organization sent Xianqi and Xianjiao along with 4 excellent snipers to help Xianqi assassinate Ling Yun. What Xianqi did not know was that the Assassins organization had also sent an Earth-ranked assassin, codenamed Earth 8. Earth-ranked assassins were all experts who had reached Hotian realm level 4 and above. If they were to deal with an assassin like Xianqi, it would be a piece of cake. For the sake of this 50 million, the Assassins organization had made sure that nothing would go wrong. However, Earth-ranked assassins had always been solitary and secretive. They would not make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, Xianqi still thought that he was in control of the situation. In the black car, Xianqi, who had a beautiful face and a sexy body, was wearing a pure black leather shirt and pants. Her body was tight and attractive. She was methodically arranging the troops. Let 2 snipers lie in ambush on Nangqi Peak opposite Dragon Mountain. The other 2 snipers lie in ambush on both sides of the mountain path. Ask them to hit the target in one shot. If they are not confident, no one is allowed to shoot. Li Yi, you and Jiao Fei will rush to the vicinity of Dragon Mountain and wait for my orders. Ling Yun has already reached Dragon Mountain. Xianjiao is not confident in dealing with him alone. I have to go and help. Just as Ling Yun entered the Dragon Mountain Park, a meticulously planned assassination was already in place. Xianqi got out of the car after making the arrangements. Her sexy and alluring body bent slightly and she sped towards Dragon Mountain in the night. Very quickly, Xianqi arrived at the rendezvous point with Xianjiao. It was a dense forest beside the Dragon Mountain Park. When Xianqi arrived in front of Xianjiao, each of her hands was already holding a dagger that was as black as ink. In the dark forest, the pure black daggers merged with the darkness. If ordinary people saw them, they would think that Xianqi was barehanded. It had to be said that this was indeed the best weapon for killing people. Did he go up? Xianqi saw Xianjiao waiting for her and asked in a low voice. He went up a long time ago. He is very flashy, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if he is afraid that I will lose him. Xianxia was a young man about 28 or 29 years old. He was tall and thin, wearing a black tight-fitting night suit. His eyes were cold and sharp. His temples were bulging, and it was obvious that he was a master of both internal and external martial arts. Xianxi's beautiful face darkened and she scolded in a low voice, "He's going to die and he's still so arrogant. I don't know which hidden sect taught this disciple. Does he really think he's invincible in this world? Moreover, he is a frog in a well. He does not know the immensity of heaven and earth." Perhaps it was because Xianxi had a card up her sleeve, coupled with her slight anger, her voice was slightly louder than usual. Ling Yun, who was enjoying the night scenery alone, heard her clearly. "Oh? This world is just as I imagined. There are hidden sections. Interesting." Ling Yun smiled faintly and thought to himself. There were even dragons. Therefore, when Ling Yun heard that there were hidden sects, he did not find it strange at all. Instead, his interest was piqued. Ling Yun's empty left hand gently patted the magical brush in his arms. His eyes flashed as he scanned the shore of Qingshui Lake. There are quite a lot of people here. Is that the legendary gun? Tai Xiaohu said that Green Dragon has a gun. Looks like I have to be careful when I go to Green Dragon to collect the debt. Ling Yun muttered to himself. However, he only saw Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the two snipers hiding near Dragon Mountain. He did not see the two snipers from Nangqi Peak. Then, Ling Yan's attention was placed on the huge crater with a radius of more than 300 meters. He had been observing the crater for a long time and was deeply moved. The crater was between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. The crater was huge and had a diameter of more than 300 meters. Because the crater was located in the valley between the two mountains, the crater was shaped like a big circle. It was dark and bottomless. In the night, it was a huge round mouth that almost swallowed the night sky. Even with Ling Yun's current eyesight, he could only see 30 meters below the crater. The crater was deep and quiet. Huge rocks rolled down from the sides of the crater from time to time, but there was no echo for a long time. It was terrifying and mysterious. The reason why Ling Yun chose to finish off his opponents here was because he wanted to explore the crater after he was done. "Why are you still not coming up? You know that I have already found you, and you still want to assassinate me?" Ling Yun was a little impatient. In the dense forest on both sides of Dragon Mountain, Xianzhou gestured to Xianqi. "Kill in the open or ambush?" Xianqi quickly made a few simple gestures. "Kill in the open. If it doesn't work, then lure him down the mountain and ambush him. Let's go." In a flash, both of them dashed out of the dense forest at the same time. A man and a woman, two black silhouettes, dashed along the grayish-white stone steps towards the peak of the mountain. 4 minutes later, both of them reached the peak at the same time. "Aren't you guys being too cautious? I have been waiting for you for a long time." On Tiger Cliff, Ling Yun did not even turn his head. His tone was cold and leisurely, without a trace of emotion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Once Xianqi and Xianzhou reached the top of Dragon Mountain, Ling Yun immediately sensed that the faint killing intent he felt 2 days ago was not from these two. That was because the thick killing intent they exuded was more than 100 times stronger than that of Jiao Fei and Li Yi. Ling Yun knew that if he did not have hundreds of lives in his hands, he would not have such a thick killing intent. The killing intent permeated the entire Dragon Mountain and enveloped Ling Yun, who was on Tiger Cliff, adding a somber atmosphere to the atmosphere. However, Ling Yun still did not look back. Xianqi and Xianzhou saw that Ling Yun was so arrogant and they looked at each other in silence. Xianzhou suddenly kicked out and a rock the size of a watermelon was sent flying in Ling Yun's direction. At the same time, Xianqi's slender body stretched out and the two short daggers in her hands crossed rapidly in the air. Then, in an instant, her petite body was like a black butterfly as she pounced towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not move his body nor did he move his shoulders. He only tilted his head slightly and the flying rock whizzed past his ear and flew forward for more than 10 meters before it started to fall. Almost at the same time, Xianqi's black daggers had already reached Ling Yun's back. Xianxi's hands were as fast as lightning. One of her daggers was aimed at the artery on Ling Yan's neck while the other was aimed at Ling Yan's back. Obviously, she wanted to kill Ling Yan in one blow. Only the top and most professional assassins would have such a sharp killing move. They would not fight with you, and every move was like a lion hunting a rabbit. Every move was fatal. Xianxi's arms were like two black poisonous snakes, and the two daggers in her hands were the fangs of the poisonous snakes. In an instant, they were on Ling Yan's body. Extremely sharp, at this critical moment, Ling Yan's body began to move. His tall body made an unimaginable twist and he slid out from an angle that Xianxi could never have imagined. This time, Ling Yan did not use the 1,000 miles godly steps. According to Xianxi's speed, if Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps, it would be impossible for him to dodge. This time, he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability. The Dragon Fish Phantom ability was the first level of Physique Tempering Stage Level 3, and it was the best choice for close-range combat. It relied on one's body's flexibility, coordination, and explosive strength. Once it was used, one's body would be as agile as a fish in the water or a dragon circling in the sky. At times, it would be like a fish gliding through the shallow waters, and at other times, it would be like a dragon roaring through the heavens. His body was incomparably agile without losing any of his elegance. When used to the extreme, one's body could leave behind a series of afterimages, making it impossible for the enemy to tell which was the real person and which was the afterimage. It was the best footwork for close-range combat. The highest level of the Dragon Fish Phantom ability was fulgurating shadows. He could teleport within a range of 50 meters or even 100 meters. If he used it continuously, he could leave behind a maximum of 81 afterimages. In other words, no matter how many people were around him, he could always rely on this footwork to fight one-on-one. As long as they couldn't keep up with his speed, no matter how many enemies there were, they could only watch helplessly. He actually dodged it. Xianxi thought that her sure kill attack was foolproof. She didn't expect Ling Yan to dodge it so easily. Her pretty eyes were slightly stunned, but she immediately changed her body and rushed towards Ling Yan again. Xianxia was already rushing towards Ling Yan. Before he reached him, he raised one hand. 3 snow-white flying daggers were like shooting stars streaking across the sky. In a flash, they flew straight for Ling Yan's 3 vital points. F***ck, I haven't even played with flying needles with you, and you're playing with flying daggers with me first. Ling Yan used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability again and dodged it easily. At the same time, he flew backwards and avoided Xianxi's sure kill attack again. Xianxiu did not expect the 3 flying daggers to be able to do anything to Ling Yan. He followed the flying daggers and went straight to Ling Yan's back. At the same time, he raised his hand and pulled out the tri-edged bayonet that he always carried with him. This was a tri-edged bayonet made of fine steel. It was 2 feet long and weighed 9 kilograms. Its entire body was bright silver. It could be used as a sword or as a short stick. It was suitable for smashing, chopping, stabbing, and lifting. Ling Yan flew backwards and fell rapidly. Xianxiu saw that there was no time to lose. He raised the bayonet and stabbed it towards Ling Yan's chest. Trying to take advantage of me? You were born 10 years too late. Ling Yan laughed in the air. He opened one arm and grabbed at the bayonet with his left hand. The tri-edge bayonet naturally had 3 edges. Each edge was unusually sharp. Xianxiu saw that Ling Yan dared to snatch the bayonet with his bare hands. He thought that Ling Yan was courting death. He changed from a lift to a slash and slashed at Ling Yan's palm. Ling Yan did not dodge. He directly grabbed the bayonet that was slashing at him. The results of the cultivation of the stellar condensation technique were finally starting to show. Xianxiu had originally thought that he would definitely cut off half of Ling Yan's palm, but who knew that when Ling Yan grabbed it, he did not even feel any pain. He could not help but turn pale with fright and was about to pull his hand back. If he allowed Xianxi to snatch the bayonet back, he would not be Ling Yan. He grabbed the bayonet with one hand and used the 1,000 caddy drop. His feet landed on the ground instantly. His palm slid along the bayonet in an unbelievable manner. He then tightened his grip and pulled it into his arms. Like a venomous snake, the tri-edged spike stabbed towards Xianxi's breasts. This was too ruthless. If Xianxi was stabbed by the bayonet, it was uncertain whether she would die or not. However, her breasts would be directly pierced into pieces. You're courting death. Xianxia shouted angrily. She gritted her teeth and twisted her waist. Her graceful body moved sideways to avoid the bayonet that was stabbing towards her. At the same time, she held the daggers with both hands and raised them up high. She stabbed towards Ling Yun's shoulders. Hee hee. Ling Yun laughed. Only when Xianxi's attack was over did he let go of the bayonet in his left hand and use the dragonfish phantom ability to slide out. Two black daggers stabbed towards Xianjiu's chest like lightning. Xianjiu was shocked and quickly let go at the last moment. Xianxia also quickly pulled back, but it was too late. The two sharp daggers still slashed Xianjiu's shoulders. Tsk. Xianjiu's black clothes were instantly cut open. Two long wounds appeared from his chest all the way to his lower abdomen. Blood splattered all over Tiger Cliff. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In less than 20 seconds, within a few rounds, Xianjiu was already injured. Ling Yun turned around and caught Xianjiu's bayonet in his hand. However, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he held the bayonet in front of his eyes and looked at it casually. This weapon is not bad, but it's a little too light. Ling Yan said casually as he looked at Xianxia and Xianjiu, who were standing side by side. You guys are almost done with me. It's my turn to play, right? Ling Yan said as he used the bayonet like a sword. Minor formless swordsmanship. This was another one of Ling Yan's top techniques before he reached Qi cultivation. Xianxia and Xianjiu did not even dream that the bayonet would be so powerful in Ling Yan's hands. Not only was his speed incomparably fast, every strike of the tri-edge bayonet was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. There was no trace to follow, but it also contained a complicated technique. It was like a poisonous dragon flashing with a cold light. Every time it stabbed out, Xianxia and Xianjiu were at a loss of what to do. Ling Yan had not used the minor formless swordsmanship for a long time. Today, he was in high spirits and wanted to test it out on Xianxia and Xianjiu. Moreover, he used his left hand to stab. Swoosh. Ling Yan's bayonet slashed Xianxi's shoulder like lightning. Xianxi's shiny black clothes instantly tore a big hole. A large piece of snow-white skin was exposed and red blood flowed out. The beautiful assassin Xianxi's shoulder was stained with blood. Be careful. Ling Yan smiled and reminded Xianxia, who was frowning. Xianxia and Xianjiu looked at each other in horror. The fear in their eyes was conveyed to each other at the same time. Ling Yan was not just at the peak of the yellow level. He might even be at the peak of the Xian level. If they still could not tell that Ling Yan was playing with them, then they should just give up on being assassins. Again. Ling Yan was getting more and more excited. He purposely slowed down his attacks on Xianjiu and focused on attacking Xianxia with the bayonet. Rip. The sound of clothes being torn was heard again. Xianxia was too slow to dodge and her other shoulder was cut by the tri-edge bayonet again. At this time, her sexy leather clothes had been completely slashed by Ling Yun. A large piece of snow-white skin was exposed to the night sky and the deep cleavage in front of her chest was faintly discernible. I'll fight you to the death. Xianxia was humiliated by Ling Yun again and again. She was already furious. She waved her short daggers and rushed towards Ling Yun. She did not care about the bayonet in Ling Yun's hands. She wanted to stab Ling Yun even at the risk of being stabbed by Ling Yun. You? Ling Yun smiled faintly, but his hands did not hold back. The tri-edge bayonet drew a beautiful arc in the air, and with another chi-la sound, Xianxi's leather shirt was completely torn open, and her two snow-white peaks were completely exposed to Ling Yun. Not bad. Ling Yun smiled at Xianxia, who was stunned and embarrassed. He clenched his right fist that was holding dozens of big needles and punched Xianxi's left breast without any mercy, the Tiangang demon subduing fist, the fiercest and most domineering. The punch was so fast that Xianxia could not dodge it even if she wanted to. Bang! Xianxi's right breast was hit hard by Ling Yun, and she was sent flying 7 to 8 meters away. Xianxia gritted her teeth and tried to stand up, but she could not. She fell on her back on the mountain top. It's better for women not to play games of killing. Ling Yun smiled coldly and ignored Xianxia, who was on the ground. He turned around and looked at the terrified Xianjiu. Don't be afraid, you will die very quickly. Ling Yun had never been courteous to those who wanted to kill him. His reputation as a decisive killer wasn't just for show. These people weren't like those bullies or playboys in school who just needed to be taught a lesson. Including Xianxia, these people were killers who killed without blinking an eye. Using the dragonfish phantom ability, Ling Yan appeared in front of Xianzhou in a flash. Xianzhou instinctively turned around and tried to escape, but he did not expect Ling Yan to be more than 3 times faster than him. Ling Yan's left hand was like an iron clamp around Xianzhou's neck while his right hand took out a 2-inch needle and hit the Baihui acupuncture point on the top of Xianzhou's head. In an instant, the needle was buried in the top of Xianzhou's head. Kiki. Xianzhou's eyes were bulging out of their sockets and his throat was gurgling, but he could not say a word. Die. Ling Yan's voice was still cold and calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. He grabbed Xianzhou's body and threw it high up. Under Xianxi's horrified gaze, Xianzhou's body fell towards the crater. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Looking at Xianzhou's body flying in a parabola in the night sky and falling into the crater like a meteor, Ling Yan smiled coldly and walked towards Xianxia with the tri-edge bayonet in hand. If there was one word to describe the current Xianxia, it would be poignant. A very poignant beauty. Ling Yan's Tiangang demon fist had hit her bare, towering left chest without any fancy moves. Xianxia had already suffered internal injuries. She spat out 3 to 4 mouthfuls of blood and her sexy lips were stained red. Although the cuts on both sides of her shoulders were not deep, blood was still gushing out and flowing down her snow-white chest to her lower abdomen. Xianxi's left chest was almost flattened by Ling Yan's punch. It was soft and slightly slanted. 4 purple fingerprints were clearly visible and were swelling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. She no longer looked sexy. Ling Yan looked down at her and smiled coldly. He dragged her by her hair like a dead dog to the side of a huge rock. Then he let go and sat on the rock himself. Do you want to live or die? Ling Yan's lips curved slightly and gave Xianxia a choice. To be honest, Xianxi's beauty was not below Yao Rou's and her figure was similar. But for the two of them, Ling Yan gently covered Yao Rou with a blanket. But for Xianxia, you are so cruel. Xianxia did not care about the humiliation anymore. She barely lifted her right arm and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She said with fear. Ling Yan chuckled. Not ruthless enough, right? At least you are not dead yet. Tell me, do you want to live or die? Ling Yan was calm and composed. Seeing that Xianxia did not speak for a long time, Ling Yan became slightly impatient and said, All right, I will ask you questions now. I will ask you one question and you will answer one by one. If you answer slowly or wrongly, I will use this to stab you. Do you understand? You should just kill me. Xianxia said coldly. Assassins, especially assassins from the Assassins organization, Xianxia knew that if she failed her mission, she would die if she went back. She might as well let Ling Yan give her a quick death. Oh? Seems like you still want to die? How about I draw a few earthworms on your face first and then kill you? Ling Yan said casually with a playful look on his face. You. Even though Xianxia had been trained by the assassin organization to be cold and merciless, she would never have thought that this 18-year-old high school student in front of her would be so ruthless. Tender feelings for the fairer sex? It was fine to have tender feelings for the fairer sex, but it depended on who it was. It was definitely not Ling Yan's style to have tender feelings for women who wanted to harm him. What? You're not even afraid of death, but afraid of having your face scratched? Ling Yan smiled and waved the tri-edge bayonet in front of Xianxi's face, looking as if he was going to stab her at any moment. Xianxia was terrified. She quickly said, Ask, I'll tell. Ling Yan was right. Women really weren't suited for fighting and killing. Before they even started, the other side was already scared out of her wits. There were women who were not afraid of death, but there were very few who were not afraid of becoming ugly. What's your name? Xianxia, true name. Xiao Mimi. Who sent you? God damn it. What's the god damn it? It's an international assassin organization. It's well organized and has countless assassins. Very well, tell me more about it. Xiao Mimi looked up at Ling Yun and said, "The goddamn organization is one of the top 3 international assassin organizations. They have many branches in developed countries all over the world. Each branch has 3 to 9 heaven-ranked assassins in command to complete all kinds of assassination missions. However, no one knows where the headquarters of the goddamn organization is." "They?" Ling Yun interrupted her coldly. "What kind of assassins are heaven-ranked assassins?" This was what Ling Yun was most concerned about. He had to compare their strengths so that he could have a better idea. Heaven-ranked assassins are at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 or even Xiantian realm. What's your realm? Pinnacle of Hotian realm level 2, what about the one who died? Middle of Hotian realm level 2, Ling Yun thought for a while. He was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, which was enough to kill Xianxia in a second. However, he was still unable to compare his own strength. The 2 assassins were too weak. Actually, if Ling Yun did not use his Dragon Fish Phantom ability, Small Formless Swordplay, and Tiangang Demon Fist, Xianxia and Xianxia would still be able to put up a fight with him. However, Ling Yun's skills and moves were too strong. That was why the 2 assassins could not fight back. "Continue telling me about your organization. What other assassins are there?" "The assassins in the goddamn organization are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. We are the Mystic Assassins. The Yellow Assassins are mainly responsible for the more complicated missions of assassinating ordinary people. Above them are the Earth-ranked assassins and then the Heaven-ranked assassins. They rarely take action and usually just command. Have you ever seen an Earth-ranked or Heaven-ranked assassin in action? How does their strength compare to mine?" Xiao Mimi gave Ling Yun a disdainful smile. However, before she could finish laughing, Ling Yun had already stepped on her lower abdomen. Xiao Mimi immediately cried out in pain as cold sweat dripped down her face. "Before you want to act tough, you must first understand your own situation. Speak," Ling Yun said coldly. Xiao Mimi panted heavily as her naked chest rose and fell violently. Blood flowed down the valley between her breasts like a swimming red snake, white and red. It was very demonic. "The strength you are displaying now is very similar to the pinnacle of the mystic rank. However, your speed is very fast. In front of an ordinary Earth-ranked assassin, you should be able to escape with your life. As for Heaven-ranked assassins, they can definitely kill you in a second." Xiao Mimi trembled as she spoke her judgment. "What is the pinnacle of the mystic rank?" "Hotian realm level 4. Xiao Mimi was very puzzled. "Didn't your master tell you that you are at least at Hotian realm level 4? However, she could only answer honestly. She did not dare to ask. Ling Yun had a rough idea in his heart. In other words, the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3 should at least be comparable to an expert at Hotian realm level 4. What about Earth-ranked experts? Hearing Ling Yun ask about Earth-ranked experts, Xiao Mimi's face showed a hint of fear. She turned her head to look to both sides before saying carefully, Hotian realm level 5 to Hotian realm level 9 should be considered as Earth-ranked experts. However, the difference in strength is a little too big. Ling Yun was very satisfied with Xiao Mimi's cooperation. Finally, he smiled faintly and lowered his head to ask, how much money do you have now? Xiao Mimi was stunned by Ling Yun's question, but she immediately replied, more than 17 million. How many people have you killed? 39. Do you know who bought my life? I don't know. We only care about collecting money and killing people. We don't care about anything else. Are you a virgin? No, Ling Yun thought to himself, even if you don't say, I still know that you are not a virgin. Alright, then you can answer me now. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Ling Yun had asked most of the questions he wanted to ask. He wanted to quickly end it and go back to training. You can really let me go? Ling Yun said faintly, stop daydreaming. Letting you live doesn't mean that I'll let you go. You just have to answer if you want to live or not. Even though Xiao Mimi was an assassin, she was first and foremost a human. She had also killed many people. If Ling Yun directly killed her, she would be powerless to resist and would only die. But now that Ling Yun asked her whether she wanted to live or die, she naturally wanted to live. I want to live, Ling Yun chuckled. That's right. you're so young. You haven't even had the time to enjoy the money you earned from killing so many people. How meaningless would it be if you died? If you want to live, it's very simple. Follow me faithfully from now on. Your money, your person, your life, everything you have will belong to me. Do you understand what I mean by this? Xiao Mimi was not stupid. She said straightforwardly, I understand. For Xiao Mimi, who had failed the mission, it was already difficult for her to escape death. Now that she had revealed so many secrets of the assassin's organization, she would face the fate of endless pursuit even if Ling Yun let her go. Since she was going to die sooner or later, she might as well follow Ling Yun. This was her only choice. At the very least, Ling Yun would not kill her on the spot. She could live a little longer. The biggest reason why Ling Yun did not kill Xiao Mimi was because he wanted to understand the secrets of this world that ordinary people could not come into contact with. This way, he would not be so ignorant and clueless. Can you still stand up? Ling Yun looked at Xiao Mimi calmly. Xiao Mimi gritted her teeth and struggled with all her might. Finally, she collapsed to the ground and shook her head. That overbearing punch was too strong. She could not withstand it at all. Ling Yun smiled faintly and opened the leather needle pouch. He took out 9 golden needles. Xiao Mimi was not surprised by the fact that Ling Yun could use needles to treat illnesses. Instead, she was delighted. Ling Yun performed the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot at lightning speed and transferred 9 streams of spiritual energy into Xiao Mimi's body. Since he had subdued Xiao Mimi, he naturally had to treat her. After performing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, Xiao Mimi quickly sat up. She looked at Ling Yun with a pleading look and pointed at her bare left chest. Here, can you? Ling Yun laughed. Don't worry, I have already treated you. You will be as good as new in a few days. I guarantee that both sides will be the same size. Then, Ling Yun used both of his hands to seal more than 10 major acupoints on Xiao Mimi's body. I still can't trust you now, so I will perform a little trick on you. Your martial arts and movement will not be affected. However, if you don't see me for 24 hours, I guarantee that you will die from the pain. Do you understand? Xiao Mimi's pretty face was pale. She nodded wordlessly. She now knew better than anyone that her status in front of Ling Yun was not even comparable to that of a slave. She could not blame anyone else. She wanted Ling Yun's life, but she was not as skilled as him. Other than being trampled on, what else could she do? Ling Yun did not look at her face. He only smiled faintly and said, let's go. Follow me down the mountain. Leave no one alive. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun stood up but did not pull Xiao Mimi up from the ground. Instead, he walked towards the direction of the mountain path. At the same time, Ling Yun counted in his heart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wait. Xiao Mimi suddenly shouted from behind him. Ling Yun nodded in his heart and stood still. Without turning back, he asked, what's wrong? You can't walk? Xiao Mimi stammered, I have a better way to deal with them. Ling Yun was waiting for her to say this. If Ling Yun counted to 9 and Xiao Mimi still did not say this, Ling Yun would not hesitate to turn back and kill her on the spot. Ling Yun turned back and looked at Xiao Mimi with a smile. What is it? Tell me. Xiao Mimi pondered for a while before looking into Ling Yun's eyes. Actually, I am the person in charge of this mission. I can trick them all to come up the mountain and then get rid of them all at once. Ling Yun nodded and said nonchalantly, then how do you need me to cooperate? Xiao Mimi's crazy actions were equivalent to taking the initiative to go against the assassin's organization. It was a sign of allegiance to Ling Yun. In that case, unless the assassin's organization was completely destroyed, Xiao Mimi could only follow Ling Yun. If he lived, she would live. If he died, she would die. You just have to hide. Once they come up, you can take them all down. Xiao Mimi finally understood her position and started to use honorifics when she spoke to Ling Yun. What if they don't come up together? Ling Yun reminded Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi was meticulous and had already thought of this. She already had a plan. I will let them gather at the foot of the mountain first and then let them come up together. Good. Ling Yin smiled in satisfaction. In a flash, he hid behind a tall rock. Xiao Mimi issued a series of orders. First, Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 4 snipers in ambush gathered at the foot of the mountain. 20 minutes later, Xiao Mimi gave another order for the 6 of them to gather at the top of the mountain for a discussion. However, she did not explain the reason. In the assassins' organization, the status of the 4 snipers was at most equal to Jiao Fei and Li Yi. 3 of them were even lower than the 2 yellow-ranked assassins. Xianxia and Xiao Mimi were both black-ranked assassins. Thus, although they felt that the order was a little strange, they had to obey it. The 6 assassins were well-trained. They quietly climbed the mountain, and it only took them about 10 minutes to reach the top. Xianxia, have you solved the problem? Where's Xianjiao? As soon as Jiao Fei reached the top of the mountain, he saw Xianxia sitting on a rock, clutching his chest. Done. Ling Yin flew out from behind the tall boulder like a ghost, using the dragonfish phantom ability to its limit. While the 6 of them were still in shock, he tapped his fingers repeatedly. Pu 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 pu, in less than 10 seconds, all 6 of them fell limply to the ground. Xianxia, you betrayed us. Jiao Fei's body could not move at all. He tried his best to widen his eyes. His eyes were practically spitting fire. Xiao Mimi was speechless. She did not have much to say. She only looked coldly at the 6 people who fell to the ground. Inevitably, there was a look of sympathy in her eyes. They were assassins, not friends. They were just arranged to carry out the mission together. If they succeeded, they would go back to collect the money. If they failed, they would either be killed by the target or by their own people. The outcome was the same. Assassins would die in the hands of others sooner or later. The only difference was whether it was earlier or later. Ling Yin giggled as he took the pistol from Li Yi's hands. After fiddling with it for a long time, he asked, "How do I use this?" Li Yi did not hesitate to tell Ling Yin how to use the pistol. It was actually very simple. Ling Yin took it and aimed at the boulder where he was hiding. However, he did not fire. Instead, he kept the gun. Then, he took a sniper rifle from a sniper and asked Li Yi again, "You should know how to use this too, right?" Li Yi was once a mercenary. Of course, he knew how to use it. He obediently told Ling Yin how to use it. However, he did not say anything more after he finished. Ling Yin held the sniper rifle and aimed at the boulder in front of him. He thought that if this thing really wanted to shoot him, he would not be able to dodge it if he was not prepared. After Ling Yin had enough fun, he lowered his head and said to the 6 people on the ground, "Let me tell you, I have already killed Xianjiao. Xianxia has completely obeyed my orders. In my eyes, all of you are already a bunch of dead people. However, the heavens are kind. I know that all of you are carrying out a mission, so I did not want to kill all of you." Seeing that there was hope for survival, the 6 people's ashen faces immediately regained some color. They looked at Ling Yin eagerly, waiting for him to continue. These people were people who killed for a living. Which one of them did not have dozens of lives on their hands? It was not like they had not seen their targets fear and begging for mercy when they killed. Now that they were in the same situation, they naturally knew that Ling Yin definitely had conditions. Ling Yin turned his head to look at Xiao Mimi and asked lightly, "I forgot to ask you, how much is my life worth?" Xiao Mimi answered without thinking, "When we first came, it was 50 million. However, if they knew that you had such skills, they would not have accepted you unless it was 200 million. Ling Yin chuckled and thought to himself that he was actually so valuable. He turned his head again and said to the 6 people on the ground, "I will not make things difficult for you. If you want to keep your lives, then hand over your money. Then, I will let you live and die on your own. As long as you do not offend me, I will not make things difficult for you." Ling Yin was willing to let them use money in exchange for their lives. To them, it was already a great gift. Hence, the 6 of them hurriedly agreed. Ling Yin smiled playfully and shook his head. Life and death were the hardest things to see through. Ling Yin looked at Xiao Mimi again and asked, "Where do you keep your money?" Xiao Mimi said, "Each of us has our own independent account in a Swiss bank. We can transfer money with a phone call." Ling Yin squatted down and used the method that he used on Xiao Mimi on the 6 people. Then, he said lightly, "Now, transfer all your money to Xianxi's account. After the transfer, I will let Xianxi check to see if your money is enough to buy your lives. Ling Yun knew that it was night in Huaxia, so it was naturally daytime in Europe. Hence, it was the best time to transfer money. Hence, he did not delay and struck while the iron was hot. In fact, the Swiss bank did not distinguish between day and night for such accounts. It was basically a 24-hour service. Take your time, one by one. The 6 of them were very fast. In less than half an hour, all of them had been processed. Xiao Mimi would receive the message and take the initiative to report the amount to Ling Yun. Ling Yun roughly calculated that the total money of the 6 people, if converted to Chinese currency, would be about 33 million. Including the money in Xiao Mimi's account, Ling Yun had a total of nearly 50 million. 50 million was more than enough to buy 2 or 3 luxurious villas in Xianxia City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. This made Ling Yun somewhat overjoyed. Yes, one for his mother, one for himself, and the remaining money to buy expensive medicinal ingredients for alchemy. However, Ling Yun was also a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have killed Xianzhou so quickly. He estimated that Xianzhou had at least 18 million on him. Ling Yun turned his head to look at Xiao Mimi and asked lightly, "Are you sure it's all in the account?" Xiao Mimi looked at Ling Yun carefully and nodded lightly. Right now, Ling Yun was more terrifying than the devil in Xiao Mimi's heart. Only then did Ling Yun smile proudly and began to remove half of the restrictions on the 6 people. He was a man of his word. After receiving the money, he indeed let them live and let them fend for themselves. Ling Yun stood up and said to the 6 people who were still lying on the ground, 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you can move freely. I'm warning you, don't even think about attacking the people around me. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Then, he continued, I've only removed half of the restrictions on the 6 of you. This will allow you to be normal for the next 3 months. After 3 months, if you are still alive, you must come to Xianxia City to find me. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Of course, Ling Yun had to hold back. If he let these 6 assassins go just like that, they would turn around and harm his mother and sister before escaping. Wouldn't he lose more than he gained? After 3 months, Ling Yun had already reached the qi cultivation stage. Not to mention these people, even if someone 100 times stronger than Xianxi came, he would still be able to protect his family. After finishing everything, Ling Yun turned to Xiao Mimi and said, let's go down the mountain. After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared beside Xiao Mimi. With one hand, he carried her up and used the 1,000 miles godly steps. With a few leaps and falls, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. Now, Xiao Mimi had a net worth of 500 million yuan. Before she transferred the money to his account, Ling Yun really had to protect her. Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the rest could only lie there and look at each other. The fear on their faces was obvious. Following that, they sighed and began to think about their future as fugitives. If they didn't kill others, they would be killed by others. If they didn't kill others, they would be hunted by others. This was their fate. It was already past 2 in the morning. Naturally, Ling Yun would not be able to cultivate tonight. He decided that before Xiao Mimi transferred the 50 million yuan to his account, he would not leave her side even half a step. After descending the mountain, Ling Yun carried Xiao Mimi and left Dragon Mountain Park. He flew quickly towards his rented place. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Xianxi, also known as Xiao Mimi, would never have dreamt that she, Xianzhou, and 6 other assassins would be defeated by Ling Yun in just over an hour. Ling Yun had defeated all of them in one fell swoop. Xianzhou's life, 7 people's lives, a total of 50 million yuan, were all taken by Ling Yun. As for herself, she was currently being carried by Ling Yun in his arms as they sped towards Qingshui High. The front of her leather jacket was completely torn by Ling Yun's tri-edged military knife. Her chest was pressed tightly against Ling Yun's chest and was squeezed out of shape. Her left chest was still in pain. Ling Yun had healed her internal injuries, but her external injuries were not so easily healed. However, for an assassin like Xiao Mimi, it was common for them to play around with their targets in order to carry out their missions. Thus, she did not feel anything special being carried by Ling Yun. After killing 39 people, her nerves were already numb. Are you feeling indignant? Ling Yun was still able to talk to Xiao Mimi even as he sped away. No, we are assassins. We walk the line between life and death every day. If we succeed, we can live one more day and enjoy one more day. If we fail, we will die. There is nothing to be indignant about. Xiao Mimi said lightly. What she said was the truth. For people who lived in darkness and faced death at any time, money was no longer important to them. To them, the most important thing was to live one more day because they would have nothing after they died. You did well just now. As long as you listen to me, I will make you 10 times stronger than you are now. Ling Yun said lightly. Xiao Mimi could only nod obediently, yes. 8 minutes later, Ling Yun carried Xiao Mimi and jumped into his rented courtyard. The lights were still on in the courtyard. Zhuang Meifeng was obviously still awake. Creak. Ling Yun pushed the door open and said, I'm back. Zhuang Meifeng ran out in her pajamas excitedly. Then, she was stunned. Isn't this too heaven-defying? Ling Yun brought a woman home every night? Ling Yun casually placed Xiao Mimi on the ground. When Zhuang Meifeng saw the appearance of Xiao Mimi's chest, she was instantly embarrassed. Ling Yun, what did you do? Why did he bring another woman back? She's bleeding. What's going on? She's an assassin sent by an assassin organization to kill me. Ling Yun only used one sentence to shut Zhuang Meifeng up. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned pale as she covered her mouth in shock. She only paused for a moment before grabbing onto Ling Yun's arm. Her face was full of anxiety as she looked at Ling Yun from left to right. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't seem to be injured, she said in a frightened voice, Are you all right? Don't scare me. Looking at her nervous expression, Ling Yun could not help but feel a surge of warmth. He gently hugged her and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. She's the one who's fine. At this moment, Zhuang Meifeng could no longer care about Xiao Mimi's pitiful state. She glared at Xiao Mimi and said, hubby, since she wanted to kill you, why did you bring her back? Ling Yun hugged Zhuang Meifeng's slender waist and sat down on the sofa. Then, he said to Xiao Mimi who was standing there quietly, From now on, she is your master. Her words are no different from mine. Do you understand? Xiao Mimi sighed in her heart. She was an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 3, yet she had fallen to the point of being a servant to an ordinary woman. Life was really, however, it was better to be alive than dead. Ling Yun continued, From now on, you are in charge of her safety. If even a strand of her hair is harmed, I will cut off one of your fingers. Do you understand? Among the people around Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng was naturally in the most danger. Now that Xiao Mimi was by Zhuang Meifeng's side to protect her, Ling Yun would have a lot less to worry about. Do your people know that I live here? Ling Yun asked Xiao Mimi. Xiao Mimi quickly shook her head and said, No. Ling Yun did not think that it was possible. After all, he had only moved here for 2 days. Furthermore, he was extremely cautious when he went in and out of this place. If there were people following him, they would have been discovered by Ling Yun long ago. Alright, hurry up and tidy yourself up in the washroom. Come out after you've washed up. After saying that, Ling Yun ignored Xiao Mimi and said gently to Zhuang Meifeng, Sister Meifeng, look, she has no clothes to wear. Can you get a shirt for her to wear? Zhuang Meifeng twisted her slender waist slightly and said coquettishly, Call me wife. Ling Yun could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, wife. Are you going to get her clothes? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and said, Of course I'm going to get it. Otherwise, all the advantages will be taken away by you. Then, she stood up and shouted towards the washroom, Hey, you're not allowed to use that big bathtub to take a bath. Then, she went to the bedroom to get a few pieces of her clothes and sent them to the washroom. After passing the things to Xiao Mimi, Zhuang Meifeng immediately ran to Ling Yun's side and sat directly in his arms. She asked worriedly, Hubby, tell me, what happened tonight? Were you in danger? Ling Yun said confidently, Of course I was. Then, he told the whole story with exaggeration. Zhuang Meifeng was so shocked that she screamed and covered her chest tightly with her slender hands. However, when Zhuang Meifeng heard that Ling Yan had received 50 million yuan, she was so shocked that she sat up in Ling Yan's arms. 50 million yuan? Zhuang Meifeng stared at Ling Yan in shock. She did not know what to say. 50 million yuan was not a small amount for the Zhuang family medical group. To Ling Yan, it was like stepping into the heavens in a single step. Ling Yan chuckled and gently pinched Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful nose. Then, he asked, I want to buy 2 of the best villas in Xianxia city. Is 50 million enough? To Ling Yan's shock, Zhuang Meifeng actually shook her head. Not enough? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be stunned. Zhuang Meifeng smiled and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. Hubby, that depends on how big the villa is. There are indeed a few of the best villas in Xianxia city. However, they are all independent and not in the same area. From what I know, there are a few super luxurious villas near Xianxia Wharf that were completed last year. The starting price of each one is more than 30 million. Just the swimming pool in front of the villas is more than 400 square meters. Zhuang Meifeng was very familiar with the situation of the villas in Xianxia city. This was because her father, Zhuang Tianda, loved to buy villas. Moreover, he had one in Xianxia Wharf. Ling Yan was speechless. Wasn't it just a house? Why was it so expensive? Slightly embarrassed, Ling Yan scratched his head and said, Then let's buy a big one near Xianxia Wharf and a smaller one in the Qingxi Villa district. What do you think? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yan coquettishly and looked at him thoughtfully. Who are you going to live in such a big and spacious villa? Zhuang Meifeng knew that her father bought villas to take care of other women. Thus, she started to be wary of Ling Yan. Ling Yan chuckled. One is for my mother and sister. The other is naturally for us. That's more like it. Zhuang Meifeng's lips curled into a sweet smile as she gently kissed Ling Yan's cheek. Ling Yan looked around the house and smiled at Zhuang Meifeng. These were all bought by Tang Meng. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Zhuang Meifeng giggled. Satisfied, of course I'm satisfied. Seriously, why did you buy such a big villa? I feel like living here is more like a home. Ling Yan shook his head decisively. This is a rented house. In the end, it belongs to someone else. There's not much meaning to it. Ling Yan was a cultivator. He lived here because of the shikyu herb by the river. Moreover, he did not have money at that time. Otherwise, he would not have stayed here. I think we should leave the task of buying villas to Tang Meng. You will have to bear with the burden tonight. Help me choose from the internet. Remember, I want the best. Ling Yan was a man of his word. Whenever he thought about his mother living in that small bungalow, he would feel extremely unhappy. Zhuang Meifeng twisted her body in Ling Yan's embrace. Hubby, can you help me choose? Ling Yan was very happy tonight. His big hand slid across Zhuang Meifeng's chest, causing her to tremble. He then laughed evilly. Buying a house is such a big deal. Of course, we have to choose together. The two of them continued to talk about their own matters. Ling Yan naturally avoided the topic of Shui mining and Yao Rou. He only stopped talking when Xiao Mimi came out of the washroom. This made Zhuang Meifeng very unhappy. She wondered when she would have the chance to be alone with Ling Yan again. Actually, with Xiao Mimi's hearing, she heard every single word of their conversation. Even if the shower was turned to the maximum, she would still be able to hear it. Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi walking out of the washroom in Zhuang Meifeng's white shirt and her black leather pants. He pointed to the other bedroom and said to Xiao Mimi, "You will stay in that bedroom tonight. The bedding is already there. Just put up with it for the night." Xiao Mimi nodded silently. Then, she walked towards the bedroom that Ling Yan pointed to. "You should know how to bandage your wound, right?" Ling Yan asked behind her. Xiao Mimi stopped in her tracks. She answered honestly, "I know." Then, she turned around and walked into the bedroom. Not only did a black-ranked assassin know how to bandage their wound, they also carried high-quality medicine with them. "Hubby, why is she so obedient?" Zhuang Meifeng asked Ling Yan in surprise. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Because if she doesn't listen to me, she will die immediately." Then what happened to her left chest? It's bruised and purple. It's swollen, so big. Hee hee, that was a punch from your hubby. Do you want to give it a try? Go to hell. You're so bad. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned red. She thought about how hard Ling Yan's punch must have been for Xiao Mimi's chest to become like that. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Hubby, I want you to accompany me to buy clothes tomorrow, okay? Zhuang Meifeng was 3 years older than Ling Yan, but she was snuggling in Ling Yan's arms and calling him hubby. She did not feel disgusted at all. After buying the washing machine, the first thing Zhuang Meifeng did was to wash her dress, which was still wet. Ling Yan had bought her emergency clothes, which she had lent to Lin Menghan and Xiao Mimi. Zhuang Meifeng did not even have a change of clothes for herself. Ling Yan was really rich now, so he answered quickly, okay. Zhuang Meifeng happily pressed her alluring body against Ling Yan. Suddenly, she said shyly, hubby, you must be tired after a busy day. Let me help you bathe, okay? Ling Yan was even happier. He nodded without hesitation. All right. Zhuang Meifeng was both embarrassed and happy at the same time. She happily ran to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the large bathtub before filling it with hot water. When the hot water was almost ready, she called Ling Yan into the bathroom with a blushing face and gently closed the door. Ling Yan was about to take off his clothes when Zhuang Meifeng stopped him and said, hubby, let me help you. 2 hours ago, Ling Yan was watching Yao Rou take off his clothes one by one. Now, he was being undressed by Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng was so nervous that her hands were trembling slightly. She was panting heavily. She was completely naked under her pajamas, and when the pajamas rubbed against her sensitive areas, it sent ripples through her body as if an electric current had passed through her body. This was the first time in her life that she was helping a man take off his clothes. Naturally, she was nervous. After a long time, she finally managed to remove all of Ling Yan's clothes, revealing his muscular upper body. Now, the fats on Ling Yan's body had completely disappeared. In its place were the muscles that had been modified by the stellar condensation technique. His entire body was glowing, causing Zhuang Meifeng's heart to flutter and her head to spin. I'll take off my pants myself. Ling Yan stood there, so Zhuang Meifeng could not take off his pants. Ling Yan quickly took off his sweatpants and was about to step into the bathtub. Zhuang Meifeng blushed and whispered, you have to take off your underwear too. Ling Yan looked at Zhuang Meifeng strangely but did not say anything. Smiling faintly, he bent over and lifted his legs, taking off all his clothes. Zhuang Meifeng saw Ling Yan's private part and was so embarrassed that she closed her eyes and let out a low cry. Her face was already completely red. It was too big. And this was only in its natural state. Zhuang Meifeng could not help but grumble in her heart. No wonder it felt so big that day. If this were to happen, would he be able to endure it? Zhuang Meifeng's heart skipped a beat as her body trembled uncontrollably. She was so scared that she did not dare to open her eyes. Ling Yan laughed heartily and entered the bathtub directly. The hot water was slightly hot, but it was extremely comfortable to soak in it, relieving his fatigue. This bathtub is not bad. Ling Yan stretched out his legs comfortably and rested his head on the end of the bathtub. He then slowly closed his eyes. Then, he heard a rustling sound. An hour later, the two of them were finally done. Let's go back to the house to sleep. As for the boring matter of choosing a villa, the two of them had long forgotten about it. Ling Yan was not worried that Xiao Mimi would run away. Sure enough, when Ling Yan walked out of the bedroom the next day, Xiao Mimi was already sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for him. Xiao Mimi's face was a little haggard. It was obvious that she did not have a good rest the night before. Her new master, the stunning beauty Zhuang Meifeng, had caused too much of a ruckus. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was full of energy. He smiled and asked Xiao Mimi, how do you feel now? However, his eyes were unscrupulously looking at Xiao Mimi's chest. Xiao Mimi felt Ling Yan's gaze and her pretty face actually turned slightly red. My internal injuries are no longer a problem. As for my external injuries, they are almost healed. Thank you. Ling Yan nodded his head. That's good. Can you do the transfer now? Xiao Mimi thought for a while and said, the Swiss bank should definitely be fine. I think that even if I transfer the funds, there shouldn't be too much of a problem in China. Ling Yan smiled. That's good. Then you can do the transfer now. I'll use the money today. Ling Yan casually took out an ICBC bank card from his pocket and casually threw it into Xiao Mimi's hands. Transfer it to this account. Then, Ling Yan went to the courtyard and picked up his phone to give Tang Meng a call. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan would call him at any time. Hence, he did not even turn off his phone's battery. He groggily picked up the phone in his sleep. Hello, who is this? Ling Yan chuckled. I'm your boss. I'll give you 20 minutes to come to my place. Ling Yan was going all out today. As long as Xiao Mimi's money did not arrive, he would rather not absorb the great sun-refined fire in the morning and wait for Xiao Mimi to transfer the money to his account. This was 50 million yuan. His dream of buying a villa depended entirely on her. If anything went wrong, wouldn't he lose everything? It was not Ling Yan's style to let a cooked duck fly away. When Tang Meng heard that Ling Yan was looking for him, he was so shocked that he immediately jumped out of bed. With unprecedented speed, he put on his clothes and got out of bed. Without washing his face or brushing his hair, he went downstairs with a messy bird's nest on his head and drove straight away. 18 minutes later, Tang Meng parked his car in front of Ling Yan's house. Boss, I'm here. Tang Meng got out of the car and shouted towards the courtyard. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. Ling Yan was standing in the courtyard practicing the stellar condensation technique while waiting for him. When he saw Tang Meng, he laughed at him and brought him into the house. Tang Meng was stunned when he saw an unfamiliar beauty in the house. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes forcefully. Boss, who is this? Tang Meng was stunned. Boss was too powerful. His house was occupied by Xianxia City's tyrant flower. Boss actually dared to bring a woman into his house? Could it be that Zhuang Meifeng had left? That shouldn't be the case. Yesterday, she seemed to be planning to stay here for a long time. Ling Yan smirked at Tang Meng. Maid? Huh? Tang Meng was completely stunned. In this day and age, there were nannies and nannies. Why would there be a maid? What huh? Hurry up and sit down. There are so many things for you to do today. Ling Yan saw that Tang Meng was still in a daze and raised his hand to give him a knock. Tang Meng's mind seemed to have cleared up after being knocked on the head by Ling Yan. He glanced at Xiao Mimi, who was sitting on the sofa motionlessly. She was even sexier than the nurse from yesterday. Why was she dressed like a female spy? Today's focus is on two things. Ling Yan began. First, you have to help me go to Li Tian Hotel and find out what happened to the group of people who got into trouble and where they are. I want to bring you and Tai Xiaohu to collect the debt. Second, you have to buy me 2 villas. Huh? Tang Meng's eyes widened to the size of a cow's eyes. First, as the son of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Meng had heard about it. Although this incident was deliberately suppressed by the city, Tang Meng still knew that more than 10 men were kicked into eunuchs in one night. However, he still did not know who had the guts to trample on Qingyun Productions, a company that was connected to the entire capital. However, after hearing Ling Yan's first sentence, Tang Meng felt that there was an 80% chance that it was Boss who did it. He could not help but shiver. The first matter was enough for Tang Meng to ponder for a long time. However, compared to Ling Yan's second matter, it was not as shocking as it seemed. 2 villas? In Xianxia City, even the 2 most ordinary villas wouldn't cost more than 10 million yuan, right? Where did Boss get so much money in one go? Or did he want me to borrow money from my mother? Since when did Boss become so impatient? Looking at Tang Meng's dumbfounded expression, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I'll give you 50 million yuan. Buy me 2 of the best villas. Tang Meng was completely stunned. 50 million yuan? He wondered if he really hadn't woken up yet. Was everything just a dream? Tang Meng fiercely pinched his thigh. It was so painful that he jumped up. This was not a dream. Even Xiao Mimi could not help but curl the corner of her mouth into a pretty smile when she saw Tang Meng's shocked expression. Boss, 50 million yuan? 50 million yuan. Did you rob a bank last night? Let me tell you, if you really robbed a bank for 50 million yuan, not to mention my father, even my father, my grandfather, and Li Qingchuan's entire family would not be able to save you. I think the only one who can save you is little Ning's grandfather. Tang Meng did not think of anything good. He was afraid that Ling Yun would really commit such a heinous crime. Ling Yun thought to himself, not bad. So even if I rob a bank for 50 million yuan, little Ning's grandfather would still be able to bail me out. What kind of background does this old Chinese doctor have? Ling Yun knew that little Ning's grandfather was very powerful. If he was not powerful, how could he live in such a huge villa in Qingxi Villa district? If he was not powerful, how could little Ning get such a good phone number just by making a random call? Ling Yun recalled what little Ning said yesterday afternoon. She said that she could get her grandfather to find some experts to protect them. Now that Tang Meng said that old Shui was actually so powerful, he could not help but be slightly moved. He blurted out, Tang Meng, what kind of background does little Ning's grandfather have? How could robbing a bank for 50 million yuan save me? Boss, are you serious? Don't you know? Tang Meng exclaimed. He was just about to say that little Ning's grandfather was China's #1 miracle doctor. However, he remembered that there was a stranger beside him and immediately shut his mouth. This kid knew better than anyone else what to say and what not to say. Ling Yan understood Tang Meng's worries. He glanced at Xiao Mimi and smiled. She's one of us. Speak up, there's nothing to hide. Boss, I thought you already knew that little Ning's grandfather is the #1 miracle doctor in Huaxia. He's comparable to BNK. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun with a puzzled expression. Ling Yun didn't react much, but Xiao Mimi was genuinely moved. Obviously, she had heard of Huaxia's #1 miracle doctor before. Oh, what does the #1 miracle doctor in Huaxia mean? Ling Yun asked casually. He's the best doctor in China. No disease can't be cured by him. Ling Yun nodded his head nonchalantly, but then shook his head immediately. So he's the best doctor in China, but his medical skills are just so. I am the dividing line of happiness. To be continued. From Tang Meng's perspective, if Ling Yun was really the one who had kicked over a dozen men in Qingyun Productions into eunuchs, then based on Ling Yun's capabilities, it was not impossible for him to think of a way to rob a bank and earn tens of millions of yuan. Tang Meng and Ling Yun had only known each other for a short time. Even though they had a certain level of tacit understanding when they worked together, it did not mean that he understood Ling Yun. Even Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, and Yao Rou did not understand Ling Yun at all. Each of them had only seen one side of Ling Yun. Ling Yun's attitude and intimacy towards each of them, and even the way he interacted with each of them, were all different. Yao Rou tried to seduce Ling Yun by showing off her nurse's uniform in front of Ling Yun. Then, she took off her clothes one by one and waited for Ling Yun to come and eat her up. Originally, Chao Shanshan wanted to pinch his thigh, but she accidentally pinched his thigh. In a panic, she wanted to let go, but she was held down tightly by Ling Yun. Under his deliberate training or seduction, Chao Shanshan hit him for an entire lesson. Shui Mining took the initiative to ask Ling Yun out and confess to him. She offered to be Ling Yun's girlfriend, but Ling Yun rejected her every single time. In the end, he only agreed to wait for her to graduate from high school. Zhuang Meifeng clung to Ling Yun, hinting and expressing her intentions. Ling Yun pretended to be confused, but he did not reject any of Zhuang Meifeng's methods. Other than the last step, Zhuang Meifeng was completely his. Needless to say, Ling Yun treated Ning Lingyu like a younger sister from the beginning, even more so than other people would treat their biological sisters. He even greedily and shamelessly demanded Murong Feishua's Maserati, but he never showed such generosity to the poor and weak Yao Rou. In a fit of rage, he asked the beautiful police officer Lin Menghan to get lost, but he took care of the pregnant Luli in every possible way. He even spent time, money, and energy to save her family. However, no matter what, these women were lucky. They saw Ling Yun's shamelessness, greed, arrogance, and gentleness, but they did not see Ling Yun's ruthlessness. Xiao Mimi, on the other hand, knew exactly how terrifying this handsome young man in front of her was. His eyes were clear and his face always had an indifferent smile on it. An 18-year-old young man who killed without batting an eyelid. When he said that he would send you to hell, he still had a calm smile on his face, as if he was coaxing you to sleep. After killing someone, he did not show any signs of discomfort. When he returned home, he carried Zhuang Meifeng to take a bath together. Xiao Mimi remembered that she had gone through so many extremely cruel training sessions. After her first mission to kill someone, she had vomited so much that she had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 whole days, up until now. Which one of them truly understood Ling Yun? These women chose their own ways to get close to Ling Yun, but which one of them could understand the real Ling Yun? Tang Meng and Ling Yun had only been together for 4 to 5 days. Even though he had a hazy impression of Ling Yun in his mind and had seen Ling Yun's various miraculous performances, he knew that he was still miles away from truly understanding Ling Yun. However, there was no doubt that the calm smile on Ling Yun's face, the calm and unruffled attitude, the arrogance and dominance that he displayed, and the unrestrained spirit that he had left a deep impression on Tang Meng. All of these combined gave Ling Yun a strange and mysterious charisma in front of everyone. Coupled with the fact that he had transformed from a fat pig to a sunny boy next door at an astonishing speed, this brought great shock to everyone who came into contact with him. The combination of this charm and this shock created a fatal attraction. Ling Yun was like a huge black hole, attracting the attention and emotions of everyone who came into contact with him, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Now that Tang Meng heard Ling Yun say that Miracle Dr. Shue's medical skills were average, he was speechless for a moment. However, he soon understood. Miracle Dr. Xue was unable to cure Li Qingchuan's illness, but Ling Yun cured him with a wave of his hand. Li Qingchuan was completely fine the night before yesterday. Not to mention Li Qingchuan, even Miracle Dr. Xue's old illness was cured by Ling Yun, so what if Miracle Dr. Xue's medical skills were average? Ling Yun had the right to do so, however, Tang Meng did not have the time to think about it. He was most concerned about Ling Yun's 50 million yuan. He calmed himself down and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Ling Yun and asked, "Boss, your 50 million yuan." Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a smack on the head. "Alright, don't think about it with that pig brain of yours. Do you think your boss would be so bored as to rob a bank?" Xiao Mimi, who was sitting on the sofa, could not help but twitch her sexy lips. She thought to herself, "You didn't rob a bank, but you took all the money from the 7 of us." Ling Yun turned his head to look at Xiao Mimi and gave her a questioning look. Xiao Mimi raised her slender right hand and gave him an okay sign. She then said in a sweet voice, "The transfer is successful. However, it's all in US dollars. You'll need to personally go to the bank to exchange it for Chinese currency." Tang Meng's tall body could not help but tremble when he heard Xiao Mimi's charming voice. He had never heard such a tender voice before. Ling Yun looked at Xiao Mimi thoughtfully and did not say a word. Then, he asked Tang Meng, "What time does the bank open?" Tang Meng bit the tip of his tongue forcefully to regain his senses. He hurriedly said, "Ah? Oh, 9 o'clock. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He immediately took out his phone and called Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan had just woken up. She was wearing a bikini and was comparing 2 dresses in her room. The 2 dresses were both low-cut, even lower than the one she wore yesterday. One was purplish-red while the other was white. The purplish-red dress was too bright while the white dress was a little translucent. This made Chao Shanshan very frustrated. Suddenly, her phone rang. This made Chao Shanshan a little annoyed. Due to the time difference, her cousin who was in America called her almost every morning. This annoyed Chao Shanshan to death. She threw the purplish-red dress on the bed and walked over to pick up the phone without looking at it. She said distractedly, "Are you crazy? Can you not be so punctual every day?" On the other end of the phone, Ling Yun was slightly stunned. "This is the first time I've called you. How did it become a daily call?" He was too lazy to think about it. He said directly, "I need to apply for leave. I can't go to class this morning. We'll talk in the afternoon." When Chao Shanshan heard that it was Ling Yun's voice, she was first shocked, then happy. Then, she furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. Chao Shanshan first looked at the phone in front of her eyes. It was indeed Ling Yun's coquettish 2069. She then put the phone back to her ear and said softly, "I'm sorry, I thought it was someone else just now. Please don't be angry." She then said softly, "Ling Yun, you just had a whole day of classes yesterday. Why are you applying for leave again today?" Chao Shanshan's thoughts were very complicated. If she was too harsh, she was afraid that Ling Yun would be unhappy. If she was too gentle, she was afraid that she would not be able to scare Ling Yun. She could not figure out her position in front of Ling Yun. Class monitor or girlfriend? This was indeed a very troublesome position. Ling Yun casually said, "I'm sick." Xianxia was shocked. She hurriedly said over the phone, "You're sick? What illness? Is it serious?" Seeing that she actually believed him, Ling Yun chuckled and said, "My balls hurt." It had to be said that this illness was really weird. Tang Meng, who was in the room, almost choked. Xiao Mimi, on the other hand, glanced at Ling Yun with her seductive eyes. She then blushed and looked away. Xianxia's face turned red. She suddenly thought about the incident yesterday. She asked with a trembling voice, Are you okay?" Xianxia thought to herself, Ling Yun did not look like he was okay yesterday. Why is his balls hurting all of a sudden? Xianxia was not sure whether Ling Yun's balls hurt or not. However, her wrist was really hurting. She only felt better after a whole night of hot compress. Ling Yun knew that Xianxia was thinking about yesterday's incident. He casually said, "I'll rest for the morning. Don't say that I'm skipping class. I've already applied for leave for you. I'm hanging up." Ling Yun hung up the phone after saying that. Ling Yun would not feel at ease if the $50 million was not in place. He did not even go to practice. Of course, he would not leave Xiao Mimi just for class. Ling Yun was not worried that Xiao Mimi would be able to undo his technique. He was worried that Xiao Mimi would be killed by someone else. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng, "I want to buy the best villa in Qingshui Wharf. I also want to buy one in Qingxi Villa District. Do you have any ways to save money?" Seeing that Ling Yun was serious, Tang Meng immediately perked up. He chuckled and said, "Boss, if you want to buy a house, you can look for Li Qingchuan. His aunt is the deputy director of the Land and Resources Bureau. She is in charge of land approval. She dotes on Li Qingchuan the most. You saved Brother Chuan's life, she will definitely help you." Ling Yun was overjoyed. "Alright, then go look for Li Qingchuan this morning and ask him for help. If you manage to get this done, I won't ask you for the money for the smartphone number card." Huh. Tang Meng could not help but stare at Ling Yun. He thought to himself, "Boss still remembers that I'm still short of $50,000. Tang Meng's tears could only flow silently in his heart. After a while, Tang Meng remembered the first thing that Ling Yun asked him to do. He then asked carefully, "Boss, about Li Tian Hotel, was it you?" Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng from the corner of his eyes. He then smirked and said, "That's right, it was me." When Tang Meng heard this, he almost fainted on the spot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Meng could not help but feel dizzy. More than 10 grown men had been turned into eunuchs in an instant. This was definitely an earth-shattering case. Tang Meng's father, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao, was going crazy. Ever since he found out about this, he had not returned home. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Even though all the leaders in the city tried to suppress the news, this shocking case still spread like wildfire in Qingshui City. Moreover, the more the higher-ups suppressed it, the more the news spread, especially on the internet. All kinds of rumors were flying everywhere in Qingshui Bar. When people met in private to chat, the first thing they said was, "Did you know, something happened at Li Tian Hotel?" Tang Meng was a nosy fellow. He had tried to find out what had happened at Li Tian Hotel from the uncles and uncles in the police station. However, these officers, who would usually tell Tang Meng about anything in the past, were very tight-lipped this time around and kept their mouths shut. The reason why Qingyun Productions dared to be so unscrupulous and arrogant in Qingshui City was because they had a powerful background. The waters of Qingyun Productions were very deep and connected to Beijing. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups send a stunning beauty like Lin Menghan to disguise herself as an ignorant young girl to infiltrate Qingyun Productions and collect evidence of their crimes? Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau was not to be trifled with. They were not stupid either. Would they let Qingyun Productions run amok in Qingshui City for so long? If they were that easy to deal with, they would have taken them down a long time ago. There was no need to go through so much trouble to take down a fake film company. Of course, there was another reason why the leaders of the city tried so hard to suppress this matter. This matter was related to the reputation of the beautiful police officer, Lin Minghan. To the higher-ups of Xianxia City, Lin Minghan's reputation was more important than the entire case. Her background was simply too powerful. If the few people in Lin Minghan's family were to be provoked, any one of them would be able to shake the entire Xianxia City with a stomp of their feet. Looking at Tang Meng's shocked and dizzy expression, Ling Yan could not help but laugh. He turned his head and glanced at Xiaomimi. He thought to himself, I even killed people last night. What's the big deal about kicking more than 10 people until they were crippled? Tang Meng calmed himself down and took a few deep breaths. Then, he scratched his head and said seriously, Boss, this is a big deal. If we don't handle it well, it will be very troublesome. This was a major event that could affect everything. As a senior high school student, no matter how smart he was, he did not know how to deal with it. Tang Meng still did not know that Ling Yan had kicked Go Junfa's father, Go Lianqing, into a eunuch. If he knew, he would probably want to die. As for Go Junfa, he did not even have the chance to carry out his evil schemes on Ling Yan. The moment he left the hospital, he went to his father's bedside and cried his heart out. Ling Yan was not afraid of trouble. Last night, he was chased by international assassins. This was nothing to him. Moreover, there was still Lin Menghan, the best witness. He left all the trouble to Lin Menghan and did not think much about it. He chuckled and said, troublesome my ***. Those people are all criminals. Treating them like that was already considered letting them off lightly. They are considered lucky. If they were to fall into my hands in another 2 months, in another 2 months, Ling Yan would reach the Qi cultivation stage. Ling Yan had ways to make these people disappear from the face of the earth and ensure that the police would not be able to find a trace of them. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Yan did not kill the 6 assassins last night. He did not have the means to destroy the corpses and did not want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Tang Meng thought for a long time but still could not come up with a solution. He thought to himself that he could only take it one step at a time. If it really did not work, he would ask Ming Er's grandfather to take action. He guaranteed that everything would be settled in a matter of minutes. Boss, what do you mean now? Tang Meng looked at Ling Yan in confusion. He remembered that Ling Yan said that he would bring him and Tai Xiaohu to collect the debt from Qingyun Productions. Ling Yan frowned and looked at Tang Meng. I say, are you scared out of your wits? How are you going to work for me in the future with such little guts? Tang Meng scratched his head awkwardly. He was a hedonistic son of a rich family. Even though he believed that learning was useless and did not care about boring things like studying, he was still able to consider all aspects of the matter when dealing with other matters. He was very thorough. If the person sitting in front of Ling Yan was Tai Xiaohu, he would definitely ask Ling Yan when they were going without a second thought. This was because Tai Xiaohu had been collecting debts for the past 2 years. That was his profession. Tang Meng was a little embarrassed. Boss, I just have to think about it for you. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said directly, today, I will bring you and Tai Xiaohu to be arrogant for once. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on collecting debts with me. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Tang Meng's heroic spirit soared. He threw all his worries to the back of his mind and patted his chest. Understood. Since boss did not care, why did he have to think so much? After the 2 matters were settled, Ling Yan glanced at Xiaomimi before saying to Tang Meng, alright, go and find out about buying a villa. I'll give you a call before 9 o'clock. Remember, the sooner the better. Ling Yan still had to bring Zhuang Meifeng and Xiaomimi out later. One was going to the bank while the other was going to the shopping mall. Both of them could not be seen in public at the moment, so of course, they would have to use Tang Meng's car. Tang Meng did not hesitate and left immediately. Ling Yan clapped his hands and smiled at Xiaomimi. He then said to her, I will buy you some clothes today. Then, he returned to his own bedroom. Zhuang Meifeng was still in a deep sleep. She did not have a single piece of clothing on. Her smooth, snow-white body was slanted on the bed towards where Ling Yan was lying. Her snow-white back shone with a crystal-like luster. One of Zhuang Meifeng's voluptuous, slender legs was still on the body of the Ling Yun that was no longer there. Her other leg was stretched out naturally, which allowed Ling Yun to see the layers of pink cleavage between her legs. Her countless strands of hair were scattered on the bed sheet, messily intertwining with each other. Her entire body exuded a strange and sexy charm and radiance. It was definitely a rare sight in the world of a beauty sleeping. Zhuang Meifeng had been tormented by Ling Yun until 5 a.m. last night before she could not take it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. It was not even 7 a.m., so naturally, she would not be able to wake up. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng's sleeping posture, Ling Yun could not help but smile and shake his head. Then, he turned on the computer. This was the first time he had turned on a computer. On Zhuang Meifeng's shopping list, there was a computer table and a very comfortable boss's chair. Ling Yun sat on the boss's chair and felt very comfortable. Once the computer was turned on, it automatically connected to the internet. The landlord had installed a 4 megabit network speed. Even though it was not fast, it was not slow either. Following the memories in his mind and watching Ming Lingyu's demonstration, Ling Yun quickly got the hang of it. He began to browse the web page by page. After 7 to 8 minutes, Ling Yun stopped. He could not help but mutter, "This thing is similar to our communication jade slips in the cultivation world." The communication jade slips in the cultivation world were the highest grade. Not only could they transmit information, they could also transmit images and sounds. Speaking of which, it was similar to the computer network in modern society. Just like when Ling Yun had reached the tribulation stage, the communication jade slips that he created were all-encompassing and all-encompassing. If one were to really compare them, even the computers in modern society could not compare. However, these things, including the immortal weapons, Dao weapons, precious weapons, elixirs, spiritual talismans, and spatial rings, were all destroyed by the horrifying heaven's tribulation. Now, whenever Ling Yun thought about the heaven's tribulation, he would be terrified. Who did he offend to give him such a terrifying heaven's tribulation? However, Ling Yun still seriously studied all kinds of computer knowledge. Of course, he could only use the mouse to browse the web. As for typing, he really did not know how to do it. He had no memory of this aspect at all. Xianxia sat in the car that was sent to school. On the way, she could not wait to call her form teacher, Kong Xiuru. "Teacher Kong, there's something I have to tell you. Originally, I thought that Ling Yun's foundation in mathematics was not good and that he would not be able to catch up in such a short period of time. However, last night, he solved a very difficult comprehensive question. Not only did he get it right, but his method of solving it was even better than mine." Xianxia was not stingy with her praises. Of course, these were all facts. Hearing this, Kong Xiuru was moved. She immediately asked Xianxia, "You mean to say that Ling Yun's mathematics results will not be that bad?" Of course, Kong Xiuru was excited. From her and Xianxia's point of view, mathematics was the most difficult subject for a liberal arts student. If one were to fall behind in this subject, it would be impossible to catch up in a short period of time. No matter how good one's memory was, memorizing all the formulas would be useless. If that was the case, mathematics would definitely become Ling Yun's shortcoming. This would cause him to be unable to get into a top-tier university even if he tried his best. However, if what Xianxia said was true, then Ling Yun's mathematics results would no longer be his shortcoming. Then, the possibility of him getting into a top-tier university would greatly increase. As the form teacher of grade 12 class 6, Kong Xiuru was most concerned about her own teaching results. And the biggest indicator of teaching results was the enrollment rate. A student who was bound to be a hindrance to her class's enrollment rate now had a chance to get into a top-tier university. It would be strange if she was not excited. On the other end of the phone, Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "Teacher Kong, in my opinion, Ling Yun's mathematics results might actually be the best. Based on my current understanding of him, his biggest shortcoming should be your subject, English." Kong Xiuru did not even think before saying excitedly, "Very good, very good. Don't worry, as long as Ling Yun's memory is as good as you say, I am confident that he will be able to catch up within a month." English was nothing more than memorizing phonetic symbols and memorizing words. There were only a few grammar points. As long as one's memory was good enough, listening, reading and writing were not a problem. Speaking of which, English was a subject that relied purely on memory. The prerequisite was that one had to be able to read. Ling Yan's biggest problem now was that he did not know how to read. He did not even know the phonetic symbols. How could he not have a headache? When a dog bites a porcupine, there is nowhere to bite. Now, without a doubt, Kang Xiuru's top priority was to help Ling Yan remove all the thorns from the porcupine that was English. Just as Kang Xiuru was thinking about how her enrollment rate had increased by another 2%, she heard Xianxia say, "Teacher, Ling Yan has applied for leave today. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. What? Ling Yan applied for leave again? What's the reason? Kang Xiuru panicked. If Ling Yan was in the past, she wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he didn't come to class for 3 months, much less applying for a leave of absence. This wasn't to say that Kang Xiuru wasn't being responsible. On the contrary, as Ling Yan's form teacher, she had done everything she should. She had taken the initiative to look for Ling Yan countless times to talk to her, communicate, spur her on, and guide her patiently. She had even looked for Ning Lingyu many times because of Ling Yan's lack of ambition. She had even asked Ning Lingyu to call her mother, Qin Xiuyue, over to the school to talk to her. However, even though Ling Yan's mother, Qin Xiuyue, was so beautiful that even Kang Xiuru felt ashamed of herself, the words that came out of her mouth left Kang Xiuru speechless and helpless. At that time, Qin Xiuyue only smiled and said to Kang Xiuru, "You don't have to care about him, let him be." Since the emperor was not anxious, the eunuchs were anxious. What else could Kang Xiuru say? In the first semester of the 3rd year of high school, Kang Xiuru even went to Ling Yan's house to do a home visit. However, Qin Xiuyue was still as calm as ever. From Kang Xiuru's point of view, it was as if everything that happened to Ling Yan in school had nothing to do with Qin Xiuyue. From then on, Kang Xiuru completely gave up on Ling Yan. Just like what Qin Xiuyue said, it didn't matter if Ling Yan attended class or not. As long as it didn't affect other students' studies, she would let it be. In Kang Xiuru's heart, she was very dissatisfied with Qin Xiuyue. She thought that Ling Yan wasn't Qin Xiuyue's biological son after all. A child without a mother was really pitiful. However, things were different now. Ling Yan had already displayed his great potential. Not only did he possess a terrifying memory, he had also made up for his shortcomings in mathematics. There was no doubt that he was a good seedling for university. Kang Xiuru didn't care whether Qin Xiuyue cared about Ling Yan or not. However, as Ling Yan was her student, she had to be responsible for him till the end, never abandon, never give up on any student. This was Kang Xiuru's biggest belief as a teacher. Therefore, now that Kang Xiuru heard that Ling Yan had taken a leave of absence for no reason, how could she not be anxious? Sitting at the back of the car, Xianxia thought about the reason Ling Yan gave her and replied softly, "Teacher, Ling Yan said that he's sick and needs to rest for the morning." Kang Xiuru thought about it seriously. Even though Ling Yan was a good-for-nothing in the past, he had never lied before. She could only nod her head and say, "Oh, so he's sick. Let's see if he'll come to class in the afternoon. If he doesn't, give me his phone number. I'll call him myself and ask him what's wrong with him." After hanging up the phone, Xianxia pulled out Ling Yan's number from her phone and angrily said to Ling Yan's name on the screen, "Humph, pain in the balls my ass." My God. Ling Yan's pain in the balls was fake. However, there were indeed people in Qingshui City who were in pain today. There were at least a dozen of them. Not only were their testicles in pain, but they were also in excruciating pain. It was excruciating and heart-wrenching. Even though the doctor had given them tranquilizers, they were still rolling around in pain. Ling Linga, a Ling for a Ling the Go Lianqing was in so much pain. He was in so much pain that he was rolling on the bed. Not only did his balls hurt, his heart ached. His heart was dead. When Go Lianqing woke up from his coma and heard what the doctor told him, he was completely shocked. He was so shocked that he forgot about the pain. Actually, he didn't need the doctor to tell him that. The first thing he did after waking up was to touch his lower body. Then, he realized tragically that his manhood was gone. It was really gone, a cucumber and 2 eggs, all gone. Therefore, to be precise, Go Lianqing wasn't suffering from a pain in his balls. His lower body was in pain from the bandage wound from the amputation surgery. At that time, Ling Yun, in a fit of rage, kicked Go Lianqing, director Zhang, and manager Wang. All three of them were in the same situation. Their lower bodies were all amputated and they became eunuchs. As a real estate tycoon in Xianxia City, Go Lianqing's name was well known and he had many connections with the heads of the underworld. Especially in the past 10 years, ever since Go Lianqing entered the real estate industry, he had everything he wanted. His family's assets had reached a terrifying number of billions. Even though Go Lianqing was a nouveau riche in Xianxia City, he still couldn't compare to the richest man in Xianxia City, Xianxia Zhuang family medical group. However, under his painstaking efforts in the past 2 years, he was already on par with them. Otherwise, his only son, Go Junfa, wouldn't have been so arrogant and domineering in Qingshui High. Go Lianqing was a meticulous and cunning person. He did things without leaving a trace and loved to stab people in the back. He would do anything to achieve his goals. If he couldn't do it in the open, he would do it in the dark. If he couldn't do it in the open, he would do it in the dark. If he couldn't do it in the dark, he would use beauty. In any case, whoever stood in his way would be dead. However, Go Lianqing didn't leave any room for argument on the surface. He walked the same path as Xie Zhenyan from Qingshui High. The impression he gave was that he was kind, affable, rich, and benevolent. He even pretended to do some charity work. On the surface, he only had one problem, and that was that he was lecherous. Go Lianqing was too lecherous. Moreover, he wasn't ashamed of it. In fact, he was proud of it and never tried to hide it. In his own words, as a man, if he doesn't play with thousands of women in his life, he's not a man. Go Lianqing's only goal was to work tirelessly towards the goal that he had mentioned. Go Lianqing couldn't go without a woman at night. At his peak, he had slept with 13 women. Before Ling Yun crippled him with a kick, he had already achieved a quarter of his goal. When Go Lianqing played with women, he had a very unique characteristic. He would never engage in prostitution, and he would never touch any prostitutes. Instead, he only played with women from good families. Female celebrities, female models, female doctors, female teachers, female air stewardesses, female students, and married women. In any case, as long as he fancied them, he would either do it himself or get his subordinates to do it. He would try his best to get them for him to enjoy. Of course, Go Lianqing's wife, who was also Go Junfa's birth mother, was also a weirdo. The two of them had their own fun, neither interfering with the other nor disturbing the other. Go Lianqing often walked by the river, so his shoes never got wet. However, he would never have imagined that on the night before yesterday, when he was so close to having Lin Menghan, someone would barge in and rescue her. Not only that, the person had also kicked his manhood until it was broken. This was simply the perfect interpretation of the cycle of heaven and retribution. Now, Go Lianqing was lying naked in the most luxurious ward in the provincial hospital. Enduring the burning pain in his lower body, he stared blankly at the ceiling. His murky eyes were empty, and no one knew what he was thinking about. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Cry? He didn't dare to cry because Ling Yun had not only kicked him once. The second kick had landed on his lower abdomen. He had to be careful even to take a deep breath, let alone cry out loud. Dad, do you know who that person is? If you do, I'll bring my men to chop him up and feed him to the dogs to avenge you. Go Junfa's eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. His face had never been this twisted before as he spoke in a voice filled with hatred. This was no different from killing his father. To the vengeful Go Junfa, it would be a miracle if he could take it. Go Lianqing didn't say a word. He continued to stare blankly at the ceiling as he shook his head slowly. Go Junfa could more or less understand Go Lianqing's current feelings. Seeing that his father didn't know anything, he could only think for a while before saying hatefully, Dad, don't worry. This vengeance is irreconcilable. Even if we have to spend 100 million, or even 1 billion, we will find that person and grind his bones to ashes so that he will never be able to reincarnate. Go Lianqing's crime was at most attempted prostitution. Coupled with his extensive network of connections, the police didn't make things difficult for him. They didn't even ask for a fine and let him off the hook. They only asked him to cooperate with the investigation. That was why Go Lianqing was different from the people from Qingyun Productions. There were no police officers standing guard outside his ward. Otherwise, Go Junfa wouldn't have dared to say such things. As for Go Lianqing's wife, she was traveling in Europe with 2 male models at the time of the incident. She hadn't rushed back yet. That person is very powerful, cough cough. Go Lianqing suddenly said. However, he couldn't help but cough twice due to the sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Even though his lower body was crippled, his eyes and brain were still there. He could tell that Ling Yun was not an ordinary person since he was able to injure him so badly with just one kick. Go Junfa gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, I don't care how powerful he is. We have money and manpower. We have to avenge him no matter what." Go Lianqing stared at his son silently for a long time. 2 droplets of turbid tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. At his age, he would not simply attribute this kind of thing to bad luck. He had played with so many women and used money to hit them. Sometimes, he used money to hit their fathers and husbands. Now, there was a woman who refused to admit it. Naturally, it was his turn to be unlucky. There was nothing to say. "Dad, do you know the name of the B*TCH that night? We can start our investigation from there." Go Lianqing was highly intelligent. Go Junfa wasn't stupid either. He quickly figured out what was going on. The woman Go Junfa was referring to was Lin Menghan. After a long time, Go Lianqing said in a low and slow voice, "Son, I don't think this matter is as simple as it seems. Don't act rashly for the next few days. Let's listen to what's going on first." Even though Go Lianqing tried his best to speak calmly, he still felt tired after speaking so much in one go. He started coughing again. Go Lianqing remembered Ling Yun's words before he left. He said that he would take the interest first and come back to collect the debt. Therefore, he wanted to find out what kind of person this mysterious young man who was skilled in martial arts was. Even though he had suffered such a huge loss and was filled with hatred, Go Lianqing still followed his own principles and dealt with the situation by sticking to his guns. Go Junfa still worshipped his father. He knew that Go Lianqing already had a plan in mind. He could only suppress the humiliation and hatred in his heart and nodded silently. For this kind of thing, other than thinking of ways to take revenge, there was no other way. Go Junfa's plan for Ling Yun had to be delayed due to Go Lianqing's sudden misfortune. Of course, if Go Junfa knew that the person who had kicked his father to such a state was Ling Yun, he would not have been able to sit still. In the same provincial hospital, there were more than 10 surgical wards that were filled with policemen. They watched as doctors and nurses walked in and out of the wards. These were the wards of the people from Qingyun Productions. They no longer needed the genitourinary department. The only thing the doctors could do for them was to treat the external injuries. Some bandaged, some removed, but there was nothing they could do to save them. Not a single one could be saved. Huang Feiyang, the general manager of Qingyun Productions, was sitting in Director Zhang's ward under the guise of visiting. He was silently looking at Director Zhang, who was sweating profusely from the pain. His face was very gloomy. Huang Feiyang was very scared. If he hadn't rushed back to Beijing to report the night before yesterday, he would probably be no different from Director Zhang right now. Because the policemen were standing at the door, Huang Feiyang didn't ask too many questions about Director Zhang. He had already understood the gist of the situation from the policemen. Moreover, Huang Feiyang knew that the police were also paying close attention to this incident. If he didn't handle it well this time, he would definitely be in big trouble. He might even be sent to jail for a few years. "You should recuperate first. I will personally handle this matter." Huang Feiyang was silent for a long time before he finally opened his mouth and spoke slowly to Director Zhang, who was struggling in pain on the sickbed. A murderous intent flashed in Huang Feiyang's eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. At 8:30 in the morning, Ling Yun turned around to look at Zhuang Meifeng, who was still sleeping soundly. He smiled and shook his head before turning off the computer and walking out of the bedroom. Ling Yun had a photographic memory. After more than an hour of cramming, he was already very familiar with how to use a computer. After gently closing the bedroom door for Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun did not even look at Xiao Mimi, who was sitting lazily on the sofa as he walked out of the courtyard. He walked to the entrance of the courtyard and took out his phone to call Tai Xiaohu. He only said one sentence, "Come to my place before 9 and follow me to collect the bill." Sure enough, when Tai Xiaohu heard that Ling Yun was going to collect the bill, he immediately agreed and hung up the phone. "What did you say? Ling Yun wants to buy a big villa? And 2 of them? Did I hear that right?" In Tang Meng's Hummer, 30 meters away from the entrance of the municipal committee, Li Qingchuan looked at Tang Meng as if he was a lunatic. Tang Meng raised his hand and flicked the cigarette ash outside the window before taking a deep puff and exhaling all the smoke onto the front window. He then said slowly, "Brother Chuan, you didn't hear wrong, it's true. I'll buy it today." Li Qingchuan was dumbfounded and his mouth was wide open for a long time before he mumbled, "Awesome, that's just 2F** king awesome." Tang Meng laughed awkwardly as he thought to himself, "Brother Chuan is older than me after all, his reaction is way better than mine." After Li Qingchuan recovered from his shock, he shook his head and asked Tang Meng, "Then why are you looking for me?" Tang Meng did not need to beat around the bush when talking to Li Qingchuan. He said directly, "Brother Chuan, is there a need to ask? Since boss has entrusted such a big task to me, I'm here to learn from you." Li Qingchuan nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Tang Meng. "One at Qingshui Wharf and one at Qingxi Villa District. I want the best. What's the lowest discount I can get?" Li Qingchuan gave it some serious thought before replying in an uncertain tone, "I'll have to ask my aunt about this myself. Who knows, I might even have to talk to my dad first. However, I don't think it'll be more than 40% off." Tang Meng was overjoyed. If the total value of the 2 villas was 40 million, a 40% discount would be 24 million. Li Qingchuan's words had saved Ling Yun at least 16 million. Looking at Tang Meng's excited expression, Li Qingchuan could not help but pour cold water on him. "Hey kid, don't get too excited yet. I'm only guessing right now. Everything will have to wait until I get to the bottom of it." Tang Meng chuckled as he nodded his head vigorously. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he stared at Li Qingchuan solemnly and said, "Brother Chuan, there's something I have to tell you. No matter how many discounts we get, no matter how big or small, we can't take boss's money." Li Qingchuan was infuriated by Tang Meng's words. He raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a big smack on the head. "F***ck, I think you only have Ling Yun in your eyes right now, don't you? What kind of person do you think I am? Ling Yun is my savior. Our whole family is discussing how to invite him over as a guest. Why would I be pumping water here?" Tang Meng knew that Li Qingchuan would say this. So what if he was given a big smack on the head? However, he had no choice but to remind Li Qingchuan. Tens of millions of dollars in funds, no matter which layer it was, could easily be exchanged for tens of millions of dollars with just a few words or tricks. Although this amount was not much to Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng, it was related to Ling Yun's opinion of Tang Meng. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was not a person who would allow himself to be taken advantage of no matter what. If Ling Yun found out that there was something fishy going on in this matter, then the relationship between Tang Meng and Ling Yun would basically come to an end. Therefore, Tang Meng had to be cautious. Tang Meng smiled sheepishly. "Brother Chuan, don't you know what I'm capable of? This is my first time handling such a big project. It's inevitable that I'm a little nervous." Having grown up with the same pair of pants, Li Qingchuan knew what Tang Meng was thinking. He looked at Tang Meng with a smile and said, "I see that you have set your sights on Ling Yun and are planning to follow him to the end. If this goes on, you might even fall out with Uncle Tang for the sake of Ling Yun." Tang Meng's face turned red from Li Qingchuan's stare. He scratched his head and argued, "That depends on this situation." Li Qingchuan laughed. "Alright, forget about you coming to me personally. Even if Ling Yun were to give me a call, I would still do my best to get this done. Just wait for my call." Tang Meng nodded his head hurriedly and chuckled. "Brother Chuan, I'll make a move first. I still have a lot of things to do today." Li Qingchuan got out of the car and coolly closed the door for Tang Meng. He waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Tang Meng started the Hummer and the car quickly turned around and left. Li Qingchuan watched Tang Meng's car disappear into the distance. He was deep in thought. After a while, he shook his head and sighed. "That's amazing. Tens of millions. How did Ling Yan manage to get his hands on that without any power or influence? With that, Li Qingchuan took out his phone and made a call as he walked towards the courtyard of the standing committee of the municipal committee. Tai Xiaohu arrived at Ling Yan's residence in less than 20 minutes. He did not hail a cab. Instead, he ran. "Come in." Just as Tai Xiaohu arrived at Ling Yan's courtyard, he heard Ling Yan's voice. As Tai Xiaohu entered the courtyard, Ling Yan raised his head and glanced at him. He could not help but secretly praise this kid for being a genius in cultivation. The moment Tai Xiaohu stood in the courtyard like a tower, Ling Yan could tell that not only had Tai Xiaohu mastered the stellar condensation technique that he had taught him, he was also able to multitask. He had started to circulate this technique continuously to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars to strengthen his body. Now, the muscles on Tai Xiaohu's body were still bulging like a dragon, but the lines were much softer and smoother. They were no longer rock-like lumps of hard lumps. Such muscles were undoubtedly more flexible and explosive. Tai Xiaohu's arrival also attracted the attention of another person. That person was Xiaomimi, who was sitting on the sofa board. She took one look at Tai Xiaohu and could not help but exclaim in her heart, "The pinnacle of Hotian realm level 1. Ling Yan smiled in satisfaction and said, "You ran here?" Tai Xiaohu used more than 10 minutes to run more than 10 kilometers. His face was not flushed and he was not out of breath. His heartbeat was also normal. Tai Xiaohu was rather proud of the results of his cultivation over the past 2 days. He had been cultivating at home for the past 2 days so that he could give Ling Yan a surprise when he saw him again. "Yes." Tai Xiaohu nodded his head. "Do you feel it now?" "How do you feel?" Ling Yan continued to ask. "It feels wonderful." Tai Xiaohu hesitated for a long time before he finally came up with a more appropriate word. "That's good. How does it feel to ask for money from others?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. "It feels great." Tai Xiaohu did not hesitate this time. He grinned and said with his eyes shining. Ling Yan nodded his head again and said, "Follow me." He turned around and walked into the house. After entering the house, Ling Yan pointed at Xiaomimi, who was sitting on the sofa, and said to Tai Xiaohu, "From now on, let her teach you how to kill." Xiaomimi smiled at Tai Xiaohu charmingly but did not get up. She continued to lean on the sofa in an extremely lazy manner. Tai Xiaohu's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw Xiaomimi's charming smile. He did not dare to look directly at Xiaomimi's soul-stirring gaze. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes." Tai Xiaohu was obsessed with martial arts and did not like beauties. Naturally, he was not as unbearable as Tang Meng. However, he did not know why. Even if that was the case, he still felt his insides tremble when Xiaomimi casually stared at him. Ling Yan once again looked at Xiaomimi thoughtfully without saying a word. Xiaomimi's expression was a little unnatural as she avoided Ling Yan's gaze. "The two of you should get to know each other first," Ling Yan said lightly and returned to the bedroom once again. This was the largest bedroom in the house. It was the master bedroom, and there was a 2-meter-long corridor between the bedroom and the living room that could only allow 2 people to walk side by side. It was just enough to block the view of the people in the living room. Therefore, Ling Yan pushed the door open and entered without worrying about Tai Xiaohu and Xiaomimi seeing her sleeping posture. Ling Yan came to the bed and gently leaned over to kiss Xiaomimi, who was still lying on the bed. Then, he said gently, "Stop pretending to be asleep, get up quickly to buy you some clothes." Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful almond-shaped eyes were still tightly shut, but her long eyelashes were slightly trembling. Her soft and beautiful lips suddenly curled into a charming smile. Her 2 snow-white arms stretched out at the same time and wrapped around Ling Yan's neck. "Bad hubby, how did you know that I was already awake?" Zhuang Mimi pouted lazily and coquettishly. Ling Yan was entangled by Zhuang Mimi for a long time before he finally escaped from her embrace. "Your breathing betrayed you." The sound and speed of an unconscious breathing during sleep and a deliberate breathing after waking up are different. Ling Yan smiled as he explained. Then, he said to Zhuang Mimi, "Hurry up and get up since you are awake. I can already hear the sound of Tang Meng's Hummer engine. I didn't sleep enough, I really didn't want to." Even though Zhuang Mimi said that, she used her arms to support herself and sat up on the bed. She shook her head lightly and used her snow-white hands to rub her eyes. Her long black hair was scattered all over her shoulders and beautiful back, with a few strands covering her chest. Her slender waist that could not even be held by a single hand twisted slightly and her snow-white legs crossed. Ling Yan's Adam's apple trembled violently as he looked at her. This scene could not help but remind him of the craziness between them last night. If it was not for the fact that his pure young body could not be broken, Ling Yan would have definitely eaten Zhuang Mimi last night. "Hubby, where are we going today?" Zhuang Mimi naturally put on her clothes. Even though she could not help but blush under Ling Yan's hot gaze, she did not have any intention of avoiding him. "First to the bank, then I will buy you some clothes." Ling Yan chuckled. "Alright, hurry up and wash up after you wake up. Tang Meng is here." With that, he hugged Zhuang Mimi and kissed her before walking out of the bedroom to fetch Tang Meng. "Boss, I have already told Brother Chuan about the villa. He will give me a reply soon." Tang Meng jumped out of the car after parking the car and shouted as he rushed into the courtyard. "Come in, we will be leaving soon." Ling Yan waved at Tang Meng. After entering the house, Tang Meng briefly explained to Ling Yan about buying a villa. 20 minutes later, Zhuang Meifeng had finished washing up and the five of them left the house. All of them entered the Hummer and headed towards ICBC. Tang Meng drove while Tai Xiaohu sat in the front passenger seat. Ling Yan sat behind Tang Meng with the beautiful Zhuang Mimi beside him. On the other side of Zhuang Mimi was the charming Xiao Mimi. At this point, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both under Ling Yan's command. With Ling Yan as the center, the two of them formed an iron triangle that would strike fear into the hearts of all the powers in China. Today, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu appeared by Ling Yan's side at the same time and followed Ling Yan to Qingyun Productions to collect debts. This was the beginning of their legendary lives. Ling Yan gently hugged Zhuang Mimi's slender waist and smiled gently at her. "After we finish our business at the bank, we will be going to buy clothes for you. Have you thought about where to buy them?" Zhuang Mimi bit her lips lightly and glanced at Ling Yan charmingly. She was overjoyed and said shyly, "That depends on whether you are willing to spend money or not." Ling Yan laughed. "Don't worry, today is the day we are going to buy a villa. Who cares about a few clothes? You can buy whatever clothes you want and as many as you want." Ling Yan was in a good mood after earning 50 million yuan in one night and being served by Zhuang Mimi last night. "This is what you said. You can't go back on your words when the time comes, okay?" Zhuang Mimi used her slender hand to draw circles on Ling Yan's chest as if there was no one else around. The other three people in the car all looked down and pretended not to see anything. They were thinking about their own things and pretended not to see anything. "I won't go back on my words." Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan had a lot of things to do today. He sped up the car and arrived at the biggest business hall in the city center in no time. He parked the car in front of the door. The five of them got out of the car. Ling Yan hugged Zhuang Mimi and led the way into the business hall. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu followed behind him. Xiao Mimi observed the surroundings out of habit before following them in. At this time, it was already 9:20 a.m. The staff in the bank had just started work. When they saw the 3 men and 2 women swaggering in with an imposing manner, they could not help but look at them. It could not be helped. Any one of these 5 people was already eye-catching enough, let alone all 5 of them standing together. Ling Yan brought Zhuang Mimi to the front of the counter and handed over the bank card in his hand. He smiled at the staff behind the counter and said, "Check the account." 1 minute felt like an eternity to Ling Yan. However, 1 minute later, Ling Yan heard the trembling voice of the female staff behind the counter. "Hello sir, you have $1 million in your account, which is equivalent to 55 million yuan. The voice of the staff was not as good as Zhuang Mimi's and Xiao Mimi's. However, to Ling Yan, it was the most beautiful voice in the world. 55 million yuan. That was King awesome. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yan's group of 5 had different identities, but they were all people who had seen money before. When the 5 of them heard that Ling Yan had $1 million in his account, which was equivalent to 55 million yuan, they all had different reactions. Tang Meng was stunned at first, but it was quickly replaced by ecstasy. Even though he had followed Ling Yun's instructions to look for Li Qingchuan for help, he still felt uneasy. This was because 50 million yuan was definitely not a small amount to Tang Meng. Ling Yun had no power or influence. How could he possibly have 50 million yuan in one night? However, now that he had heard the confirmation from the bank staff that Ling Yun indeed had 50 million in his account, he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Immediately, he thought about how he could complete the task assigned to him by Ling Yun. Not only did he have to satisfy Ling Yun, he had to do it to perfection and save as much money as possible for his boss. Under the stimulation of 50 million US dollars, Tang Meng's mind had never been so active before. In this world, the rich had their own ways of doing things. A rich person could use the same amount of money to do 10 things, but a person with only 1 million could only use it to buy a house or a car. Tai Xiaohu was shocked for a moment, but it was only for a moment. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he did not have any other reaction. Money and women did not seem to be important to Tai Xiaohu. What he really cared about was his own strength. When Xiao Mimi heard that the 1 million US dollars had finally been transferred to Ling Yun's account, she felt as though a huge burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Her entire body felt much more relaxed. Xiao Mimi knew better than anyone else that if the 1 million US dollars had not been transferred, Ling Yun would have killed her without hesitation. He would not have given her any chance. Therefore, when she heard that the 1 million US dollars had finally been transferred to Ling Yun's account, Xiao Mimi could only sigh in her heart. Her charming face had never been so radiant before. As the richest family in Xianxia City, a mere 50 million US dollars was nothing to her. However, she was more shocked than anyone else. She was not shocked by the money, but by Ling Yun's ability. Ling Yun's ability to make money was simply too fast. On the first night they were together, Ling Yun took out a check for 1 million US dollars and 600,000 US dollars in cash. The next night, Ling Yun came back with a money box. After confirming that there were exactly 300 bundles of cash in the box, $3 million. When he came back last night, Ling Yun said that he had obtained 50 million yuan. Today, when he checked the accounts at the bank, there was indeed 50 million yuan. What kind of terrifying earning speed was this? It was no different from robbing money. The truth was, other than the $1 million check, the rest of Ling Yun's money was either stolen or extorted. It didn't matter if it was big or small. Sir, what other services do you require? We will do our best to meet your requirements. That staff member's attitude towards Ling Yun changed in an instant. It was practically filled with fear and trepidation. This was a big client of the bank. She was just a small employee, so she couldn't afford to offend him. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Meifeng, who was looking at him with adoration and admiration. I don't know about all this. What do you think I should do? Zhuang Meifeng was an internationally certified accountant and financial actuary. She was practically the best personal financial consultant. If not her, who else could he ask? In front of everyone in the bank, Zhuang Meifeng smiled and took the initiative to give Ling Yun a kiss. After a long time, she said, leave 1 million USD in the account and change the rest of the funds to Chinese currency. Hello sir, I am the vice president of this branch of ICBC. This is my name card. How may I be of service? A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit walked out and spoke politely to Ling Yun. He handed his name card over to Ling Yun with both hands. Ling Yun smiled as he received the name card from the vice president. He then casually passed it to Zhuang Meifeng, who was in his arms, and gave her a questioning look. Zhuang Meifeng took the name card and glanced at it. She then smiled faintly and said, President Li, we do have a few business matters to settle. President Li was afraid that they would not have any business. He immediately smiled warmly and said, please wait a moment. He turned to the staff behind the counter and instructed them. He then turned back to Ling Yun and the rest and said, may I know if the few of you can come to my office for a chat? It's quieter there. Zhuang Meifeng gave Ling Yun a mischievous look, asking him if he wanted to go. Ling Yun nodded his head lightly and brought the four of them to follow President Li. Without a doubt, with the amount of funds in Ling Yun's card, he had already become a super VIP customer of this branch. Naturally, the treatment he received was extraordinary. After the few of them arrived at President Li's office, President Li very warmly served them tea and water. He was very polite and attentive. After a simple greeting, Zhuang Meifeng smiled and said to President Li, "President Li, I would like to ask, based on the amount of funds in your bank, what kind of treatment can we enjoy?" President Li looked at Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng as if they were the gods of fortune. He smiled and said, "According to Mr. Ling's deposit, he is now a Diamond Supreme VIP customer of ICBC. He can enjoy all the treatment of our Diamond Supreme VIP customers." Zhuang Meifeng nodded and smiled in a professional manner. "Thank you, President Li. The main reason we are here today is to convert the $7.1 million in our account to Chinese currency. Another reason is that there will be a lot of transactions with this bank card in the future. I hope that President Li can open a green channel for us. This way, we won't have to go to the bank every time we want to." President Li nodded his head and said with a smile, "I will arrange for someone to handle the conversion. As for the green channel, this is originally a service that Diamond Supreme VIP customers should enjoy. We will open it for Mr. Ling today. For Diamond Supreme VIP customers, the bank would have specialized financial management personnel to provide them with financial management services." Of course, Ling Yun had Zhuang Meifeng by his side, so he naturally did not need such services. The main reason why Zhuang Meifeng wanted the green channel was for convenience. With this green channel, Ling Yun would only need to make a call or send a text message to his specialized financial management personnel to handle all his transactions. He would not need to go to the bank personally in the future. This would undoubtedly save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Identification, phone number, setting up all kinds of passwords, filling in forms and signing. President Li arranged for his subordinates to go in and out several times. Ling Yun did not even have to stand up once. In just half an hour, all the transactions were completed. In this half an hour, Ling Yun got Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to bring in the $3 million from the car and put it into his bank card. This would save him the trouble of carrying so much cash around. "Is everything all right? If there's nothing else, shall we leave?" Ling Yun originally wanted to immediately convert all the money into Chinese currency after checking the accounts. He was getting impatient after being delayed for more than 20 minutes. Tang Meng, who had been sitting there quietly, suddenly said, "Boss, aren't we going to buy a villa today? Should we apply for a loan?" Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes at Tang Meng. He frowned and said, "Apply for a sh*t loan. Are you going to pay such high interest?" "No way." Ling Yun's words completely ruined Tang Meng's plan. He could only stick out his tongue and make a funny face. The five of them came out of the bank and entered the Hummer. Tang Meng started the engine and asked Ling Yun, "Boss, where are we going next?" Ling Yun looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was wrapped around him, and laughed, "I don't care about what happens next. Don't ask me." Tang Meng was very tactful. He turned around and looked at the beautiful Zhuang Meifeng and said, "Sister-in-law, I am now your full-time driver. Where do you want to go?" Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Tang Meng and said, "Don't play dumb. Where else can we go to buy clothes?" "Pedestrian street." "All right." Tang Meng replied as he turned around. The Hummer reversed and sped towards the pedestrian walkway. In the car, Xiao Mimi suddenly said to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, I think you should open an account with a Swiss bank as soon as possible. This will be very important to you in the future." Xiao Mimi knew that Ling Yun was very powerful. Moreover, from her point of view, Ling Yun did not understand the secrets of this world. Therefore, after much consideration, she gave her own suggestion. Ling Yun did not say anything. He only lowered his head and looked at Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng seriously thought for a while before nodding and saying, "Yes, we should indeed open an account with a Swiss bank." Ling Yun's money came too quickly and caused a lot of trouble. If some forces in the country wanted to deal with him, they could directly freeze his account. No matter how much money Ling Yun had, he would become a pauper in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he had to be careful. After listening to the two beautiful women's suggestions, Ling Yun thought for a while and nodded. He asked Xiao Mimi, "Can I open an account with a Swiss bank in the country?" Xiao Mimi shook her head and said, "This should be very difficult. It would be best if you personally make a trip to Switzerland." Ling Yun could not help but frown. If he wanted to go to Switzerland, he would have to wait at least 2 months. He did not mind skipping classes, but he could not go a day without seeing the Shikyu herb. Zhuang Meifeng seemed to have thought of something. She stared at Ling Yun with her bright eyes and said, "It's just a trip to Switzerland. It's a quick flight. After your college entrance exams, I will accompany you." "All right." Ling Yun finally nodded his head in agreement. While the two people in front were not paying attention, he gently swept his left hand across Zhuang Meifeng's chest. Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful body trembled slightly. Xiao Mimi saw this scene from the corner of her eye. Her beautiful lips curled into a smile. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Xianxia City's downtown pedestrian street. It's here, stop the car. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly pointed at a large shopping mall and shouted at Tang Meng. Ling Yan turned his head and was overjoyed. He had been here before, it was the shopping mall where he bought clothes with Shui Mining last Saturday. Ling Yan patted Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful back and smiled, "All right, bring your servant to buy some clothes. Both of you, buy more. It's going to be summer soon. It's best if you buy all the summer clothes as well. That way, you won't have to go through so much trouble every time." When Xiao Mimi heard Ling Yun address her as a servant in front of the three of them, she pouted her sexy lips at Ling Yun. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Zhuang Meifeng also felt that Ling Yun had gone overboard by calling Xiao Mimi that way. She hugged Ling Yun's arm and said coquettishly, "Hubby, don't be like this." Tang Meng sweated profusely. Tai Xiaohu turned his head to look at the passers-by outside the car. Xiao Mimi was grateful to Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. All right, all right, all right." He turned his head to Xiao Mimi and said, "Accompany her in. I'm happy today, you can buy whatever you want. Don't worry about money." Xiao Mimi nodded without hesitation. She could feel that Ling Yan's attitude towards her had changed after he confirmed that the 50 million yuan had been transferred to his account. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly frowned. "Hubby, aren't you going to accompany me in?" Women loved to be accompanied by their loved ones when they were shopping. Otherwise, who would they show off to when they were trying on the clothes? How could the act of spending money like water attract the jealousy of others? Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng was here to buy clothes for herself, but her main purpose was to buy clothes for Ling Yun. As Ling Yun became skinnier, his clothes no longer fit him. They looked fat and big on him. Even though Ling Yun didn't care, Zhuang Meifeng had already regarded herself as Ling Yun's wife. How could she not care? Ling Yun and Shui Mining had a painful experience together. Just the thought of going shopping with a woman made him nervous. Furthermore, he was going to go shopping with 2 women this time. Ling Yun laughed awkwardly. I don't think there's a need for us men to follow the 2 of you." Cough cough. After saying that, Ling Yun intentionally coughed twice to remind the 2 brothers in front of him to back him up. However, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu both pretended to be deaf and mute. None of them turned around to back him up. Tang Meng could see how badly Zhuang Meifeng wanted Ling Yun to go shopping with her. If he were to speak up for his boss now, he would not be able to live a good life in front of her in the future. As for Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun had asked Xiao Mimi to teach him how to kill. Needless to say, Xiao Mimi must be the legendary beauty killer. He would not provoke her. Ling Yun coughed for a long time. Seeing that the 2 of them didn't move, he couldn't help but curse them for not having any sense of brotherhood. "Hubby, this is the first time you're accompanying me out to buy clothes, how can you not go with me?" Zhuang Meifeng's entire body was wrapped around Ling Yun's body. She looked at Ling Yun with pleading eyes and said, "Hubby, this is the first time you're accompanying me out to buy clothes." She looked at Ling Yun with pleading eyes and said, "Hubby, this is the first time you're accompanying me out to buy clothes. How can you not accompany me?" Xiao Mimi's words were indeed skillful. It was very ambiguous but not obvious. She helped Zhuang Meifeng and at the same time, had a hint of temptation. Xiao Mimi's words were indeed skillful. It was ambiguous but not obvious. Not only did it help Zhuang Meifeng, but it also contained a hint of temptation. Hearing Xiao Mimi's voice, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu's shoulders trembled. This voice was too soft and seductive. Women were the most sensitive. Naturally, Zhuang Meifeng could hear the hidden meaning in Xiao Mimi's words. However, seeing that Xiao Mimi was speaking up for her, she didn't dare to argue with her. Actually, she didn't dare to do so. Xiao Mimi was someone who dared to assassinate Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng was very clear that Xiao Mimi was only afraid of Ling Yun and not her. Seeing that there was no other way, Ling Yun could only smile bitterly and say, "All right, I'll accompany you. Both of you come with me." Ling Yun thought to himself, "I'm going to drag two of you down with me even if I die. When the time comes, I'll just take out the money and pay the bills." Zhuang Meifeng's wish was fulfilled. She took the initiative to give Ling Yun a sweet kiss before getting out of the car with a blushing face. Thus, the five of them entered the shopping mall and began their crazy shopping spree. 1 million US dollars was exchanged for a total of 44 million yuan. Adding the 3 million that he had just deposited, it was a total of 47 million yuan. Ling Yun could be said to be rich and overbearing. Spending 1.8 million yuan was nothing to him. The last time he came here with Shui Mining, he could only watch helplessly as Shui Mining swiped her credit card to pay the bills. However, this time, he finally experienced the feeling of buying something without caring about the money. This was the feeling of being worshipped by the shop owners and shop assistants as the god of wealth. This feeling was enough to make one enjoy it and forget about the fatigue of the body and the passage of time. Zhuang Meifeng, on the other hand, had never felt so vexed before. She realized that no matter what she and Xiao Mimi bought, the moment they walked out of the fitting room, the gazes of the three men would invariably land on Xiao Mimi first before looking at her. It was the same even when the two of them were wearing the same style of clothes. In terms of figure, Zhuang Meifeng's and Xiao Mimi's figures could be said to be comparable. However, in terms of face, Zhuang Meifeng was confident that her face was better than Xiao Mimi's. She really could not understand why. Finally, when the two of them entered the fitting room again, Zhuang Meifeng could not help but ask Xiao Mimi softly with a blushing face, "How did you do it? Why are they looking at you?" Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng and then put her mouth next to Zhuang Meifeng's ear. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, she said, "I know the art of seduction." After hearing this, Zhuang Meifeng could not help but tremble. Her beautiful face blushed. She carefully looked outside of the fitting room and then asked in disbelief, "Seduction? What is seduction?" Xiao Mimi's pair of charming eyes glanced at Zhuang Meifeng. The corner of her mouth curled up into a seductive smile as she explained to her in a low voice, "Seduction is naturally the ability to seduce men. It includes every look, every movement, how you twist your waist, how you lift your hips, etc., and even your voice. As long as you do it well, you will be able to attract a man's attention." Zhuang Meifeng blushed and nodded thoughtfully. She then asked doubtfully, "But I did not see anything special about your movements?" Xiao Mimi once again smiled seductively. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng's sexy figure and said, "Those are all very small details. Now that your mind is on Ling Yun, of course you would not notice me. Now, take a closer look at our standing posture." Zhuang Meifeng finally took a closer look at Xiao Mimi's standing posture. Indeed, there were many differences. These were things that she would not normally notice. Finally, she could not help but open her small mouth. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock as she said, "It really is different." Xiao Mimi smiled coquettishly and said, "Actually, your standing posture is also very good. It is very elegant and elegant. Coupled with your good figure, if you were to stand there alone, you would naturally attract everyone's attention. But in my opinion, your standing posture is really too casual." Zhuang Meifeng was a little embarrassed by Xiao Mimi's words. She suddenly blushed and asked in a low voice, "Is this the art of seduction? How do you know it?" Xiao Mimi said straightforwardly, "I am a female assassin. Seduction is also one of the best ways to kill people. I have gone through very cruel training, including every step I take, the height of my arm, how much my waist should be twisted, how high my hips should be lifted, how much my knees should be bent, how big my stride should be. These are all strictly required. Of course, the most difficult part is the expression on my face and the pitch of my voice. Of course, the most difficult part is the look in my eyes." Zhuang Meifeng was slightly moved. She remembered that Ling Yun would not enter her body no matter what. Perhaps it was because she was not attractive enough. She could not help but ask shyly, can you? Xiao Mimi smiled and nodded. As long as you are willing to suffer, I can teach you. If Xiao Mimi did not want to teach Zhuang Meifeng, why would she say all this to Zhuang Meifeng? She could tell that Ling Yun treated Zhuang Meifeng very well. Now that Ling Yun was Xiao Mimi's master and had asked her to protect Zhuang Meifeng, she would definitely want to build a closer relationship with Zhuang Meifeng. This would only benefit her in the future. Zhuang Meifeng suddenly thought of a problem. She looked at Xiao Mimi cautiously and asked, then, do you know how to use seduction to seduce Ling Yun? Xiao Mimi thought to herself, I do want to, but your boyfriend will have to fall for it. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng with a funny look and said, can't you see the situation I am in now? If Ling Yun wants to kill me, he only needs to move a finger. If he wants my body, I will give it to him at any time. Why would I need to seduce him? Moreover, he already knows that I know seduction. My insignificant skills are useless to him. Zhuang Meifeng could not help but sigh in her heart. She recalled the time when Ling Yun brought Xiao Mimi back. Xiao Mimi's snow-white breasts were completely exposed to the air. She did not even try to cover them with her hands. Ling Yun did not even bother to look at her. What kind of people are they? Zhuang Meifeng could not help but ask herself in her heart. In the city, Zhuang Meifeng was undoubtedly a goddess who looked down on the prosperity of the world. However, after getting to know Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng realized that the world she was familiar with had changed. To Zhuang Meifeng, the crazy experiences of the past few days were like raging waves. She could not take it all in. Sometimes, she even thought that Ling Yun had brought her into another world. Hold on tight to him. He is so outstanding that I can't even be jealous of him. Xiao Mimi said softly as she looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was deep in thought. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. This time, the two of them were wearing two different styles of dresses that resembled evening gowns. They were the two most expensive and best pieces of clothing in the store. After Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi put on their dresses, they looked at each other and walked out of the fitting room with a smile. Zhuang Meifeng was wearing a bright red dress. The design of the dress was pure and eye-catching. It was a low cut with a narrow waist that wrapped tightly around Zhuang Meifeng's slender waist. Her butt was neither fat nor skinny and it wrapped around her round buttocks. The knee area was just right. This allowed Zhuang Meifeng to show off her two slender thighs when she walked. Now, Zhuang Meifeng stood there like an exquisite red vase, elegant and beautiful. On the other hand, Xiao Mimi was wearing a long, black dress that accentuated her snow-white skin. The dress was not low-cut, but it covered the rest of her body except for her neck and arms. Of course, it covered the wounds on Xiao Mimi's shoulders very well, but it also gave her a mysterious and alluring aura. The collar wrapped around Xiao Mimi's snow-white neck, making it look even more alluring and slender like a swan. Xiao Mimi's figure was hot. Other than the hem of the skirt, the entire black floor-length dress seemed to be tailor-made for her as it wrapped tightly around her sexy and delicate body. Any more and she would be too fat, and any less and she would be too skinny. A black dress that added a sense of mystery was actually worn by Xiao Mimi in a charming and alluring manner. When the two of them walked out, they instantly captured the attention of everyone in the shopping mall. Gasps and sighs could be heard everywhere. Everyone was deeply shocked by their beauty. Ling Yun looked at the two beauties without blinking. After a long time, he still could not decide who was the winner. He could only nod his head in admiration. Beautiful, too beautiful. These two dresses look really good on the two of you. I'll take it no matter how much it costs. Just as Ling Yun finished his sentence, he smelled an alluring fragrance coming from the elevator. Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu seemed to have sensed it as well. They followed Ling Yun's gaze and looked in that direction. Soon, they saw a tall and slender girl dressed in gaudy clothes, followed by a large group of people who looked like bodyguards, coming down from the elevator of the mall. As soon as the tall girl got out of the elevator, she said arrogantly as if there was no one else around, "Today, I'm going to buy all the beautiful clothes here." Her voice was crisp and sweet, very pleasant to listen to. What a hot body. This girl's body fragrance is so alluring. Ling Yun couldn't help but praise in his heart. However, the girl's face was covered with thick smoky makeup, so it was impossible to tell whether she was beautiful or ugly. When Tai Xiaohu saw who it was, his face changed instantly. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, how unlucky am I to bump into Long Wu while accompanying boss to buy clothes. When did she come back? Long Wu, the daughter of the leader of the Green Dragon Gang, Long Kuan. She was 17 years old this year and had lived in America since she was young. Every year, she would only return to China for about 3 months. Long Kuan had never allowed Long Wu to ask about the Green Dragon Gang's affairs, so Long Wu did not know who Tai Xiaohu was. However, anyone with a bit of seniority in the Green Dragon Gang would know that Long Wu was the apple of Big Brother Kuan's eye. As soon as Long Wu reached the second floor, she was attracted by Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, the clothes on those two models are so beautiful. Let's go and take a look." After finishing her sentence, she strode towards the store that Ling Yun was in with her two slender and beautiful legs. She was wearing a low-cut top that couldn't even cover her two perky breasts. As she ran, 2/3 of her snow-white breasts bounced up and down as if they were about to be flung out at any moment. However, she didn't seem to care at all. When Long Wu came over, she did not even look at them. Instead, she shouted at the store owner, "Boss, I have bought the clothes on these two models. Please let them take them off." When Long Wu came closer, Ling Yun could smell the fragrance on her body. However, Ling Yun was 100% sure that the fragrance coming from her body was not the smell of any perfume, but the fragrance of her body. The dozen or so bodyguards behind Long Wu also ran over and surrounded Long Wu. They looked at Ling Yun and the others with vigilance. When the head of the bodyguards saw the people on Ling Yun's side, he was momentarily stunned. He blurted out, "Brother." "Brother who?" Tai Xiaohu was slightly embarrassed, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He said calmly, "I am no longer a member of the Green Dragon Gang. You guys go ahead and do your own things. There is no need to look at me." The head of the bodyguards looked at Tai Xiaohu and frowned slightly. It seemed like he had something to say to Tai Xiaohu. However, now was obviously not the time, so he could only give up for now. Ling Yun and Tang Meng looked at each other. They thought to themselves that it was really a small world for enemies to meet again in this place. Ling Yun was very satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's words. He smiled and nodded at Tai Xiaohu. When Xiao Mimi heard that she was a model, a murderous look flashed across her eyes. Zhuang Meifeng also frowned slightly. When the store owner saw that the newcomer was followed by a large group of people wearing suits and sunglasses, he was so shocked that his heart started to race. He carefully said, Miss, you have misunderstood. These two beauties are not models in our store. They are our customers. They are trying on clothes." When Long Wu heard that these two people were not models, she immediately frowned and walked towards Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi with a smirk. "Hey, you two don't have to try on anymore. Hurry up and take off your clothes. I want these two pieces of clothing." Tang Meng laughed. "Sorry, you are late. We have already bought these two pieces of clothing." With Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu around, Tang Meng naturally did not care about the dozen people from the Green Dragon Gang. "Even if you bought them, you still have to take them off. Do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, hurry up. If you make me angry, don't blame me for not holding back." Ling Yun laughed as he walked in front of the arrogant Long Wu. He took a deep breath of Long Wu's unique and alluring body fragrance and said intoxicatedly, "Smells so good." Then, he smiled and said to Long Wu, "I said that these two pieces of clothing don't suit you at all. They are too tightly wrapped. There is no way you can bring out your advantages." When Long Wu saw Ling Yun's face, she could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, she quickly stared at Ling Yun with disdain and said, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say that these two pieces of clothing don't suit me?" Ling Yun did not reply. He only smiled at Xiao Mimi and said calmly, "Slap her." Xiao Mimi's slender figure, which was perfectly wrapped in the long black dress, moved slightly. In an instant, she appeared in front of Long Wu. Her hands were as fast as lightning as she slapped Long Wu's face. Slap slap. The two slaps instantly stunned the arrogant Long Wu. When Tai Xiaohu heard Ling Yun say slap her face, he wanted to say something to stop Long Wu from causing trouble. However, it was too late. Xiao Mimi's movements and attacks were too fast. Other than Ling Yun, no one else could see how she got to Long Wu's side. Long Wu covered her face in a daze. After a while, she said in shock, You dare to hit me? She was extremely embarrassed and angry. She glared at the bodyguards and shouted, What are you guys still standing there for? Beat them up, beat them to death. The group of bodyguards finally woke up from their daze. When they saw that Brother Kuan's daughter was beaten up by Xiao Mimi, they did not even need Long Wu's orders. They did not care that they were in a shopping mall. All of them pounced on Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi like wolves and tigers. Tai Xiaohu stretched out his tower-like body and appeared in front of Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi. He blocked them with his arms and said coldly, If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave with Long Wu. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Actually, Tai Xiaohu was in a difficult position. The Green Dragon sect did not let him down. He only decided to follow Ling Yun because he admired Ling Yun's martial arts after he was completely defeated by Ling Yun. No matter what, after Brother Kuan knew that Tai Xiaohu had left the Green Dragon sect, he did not send anyone to cause trouble for Tai Xiaohu. Although Tai Xiaohu did not know why, since Brother Kuan did not touch him, it meant that they still had a good relationship. Long Wu and her bodyguards did not know who Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi were, but Tai Xiaohu did. Therefore, he was forced to do this. It was his only choice. Otherwise, if Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi were to make a move, any one of them would be able to turn these people into rolling gourds in an instant. You know me? When Long Wu saw the towering Tai Xiaohu blocking her people, she immediately covered her face and asked Tai Xiaohu in confusion. The head bodyguard hurriedly went to Long Wu's ear and whispered a few words into her ear. Unexpectedly, Long Wu became even angrier. You are Tai Xiaohu? How dare you betray the Green Dragon sect? Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. He said calmly, Whether I betray the Green Dragon sect or not is my business. Long Wu, your father did not allow you to get involved in the Green Dragon sect's affairs. You should stay out of this matter. Let me give you a piece of advice. Hurry up and leave with your people. Otherwise, no one can save you. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he did not say another word. He quietly retreated to Ling Yun's side and looked at Ling Yun apologetically. Ling Yun smiled at Tai Xiaohu, indicating that he did the right thing and handled the situation well. Of course, Long Wu would not be intimidated by Tai Xiaohu's words. She covered her burning face and was about to give another order. However, the head bodyguard once again went to Long Wu's ear and said, Miss Long, we can't beat Tai Xiaohu even if we combine our forces. That woman just now seems to be even stronger than Tai Xiaohu. I think we should leave first and report to Brother Kuan before we plan to take revenge. The job of a bodyguard was to protect people. They were not afraid of getting hurt or being beaten. However, if they knew that they could not beat the other party and did not leave in time, they would be pushing Long Wu into a pit of fire. Long Wu was Long Kuan's daughter. Even though she was arrogant, she was not stupid. After thinking for a while, she turned her head and snorted coldly at Ling Yun. Just you wait. Let's go. Long Wu had just returned to the country for a holiday last night. When she woke up this morning, she could not wait to bring her people to the mall to buy as many things as she could. However, she did not expect to be slapped twice before she even bought anything. Long Wu glared at Ling Yun, who had been slapped, and snorted through her nostrils. She left with a fragrant wind. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. So she's Brother Kuan's daughter? She's quite arrogant, but at least she's not that stupid. Ling Yun chuckled as he watched Long Wu walk away in a huff while twisting her sexy waist. Other than her alluring body scent and revealing clothes, the incident with Long Wu was just an insignificant interlude in the eyes of Ling Yun and the rest. Even Tang Meng did not think much of it. Only Tai Xiaohu's eagle-like eyes showed a hint of worry. Even though he had left the Green Dragon Gang, Tai Xiaohu believed that if Ling Yun had only injured 7 or 8 of the Green Dragon Gang's gangsters, he would have been able to settle the matter. However, after beating up Long Wu today, everything had become complicated and difficult to handle. Long Wu was the apple of Brother Kuan's eye. Since young, Brother Kuan could not bear to lay a finger on her. Now that Ling Yun had slapped her twice because of her rudeness, how could Brother Kuan not be angry? Hey, Tai Xiaohu, are you afraid? Or are you feeling sorry for me? Tang Meng nudged Tai Xiaohu lightly with his shoulder as he lowered his voice and teased him. Get lost, when have you ever seen me afraid? Tai Xiaohu glared at Tang Meng. Tang Meng was annoyed. He thought to himself, that day when boss beat you up, weren't you scared into submission in the end? Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi chatted happily as they returned to the fitting room. After changing into their original clothes, Ling Yin immediately bought the 2 long dresses and got the shop owner to pack them up. At around 11:30 a.m., the 2 beauties finally finished buying all the clothes they wanted. At this time, even though Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had already gone to the car outside the mall to put their clothes in, they were still carrying all the bags in their hands like human clothes hangers. Even Ling Yin was carrying 2 shopping bags in her hands. Ling Yin did the math in his heart and could not help but feel his heart ache. In less than 2 hours, 1 million yuan was gone. However, this was not the end. After the 2 beauties finished buying their own clothes, they excitedly helped Ling Yin choose new clothes. From their expressions, it seemed like they were more excited to buy clothes for Ling Yun than for themselves. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were speechless. They could only return to the car, put down all the clothes, and continue shopping with the 2 beauties. The 2 beauties had good taste, so it was a lot faster for them to pick out clothes for Ling Yun. Suits, sportswear, t-shirts, shirts, even underwear, socks, shoes, and so on. As long as it was suitable for spring and summer, they swept it all without even blinking. Ling Yun was indeed skinnier now. He was at most 90 kilograms. With a height of 1.8 meters, he weighed less than 180 kilograms. He really couldn't be considered fat. The current him was simply a perfect clothes rack. In the beginning, the 2 beauties let him try it on. But in the end, they didn't even let him try it. They only allowed him to choose the style, and when he liked it, they would just tell him the size and model number and buy it. At 12:30 in the afternoon, the 5 of them, including Ling Yun, all had their hands full of shopping bags. They left the mall and returned to their cars under the greeting of all the shop owners. How could they not welcome them? In less than 3 hours, Ling Yun had spent more than $2 million in the biggest shopping mall on the pedestrian street. This was also because the shop owners saw that they bought a lot and gave them a very low discount to entice them to come again. Otherwise, Ling Yin would have spent at least $3 million today. Zhuang Meifeng had been cooped up at home for a few days. Today, she was finally free from her confinement. Moreover, she was accompanied by the person she loved the most. Needless to say, she was so excited that she did not feel tired at all even after walking for 3 hours straight. After getting into the car, Zhuang Meifeng ignored the shocked gazes of the other 3. She hugged Ling Yun and kissed him passionately. She felt that it would never be enough. She didn't care about the money or the items. She only cared about Ling Yun. The 5 of them found a place nearby for lunch. While they were eating, Tang Mei received a call from Li Qingchuan. After the call, he said to Ling Yun excitedly, "Boss, Brother Chuan has settled the matter. He can sell us 2 villas at 50% off the original price. Now, we just need to go pick out a house. Once we have chosen one, we can sign the contract and buy it." Ling Yun was in disbelief. He asked Tang Meng in disbelief, 50% off? Half price? Tang Meng could not hide his excitement. He nodded his head heavily and said, "Yes, 50% off, half price." Ling Yun was very satisfied. He thought to himself, Li Qingchuan is really something. Isn't this way too much? Alright, it seems like he did not save his life for nothing. Not bad, not bad. Since it was such a big deal to pick out a villa, Ling Yun naturally had to go and take a look. This was worth tens of millions, no one else could make the decision for him. Ling Yun even wanted to give Ning Lingyu a call and bring her along to pick out a house. However, after hesitating for a long time, he finally decided that it would be better not to affect Ning Lingyu's studies. He would definitely be skipping classes in the afternoon. Ning Lingyu would definitely complain if she found out. As there were many things to do in the afternoon, the 5 of them quickly finished their lunch and drove straight to Qingxi Villa district. On the way, Tang Meng could not wait to introduce to Ling Yun, "Boss, there are a total of 4 districts in Qingxi Villa District. Ning Er lives in District 1. The villas there are 6 or 7 years old. If we want to buy a house, let's buy the 4th district that was just built last year. What do you think? Ling Yun nodded without hesitation. Alright, let's do that. Let's go straight to District 4. After the 5 of them arrived at Qingxi Villa District 4, Ling Yun fell in love with the place the moment he got out of the car. There was no other reason. This place was about 3 kilometers away from the villas that Miracle Dr. Shui lived in. All of the villas were close to Qingshui Lake. It was truly a picturesque place. Every villa faced the south and each had its own courtyard. They were very far away from the other villas. The closest villa was at least 300 meters away from each other. None of this was important to Ling Yun. What was important was that this place was too close to Qingshui City's antique market. According to Ling Yun's estimations, this place was at most 3 kilometers away from the antique market. This would undoubtedly be extremely convenient for his future cultivation, provided that he lived here. Boss, there are a total of 18 villas here. You and sister-in-law can take your time to choose. As long as there is no one living in it, you can take your pick. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to drive him around the area. Soon, he had his eyes on a huge villa that was close to Qingshui Lake. It could be said to be the biggest villa in this cluster of villas. The walls of this villa were completely white and the roof was beautiful red tiles. The villa was slightly higher than the rest and was surrounded by lush trees and fragrant flowers. It looked like a miniature version of an exquisite park. In front of the villa was a gourd-shaped swimming pool with an area of about 400 square meters. The aquamarine water was so clear that one could see the bottom of the pool, reflecting the blue sky. With a light breeze, the water rippled and sparkled. Just one look at it would make one feel relaxed and happy. One could not help but jump in and have a good swim. Based on the senses of Ling Yun, who was at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, he could already tell that other than the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, this villa was very quiet. Thus, he raised his hand and pointed, "This one." Then, he looked down at Zhuang Meifeng in his arms and asked with a smile, "Let's buy this one, what do you think?" Zhuang Meifeng was overjoyed. She hugged Ling Yun tightly and smiled, "I like it too, it's so beautiful." After choosing, the 5 of them didn't stay any longer. They drove directly to the villa's sales office, signed the contract on the spot, and bought the villa. The price was 36 million yuan, and the half price was naturally 18 million yuan. Sir, you really have good taste. This is Qingxi Villa District's number 1. Many people have come to inquire about it, but because of the price, it has never been sold. Who would have thought that you would be able to buy it at such a low price? This villa is one of the rare supermansions in the country. It takes up a total of 4,800 square meters and is close to Qingshui Lake. The villa has a total of 2 floors and is 1,300 square meters. Not only does it have an outdoor swimming pool outside, there is also an indoor swimming pool and gym inside. There is also a huge private garden. The interior is not only luxurious but also very complete. Other than the area being slightly smaller than the few villas in Qingshui Wharf, everything else is not inferior. Moreover, we have people who clean this villa every day. You can move in any time after you buy it. When the sales manager of Qingxi Villa District 4 was signing the contract, he was full of praises for Villa number 1 and gave an extravagant account of it. After signing the contract and transferring 18 million yuan from his account, Ling Yun received the keys to the villa. Holding the bunch of keys in his hand, he smiled and said to Tang Meng, "How was it? I told you that I could buy a villa before the college entrance examination, right?" What else could Tang Meng say? This kid was extremely excited. Seeing Ling Yun buy a villa, he felt even better than if he had bought a villa himself. Zhuang Meifeng's soft body was glued to Ling Yun's body. She did not move an inch away from him. The tenderness in her eyes was almost like the spring water of Qingshui Lake, drowning Ling Yun. "Boss, let's go take a look at villa number 1 now," Tang Meng said excitedly. Ling Yun smiled faintly, "I've already bought it, what's there to look at? Let's go directly to Qingshui Wharf and buy another one." The 5 of them got in the car again. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the Qingshui Wharf Villa District. This time, they did not look at the villas directly. Instead, they went straight to the sales office. The distance between the villas here was 1 kilometer. It would be too troublesome to look at them one by one. It was better to listen to the sales staff's introduction. Actually, every villa was similar. The biggest feature of the Xianxia Wharf Villa district was its size. Every villa occupied an area of more than 8,000 square meters. The villas were built against the mountains and faced the sea on 3 sides. They all had private gardens of more than 1,500 square meters. It was very grand and beautiful. As for the other facilities, such as indoor and outdoor swimming pools or gyms, they were similar to those in Xianxia Villa district. These villas were very private and independent. They had very good private living spaces. Very few people came here all year round. It was very suitable for leisure and vacations. After the sales manager's introduction, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng chose a villa that was worth 50 million yuan. They bought it on the spot and signed the contract. After paying the 25 million yuan in one go, they received the key to this huge villa. After Ling Yun received the key, he looked through the window of the sales office. The sun was shining brightly and the blue waves of the sea was boundless. He said proudly, "Is this the legendary days when facing the sea and flowers bloom in the warmth of spring? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Tang Ming and Tai Xiaohu looked quietly at Ling Yun, who was standing in front of the window and sighing. They could not help but be shocked. They thought of the same thing at the same time. Charisma. Definitely charisma. After lunch, in less than 2 hours, Ling Yun bought 2 huge mansions in one go. From start to finish, he did not even blink. The 2 mansions cost a total of 43 million. Adding the 2 million spent on clothes, almost in the blink of an eye, more than 45 million was spent. This was really a case of the tsunami when money came, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked when it went. Was this still the same greedy and shameless boss who regarded money as his life, who would do anything for money, who was willing to do anything for money? Zhuang Meifeng gently bit her red lips. Her gaze was as gentle as water as she walked to Ling Yun's side. Naturally, she held onto Ling Yun's arm and quietly accompanied him. Ling Yun looked at the account information from ICBC on his phone. He realized that he still had 1.8 million yuan in his Chinese account and 1 million in USD. He only smiled. This time, he did not feel any pain. Not even a bit. This was because this was a house for his mother and sister. He wanted them to live in a mansion. Even if they lost money, they could always earn it back. But the more he spent, the more comfortable life he would have. This was something Ling Yun could still do. At this moment, Ling Yun's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room. Ling Yun looked at it and saw that it was Xianxia. He picked it up immediately. "Hey, Ling Yun, why didn't you come to class in the afternoon? Are you still not done?" Even though Xianxia was sure that Ling Yun was lying, she could only ask this question. "Yes, not yet. I might not be able to go to class for the whole day," Ling Yun said calmly. Xianxia furrowed her eyebrows and bit her lower lip without saying a word. Finally, she said to Ling Yun, "Our form teacher has asked for your phone number. She might give you a call this afternoon. You have to think carefully about what to say." Even though Xianxia was angry and worried about Ling Yun skipping class for no reason, she could not bear to see him being scolded by the form teacher. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Got it, thank you." Then, he hung up. "Let's go, I'll send you back," Ling Yun suddenly said as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Ling Yun still didn't visit his new villa. The 5 of them left Xianxia Wharf and went straight to Ling Yun's rented house. When they reached the place, Tang Meng stopped the car and the 4 of them started moving the clothes and shoes into the room. Ling Yun stood at the entrance of the rented house and could not help but sigh. Compared to the 2 villas he had just bought, this place was simply a thatched house. The gap between the rich and the poor was too big. After the 5 of them returned to the house, Zhuang Meifeng looked at the things that they had bought yesterday and could not help but feel a little reluctant. "Sigh, I just bought these things yesterday. They cost more than 100,000, Ling Yun chuckled. "Why? You can't bear to leave?" "Don't worry, we won't move now. I'll move after the college entrance examination." "Not moving?" Zhuang Meifeng was confused. Ling Yan thought to himself, compared to my Shikyu herb, what are those two mansions? Of course, he couldn't move it. If he wanted to move it, he would have to wait until the Shikyu herb matured and he reached the qi refining stage. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about and would move away completely. Without power, what was the point of living in a good mansion? No matter how good their food, necessities, and shelter were, what was the point of them being killed with a wave of a hand? Ling Yan left Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi at home. He took the keys to the two mansions and a purchase contract and left with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Where is the Maserati now? Ling Yan asked Tang Meng who was driving. Tang Meng replied, Boss, in the garage at my house. Ling Yan turned his head and asked Tai Xiaohu, do you know how to drive? Tai Xiaohu nodded. Yes. Ling Yan smiled. That's good. Let's go get the car first. I'll bring the two of you back to my house. The three of them arrived at Tang Meng's garage. Tai Xiaohu drove the flashy Maserati and followed Tang Meng's car straight to the People's Clinic on Linjiang Road. On the way, Ling Yan gave his mother, Qin Qiuyue, a call to confirm that she was at the clinic. Then, he waved his hand and gestured for Tang Meng to hurry up. After the Hummer and Maserati exited the outer ring road, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu sped up and arrived at the People's Clinic in no time. Ling Yan was the first to get out of the car and rush into the People's Clinic. He saw Li Hongmei chatting with his mother in the shop next door. He smiled and greeted her. Then, he placed the villa purchase contract and the 2 villa keys in front of Qin Qiuyue. Mom, I bought 2 villas today. Which one do you want to stay in? Ling Yan said to his mother with a smile. His usually calm expression could not hide his excitement. Ah? This. Before Qin Qiuyue could say anything, Li Hongmei was stunned on the spot. What? Villa? 2 of them? How much money would it take to buy this? Li Hongmei was stunned for half a minute. Suddenly, she picked up the 2 purchase contracts on the table. She glanced at each of them and was completely dumbfounded, Qingxi Villa and Qingshui Wharf Villa. The total value was 43 million, Li Hongmei almost fainted on the spot. This was too unbelievable. Who in Qingshui City did not know about Qingxi Villa and Qingshui Wharf Villa? This Qin Qiuyue had reached the heavens in a single step. Qin Qiuyue did not have much of a reaction. She only looked at Ling Yun with a look of approval. Then, she rebuked him, you are really too much. Can't you just keep the money for yourself? How is Mom going to live in such a big villa alone? Ling Yan couldn't help but scratch his head. He turned to look at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu who had followed him in. He thought to himself, I've only spent 2 days getting 2 villas for my mother. Why isn't there any reaction at all? Look at Auntie Li Hongmei. She was so excited that she could not speak for 2 minutes. Mom, I remember that you drove a taxi before. I even brought you a Maserati. Ling Yan said reluctantly. He could finally call out the name of the Maserati. Ning Lingyu did not know how to drive. Since the Maserati was idle, why not let her mother drive it? Qin Qiuyue smiled and nodded. Okay. This way, it will be more convenient for Mom to go anywhere in the future. Ling Yan took the keys to the Maserati from Tai Xiaohu and placed it in front of Qin Qiuyue. He then asked Qin Qiuyue in confusion, Mom, which villa are you going to stay in? Qin Qiuyue looked at Ling Yan and picked up the Qingshui Wharf Villa contract. She smiled sweetly and said, this one. Mom likes peace and quiet. This one is suitable. Ling Yan thought to himself, Mom really did not stand on ceremony. She actually chose the big one. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Auntie, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu greeted Qin Qiuyue respectfully. Ling Yan quickly introduced Tai Xiaohu to Qin Qiuyue. Mom, this is Tai Xiaohu. Qin Qiuyue raised her head and looked at Tai Xiaohu with interest. She then smiled and nodded. She turned to Ling Yan and said, Tai Xiaohu, is he your classmate? Both of them are not bad. You have to take care of them in the future. After saying that, Qin Qiuyue stared at Ling Yan and said, did you skip school to come back? Ling Yan could not lie, so he could only nod his head obediently. Qin Qiuyue smiled and said, Mom, I don't care what you do outside all day, but you can't let it affect your studies. You have to get into the same university as your sister, understand? Seeing that his mother had finally given him a relatively high goal, Ling Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Mom, don't worry. I promised to get into the same university as my sister." "Io, Qiuyue, you are really something. Ling Yin is smart, filial, and so capable. Isn't it easy for him to get into the same university as Ling Yu? Look at Ling Yun, I haven't seen him for a few days and he has become even more handsome." Li Hongmei finally came to her senses. She had witnessed Qin Qiuyue's meteoric rise in the past few days. All of this was because of this adopted son of hers. How could she not praise Ling Yun to death? However, Li Hongmei couldn't understand what Ling Yun was doing outside. Why did Tian Er change so much from the inside to the outside? However, this was no longer important. To Li Hongmei, the most important thing was to hug Qin Qiuyue's thighs. Even though she was stunned by what she heard just now, she still remembered that not only did Ling Yun buy 2 villas for Qin Qiuyue, he even drove a Maserati back, that was already 50 million yuan, not to mention the appreciation of the 2 villas in the future. Of course, Li Hongmei did not know that if Ling Yun sold the 2 villas, even if he did not earn 40 million yuan, he would definitely earn 20 million yuan. It was guaranteed that there would be a flood of buyers. Ling Yun kept the set of keys to mansion number 1 in Qingxi Villa district and said to his mother, "Mom, I think you should close down the clinic. You should quickly settle your matters here and move to Qingshui Wharf. See what you need, Tang Meng, and I will buy it for you." Ling Yun nodded. Ling Yun desperately hoped that his mother could enjoy her life. If he included the $1 million, he would still have tens of millions of Chinese yuan. What was the point of letting his mother open a clinic here? Qin Qiuyue agreed readily. "Okay, I will go to Qingshui Wharf Mansion District tomorrow and give you a call." "Okay, Mom, I will make a move first. I still have many things to do today." Ling Yan said goodbye to Qin Qiuyue after settling the most important matters. "Go, be careful out there." Qin Qiuyue stood up and smiled as she sent the 3 of them off. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Qiuyue, tell me, how did Ling Yan become so capable all of a sudden? Looking at him in the past, it's hard to believe. After watching the 3 of them leave, Li Hongmei started to praise Ling Yun nonstop. It was as if she had used all the good things in the world on Ling Yun and still felt that she had not used them enough. Look, that's the Maserati, right? I think it's worth at least a few million. He drove it back for you. What a filial child." Li Hongmei pointed at the dazzling Maserati parked in front of the clinic and said with admiration. Qin Qiuyue's gaze was distant as she watched Ling Yun leave in the Hummer. Only when she could no longer see it did she turn around and smile at Li Hongmei. This child is filial. Io, it's not just filial. Look, 2 villas, that's more than 40 million. How capable must he be? Could it be that God Erlang has descended from the heavens? Li Hongmei was so focused on pointing at the 2 contracts and the villa keys on the table in the clinic that she didn't notice that when she said the last sentence, Qin Qiuyue's eyes flashed with a strange light. Her alluring body trembled slightly at the same time. Following that, 2 drops of crystal-like tears flowed out of Qin Qiuyue's beautiful eyes. It was hard to tell whether she was sad or happy from the expression on her beautiful face. Io, Qiuyue, look at you. When our son was around, you didn't even say a word of praise. Now that our son is gone, you're so happy that you're crying. You're really going to fall into a honeypot in the future. Ling Yan left the 2 contracts, the Qingshui Wharf Villa keys, and the Maserati to his mother. He only took the key to the Qingxi Villa district when he left home. Initially, he thought that his mother would choose the villa in the Qingxi Villa district and leave the bigger one to him. However, for some reason, his mother chose the Qingshui Wharf Villa outside the city. That's good too. When I move in next time, it'll be much more convenient for me to cultivate in the antique market. As long as the antique market was not demolished, the spiritual energy there would remain. No matter how much, it would provide him with the spiritual energy he needed for cultivation. This was only one of the reasons. If Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 6, he would have been able to use the entire mansion number 1 as the core of the spirit gathering spell. That way, the spiritual energy in the antique market would be absorbed by the spirit gathering spell and he would be able to break through to the last 3 levels of the physique tempering stage. This was Ling Yan's main plan. "Boss, where are we going now?" Tang Meng asked Ling Yan as the Hummer was about to reach the outer ring road. Ling Yan said lightly, "Do you know where Qingyun Productions is?" Tang Meng shook his head and said, "I've never paid attention to Qingyun Productions before. I'm not too interested in entertainment, so I really don't know where their company is." Tai Xiaohu suddenly said, "I know." "Jie?" Ling Yan and Tang Meng were stunned at the same time. How did Tai Xiaohu know where Qingyun Productions was? Tai Xiaohu chuckled and said with some embarrassment, "Boss, have you forgotten what I do for a living? I have a follower who went to Qingyun Productions to collect protection fees. In the end, he was beaten up and chased out. At that time, I wanted to bring some people to get back at him, but Brother Kuan stopped me." "Oh? There's such a thing?" Ling Yan's interest was piqued. Tang Meng continued, "Looks like Brother Kuan is very well informed. He knows that Qingyun Productions has the backing of the higher-ups. Isn't that right? Qingyun Productions is basically the entertainment industry in Beijing. It's set up to select beauties for the big shots. Who in China doesn't know that there are beauties in Qingshui? Damn it." Ling Yan smiled and said decisively to Tang Meng, "Then Tai Xiaohu will lead the way. Tang Meng, hurry up and drive there before they get off work." Tang Meng was speechless. "Boss, are we really going to collect debts? But we don't have a reason?" Ling Yan chuckled and said, "When have I, your boss, needed a reason to collect debts? My displeasure is the reason. Isn't this reason awesome enough?" Tai Xiaohu looked at Tang Meng with disdain and said, "Don't go if you're a coward. Just drive boss and I to the entrance of Qingyun Productions, then go back and eat your pacifier." Tang Meng's face turned red with anger. He stepped hard on the accelerator, squinted at Tai Xiaohu, and said, "Bullsh *T, when I started hanging out with boss, you were still playing in the mud somewhere. If I don't destroy Qingyun Productions today, I'm not the little gambling god." Tai Xiaohu's face turned red. Ling Yan watched Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng bicker. He couldn't help but snicker in the back seat. He thought to himself that Tang Meng's last sentence was right. This time, he was going to remove Qingyun Productions. What kind of rubbish was this? Did they even need Lin Menghan to pretend to be an ignorant girl to find evidence? Was the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau blind? Ling Yan saw it with his own eyes. This was irrefutable evidence. Since Qingyun Productions had caused trouble for him, then Qingyun Productions had to be removed without a second word. The Hummer turned left and right along the way, stopping occasionally. Finally, it stopped in front of a large, luxurious office building. Tai Xiaohu got out of the car and pointed to the top of the office building. He said coldly, "It's there, the 19th floor. I wonder if there's anyone there." Collecting debts naturally had to have an imposing manner. Tai Xiaohu had collected debts countless times. Now that he was outside someone's company, he naturally changed into a fierce, murderous aura. His entire person seemed to have turned into a firm and fierce sledgehammer, overbearing and mighty to the extreme. Ling Yan couldn't help but secretly nod his head. He thought to himself that this kid would become someone great in the future. In the future, when he trampled on people's doors, he would definitely scare them out of their wits. Seeing Tai Xiaohu's sudden change in attitude, Tang Meng couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He said in a slightly mocking tone, "I say, Tai Xiaohu, we haven't even seen anyone yet. Why do you look like you're going to kill someone?" Tai Xiaohu looked at him disdainfully and said, "What do you know? We're going to collect debts, not to date girls. If you don't know anything, then don't talk and learn. Let's go." With that, Tai Xiaohu took the lead and directly strode towards the office building. Ling Yan followed unhurriedly. He smiled at the embarrassed Tang Meng and said, "In this aspect, you have to learn from Tai Xiaohu in the future." His words made Tang Meng's face turn red. He nodded in a panic. The three of them entered the office building and directly took the elevator to the 19th floor. Tai Xiaohu looked at the signboard on the floor, then turned his head and walked in. "What are you doing?" Seeing Tai Xiaohu's imposing manner, the two security guards hurriedly stopped him and asked. Tai Xiaohu chuckled and said, "I'm here to collect debts." I'm going to Qingyun Productions and lead the way. That overbearing, that arrogant attitude, it made Tang Meng's blood boil. Very quickly, he rushed to Tai Xiaohu's side and said arrogantly to the two dumbfounded security guards, "Did you hear that? We're here to collect debts. Hurry up and call the manager out." The two security guards thought to themselves, what's wrong with Qingyun Productions? The night before yesterday, more than 10 people were just kicked into eunuchs. Today, someone is here to collect debts. This was really a case of a leaky roof meeting continuous rain, a broken ship meeting a headwind. It was an unlucky year. That, our Qingyun Productions is not working today. If you want to collect debts, come back another day. Among the two security guards, the thinner one said bravely. He was trying his best to fulfill his duty as a security guard. Tai Xiaohu was too lazy to stop. He raised his hand and gently pushed the two security guards to the side. Then, he directly rushed into Qingyun Productions. I'm here to collect debts today. Is there anyone in charge who can come out and fart? If there's no one, I'll smash this place into pieces today. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He thought to himself that Tai Xiaohu was the way to collect debts. Awesome, truly awesome. Even he felt ashamed of himself. Was there anyone in charge at Qingyun Productions now? Yes, the general manager of Qingyun Productions, Huang Feiyang, stayed at the provincial hospital until past 10 in the morning. Then, he rushed back to the company to take charge of the overall situation. More than 10 people had already been injured. However, Qingyun Productions could not fall into chaos. Once it fell into chaos, Huang Feiyang had absolute reason to believe that the foundation of Qingyun Productions in Qingshui City would definitely be uprooted by the Qingshui City police. It might even implicate the people in Beijing. If that was the case, he would definitely become a complete scapegoat. This kind of outcome was definitely not what Huang Feiyang wanted to see. He was in his own office, frantically making phone calls to deal with all kinds of matters. Then, he saw his secretary suddenly rush into the office and say with a face full of panic, "CEO Huang, someone came to our company to cause trouble." "What did you say?" Huang Feiyang's brows were immediately stunned. Then, he inexplicably became angry. Although Qingyun Productions was currently in a precarious situation, it was not a place where just anyone could come here and behave atrociously. Huang Feiyang's face was livid. He directly stood up from the sofa and said, "I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, he broke into a run and walked out of the office. "You guys, Qingyun Productions, are selling dog meat under a sheep's skin. How badly was my girlfriend deceived by you guys? Not only did she delay her studies, not only did she lose her family fortune, she was also forced to sell her body and soul. Now, she has completely become a prostitute. Tell me, how should we settle this debt?" Tai Xiaohu spoke with great detail. His bronze-colored face was a little distorted because of his excitement. He really looked as if his girlfriend had unfortunately been murdered. Tang Meng looked at Tai Xiaohu's performance with a face full of disbelief. Tang Meng looked at Tai Xiaohu's performance in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this burly guy had such a talent for acting. "Friend, you have to watch your words. Our Qingyun Productions is a legitimate company. We will definitely not do those despicable things where men are thieving and women are prostitutes." When Huang Feiyang heard Tai Xiaohu's painful confession, he was secretly shocked in his heart. He thought to himself, which girl's boyfriend actually went crazy and came knocking on their door this time? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Seeing that someone had come out, Tai Xiaohu immediately stopped his bloody and tearful rant. He suddenly stared into Huang Feiyang's eyes and said, "Who are you?" Huang Feiyang's hair stood on end from Tai Xiaohu's hawk-like, domineering, and sharp gaze. He swallowed hard, then forced himself to say, "I am the general manager of Qingyun Movies, Huang Feiyang." After saying that, he forced a smile. "Friend, I think you must be mistaken. Look, our Qingyun Movies is a legitimate film company. How could we do what you said?" After saying that, he quickly moved to his secretary's ear and whispered, "Quick, call people, the more the better." Based on his intuition, Huang Feiyang felt that the few people who came today would not be easy to deal with. Although Huang Feiyang's words to the secretary were very soft, Ling Yun at the door heard every word. He couldn't help but find it funny. He thought to himself, aren't I afraid of you calling people? Today, I will create havoc in heaven and destroy as many as you come. That secretary was even more confused. She actually moved her mouth to Huang Feiyang's ear and whispered, do we need to call the police? Huang Feiyang was almost scared silly by this sentence. Qingyun Movies was being watched so closely by the police. It was too late to hide. How could he call the police? He shook his head without hesitation and was unusually determined. Tai Xiaohu's iron tower-like figure took 3 steps towards Huang Feiyang. Legitimate film company? Impossible to do that? Bullsh*T. Then tell me, what's going on with my girlfriend? Do you want me to call her over now and we can have a face-to-face confrontation? Tai Xiaohu said decisively. Huang Feiyang didn't dare to let him call people over. Huang Feiyang withered when he heard that. He knew better than anyone else what Qingyun Movies really did. If he really called them over now, and they called the police, this would be irrefutable evidence. The police could definitely take him away on the spot. At that time, even if Huang Feiyang didn't die, he would be half crippled. Huang Feiyang's eyes turned in panic. He smiled awkwardly and said, the 3 of you, why don't we talk in my office first? Let's see if there's any misunderstanding here. If there's really a problem, then it's the work of the subordinates. As the general manager, I will definitely handle it seriously. Seeing that Huang Feiyang was using the delaying tactic, Tai Xiaohu laughed coldly. What are we going to talk about in your office? Let me tell you, I've been here for the past few days to ask for compensation. My girlfriend's family is ruined and she's waiting for the money to get rid of drugs. Whatever you say today is useless. I won't leave until I see the money. I'll smash your place. Ling Yun couldn't help but give Tang Meng a thumbs up. He thought to himself that Tang Meng was really a professional. The way he collected the money was like hitting a sore spot. When Huang Feiyang saw that Tai Xiaohu was unmoved by persuasion or force, he instantly became slightly impatient. He asked Tai Xiaohu in return, you said that your girlfriend was harmed by our company. May I ask what evidence do you have? Can you tell me her name? I can help you check if there was such an employee in our company. Huang Feiyang still wanted to stall for time. His current idea was to stall until his own reinforcements arrived. Then, he would beat up these 3 idiots who didn't know what was good for them and throw them out. He still didn't know that the person standing at the door without saying a word was Ling Yun, the one who had kicked the entire Qingyun Movies, including the leader and the security guards, into eunuchs. If he knew, he would definitely regret what he had done. Huang Feiyang was impatient, but Tai Xiaohu was even more impatient. He laughed coldly and said, check? If it could be checked, would I still need to come to you personally? You said that as long as my girlfriend performed well, you would sign a contract with her. But she was sold by you in the end and still didn't get the contract you promised. Tell me, how are you going to check? Huang Feiyang was shocked. He had nothing to say because every sentence of the other party had poked at their weak spot. These methods were the usual practice of Qingyun Movies. As the saying goes, one doesn't have to pay for it with their life. They really couldn't find any evidence at all. Huang Feiyang had a guilty conscience. If it wasn't for the huge incident that happened to Qingyun Movies overnight, he definitely wouldn't have tolerated Tai Xiaohu to this extent. He would have called the police to take him away long ago. But now, the criminal evidence of Director Zhang, Manager Wang, and the rest had already been grasped by the police. If this matter on his side were to get out of hand, then it would really be over. Huang Feiyang silently counted the time in his heart. At the same time, his thoughts turned at lightning speed. Finally, he smiled awkwardly and said, friend, I think it might be that one of my company's subordinates did something illegal and might have hurt your girlfriend. Although I don't know, since it's our company's matter, as the general manager, I have a responsibility. Tell me, how do you want to settle this? Tai Xiaohu saw that Huang Feiyang had finally admitted defeat. He thought to himself, why didn't you King say this earlier? Why did I have to waste so much saliva? How to settle this? It's very simple. You guys are a big company, and I'm just a small character. I only have one request. As long as you guys are willing to compensate for my girlfriend's loss of youth, physical damage, mental damage, and so on, I'll let this matter pass. I promise I won't look for you a second time. Huang Feiyang saw that Tai Xiaohu's tongue was like a lotus flower. Every sentence he said was orderly and orderly. He thought to himself, so, the other party is here to ask for money. That's fine too. Losing money to get rid of the disaster. I just want to give Tai Xiaohu 30 or 50,000 and quickly send him away. Huang Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, it's what I should do, what I should do. You name a number, I'll try my best to pay. Tai Xiaohu smiled faintly. He raised his right hand and extended 3 fingers. Huang Feiyang saw this and his heart settled. He hurriedly called out to his little honey, waved his hand and said, go to the finance department now and bring 30,000 yuan over for this brother. T. Tai Xiaohu didn't wait for Huang Feiyang to finish and started scolding. He kicked a stool and said, who the F***ck said it was 30,000. Huang Feiyang was shocked at that moment. He thought to himself, could it be that this brat wants 300,000? He doesn't look old, but he's so ruthless. Then what about you? Huang Feiyang looked at Tai Xiaohu inquiringly. Not much, 30 million. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were cold as he said word by word. When Huang Feiyang heard this, he almost sat on the floor. He used his hand to hold onto a partition in the writing room and raised his other hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. 30 million? Qingyun Productions only had 10 million in their accounts now. Where could they find 30 million? Furthermore, to the people of Xianxia, a human life would at most pay 1 million. It's just losing one's virginity, and it's 30 million? Is this big black guy crazy for money? Have you thought it through? If you have, hurry up and transfer the money to me. I still have to wait to leave. As Tai Xiaohu said this, he took out a bank card that he had prepared earlier and took 2 steps closer to Huang Feiyang. He was already only an arm's length away from Huang Feiyang. If Huang Feiyang dared to say no again, Tai Xiaohu would send him flying with a kick. He would definitely not let him stand in front of him again. He had said enough, his mission was to make Huang Feiyang lose reason. As long as Huang Feiyang admitted that it was their company's fault, then whether Tai Xiaohu wanted to beat or kill him, it would all depend on his mood. 30 million, impossible. Huang Feiyang said without hesitation. However, seeing that Tai Xiaohu was already in front of him, he was still shocked by Tai Xiaohu's tall and mighty aura. Tai Xiaohu snorted coldly and did not waste any more words. Just as he was about to send Huang Feiyang flying with a kick, he heard a series of messy footsteps coming from outside the company's door. At the same time, a loud shout rang out. Who the F***ck is so blind to actually dare to bully my brother Biao? Are you tired of living? In the time it took to speak, this extremely arrogant brother Biao had already taken the lead and charged into Qingyun Productions. Behind him, there was an uncountable number of people following majestically. Ling Yin smiled and moved to the side. He did not block any of them. He would let as many as came in. Right now, he only allowed people to enter and not leave. More than 40 Ruffy-like people had weapons such as metal rods and daggers on their bodies. They rushed into Qingyun Productions like a swarm of bees. In an instant, they filled up the company's writing room so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Brother Biao's figure was similar to Tang Meng. His hair was dyed in various colors. He had a cigarette in his mouth. After he rushed in, he directly blocked in front of Huang Feiyang. Brother Huang, your brother, am late by a step. I have caused you to be startled. Go and rest first. Leave this to me. This brother Biao obviously received many benefits from Qingyun Productions. He was very polite to Huang Feiyang. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu. Brat, just because you are big, you want to come to Qingyun Productions and cause trouble? Why don't you open your dog eyes and see who is protecting this place? Tai Xiaohu smiled. His smile was very bright. This brother Biao was basically not up to standard in Qingshui City. If he did not even know Tai Xiaohu, how could he be up to standard? He chuckled and said, Brother Biao, you only brought such a small number of people. I don't think it's enough. Do you want to call more people over? Brother Biao raised his hand and pulled out a metal rod that was as thick as a child's arm. He used the 2-foot-long metal rod to point at Tai Xiaohu's nose and said, "Yo, I think you are really tired of living. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how many eyes I have." After he finished speaking, Brother Biao whistled. "Brothers, go. Beat him to death." Ling Yan had already dragged Tang Meng to the door while Tai Xiaohu and Brother Biao were talking. These people were all armed with knives and rods. He did not want Tang Meng to get hurt accidentally. The ruffians that Brother Biao brought almost all swarmed forward. They raised the metal rods in their hands and smashed them at Tai Xiaohu. "Boss, what do we do?" Tang Meng looked at such a narrow space. There were people all around Tai Xiaohu. He could not help but feel a little anxious. Ling Yan laughed and said, "Don't worry, Tai Xiaohu will be fine. We just have to wait until the fight is over to collect the money. If they did not fight, it might not be easy to collect the money. Only when they won, when they were afraid of fighting, and when they were bleeding, would they then collect the money. Only then would they be obedient." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. In the blink of an eye, when Tai Xiaohu saw Brother Biao leading the way with his metal rod, he laughed coldly and said in disdain, "Playing with knives and rods with me? Are you even worthy?" Tai Xiaohu was not bragging. Brother Biao's rod was like a butcher playing with a knife in front of Guan Yu. Tai Xiaohu did not dodge or hide. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed the metal rod that was smashing down from the sky. Then, he pulled it into his embrace. How much strength did Tai Xiaohu have? He immediately brought Brother Biao into his embrace, and then used his other hand to hold on to his body, as if he was dancing a waltz. He suddenly spun him in a circle. All right, 7 to 8 metal rods landed squarely on Big Brother Biao's body. Big Brother Biao cried out in pain. Tai Xiaohu casually said, "You really can't take a beating." Ling Yan, who was watching the battle from afar, frowned slightly. He thought to himself, when did this brat learn my fighting style? He raised his arm and threw the pitiful Brother Biao into the air. In just one round, Brother Biao was seriously injured. He was thrown more than 4 meters away by Tai Xiaohu. When he fell, his crotch was stuck on a wooden partition in the writing room. Brother Biao cried out in pain again. Xianxia City had another pain in the ass. The underlings that Brother Biao brought along were all dumbfounded. Before anything happened, they saw a blur in front of their eyes and Brother Biao was thrown out. Tai Xiaohu took advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned to raise the metal rod that he snatched from Brother Biao's hands. He swung it like a windmill, making a woo-woo sound as he whipped the people around him. Yes, he did not smash them, he whipped them. Tai Xiaohu did not want to be too harsh on these hooligans. Even though he was quick, he only whipped the hooligans' shoulders, backs, and butts. Tang Meng could not help but cheer at the sight of that speed and accuracy. Tai Xiaohu actually had the time to laugh at Tang Meng. Within a minute, he had whipped 13 to 14 people. The writing room was cramped. Tai Xiaohu's underlings did not stand a chance. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Whoever came in front of him would fall. The room was filled with a ghastly gale and miserable fog, the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Huang Feiyang and his female secretary were secretly delighted just now. They thought that since Brother Biao was here, all he had to do was beat these people into submission and scare them. Then, they would give this big guy some money and send him away. They didn't expect Tai Xiaohu to be so awesome. Tai Xiaohu whipped another 7 to 8 of them. He did not hold back against those with daggers in their hands. He used a metal rod to whip their wrists so that they would learn a lesson. In the end, Tai Xiaohu couldn't even be bothered to use the metal rod anymore. He threw it away and raised his leg that was as thick as an iron pillar. Bam, bam, bam. Tai Xiaohu's leg techniques were the most powerful. Even though he only used 30% of his strength, he was still able to knock down 3 or 4 people with a single kick. The hooligans fell one after another, 1 against 40. It was better than taking a stroll in the park. When a few of the hooligans saw that Tai Xiaohu was like a giant god, they were so scared that they hurriedly threw away the weapons in their hands. They wanted to cover their heads and run like rats. However, at this moment, the door was already blocked by Tang Meng. When Tang Meng saw Tai Xiaohu showing off his power, his eyes turned red. He specially went to the door to block people. Whoever dashed in front of him, he would raise his leg and ruthlessly kick them back. 4 minutes later, Tai Xiaohu had kicked and thrown more than 40 hooligans all over the office. However, not a single one of them was left standing. All of them were moaning, rolling around on the floor, crying and screaming for their parents as they struggled to escape. Huang Feiyang, his female secretary, and an accountant and a cashier who ran out from the finance office were all dumbfounded. The four of them stared at the godlike Tai Xiaohu with their mouths agape. They mumbled to themselves that it was impossible. After Tai Xiaohu had knocked everyone that Brother Biao brought over to the ground, he felt that he had not had enough fun. He dashed in front of Huang Feiyang and single-handedly grabbed Huang Feiyang's collar and lifted him up from the ground. Mother **Ker, you actually dared to ask people to come up with knives and sticks. I will send you to the police station right now. Go. Tai Xiaohu single-handedly lifted Huang Feiyang as if he was carrying a little chick. He said go, but his hand suddenly threw Huang Feiyang directly in front of Ling Yun. When Huang Feiyang's body fell, he even knocked over a hooligan who was just trying to sit up from the floor. Ling Yun looked coldly at Huang Feiyang, who was scared out of his wits. He did not even have the intention to kick him. The corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. In the face of true power, all kinds of schemes and flowery words were useless. They were all pale and powerless. Huang Feiyang's fall was not heavy. When he heard that Tai Xiaohu wanted to bring him to the police station, he was so scared that his face turned sallow. He was now in a precarious situation. He was in the wrong and he could not win even if he wanted to. Looking at the scene in front of him, if the police were to intervene, wouldn't he die a worse death than Director Zhang and Manager Wang? Huang Feiyang rolled over and sat up from the floor, oh no, from the person that he had knocked down. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, let's talk this through, let's talk this through. Tai Xiaohu was unforgiving when he had the upper hand. He said lightly, talk your *SS. I was trying to reason with you just now. King stalled for time and called people to beat me up. What else is there to talk about? Do you still dare to say that Qingyun Movies is a legitimate company? Tai Xiaohu raised his hand and pointed at the hooligans who were rolling and struggling on the floor and said sternly. This. Cold sweat seeped out of Huang Feiyang's body. He could only feel a chill on his back and his mind was in a daze. Up until now, he was completely in the palm of the other party's hand. Tang Meng cooperated very well. He chuckled and lowered his head to say to Huang Feiyang, who was sitting on the floor, my friend, from the moment we came in until now, I have recorded the entire process. Do you want to take a look? I think, if we were to send this to the Public Security Bureau, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to settle it even with 30 million, right? Tang Meng grinned as he looked at Huang Feiyang, who was sweating profusely. Huang Feiyang completely admitted defeat. He thought to himself, where did these two devils come from? Why was one more ruthless than the other? He sat on the floor with a pale face and said, you guys say it. I'll do whatever you say. Let's settle this privately. He especially emphasized the word privately because if the other party publicized the entire process just now, not only him, but the entire Qingyun Movies would be completely finished. Damn, if you were so obedient earlier, wouldn't there be so many problems? Hurry, 30 million, let the finance transfer it. With a flick of his wrist, Tai Xiaohu threw the bank card in his hand at Huang Feiyang's face like a flying poker card. Huang Feiyang trembled from the impact of Tai Xiaohu's bank card. He shook his head violently and asked his finance department, how much money is left in the company's account now? The female accountant, who was already trembling with fear, said, there's still more than 13 million. Huang Feiyang's heart suddenly ached. He raised his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu. The pleading in his eyes was self-evident. He said softly, the company only has this much cash flow, do you think? Tai Xiaohu did not look at him but swept his gaze towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He secretly extended a finger and pointed at Huang Feiyang, who was on the floor. Tai Xiaohu immediately understood. He bent over and lowered his head, grabbing Huang Feiyang's collar and pulling him up on the spot. Then, a vicious light shot out from his eyes as he said coldly, the company only has 13 million, what about your own money? You have to take out your own money as well. As for the rest, give me an IOU. If the IOU is more than 10 million, then I don't want this money anymore. Let's go straight to the police station. Huang Feiyang was so frightened by Tai Xiaohu that he trembled violently. He hurriedly said, yes, yes. But I only have about 5 million. I really don't have any more, I beg you guys. Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He gave Tai Xiaohu a look and thought that it should be about time. Tai Xiaohu did not let go of Huang Feiyang. Instead, he dragged him straight to the finance department and said to Huang Feiyang, take advantage of the fact that the bank hasn't closed yet. Hurry up and transfer the money to me. Very quickly, Qingyun Productions' funds of 13 million plus Huang Feiyang's own 5 million plus reached 19 million. In the blink of an eye, it was transferred to Tai Xiaohu's account. Tai Xiaohu tasted the sweetness of collecting money. He rushed towards the ashen-faced Huang Feiyang and said, how much cash does your company have now? Huang Feiyang looked at his accountant with lifeless eyes. That accountant said directly, Boss Huang, our March salary hasn't been paid yet. Right now, we have 340,000 in cash. Tai Xiaohu said lightly, Boss Huang, what do you think we should do with this 340,000? Huang Feiyang was already completely disheartened. He sat on the floor like a deflated ball. I'll give it all to you. At this moment, Huang Feiyang had already made up his mind. As long as he sent away these murderous gods, he would immediately escape to a faraway place. Of course, his bank savings would not only be a little more than 5 million. Tai Xiaohu took the black plastic bag containing the 340,000. With a casual toss, he threw it into Tang Meng's hands. Then, he chuckled and said to Huang Feiyang, that's enough, Boss Huang. Hurry to your office and sign the IOU. I still have to wait to leave. Oh, you can't stand up anymore? Let me support you. Tai Xiaohu extended one arm and helped Huang Feiyang up from the floor. In a few big strides, he arrived at the general manager's office. Ling Yan also followed in slowly and said to Tai Xiaohu, let him sign the IOU for Qingyun Movies. His signature, the required fingerprint, the company's official seal, and the finance seal are all stamped. Also, make it clear that Qingyun Movies is the collateral. If he can't pay back the money, you can take over Qingyun Movies. Ling Yan could tell that Huang Feiyang wanted to run. But even if he could run, he couldn't run away. Huang Feiyang had already made up his mind to leave. When he signed the IOU, he did not play any tricks. The format of the IOU was even more standard than if he really owed money. 11 million of the company's debt was signed and stamped. Then, it was handed into Tai Xiaohu's hands. Tai Xiaohu took the IOU and looked at it carefully twice. Then, he spat out fiercely and said coldly, this is money to save lives. You all F***king owe so much. What kind of proper company is this? Bullsh**T. Let's go. Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu arrived at the entrance of Qingyun Movies. Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a light look. Tang Meng carried the money bag, turned around, and walked out directly. The three of them quickly left the office building where Qingyun Movies was located. After they quickly got into the car, Tang Meng immediately started the Hummer. After driving for 7 to 8 kilometers in one go, he finally stopped the car at a secluded roadside. F***ck, Tai Xiaohu, I never thought that the feeling of collecting debts would actually be so satisfying. It really F***king feels so good. Then, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other, then turned to look at Ling Yan at the same time. Ling Yan held his stomach with both of his hands. His body was trembling violently. He had long laughed to the point that tears were flowing out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. When Ling Yan came to Qingyun Productions today, he did not consider how much he wanted to charge. He only wanted to completely destroy Qingyun Productions and vent his anger. Hence, he laughed, not because of the 19.34 million that he just received. He was laughing at Tai Xiaohu's shocking performance at Qingyun Productions just now. When Ling Yan saw the two of them turn around, he pointed at Tai Xiaohu breathlessly and said, Tai Xiaohu. You. Who the F***ck, if he thinks that you're a big, dumb, hothead, then he deserves 8 lifetimes of bad luck. That Huang Feiyang, I'm dying of laughter. Tai Xiaohu's old face turned red. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Boss, didn't I just learn all these from you?" Ling Yun was exposed. He glared and said, "Go to hell, you said that your girlfriend was forced to go to that place and even took drugs. Did you learn that from me as well?" Ha 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 ha. Tang Meng recalled how Tai Xiaohu described his girlfriend's tragic state at Qingyun Productions just now. He also pointed at Tai Xiaohu's nose and laughed out loud. Tai Xiaohu was a little embarrassed by Ling Yun and Tang Meng's laughter, but he could only laugh along helplessly. For a moment, there was no end to the laughter in the Hummer. Those who did not know better would have thought that the three people in the car had gone crazy. After 2 to 3 minutes, Ling Yun gradually retracted his smile and returned to his usual calm demeanor. He asked Tang Meng calmly, "About the bet, how's the arrangement going?" Hearing that Ling Yun was talking about serious matters, Tang Meng's expression immediately turned serious. He said in a low voice, "Boss, I've already released the news on the internet last night. I'll go back and take a look online tonight. We should have a general idea." Ling Yun nodded and then said, "About the opening of the clinic, do you have any ideas?" Tang Meng immediately said, "The clinic isn't difficult to handle. It's just 3 things. Rent a shop, purchase some necessary medical equipment, and then get all the necessary documents. Then, we can open for business." Ling Yun thought for a moment before saying, "We don't lack money now. You should make the shop more presentable. Don't be too stingy. As for the medical license, I think Ning Air will give me news in the next 2 days. As for the medical equipment, you can discuss with Yao Rou about it." After a pause, Ling Yun suddenly said to Tang Meng coldly, "Tang Meng, you're really something. I asked you to consult Yao Rou about the opening of the clinic, but you brought her around the whole afternoon. Didn't you see that she was wearing high heels?" "Boss, I really didn't ask her to follow me. After I asked her about the opening of the clinic, I told her repeatedly to go back and rest, but she wouldn't leave." Tang Meng hurriedly explained, "Boss, I really didn't ask her to follow me. I asked her to go back and rest, but she wouldn't leave." Ling Yun waved his hand and said calmly, "All right, from now on, remember to treat Yao Rou the same way you treated Shuang Meifeng. If you do something like this again, I'll kick you." "Okay." Tang Meng didn't dare to say anything else. He thought to himself, "All right, I'll have to take care of any woman that appears around boss in the future. Tai Xiaohu, if you have nothing else to do these 2 days, help Tang Meng with the clinic." "Yes." Tai Xiaohu answered without hesitation. "Also, as long as Green Dragon doesn't cause trouble for you, don't interfere with his matters." Ling Yun smiled at Tai Xiaohu as he recalled the scene where Tai Xiaohu faced the Green Dragon this morning. Tai Xiaohu's forehead was full of sweat. "Boss, if Longwu didn't listen to me and forced her bodyguards to attack, I would definitely have done something." Ling Yun nodded and smiled. "I know. But since you've decided to follow me, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll handle Green Dragon's matters myself." Tai Xiaohu's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Ling Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Tai Xiaohu start to call him boss like Tang Meng. "You two, we're both hardworking high school students now, okay? Don't be like those gangsters, calling me boss here and there. What do you take me for?" "Huh?" Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were stunned. Hardworking? Studious? None of the 3 of them seemed to have anything to do with being hardworking. Ling Yun chuckled. "Don't call me boss in the future. Call me Big Brother Yun. I'll only say this once, understand?" "Yes. Big Brother Yun." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other and lowered their heads in unison. That sounds much better." Ling Yan laughed and took out his phone to look at the time. "Tang Meng, do you know where I can buy LV? The most expensive ones." Ling Yan had spent more than 1,000,000 yuan on Shuang Meifeng and Xiaomimi today. He had yet to buy anything for Ning Lingyu. "Big Brother Yun, you've asked the right person. I know an LV store. The goods there are definitely authentic. Chao Shanshan and Zhuang Meina bought their LV there." Tang Meng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said to Ling Yun. This brat changed his way of addressing Ling Yun very quickly. After Ling Yun said that, he immediately stopped calling Ling Yun boss. "Hurry up and drive there. School ends in 40 minutes. Ling Yun was a little anxious. It's very close. 7 minutes at most. Tang Meng patted his chest confidently and stepped on the accelerator. The Hummer sped off. In fact, it only took them 5 minutes to arrive at the Louis Vuitton store. The store was not on the pedestrian street, but in the northeast corner of the city center square. The display windows were bright, and all kinds of colorful LV bags were placed on transparent glass shelves, attracting the attention of passers-by. Boss, there are also LV stores on the pedestrian street. However, there are many imitations there. It's hard to tell the real from the fake. However, this store is definitely authentic. They even have limited edition ones. It's just that they are very expensive, Tang Meng said to Ling Yun as he parked the car. Of course, Ling Yun would not complain about the price when he bought things for Ning Lingyu. He smiled faintly and said, "Buy the most expensive ones." Under the enthusiastic introduction of the store owner, Ling Yun bought 4 ladies' LV bags and 2 ladies' LV wallets in one go. All of them were limited edition. Tang Meng was speechless. Boss really doesn't care about money today. The money spent, after Ling Yun bought the bags for his mother and sister, he turned to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu and asked, "Do the two of you want one each?" "I have one." "No." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu shook their heads in unison. Seeing that the two of them did not want the bags, Ling Yun did not force them. He swiped his card and another 800,000 was gone. This was also because the store owner saw Ling Yun buy 6 limited edition bags in one go and gave him a 15% discount. Otherwise, even 900,000 would not have been enough to stop him. The store owner was all smiles as he sent the 3 of them to the car. He sincerely welcomed Ling Yun to come again. Ling Yun nodded and the 3 of them got into the car and went straight to Xianxia High. 10 minutes before school ended, Tang Meng parked the car at the entrance of Xianxia High. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to carry the 6 bags and followed him to grade 12 class 1. Tang Meng did not follow Ling Yun out of the car because of the bet. Instead, he chose to wait in the car. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu soon arrived at the entrance of grade 12 class 1. Ling Yun peeked into grade 12 class 1's classroom as if there was no one else around. His eyes were sharp as lightning. Seeing that Ning Lingyu was hard at work, he smiled faintly and moved away from the door. Following Tai Xiaohu, he leaned against the railing in the corridor and waited for the class to end. The teacher was not around for the last period of grade 12 class 1. The students were studying hard, so the classroom was very quiet. However, when Ling Yun showed his face, a few of the students in grade 12 class 1 saw it and broke the silence in the classroom. The students began to whisper to each other. "Look, it's Ling Yun. It's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is so handsome. Wow, he came to our class. Is he looking for Ning Lingyu? I want to get Ling Yun's autograph." I think I saw Tai Xiaohu at the door too. Xianxia, who was already in a bad mood, became even more irritated when she heard the students talking about Ling Yun. She was so angry that she slammed the pen in her hand on the table. She turned to look at Ning Lingyu, who was not far behind her, and snorted coldly. Xianxia's sister had angered the Sun family in Beijing. Now, no one knew where she was hiding. Now, the Zhuang family was in a mess because of this matter. Sun Xing's mother, Niao Fenjiao, came to her house every day and scolded her parents. Her words were more disgusting than cow dung. It was no wonder that Xianxia was annoyed. This was not the only thing she was annoyed about. Ling Yun's performance these few days was getting more and more out of hand. She had no confidence that Xie Zhenyan would be able to deal with Ling Yun. Moreover, ever since they quarreled, Xie Zhenyan had been ignoring her. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. This made Xianxia feel even more embarrassed. "Lingyu, your brother Ling Yun is at the entrance of our class," Ning Lingyu's deskmate said softly as she nudged Ning Lingyu's elbow. Ning Lingyu was overjoyed. However, she quickly pouted her red lips and frowned. She muttered helplessly, "Really, brother must have skipped class again." However, when she heard that Ling Yun was at the entrance of the classroom, her mind was in a mess and she could no longer study. She could not run out in front of everyone, so she could only sit there and wait for the bell to signal the end of class. I wonder if brother still has the rose that I gave him? Ning Lingyu's beautiful and fair face blushed slightly. She bit her lower lip lightly and blinked her eyes continuously. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently. It was a very captivating sight. If there was one person in Xianxia High who could compete with Miao Xiaomiao, that person would definitely be Ning Lingyu. When Ning Lingyu was watching the water spout, she absorbed even more dragon spiritual energy than Ling Yun. This caused her entire aura to rise to a whole new level. She looked even more ethereal and dreamy, causing people to unconsciously associate her with Chang'e in the heavens. After waiting for 5 long minutes, Ning Lingyu finally heard the melodious sound of the bell signaling the end of class. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. As soon as the bell rang, the students of grade 12 class 1, who had been waiting anxiously for Ling Yun's arrival, rushed out of the classroom like a swarm of bees. Not for anything else, but to see the handsome god of war in their hearts, the brother of the super school belle, Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu, who had just stood up, was stunned by the reaction of her classmates. Now, they were all rushing out of the classroom without any regard for their lives. The corridor between the desks was filled with students, leaving no space for walking. As Zhuang Meina's seat was at the front, she was the first to rush out of the corridor between the desks. She was squeezed by the frenzied students, almost falling on the podium. Ever since Ling Yun beat up Tai Xiaohu and took Lin Menghan away, Zhuang Meina hadn't seen Ling Yun again. She wanted to see for herself how Ling Yun, who had been rumored to be like a god, had changed. Was he really as handsome as the rumors said? Ning Lingyu furrowed her beautiful brows and looked at the classroom door with a reproachful look. She said in a low voice, "Brother, you could have just sent me a text message. Why did you have to make such a big deal out of it? Wow. Ling Yun is so handsome. He's so charming. Oh my god, Ling Yun is so handsome, I love the dimples on his face, what Tai Xiaohu is carrying is. Wow, LV, it's true, it's really LV. Is Ling Yun here to give Ning Lingyu an LV? Since most of the girls were petite, they were arranged to be at the front of the classroom. They were the first to rush out, so they were the first to rush out. Soon after they rushed out, there were all sorts of exclamations. A female classmate who was close to Ning Lingyu actually shouted from the classroom door, "Lingyu, come out quickly, your brother is here to give you an LV." For the past 3 years, Zhuang Meina had been making things difficult for Ning Lingyu because of her family's wealth. She had been mocking and ridiculing Ning Lingyu for a long time. Now, not only was Lingyu no longer a coward, but he had also become extremely good at fighting and handsome. Even Tenxia Zhenyans would not be able to catch up to him. Naturally, she was happy for Ning Lingyu and took the opportunity to suppress Zhuang Meina's arrogance. After most of the students had left, Ning Lingyu finally left her seat and walked out of the classroom with light footsteps. When she arrived at the door, many of the students who were blocking the entrance naturally opened up a path for her, allowing her to walk unimpeded towards Lingyu. Ling Yun aside, even Ning Lingyu herself was worthy of the attention of grade 12 class 1 students. She was the super campus belle of Xianxia High. Furthermore, Ning Lingyu had always been the top student in her grade and was doted on by the school leaders and teachers. She was not arrogant or hot-tempered, she was willing to help others and got along well with her classmates. Now that Ning Lingyu had come out to meet her brother, how could they not make way for her? Big brother. Ning Lingyu could not help but blush as she stood in front of Ling Yun. She stood up straight and stared at Ling Yun with her big, watery eyes. Big brother. Ning Lingyu's pretty face could not help but blush as she stood in front of Ling Yun. Lingyu, you've become so much prettier. Ling Yun was not stingy with his compliments. Not to mention in front of grade 12 class 1 students, even if it was in front of tens of thousands of people, he would still praise her like this. Many of the surrounding students could not help but chuckle. Ning Lingyu was not as thick-skinned as Ling Yun. Her face turned red in an instant. Brother. Ning Lingyu lowered her head shyly and pouted. Ling Yun giggled and took the initiative to wrap his arms around Ling Yu's shoulders. He turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "See this? Big brother bought this for you. It's a limited edition LV bag and wallet. Pick 2 that you like and I'll bring the rest back for mom." Ning Lingyu could not hide the surprise in her eyes. She looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and frowned. She asked anxiously, "Brother, why did you buy these bags? And you bought so many at once." How much did they cost? Actually, Ning Lingyu did not want to ask how much these bags cost. She only wanted to complain. However, Ling Yan pretended to be confused. He purposely lowered his voice and said, "How much is this?" "It's only about 800,000 yuan. Huh. Ning Lingyu was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Other than Zhuangmena and Xie Zhenyan, everyone else in grade 12 class 1 was dumbfounded. They knew that LV bags were luxury goods and that they were expensive. However, they did not expect them to be this expensive. For small ladies' handbags and 2 exquisite wallets cost more than 800,000 yuan. On average, each bag cost about 130 to 40,000 yuan. Wow. So expensive? Oh my god, if I were to work in the future, how long would it take for me to earn 800,000 yuan? I can't take it anymore. I love Ling Yan so much. It would be great if someone could give me such nice bags. I don't need so many, just one will do." Exclamations and discussions could be heard everywhere. Grade 12 Class 1 was in an uproar. Ning Lingyu stood there in a daze. She did not know what to say. However, her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. Her pair of beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. Ling Yan gently patted Ning Lingyu's trembling shoulders. He reached out and took the 2 exquisite LV wallets from Tai Xiaohu's hands. "Lingyu, pick one." Ling Yan smiled faintly. Other than the color, there was no obvious difference between the 2 wallets. Ning Lingyu did not want to stay there any longer. She randomly picked one and said shyly, "I'll take this, okay." "Then this one is for mommy." Ling Yan placed the other one back in Tai Xiaohu's hands. He then took the 4 LV bags over. "Pick 2. Ling Yan chuckled. His red lips, white teeth, and deep dimples made him look very radiant. All the girls in grade 12 class 1 were infatuated with him. No one knew if it was because of his good looks or because of his generosity. Just one is enough. Ning Lingyu was extremely shy. She did not even bother to pick one and casually took one. After all, these 4 bags were for either her or her mother. It was not like they would fall into the hands of an outsider. What was there to pick? "Brother is too much," Ling Yan pretended to be angry. "How can one be enough? No matter what, there has to be a rotation. Here, this bag's pattern is more suitable for you. You can have it." Ling Yan helped Ning Lingyu choose a black and shiny handbag and forced it into Ning Lingyu's hands. "Lift it up for Big Brother to see." Ling Yan was still not satisfied. He teased the blushing Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu was very obedient. She casually picked up an LV handbag. Ning Lingyu's small hands were slender and beautiful. Coupled with her slender and graceful figure, the shiny black LV handbag was exquisite and beautiful. In an instant, Ning Lingyu's temperament was raised to the max. Wow. Ning Lingyu is so beautiful. So beautiful. She's a real goddess now. Even Chao Shanshan can't compare to her. Not only that, I think even that new girl called Xiao Miao can't compare to Lingyu. A wave of heartfelt exclamations and various kinds of envy and excitement. However, because of Ning Lingyu's status in the class, many girls were at most envious to the extent of jealousy. They did not hate her. Except for Zhuangmena. She did not feel envy or jealousy, only hatred. This time, she did not say anything. She could tell with one look that the 6 LVs that Lingyu had brought were all authentic. Moreover, they were definitely limited edition. However, what made Zhuangmena feel strange was that even though she hated Ling Yun, she felt that her hatred towards Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun had lessened a little. She couldn't control her own heart because she realized that she really liked Ling Yun's charming face. Looking at his sister's perfect appearance, Ling Yun finally nodded his head in satisfaction. He laughed heartily and said, "That's right, this is my sister." Ling Yan's eyes were really sharp. Ning Lingyu did not even have to put on any makeup. All she did was carry an LV bag, and the elegant and dreamy aura she exuded instantly surpassed Chao Shanshan. It was even comparable to Qingshui's Zhuang Meifeng. An innate spiritual body was indeed an innate spiritual body. Furthermore, Ning Lingyu was the daughter of Qin Qiuyue. Her aura was definitely extraordinary. Regardless of beauty, Qin Qiuyue definitely surpassed any other woman Ling Yun had met. Not even Lin Menghan, Zhuang Meifeng, or Morong Feishue could compare. Ling Yan raised his hand and took out 5 to 6 bundles of red $100 bills from his pocket. Then, he pulled the LV bag that Ning Lingyu was carrying and stuffed all the money into it. Then, he closed the LV bag again. Without waiting for Ning Lingyu to speak, Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, "Lingyu, Big Brother was too busy today and did not have the time to register a card for you. You can use this money first. In 2 days, I'll bring you to the bank to register a card and deposit a few $1,000,000. You can spend it however you want." Oh my God! All the students in grade 12 class 1, including Xianxia and Zhuang Meina, were dumbfounded when they heard Ling Yan's words. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground as their eyeballs and glasses fell to the ground, tens of thousands of dollars, and he said it was just this amount of cash? Depositing a few $1,000,000? Pocket money? This was simply too heaven-defying, too valiant. All the students in grade 12 class 1 were in a frenzy. Ling Yan continued to smile and said, "Little sister, Big Brother is here today to tell you one thing. From today onwards, you don't have to study so hard anymore. You can learn whatever you want. If you don't want to learn, don't learn those useless things. There's no need to waste your precious time on boring college entrance examination scores. From today onwards, you don't have to do anything you want. Don't force yourself anymore. Do you understand?" A powerful person could do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Yun was even more powerful. He made it so that Ning Lingyu did not have to do anything she wanted. This made everyone's balls ache. How heaven-defying did he have to be able to say such arrogant and domineering words? It wasn't just the students in grade 12 class 1 who were shocked. Even Ning Lingyu could not help but feel her heart tremble when she heard Ling Yan's arrogant words. She really could not bear the sudden and huge happiness that came to her. She could no longer suppress the surging emotions in her body. Suddenly, she let out a soft moan and buried her entire body into Ling Yan's embrace, sobbing softly. Big Brother, the entrance of grade 12 class 1 was surrounded by dozens of students. At this moment, it was incomparably silent. Everyone could only hear the sound of Ning Lingyu sobbing. Other than Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu, everyone else was dumbfounded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The bell signaling the end of class had been ringing for 4 to 5 minutes. As it was the end of the school day, the school grounds of Qingshui High were extremely noisy. However, the entrance of grade 12 class 1 was undoubtedly the place with the highest population density. It was also the quietest place in the entire school. Everyone looked as if they were possessed. Their mouths were wide open and their eyes were wide open. They stared at the handsome Ling Yun and the beautiful Ling Yu. The waves of emotions in their hearts could no longer be described with words. In less than a week's time, Ling Yun had transformed from a penniless, fat, and useless wastrel into a handsome, rich, and powerful man who had millions of dollars as pocket money. Other than studying, Ling Yun had already left Xie Zhenyan, the pride of their class, far behind. Xie Zhenyan would never be able to catch up to Ling Yun in any aspect. At least there's one thing he's not good at. Xie Zhenyan felt that he had lost to Ling Yun in every aspect. He had found his own balance in his heart. It's a pity that Ling Yun's results aren't good. Otherwise, he would be perfect. There were many girls who couldn't help but feel sorry for Ling Yun. It was as if they had failed the college entrance examination. However, Ling Yun had already said that he would not do anything in the future. Of course, that included studying and entering a university. Thinking about it, what was the use of such a person entering a university? Zhuang Meina's big eyes stared at Ling Yan's handsome face. She felt her heart beating faster and faster. It was getting harder and harder to control. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Zhuang Meina liked Xie Zhenyan. She liked his handsomeness, his demeanor, and his family background. Now, everything that Ling Yun had displayed had undoubtedly trampled on Xie Zhenyan. This caused Zhuang Meina to have uncontrollable thoughts of falling in love with someone else. As for Ling Yan's poor studies, Zhuang Meina did not care about it at all. To people of their class, studies were nothing if not for the sake of their reputation. Ling Yun saving people with golden needles, a team of 30 people from the Green Dragon Gang, taking Tai Xiaohu in as his underling. Now, he was insanely handsome, rich, and generous. All of these were eroding Zhuang Meina's heart, making her unable to extricate herself. Zhuang Meina was obviously a girl who easily fell in love with someone else. When Li Qingchuan first returned to Qingshuihai, she was also one of the girls who went crazy to see him. As for Ling Yun, not to mention Xie Zhenyan, he was even more handsome than Li Qingchuan. It was no wonder that Zhuang Meina was tempted. If Ling Yun was strong, Zhuang Meina would undoubtedly choose Xie Zhenyan. That was why she was jealous of Xie Zhenyan's infatuation with Ning Lingyu. However, now that Ling Yun was so strong that even Zhuang Meina was moved, what did it have to do with Xie Zhenyan's feelings for Ning Lingyu? This was a very subtle way of thinking of a young girl. Surprisingly, Zhuang Meina did not say anything to mock the siblings. Instead, she started to blush and her heart started to beat faster. She could not help but imagine the blissful Ning Lingyu crying in Ling Yun's arms as herself. How great would that be? Of course, she was still jealous of Ning Lingyu. However, it had nothing to do with love anymore. Zhuang Meina could not help but glance at Xie Zhenyan, who was standing not far away. She thought to herself, other than having some power in his family, how else is he better than Ling Yun? Xie Zhenyan's thoughts were the exact opposite. After witnessing this scene, the fire in Xie Zhenyan's heart was ignited for the first time in his life. Zhuang Meina was originally just Xie Zhenyan's plaything. She was his second choice because he could not win Ning Lingyu's heart. In other words, it was a move to provoke Ning Lingyu. Therefore, Xie Zhenyan did not take Zhuang Meina seriously at all. Ling Yun had been flirtatious in Qingshuihai, right under Xie Zhenyan's nose for a few days. That was enough to leave Xie Zhenyan in the dust. Now, the head of the Four Nouveaux Riches, Xie Zhenyan had become a laughingstock in Qingshuihai. Many people were saying that Xie Zhenyan had yet to go against Ling Yun. If he dared to provoke Ling Yun, he would definitely end up like Go Junfa and be trampled on. Although Xie Zhenyan was sinister, cunning, and liked to play the dirty tricks of the officialdom, he was also quite patient, but this did not mean that he had a good temper. How could a person who liked to abuse others have a good temper? The title of Qingshuihai's sweetheart that he had painstakingly put on for 3 years was snatched away by Ling Yun in a single night. Xie Zhenyan could not take it anymore. Xie Zhenyan's patience had reached its limit. If he didn't do something to Ling Yun, he would really go crazy, especially when he saw Ning Lingyu holding the LV bag in her hands. That instant display of that noble and charming temperament, this caused an unprecedented desire to conquer in his heart. Xie Zhenyan's Adam's apple could not help but tremble. He did not even notice that Zhuang Meina was looking at him with disdain. He began to think about how to team up with Go Junfa to conquer Ning Lingyu. Everyone had their own thoughts and opinions on the same matter. The reason why Ling Yun was so ostentatious in front of grade 12 class 1 was because he was there to show off. Of course, it was not for himself. He did not need to show off. He was there for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun wanted to clearly tell Ning Lingyu that from now on, she would be waving goodbye to her previous life. She would no longer need to struggle and worry about dirty things like money. She would no longer need to be subservient to anyone. He wanted Ning Lingyu to live a peaceful life. She could do whatever she wanted and not do whatever she wanted. She would not live for money. Ling Yun could feel all kinds of strange and fiery gazes from all around him. He only smiled faintly and patted Ning Lingyu, who was still sobbing. He said gently, "Little sister, do what you need to do. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Only then did Ning Lingyu raise her head and look at Ling Yun with her big, watery eyes. She did not even have time to wipe away the tears on her face. She looked at her brother and said, "I'm not busy. Big brother, I want to treat you to a meal." Ling Yun looked at her and laughed. The few 100,000 he spent today was not in vain. It was a meal for his sister. Ling Yun turned his head and gave Tai Xiaohu a look. He then put his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulder and said, "Little sister is treating me to a meal. Of course I have to go. Tell me, where should we eat?" Ning Lingyu smiled mischievously. She raised her delicate hand and pointed in the direction of the school's cafeteria with her index finger. She then said, "Over there." "All right, we'll do as you say." Ling Yun shook his head as he caressed Ning Lingyu's nose and wiped away the tears on her pretty face. Then, he spoke lovingly. In front of everyone in grade 12 class 1, Ning Lingyu naturally held on to Ling Yun's arm. She then pressed her body tightly against Ling Yun's and went downstairs with him. Ling Yun's goal had been achieved. Ning Lingyu's mood was unprecedentedly calm. She no longer cared about the stares from the people around her. She was calm and relaxed. If she wanted to cry, she would cry. If she wanted to laugh, she would laugh. She had returned to her true self. This was a state of mind that people who wanted to cultivate must have. This was the ultimate goal of Ling Yun's actions today. It was obvious that he was clearing the obstacles in Lingyu's heart for her to embark on the path of cultivation. He was paving a smooth road for her. Tai Xiaohu followed Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu downstairs. However, he did not go to the school's cafeteria. Instead, he walked out of the school to meet Tang Meng at the school gate. Tai Xiaohu arrived at the school gate and got into a Hummer. He then said to Tang Meng, who was smoking, "Big brother Yun and his sister are going to eat." "What? Going to eat with Lingyu? Where did they go to eat? Why didn't I see them coming out?" Tang Meng was excited when he heard that he could meet his goddess. Tai Xiaohu smiled faintly. "The school cafeteria, huh?" Tang Meng was stunned. Why would boss go to the school cafeteria to eat at such a time? Seriously, Tai Xiaohu did not continue Tang Meng's sentence. Ling Yan's thoughts were like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. He could not guess what he was thinking at all. "What should we do then?" Tang Meng asked Tai Xiaohu after being stunned for a while. "We'll do what we have to do. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry." Tai Xiaohu placed the 3 Louis Vuitton on the back seat of the car and leaned against the passenger seat. Tang Meng started the Hummer. Whose treat? Even though there was a few $100,000 in cash in the car, the two of them had no intention of spending it. Tai Xiaohu chuckled. "You're driving a Hummer, who do you think is treating?" Tang Meng replied with a bitter face, "Who said that I have to treat just because I drive a Hummer? Let me tell you, my money has almost been taken by boss, and now my pockets are even cleaner than my face. Let me tell you, boss told me that you gave that bastard Go Junfa 20,000 yuan, I think you should be the one treating." Tai Xiaohu could not be bothered to argue with him. He nodded his head and said, "Hurry up and drive. Tell me what's going on with the bet." School cafeteria, 2nd floor. When Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu arrived at the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, they realized that there were already quite a number of people there. Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes widened as she glanced at the table where they ate the last time. She realized that there were already 2 guys sitting there. That day, it was at that table that Ling Yun took a total of $11,000 from Tang Meng and Xianxia. Ning Lingyu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. Xianxia was so angry that she did not even eat. At that time, Ning Lingyu thought that her brother had changed his appearance. She did not expect that it was just a small, insignificant beginning. Compared to the current Ling Yun, what happened that day was not even worth mentioning. "Brother, wait for me," Ning Lingyu said to Ling Yun, with a smile on her face. Then, she turned her slender waist and ran to the corner. "Hello, students. May I know if you can let me have this table?" Ning Lingyu was slender and elegant. She had a charming smile on her face, and her voice was like that of an oriole. She spoke to the 2 students who had nosebleeds from their noses. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Seeing the campus belle, Ning Lingyu, suddenly appear in front of them, the 2 students who had ordered their dishes and were about to eat were as excited as if they had won the lottery. They were so excited that they did not even hear Ning Lingyu's request. "WH. What's the matter?" The 2 students were excited for a long time before one of them asked blankly. Ning Lingyu did not mind and continued to smile sweetly. "I would like to eat with my brother at this table. Could you please move aside?" "Your brother? Ah, Ling Yun." Not to mention Ning Lingyu, the campus belle, Ling Yun alone was enough to make the 2 students nod their heads excitedly. Without another word, they packed up their cutlery and went to find another seat. They were now Ling Yun's diehard fans. Ning Lingyu smiled sweetly and thanked them. She then waved at Ling Yun. "Brother, come quickly." Ling Yun thought to himself that his sister was quite nostalgic. She came here to eat but still insisted on sitting here. Such a big restaurant with so many empty seats, it would be the same no matter where she sat. However, he did not want to spoil his sister's good mood. He smiled faintly and walked over. "Brother, be good and sit here. Let me go order the dishes, okay?" As soon as the siblings went up to the second floor of the restaurant, they immediately attracted the attention of all the students who were eating there. However, this time, Ning Lingyu was completely different from the last time. She ignored all the gazes that were directed at her. She did not even show the slightest shyness or sullenness. Red braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ning Lingyu said one dish after another. She had a good memory and actually ordered the exact same dishes as the last time. She did not even make a mistake in the order. After ordering the dishes, Ning Lingyu walked lightly back to the table in the corner and sat down. Her pair of big and beautiful eyes were filled with love as she looked at her brother Ling Yun. "Brother, you skipped class again, didn't you?" Ning Lingyu suddenly glared at Ling Yun and said softly. Ling Yun was sweating profusely. He thought to himself that his sister was going to settle the score with him. However, he had his own way of dealing with it. Lingyu, I'm not skipping class this time. I've applied for leave." As soon as she heard that her brother had applied for leave, Ning Lingyu did not bring up the matter anymore. Instead, she put on an anxious expression and said to her brother, "Brother, you must catch up with your studies. I want to go to the same university as you." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry. I promised Mom that I'll get into the same university as you." Ning Lingyu was stunned. "Big brother, did Mom call you today?" she asked blankly. Ling Yun shook her head and said, "No, I went home today and met with my mother." "Go home? What did you do at home?" Ning Lingyu's eyes were wide open as she asked in confusion. Ling Yun deliberately looked around and said mysteriously, "I sent the Maserati back to Mom. Anyway, you don't need it now. Let Mom drive it first. It's more convenient." Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun's expression and found it amusing. She could not help but laugh and said, "Mom must have praised you, right?" Ling Yun smiled proudly and said, "Of course. Not only did I send the Maserati back to Mom, I also bought 2 villas today. I even brought back 2 copies of the purchase contracts for Mom." "Ah?" Ning Lingyu was really stunned this time. God, no wonder her brother bought 6 Louis Vuitton in one go without batting an eyelid. He even bought 2 villas today? How much did that cost? Ning Lingyu thought to herself as she subconsciously mumbled the question. "It's not expensive. We bought it at half price. 2 sets cost about 40 million. Ling Yun said casually. Ning Lingyu was completely shocked. She had thought that this was the happiness of life. But now, it seemed that there was even greater happiness. She was immersed in this dreamlike happiness. However, she soon realized that she had an inexplicable sense of loss. This was because she realized that she had suddenly lost the goal to strive for. She did not know what else she could strive for: villas, sports cars, luxury brands, money. The goals that she had worked so hard to achieve were all obtained by her brother in the blink of an eye. Only now did she truly understand what her brother meant when he said, "Don't force yourself to learn what you don't want to learn. Don't do whatever you don't want to do." Then, brother, happiness came too quickly and too suddenly. Ning Lingyu was suddenly surrounded by all kinds of emotions. She did not know what to say. Ling Yun understood her feelings. After waiting for a full 5 minutes, Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu, who was gradually calming down, "Sister, don't worry. As long as it is something that can be bought with money, it is not worth mentioning. Brother will teach you more important things. You should get used to it for a few days. In the future, don't work so hard and study for *T grades." Now, even if Ning Lingyu went home every day and did not study for 2 months, she could easily get into Yenjing University. Ling Yun continued, "It's enough as long as you can get into your ideal university. There is no need to fight for first place. Do you still remember the waterspout we saw on Tiger Cliff? I've said it before, the world is not what you see it to be. This Sunday, I will bring you around and teach you some fun new things, okay?" Ning Lingyu was extremely intelligent. She seemed to understand her brother's intentions. She thought for a while and nodded obediently. What did Ning Lingyu want to know the most now? It was Ling Yun's strength and mystery. She knew that this was her brother's secret. As long as Ling Yun did not say anything, she would choose not to ask. Hearing her brother say this to her alone today, Ning Lingyu naturally understood that her brother would probably tell her the answer soon. The siblings chatted and laughed as they waited for the dishes to be served. Just as the first dish was served, Ling Yun saw 3 people enter the second floor of the dining hall. They were Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, and Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun was shocked. He thought to himself, this is bad, I got caught red-handed. He had applied for sick leave, but now he was having dinner in Qingshui High. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling had already treated Miao Xiaomiao to 2 meals. After school this afternoon, Miao Xiaomiao took the initiative to treat Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling. The 3 beauties chatted happily as they came to the second floor of the dining hall. The moment they entered, Zhang Ling could not help but exclaim, Shanshan, look, isn't that Ling Yun? Chao Shanshan looked in the direction that Zhang Ling was pointing at. Her heart was filled with joy, but it was quickly followed by embarrassment and anger. Chao Shanshan stomped her feet and thought to herself, didn't he say that he was in pain? Why is he sitting there eating as if nothing has happened? Humph. Come, let's go over. She took the lead and walked directly towards Ling Yun's seat. Zhang Ling and Miao Xiaomiao looked at each other and followed closely behind Chao Shanshan. Oh, my class monitor is here for dinner too? Please take a seat. Ling Yun saw that he could no longer hide, and before Chao Shanshan could reach him, he smiled and made an inviting gesture. Although Chao Shanshan was angry with Ling Yun, she did not dare to show it on her face. She knew that if Ling Yun did not care, he would definitely do something that she would not be able to deal with. However, since Ling Yun was in the wrong, she did not stand on ceremony. She twisted her body and sat next to Ling Yun. Just like in class, she sat on the outside and Ling Yun sat in the corner. Shanshan, hello. Ning Lingyu saw Chao Shanshan and greeted her warmly. Lingyu, you look so beautiful today. Chao Shanshan sat diagonally opposite Ning Lingyu and naturally had to greet Ning Lingyu first. She was stunned for a moment before she could not help but compliment her. At the same time, she glanced at Miao Xiaomiao who was walking over. She thought to herself, Ning Lingyu's temperament has changed so much that even Miao Xiaomiao could not compare to her. Thank you, Shanshan. You look beautiful today as well. This white dress really suits you. Ning Lingyu accepted Shanshan's compliment calmly. She was neither servile nor overbearing, and her expression was very calm. Chao Shanshan chose the white dress in the morning. Even though it was a little translucent, it still added a lot of points to her. Even though Chao Shanshan was secretly surprised, her beautiful oval face maintained a bright smile and nodded lightly. She then turned to Ling Yun and said gently, how is it? Can I study by myself tonight? Ling Yun knew that he could not escape this time. He smiled without any awkwardness and said, yes, of course I can. I came back to school for dinner so that I can study in class after dinner. Chao Shanshan giggled and said, that's good. Let's go back to class later. Chao Shanshan did not expose Ling Yun's excuse of asking for leave. That was a secret between the two of them. Only an idiot would expose it. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling walked over. Miao Xiaomiao did not say a word and only stood there quietly. Zhang Ling, on the other hand, looked at Ling Yun's face with her big, lively eyes and said shyly, Ling Yun, do you want to treat us 3 beauties to dinner? What else could Ling Yun say? He casually glanced at Miao Xiaomiao who had been silent all this time and said happily, of course, there's a new classmate in our class. If I don't treat you, it would be rude. Come, let's sit down and eat together. The 5 of them sat down. Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun sat on one side of the table while Miao Xiaomiao and Ning Lingyu sat side by side. Zhang Ling took the initiative to move a chair horizontally. After Chao Shanshan introduced Miao Xiaomiao to Ning Lingyu, she smiled and said to Zhang Ling, call the waiter over. We'll order a few more dishes. Then, she looked at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes and asked, can you do it? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. How could a man say no? Ling Yun decided to be generous today. Sure, pick the best dishes and don't try to save me money. Xianxia gave Lingyan a flirtatious look and said, that's more like it. Zhang, order the dishes. With the arrival of Xianxia, Miao Xiaomiao, and Zhang, the entire second floor of the restaurant was in an uproar. Who was sitting at Lingyan's table now? Lingyu, Xianxia, Zhang, and the new top beauty from grade 12 class 6, Miao Xiaomiao. Of course, the most popular person at the moment was not these top beauties but the super handsome guy in the middle. He was the idol of most of the boys in Qingshui High, Ling Yun, who would have the time to eat at a time like this. They all focused their attention on this small corner of the restaurant and could not help but comment on the beauties. The 3 top beauties in school are actually all by Ling Yun's side at the same time. This is definitely not easy to see. Say, who do you think is the prettiest of the 3? I can't even tell. Hey, your eyesight is bad. Let me tell you, have you seen Lingyu? That dreamy face, that absolute temperament, she's definitely number 1. No, I'm looking at the newcomer beside Lingyu. She's too beautiful. Her body is so hot that it's bursting at the seams. That shiny black leather dress blinds my eyes. She's so sexy. I don't think Xianxia is that bad either. Her face is gorgeous and she's wearing a white dress today. That cleavage is so deep. Xianxia has never worn such a low-cut dress before. I don't even dare to think about those 3. I think we should be more realistic. Those 3 are beautiful, but they are fairies from the heavens. At least Zhang is a beauty from the mortal world. Her breasts are so big, I like it. Everyone was trying their best to express their opinions and judgments. However, they were afraid of Ling Yan's power and did not dare to make a ruckus. They were all whispering to each other. As 2 dishes had already been served, Ling Yan's table had already started eating. Ling Yan's appetite had been greatly reduced due to his need to cultivate after losing weight. It wasn't even half of what it used to be. Hence, he ate leisurely as he admired the beauty in front of him. This was the so-called feast for the eyes. Lingyu's aura was unparalleled, Miao Xiaomiao was sexy, Xianxia was radiant, and Zhang was full of smiles. Of course, among the 4 beauties, Miao Xiaomiao was the one that Ling Yun paid the most attention to. Only he knew that Miao Xiaomiao was a rare expert. According to his estimation, his current skills were at most on par with Miao Xiaomiao. Before he reached physique tempering stage 4, it would be difficult for him to defeat this sexy beauty. Where did this Miao Xiaomiao come from? Why did it have to be in his class? What was her purpose in coming to grade 12 class 6? Was it because of him, or was it a coincidence that he was assigned to his class? Ling Yun couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. All he could do was to be on guard. Miao Xiaomiao was indeed a stunner. However, Ling Yun had seen too many beauties in the cultivation world and this world. He wasn't really interested in them. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't have been so rude to her. He punched her left chest, which was something that normal men wouldn't be able to do. While Ling Yun was secretly observing Miao Xiaomiao was also secretly observing him. Actually, after Miao Xiaomiao had secretly escorted Shui Mining home last night, she had also gone to the place where Xianxia drove the black car. However, when she arrived, she only saw an empty car. Not a single person could be seen. Since she wasn't interested in Ling Yun's life or death, she went back to her room to rest. According to Miao Xiaomiao's estimation, those assassins had definitely gone to assassinate Ling Yun last night. However, when she saw Ling Yun here as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but be shocked. If Ling Yun was fine, then what about those assassins? Could they have been killed by Ling Yun? If that was the case, then Ling Yun was definitely a ruthless and decisive person. Seeing how her sister treated Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but be more cautious. She thought to herself that she had to be on guard against Ling Yun in the future so that he wouldn't do anything to harm Shui Mining. After Ling Yun had given her such a huge shock and surprise, Lingyu had regained her composure and calmness. No matter how many people were around her, she dealt with them calmly and indifferently. She didn't know why, but the scene from yesterday's self-study session kept replaying in front of her eyes. It was as if she couldn't get rid of it, causing her face to turn red again and again. She didn't even know what was in her mouth. Zhang might seem carefree and cheeky, but she really had a lot on her mind. In the past few days, she had asked herself countless times if she really liked Ling Yun, if she had the right to like Ling Yun, and if she should boldly pursue Ling Yun. The answer was different every time, but the answer to one question was the same every time, and that was that she really liked Ling Yun. She liked him from the bottom of her heart. As for whether she had the right to pursue him or not, she had no idea. In the end, she decided to let it be for the time being. The five of them each had their own thoughts, so they didn't speak much during the meal. When all the dishes were served, the five of them were already full. Ling Yun looked at the three of them and laughed. The three of you owe me a meal each, because this meal was Ling Yu's treat. This was extremely illogical. Since it was Ling Yu's treat, why would the three of them owe him a meal? However, for some reason, none of the three ladies objected. They all nodded their heads in agreement. Ling Yun didn't rush to pay for Ling Yu. He knew that his sister was treating him out of her own heart and he didn't want to go against her wishes. After Ling Yu settled the bill, the four beauties followed Ling Yun out of the restaurant. Ling Yun smiled at Ling Yu and said, "Little sister, remember what I told you? This Sunday, you have to leave some time for me, okay?" Ling Yu smiled sweetly and nodded her head obediently. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Then I'll go back to the classroom to study. You can go and do your own things." Ling Yun felt refreshed after absorbing quite a bit of spiritual energy from Ling Yu's body. He was about to break through to physique tempering stage 4. Ling Yu smiled sweetly and said goodbye to the others. Then, she took the 3 Louis Vuitton bags and returned to the dormitory. Those were Louis Vuitton bags, it would be a lie to say that she didn't like them. Ling Yun watched as Ling Yu left. Then, he stretched his waist and laughed. "Let's go, my 3 beauties. I'm going to study extra hard tonight and make up for all the homework I missed today." Upon hearing that Ling Yun was going to study extra hard, the girls couldn't help but laugh. Even Miao Xiaomiao's lips curled into a charming smile. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. At the same time, outside of Qingshui High, at the Savant's restaurant, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were sitting opposite each other in the midnight hall of the Savant's restaurant. There was wine and food on the table. Both of them had already drunk half a liter of white wine. Tai Xiaohu was still fine, but Tang Meng's face was already a little red. "Ling Yu, do you know who he is? You saw it just now." Xie Zhenyan is eyeing Ling Yu covetously. "I know better than anyone what kind of person he is. Boss wants to set up a bet to deal with him. There's also Go Junfa. He has been bullying Boss for almost 3 years. Boss has been tolerating it all this time. Last time, he beat him up as a lesson. I didn't expect him to find you to deal with Boss. That's why Boss is a little angry. He wants to teach him a lesson." Tang Meng said whatever he wanted to say. He didn't hide anything from Tai Xiaohu about the bet. Tai Xiaohu frowned slightly. Didn't Big Brother Yun say not to call him Boss in the future? Call him Big Brother Yun. Tang Meng laughed. He pointed at Tai Xiaohu with his chopsticks. "You're so domineering when you're collecting debts. Why are you so rigid when you talk about Boss? I've been calling him Boss since the second day I met him. I don't see him say anything. Hee, calling him Boss is still the best." Tai Xiaohu smiled but didn't say anything. He picked up a mouthful of food and said, "Then how are you going to set up this bet? Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa aren't idiots. Will they be willing to take such a loss?" Tang Meng's face turned serious. 3 steps, spread the word, provoke them, and then go to their doorstep to set up the bet. If they don't dare to accept it, then don't even think about being arrogant in front of me in the future. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were people from 2 different worlds. In fact, they were from 2 completely different worlds. Tang Meng was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He didn't have to worry about food or clothing since he was young. He could do whatever he wanted. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, was born into a poor family. He had been looked down upon since he was young. His life's trajectory was closer to Ling Yun's. It was just that after entering Qingshui High, Tai Xiaohu chose to join the Green Dragon Gang. The 2 of them, one in white and one in black, one in culture and one in martial arts, were really Ling Yun's left and right arms. Their perspectives were completely different. Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but chuckle after listening to Tang Meng. "I think a bet is a bet. Why do you have to beat around the bush? If it were me, I would go straight to their doorstep and ask them if they dare to gamble. If they dare to gamble, then they would write a contract. If they don't dare, then they can just point at their own noses and say that they're turtles. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Hearing this, Tang Meng was stunned. Then, he mumbled, so direct. Isn't this too simple? Tai Xiaohu leisurely took a sip of wine and laughed. Sometimes, the simplest method is the most effective method. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Meng was stunned. He thought to himself that Tai Xiaohu could be both naughty and straightforward. The things that Tang Meng had been thinking about every day were solved with just a few words from Tai Xiaohu. Duplicate address access 77777772E766F6474772E636F6D. However, he pondered for a while before saying, I can't make the decision myself. I'll have to ask boss first. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was insistent on this gamble not because of the money, but because he wanted Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to suffer a huge loss. Otherwise, if these two grandsons kept jumping around, it would really make people feel suffocated and anxious. Tai Xiaohu nodded his head and asked, Boss, what do you plan to do about the clinic? Tang Meng chuckled. About the clinic? Let me tell you, we can only run errands and follow Yao Rou's arrangements. After being reminded by Ling Yun, Tang Meng became obedient and did not dare to be careless anymore. Tai Xiaohu, of course, knew about Yao Rou. He had met Yao Rou earlier than Tang Meng. Tai Xiaohu recalled the time when Yao Rou looked at Ling Yun and could not help but laugh. He said to Tang Meng, since she knows everything, let's just listen to her arrangements. We don't have to worry about it. Just as the two of them were talking, Tang Meng received a text from Ling Yun. I have to study tonight. Don't wait for me, go do your own things. Tang Meng looked at the text and immediately said to Tai Xiaohu, Hey, why don't we go look for Yao Rou after dinner? That way, no matter what we do tomorrow, we'll have a plan. Tai Xiaohu shook his head decisively. I'm not going, I have something to do tonight. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'll follow you tomorrow to run errands. The night sky was beautiful with stars everywhere. Tai Xiaohu naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to train. Tang Meng scratched his head and said awkwardly, I say, Brother Tai, aren't you a little too much? Let me tell you, I'll be alone with Yao Rou. It's really awkward. In Tang Meng's eyes, Yao Rou and Ling Yun's relationship was very ambiguous. Why would he go to see Yao Rou alone in the middle of the night? Tai Xiaohu chuckled. Then you can wait until tomorrow morning. We'll discuss it on the spot and settle it on the spot. Anyway, I'm not going tonight. Tang Meng had no choice but to give up on the idea of looking for Yao Rou. He was not bored out of his mind tonight anyway. He still had to meet Li Qingchuan. He had saved Ling Yun 40 million in one go. This was not something that could be settled with just a few words. At Ling Yun's rental house. After Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi finished their meal, they cleaned up the place. Xiao Mimi said to Zhuang Meifeng, I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. This morning, after shopping together, the two of them got along very well. If Xiao Mimi did not appear as an assassin, she would be a perfect woman. She would not be as cold as ice. Zhuang Meifeng smiled faintly and said, Thank you, it's nothing much. Other than studying financial data, I like to cook for myself when I have nothing to do. Xiao Mimi smiled charmingly. Then you have to study how to cook more in the future. If you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. Zhuang Meifeng blushed. I always feel that Ling Yun is too amazing. I'm afraid. Xiao Mimi knew what Zhuang Meifeng was thinking. She looked at Zhuang Meifeng thoughtfully and giggled. What are you afraid of? Zhuang Meifeng said gloomily, I'm afraid that I can't capture him. For the past 2 days. Zhuang Meifeng had used almost all of her skills. She had even used the skills that she had secretly learned on Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun was as steady as a rock and refused to enter her body. This made her flustered and exasperated. Xiao Mimi suddenly moved her sexy lips close to Zhuang Meifeng's ear and whispered, I heard what happened between the two of you last night. Zhuang Meifeng was shocked when she heard this. Her face turned red and her body trembled. What? You? Zhuang Meifeng was so sweet and passionate last night. She said so many embarrassing things to Ling Yun and did so many embarrassing things to him. If this was heard by others, Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself that she had tried her best to keep her voice down. How could Xiao Mimi hear it? There were 2 doors and a living room between them. Xiao Mimi was unmoved. She giggled and said, "Isn't that just a small thing between a man and a woman? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I know everything that you know. I know everything that you don't know. What are you embarrassed about?" Zhuang Meifeng's skin was not as thick as this female assassin's. She snorted in dissatisfaction and could not help but stomp her feet. Xiao Mimi saw Zhuang Meifeng's unintentional shyness. She thought to herself that Ling Yun was able to resist such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. That was really too unbelievable, she continued. You should know by now that Ling Yun is a person who practices peerless martial arts. Let me tell you, the reason why Ling Yun is so determined to not touch your body is because he is practicing a kind of martial art. This martial art doesn't allow him to do that kind of thing with women. So, don't feel too defeated. Xiao Mimi was a cultivator. Even though she had not reached the level of a cultivator, she knew that there were some mysterious martial arts that prohibited men and women from having sex. Zhuang Meifeng was slightly happy. She had indeed heard from Ling Yun that they could touch but not enter the bridal chamber. Then what should we do? Zhuang Meifeng asked shyly. Xiao Mimi smiled coquettishly. For this kind of thing, other than waiting for him to master his martial art, there is no other way. Then, she said to Zhuang Meifeng in a seductive voice, however, in this period of time, it is also a good opportunity for you to master the art of seduction. This way, when he has mastered the art of seduction, he will not be able to leave you no matter how capable he is. Zhuang Meifeng looked at Xiao Mimi shyly and asked carefully, that, I can really learn it? Will he blame me when he finds out? Xiao Mimi giggled and raised her hand to grab Zhuang Meifeng's perky breasts. She said, are you silly? Which man doesn't want his woman to be flirtatious and seductive? Zhuang Meifeng could not help but tremble slightly when Xiao Mimi grabbed her. She thought about it seriously for a long time and finally made up her mind. All right, I will learn. In the classroom of grade 12 class 6. Ling Yun was seriously memorizing history. Even though he did not attend classes these few days, he had already memorized all the history textbooks. He was only left with the last one, which was about a dozen pages away. He did not only memorize the history text, he even memorized some of the important essay and analysis questions in the history test. After all, he only needed to look through them once. Ling Yun was now completely confident that if someone were to bring him a history mock exam, he would definitely score above 95 out of 100 points. Right now, Xianxia could not get into it at all. Her current state was actually the state that Ling Yu had reached, where she could not do anything if she wanted to. Other than their own hobbies and interests, they did not need anything else. They were the kind of people that were born with it. Xianxia was staring blankly at the words that Ling Yun would occasionally write on the paper. She was secretly thinking about whether her grandfather, who loved law, would be able to beat Ling Yun's handwriting if she took it out and compared it with Ling Yun's. It could not be helped, Ling Yun's handwriting was simply too beautiful. Every stroke and every vertical stroke was so elegant and straight. When put together, it made people feel comfortable no matter how they looked at it. Beautiful, Xianxia had practiced law before. She could not tell what style Ling Yun's handwriting was, nor could she tell which school Ling Yun's handwriting belonged to. However, it was beautiful, majestic, natural, full of strength, and natural. Xianxia's curiosity was understandable, because Ling Yun was using his handwriting to practice his sword intent. Ling Yun's practice was not as simple as sitting down to meditate. He believed that life was cultivation. He treated every word and action, every standing and sitting, every smile and every anger, as cultivation. This was because Ling Yun had once reached the terrifying tribulation stage. He was only one step away from successfully passing the tribulation and becoming an invincible existence below the immortal realm. Therefore, he knew better than anyone else that cultivation was something that defied the natural order of things. It was not something that could be achieved just by increasing one's strength. What he was really cultivating was the heart. Ling Yun's path of cultivation was not the path of the heavens, but the path of the heart. Everything in the world depended on the heart. It was not subject to material things, not subject to the heavens, not subject to humans, and not even to oneself. Ling Yan did not know if it was because he was too focused on his heart that he was not tolerated by the heavens and earth when he went through the tribulation stage. In this reincarnation, he still chose to cultivate the heart, to cultivate his heart, to cultivate his heart. Because he cultivated the path of the heart, he used all kinds of methods to break the shackles of her environment, life experiences, and all kinds of mortal affairs before he started to teach Ning Lingyu how to cultivate. He wanted Ning Lingyu to return to her true self. This was his deliberate act of showing off in front of grade 12 class 1. After Ning Lingyu's extreme shock, all the knots in her heart would be untied, and she would begin to return to her true self. He succeeded. Not only did Ning Lingyu have the strongest innate spiritual body in cultivation, she also had a very high level of comprehension. This made Ling Yun very happy. Hey, Ling Yun, the next 2 periods are English lessons. It's our form teacher's class. Have you thought about how you are going to explain it to her? Seeing that Ling Yun had almost ignored her for the entire lesson, Xianxia could not help but feel a little dispirited. She even started whispering to Ling Yun. I'm wearing such a sexy low-cut dress, and I've waited the whole day just to show you. How can you not even look at me? Ling Yun frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at Xianxia's snow-white chest and said, Didn't I already apply for leave? What's there to explain? To be continued. To be continued. Mobile reading site, book address. For convenience of reading next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Feeling Ling Yan's gaze on her chest, Xianxia felt a little shy, but more than that, she was happy. Her body trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip and said, Did you forget that you only applied for the morning off? You didn't show up for the whole day. It would be weird if our form teacher didn't ask you about it. Ling Yan heard this and thought to himself, Sigh, if it wasn't for my sister, I wouldn't have come to school today. It would have saved me so much trouble. Ling Yan's original plan was pretty much the same as Tang Meng's. He wanted to meet up with Tang Meng immediately after delivering Ning Lingyu's bag. Then, he would bring Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to pick up Yao Rou for dinner and discuss the matter of opening the clinic. However, Ning Lingyu was so happy that she insisted on dragging him along for dinner. Due to this delay, he was caught by Xianxia, who was eating on the second floor of the cafeteria. He had no choice but to obediently come to the classroom for self-study. Ling Yan thought for a while and decided not to think about it anymore. It was true that the form teacher was an icy beauty. Even though she was very strict, he only applied for a day off. At most, he would get a scolding. It was no big deal. When the time came, he would try to cultivate his yin-yang harmony balance and the yin-yang qi in his energy center. 10 to 20 minutes would pass in no time. He chuckled and said, I told you that my body wasn't feeling better in the afternoon. It really wasn't. That place still hurts. You don't believe me? Touch. Xianxia's face turned red. Now, she really did not dare to do it again. If she wanted to do it again, she could, but that would have to wait until there were no outsiders around. Seeing that Xianxia was too shy to respond, Ling Yan smiled. Very quickly, he finished reading the last history book. Then, he put history aside and started to study geography. This is history. Be careful, Mr. Wu might catch you. Xianxia whispered. Ling Yan laughed and said in a low voice, Even if he catches me, I'm not afraid. My current knowledge of history is definitely better than Zhang Ling's. Xianxia looked at Ling Yan in surprise and asked in disbelief, Really? Ling Yan gave her a look of disdain and did not bother to answer her. 2 periods of self-study soon passed, and the 3rd period began. After the bell rang, Kong Xiaoru walked into the classroom. She was wearing a snow-white shirt, a black office skirt that reached her knees, and a pair of white high heels. Her beautiful and enchanting face had a serious expression. Xianxia could not help but look at Ling Yan, who was standing beside her as if nothing had happened. She was secretly worried for him. After Kong Xiaoru entered the classroom, she handed the stack of English test papers to 2 female students and said to the students, During these 2 periods of self-study, everyone will work on this test paper. After making the arrangements, Kang Xiuru coughed lightly and waved to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, bring your English textbook and follow me for a while. Ling Yun hurriedly rummaged through his drawers for the first volume of his English textbook. To be honest, he had already memorized most of history, geography, and politics. Even his Chinese and mathematics were doing very well. However, he was repelled by English. He was too lazy to even look at it. He had long forgotten where the first volume of his English textbook was. It was Xianxia who took out her English textbook and handed it to Ling Yun. Use mine first. Thanks. Ling Yun chuckled and squeezed out from behind Xianxia. Xianxia could feel the bulge between Ling Yun's legs. Her ears started to palpitate again. Kang Xiuru had already left the classroom. Ling Yun had no choice but to follow her. Follow me. Kang Xiuru did not waste any time and led Ling Yun downstairs. Since Kang Xiuru did not say anything, Ling Yun naturally did not say anything either. He grabbed Xianxia's English textbook and followed Kang Xiuru. After walking for a while, he felt that something was wrong. He coughed lightly and asked, Teacher Kang, where are we going? Kang Xiuru said calmly, to my dormitory. Ling Yun was sweating profusely. His forehead was full of sweat. Gosh, you're wearing such a sexy outfit. Why are you bringing me to your dormitory so late at night? I'm afraid it won't sound good. Ling Yun stopped in his tracks. Teacher, why are we going to your dormitory? Kang Xiuru frowned slightly and said, I'm here to tutor you. If we go to the English team office, it will affect the other teachers' work. Ling Yun nodded and thought to himself, so it's tutoring. I'll go. Kang Xiuru had been worrying about Ling Yun for the whole afternoon. She could not tutor Ling Yun in the classroom or the English team office. She had no choice but to stay in her dormitory. Even though it was easy for people to have ambiguous thoughts in a place like this, everyone in Xianxia High knew her temper. It should not be a problem. Kang Xiuru's dormitory was on campus. It was only 400 meters away from grade 12 class SIX's classroom. Teacher, are you staying on the 5th floor? Ling Yun asked as he watched the elevator go up to the 5th floor. Yes. Kang Xiuru replied calmly. When they reached the 5th floor, Kang Xiuru opened the door and let Ling Yun in before closing the door. Kang Xiuru was one of the most outstanding teachers in Xianxia High. Even though she lived in a dormitory, the house was not small. The entire room was 120 square meters. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It had all the necessary furniture. Other than the lack of men's belongings, there was nothing else in the room. Since Kang Xiuru could not live in so many rooms alone, she turned one of the bedrooms into a study to work at home. The room was quiet, clean, comfortable, and cozy. Ling Yun felt a surge of warmth when he entered. His impression of Kang Xiuru increased significantly. Come to this room. Kang Xiuru's expression was as serious as when she was in the classroom. Her expression did not change even though she was back in the dormitory. After Ling Yun entered, Kang Xiuru went straight to the point. Ling Yun, why did you take the day off today? Ling Yun said in a serious tone. Teacher, I'm not feeling too well. Maybe it's because I've been losing weight too quickly these few days. That's why I didn't come to school. This was a random reason that Ling Yun came up with, but it was undoubtedly effective. Kang Xiuru heaved a sigh of relief. It's almost the college entrance examinations. Even if you're in a hurry to lose weight, you have to take care of your body. Otherwise, it would affect your performance. Yes, teacher. Thank you. Even though Kang Xiuru's expression was indifferent, her words were filled with concern for Ling Yun. Ling Yun was truly grateful. Alright, I'll start tutoring you now. I know that your English is poor, but I heard that you have a good memory. Let's start from the basics of junior high. With such an outstanding teacher bringing him back to the dormitory, Ling Yun could not refuse. Thus, he nodded his head in agreement. Kang Xiuru took out her junior high English textbook and started teaching him from the 26 English letters. She wanted to see if Ling Yun's memory was as good as the rumors said. Very soon, Kang Xiuru was shocked. Ling Yun's memory was not just good. It was horrifying, so horrifying that it was unbelievable. Kang Xiuru only taught Ling Yun the 26 English letters once. When Ling Yun was tested again, he had no problems with listening, reading, and writing. Even his pronunciation was very accurate. It was exactly the same as Kang Xiuru's. As for writing, Ling Yun's English letters were no different from the ones in the textbook, be it in uppercase or lowercase. This was really learning how to teach. It was just like copying. Kang Xiuru could not believe it. She messed up the order of the English letters and had Ling Yun read them again. There were no problems at all. Kang Xiuru was shocked. She immediately started teaching Ling Yun the 48 English phonetic symbols. The English phonetic symbols were an important tool for reading new words. Once he learned them, Ling Yun would be able to read all the English words by himself. What shocked Kang Xiuru was that Ling Yun learned them all after just one try. It was just like learning the 26 English letters. He was proficient in listening, reading, and writing without any problems. Kang Xiuru flipped to the vocabulary list at the back of the high school English textbook. She had Ling Yun spell out some long English words such as Christmas, 12 months, international, and congratulations. Ling Yun read them out after a glance at the phonetic symbols. He did not even need to identify them. Kang Xiuru was completely speechless. This student of hers was too strong. He was not just a genius, he was a monster. This time, she really could not keep her cool. Kang Xiuru was so excited that she could not keep her serious expression. She started to let Ling Yun memorize the words. She gave Ling Yun half an hour. After learning the English alphabet and phonetic symbols, the most important thing was the words. As the saying goes, the English college entrance examination was based on the number of words one had mastered. It was similar to Chinese characters. Kang Xiuru did not disturb Ling Yun. She poured him a glass of water and placed it beside him. Then, she went out to think about the most effective way to teach Ling Yun. Kang Xiuru had never heard of such a genius, let alone seen one. She could not help but wonder if Ling Yun had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger for the past 3 years. Half an hour later, when the third period of self-study ended, Kang Xiuru came to her study room and asked Ling Yun to stop memorizing the words. She could no longer keep her serious expression. Finally, she saw a trace of a smile. How was it? How much did you remember? Kang Xiuru asked with anticipation. Her expression was similar to a 17 or 18-year-old girl confessing to a boy for the first time. Nervous and perturbed, her heart was beating fast. Ling Yun smiled and said, "The time was too short. I could only memorize all the words in the middle school and high school textbooks." What? Memorized all of them? You can read them? Kang Xiuru was shocked. Didn't this mean that if Ling Yun was given 2 more lessons, he would be able to memorize all the words involved in high school English? Ling Yun smiled and said, "Listening, reading, and writing should be no problem. If you don't believe me, you can test me and see if I'm right." Huh? This? Kang Xiuru was dumbfounded. This memory is really... To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Kang Xiuru had always thought of herself as a genius when it came to learning foreign languages. Her memory had always been excellent and she had her own way of memorizing words. She had also imparted it to her students during her daily teaching sessions. However, it was only now that she realized that her memory was nothing compared to Ling Yun's. Just once. Just once. He had no problems listening, reading, and writing at all. Was he still human? Could he still be described as a genius? If he had such a terrifying memory, why did he have to wait until the college entrance examinations? Why was he so low-key? Kang Xiuru still could not believe that Ling Yun could really memorize more than 1,000 words in such a short time. She brought the grade 10 English textbook over and started to pick some difficult words for Ling Yun to read. This time, she did not pick from the list of words at the back of the text. Instead, she randomly picked from the text. In fact, not only could Ling Yun pronounce the words very well, but he could also say what he meant immediately. Then, he could write the words down in his notebook with ease and elegance. Kang Xiuru tried 17 or 18 words in a row and it was the same without exception. Kang Xiuru could not believe it. She had asked Ling Yun to translate from English to Chinese and read and write. Now, she closed the textbook on the spot and asked Ling Yan to translate from Chinese to English. He even had to read and write the word out. Then, she believed it. When she said a Chinese word, Ling Yan could immediately translate it into English. Moreover, when he read it, he also wrote the word out on the notebook. 20 to 30 words in a row, all correct, not a single wrong. There was not a single hesitation. Kang Xiuru was stunned. She felt that she could not stand still anymore. She no longer asked Ling Yan to stay in the study. Instead, she asked him to come out and sit on the sofa. Then, she just stood there, looking left and right. Ling Yan's hair stood on end as he thought to himself, isn't my performance a little too out of this world? Kang Xiuru knew that Ling Yan's English learning now did not lack half an hour or a lesson. If he was given a day, it would not be a problem for him to memorize all the English words from high school or even 4 years of university. If that was the case, she could teach him the grammar and let him memorize all the English texts from high school or even university. College entrance examinations? He could even take the TOEFL. Ling Yan, you're amazing. Kang Xiuru suddenly said. What came after the shock? Following the shock was worship. Heartfelt shock could lead to heartfelt worship. No matter how much she rejected and disdained men, she was still a woman, and a virgin at that. Ling Yan chuckled. It's just SOSO. It's mainly because teacher taught me well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to learn so quickly. Kang Xiuru's face suddenly turned red. She thought to herself, what does your terrifying memory have to do with me teaching you the basics of English? However, she felt a sense of sweetness in her heart. She felt proud that Ling Yan could master English so quickly. Ling Yan, I'm going to teach you a few common English sentence patterns later, such as the past perfect tense, present continuous tense, and so on. Once you've mastered these, you'll be able to learn English by yourself. As for listening, as long as you listen to the recording a few more times, I'm sure you'll have no problem listening. Ling Yan thought to himself, hearing is what I'm least afraid of. I don't dare to say that I'm far away, but I can clearly hear any movement within a 30-meter radius. English, to put it bluntly, it's all about memorizing words. What kind of results you can achieve depends entirely on how many words you have mastered. I have a requirement for you. Kang Xiuru said as she thought about it, guiding Ling Yan patiently. Teacher, just tell me what you need. As long as it's within my capabilities, it won't be a problem. Ling Yan laughed and said leisurely. Kang Xiuru looked at the most gifted student she had ever taught in her 6 years of teaching. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She said softly, Ling Yan, with your memory, I'm sure you'll be able to memorize 5,000 words in 2 days. I want you to memorize all the English words from high school and university. Ling Yan thought about it. He had memorized more than 1,000 words in half an hour. Memorizing 5,000 words in 2 days shouldn't be a problem. Thus, he smiled brightly and said, no problem, but teacher, I don't have a university textbook. Kang Xiuru smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. I have some at home. However, she suddenly smiled mischievously and said, if you really have a photographic memory, do you dare to memorize the Oxford English Dictionary? Ling Yan sweated profusely. My beautiful form teacher, are you playing with me? The Oxford English Dictionary on Chao Shanshan's desk was extremely thick. Ling Yan had seen it before. Memorize it? Even if he had the ability, he didn't have the time. Even if he had the time, he didn't have the mood to do it. As for patience, Ling Yan didn't lack it. However, what was the point of memorizing something that was useless? Seeing that Ling Yan didn't respond, Kang Xiuru knew that her request was too much. She couldn't help but look down on herself. She then said, if you can follow my instructions in the next 2 months, I believe that you'll be able to get full marks in your college entrance examination. Ling Yan also had this confidence. Now that he knew the phonetic alphabet, English words were no longer an obstacle. First, he had to memorize all the English words. Then, he could memorize all the high school English texts like he memorized history. Even if he didn't know the grammar, he would be able to do it. Familiarizing himself with the 300 Tang poems meant that he could recite poems even if he didn't know them. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, teacher, don't worry. I will follow your instructions. Kang Xiaoru looked at Ling Yun with a pair of clear eyes. For a moment, she went into a trance. Then, she quickly gathered her thoughts and said, "The fourth self-study session has begun. This time, I will teach you English grammar and sentence patterns." 10 minutes before the end of the fourth self-study session, Kang Xiaoru nodded her head in satisfaction and said, "Alright, let's call it a night. Now that you have a complete grasp of the basics of English, I believe that your results will improve by leaps and bounds after a few more rounds of tutoring." Ling Yun nodded his head in satisfaction. Actually, in less than 2 classes, Kang Xiaoru had already discovered that Ling Yun had already mastered more than 80% of the high school English content. Learning English grammar and sentence patterns not only required memorization but also comprehension. However, Ling Yun's comprehension was not much worse than his memory. If it was only the basics of English, Kang Xiaoru really couldn't teach Ling Yun much more. Next, Ling Yun only needed to memorize words, memorize the text, and do a few mock college entrance examination papers. However, for some reason, Kang Xiaoru wanted Ling Yun to come over to her house for tutoring. Thus, she changed her words at the last minute and said that Ling Yun had completely mastered it to almost mastered it. She even asked him to come over for a few more sessions. Ling Yun was calm and indifferent. He was very focused and serious in his studies. He exuded a very refreshing aura. Kang Xiaoru somewhat liked the feeling of being with this genius student. Ling Yun stood up and said, "Thank you, teacher. I will work hard. Then, I will return to the classroom first." "Goodbye, teacher." Kang Xiaoru smiled faintly and said, "What's there to see? I still have to go back to the classroom to collect the test papers. Let's go together." "Oh." Ling Yun was speechless. In his heart, he had thought that once he left Kang Xiaoru's house, he would immediately run away. He did not expect Kang Xiaoru to still want to go to the classroom. Ling Yun had a high chance of breaking through to physique tempering stage 4 tonight. Thus, he could not wait to go to the river. Kang Xiaoru closed the door and entered the elevator with Ling Yun. The two of them walked out of the staff dormitory and walked side by side to grade 12 class 6. "Ling Yun, I heard from Xianxia that your mathematics has caught up." Kang Xiaoru asked as they walked. Ling Yun replied casually, "It's all right. In the future, try to take fewer days off and learn more. I have high expectations of you now. You might even be able to get into Yanjing University. That is the best university in Huaxia." Ling Yun thought to himself that he had already promised Ling Yu to get into Yanjing University. However, he still smiled faintly and said, "I'll give it a try." "Alright, it's good that you have confidence. Class is ending soon, let's hurry to the classroom." Kang Xiaoru could not help but pat Ling Yun's shoulder lightly. The two of them returned to the classroom. Just as Ling Yun sat down in his seat, the bell for the end of the 4th period rang. Ling Yun immediately stood up as if his boat was on fire. He casually threw his textbook on the table and was about to leave the classroom. Xianxia suddenly looked at Ling Yun shyly and said, "Ling Yun, can you send me off?" Ling Yun looked at Xianxia in surprise. He thought to himself, "Why do you want me to send you off at this time?" However, after they became deskmates, Xianxia had helped Ling Yun a lot. Ling Yun really could not reject her immediately. He could only return to his seat and look at Xianxia thoughtfully. "I really have something important to do tonight. Can we do it another day?" Xianxia had already mustered up a lot of courage to ask Ling Yun to send her off. Even though she was rejected by Ling Yun now, seeing that Ling Yun was willing to sit down for her again with a negotiating tone, she still felt a little sweet in her heart. "Alright, since you have something important to do, let's do it another day. I'll wait for you," Xianxia said shyly as she fiddled with her fountain pen. "Alright then, I'll make a move first," Ling Yun said as he gave Xianxia a bright smile. He stood up and gestured for Xianxia to make way for him. Xianxia's heart was as sweet as honey. She smiled shyly and stood up shyly to let Ling Yun go. Looking at Ling Yun's back, Xianxia mumbled to herself, "It's so hard to find something that I've lost." After Ling Yun left the classroom, he went straight to the school field. He pretended to casually run half around. When he reached the dark area, he leaped over the school's fence and used his 1,000 miles movement steps to run towards the river. My precious Shikyu herb, I miss you so much. Ling Yan had not used the Shikyu herb to train his body for 2 nights. Naturally, he was very anxious. In less than 2 minutes, Ling Yan arrived at the other side of the Shikyu herb. Then, he saw a white fox sitting beside the Shikyu herb. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan suddenly stood still and looked at the snow-white fox beside the Shikyu herb on the other side of the river with a piercing gaze. This petite white fox was snow-white all over. There was not a single strand of hair on its body. Its ears were sharp and pointed. From its ears to its nose, its entire face was like a gorgeous awl. Its lines were smooth and beautiful, and it was naturally seductive. Saying it was petite was relative to a human's body. If compared to a normal fox, this white fox's body was slightly larger. It was almost a meter tall when it squatted there. The white fox's 2 forelimbs were straight and slender. It looked very beautiful. Its thick and long snow-white tail was longer than its body. It was unsure if it was intentional or not, but it was placed on the ground and circled around the Shikyu herb. It was as if it had built a circular snow wall for the herb. Unlike normal white foxes, the front of this white fox's long and narrow face was not black. Instead, it was a light pink color. It was as if there was a red strawberry embedded in the fluffy snow-white fur. What attracted Ling Yan's attention the most were the 2 big black pearl-like eyes on the charming white fox's face. The 2 fox eyes were wide open, and the tail of the fox's eyes were slightly long and narrow. This made the white fox look even more seductive. Ling Yan couldn't help but be speechless. He thought to himself that if this white fox transformed into a human form, it would definitely be able to charm all living beings. It wouldn't be inferior to Su Daji, who charmed King Zhou of Shang and caused the collapse of the Shang dynasty. It's actually absorbing the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb. Ling Yan stared at the white fox. Ling Yan stared at the white fox, and the white fox stared back at Ling Yan. Its pair of big, black pearl-like eyes were filled with sorrow and pleading. It was a pitiful sight. This white fox did not run this time because it was at a critical point in its cultivation. It could not even move its body, let alone escape. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a knowing smile. He looked to his left and right and realized that it was deep into the night. Not to mention pedestrians, there weren't even any cars coming and going. He nodded slightly and used the dragonfish phantom ability to cross the river in an instant and arrived beside the white fox. There are actually internal injuries? Ling Yan lowered his head to look at the white fox that was in the midst of breathing out. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he sat down cross-legged not far from it. He didn't have any ill intentions towards this white fox. The saying that it wasn't of the same race and that it had a different heart would never work on Ling Yan. It was even more ridiculous than nonsense. Ling Yan sat down cross-legged and said faintly, "You can cultivate however you want. I'll protect you." When the white fox saw Ling Yan's figure appear beside it in a flash, it thought that it wouldn't be able to escape. Its 2 big black pearl-like eyes were filled with fear, and its pleading expression increased. It almost wasted all its previous efforts. However, after it heard Ling Yan's words, the fear in its big foxy eyes slowly faded and was replaced by a sincere look of gratitude. It began to focus on its breathing. Ling Yan's body was now filled with spiritual energy. If he didn't break through to physique tempering stage 4, he wouldn't even need to absorb the spiritual energy from the Shikyu herb. Now that this white fox was at a critical point in its cultivation, he didn't compete with it for spiritual energy. Instead, he silently watched the white fox breathe out and wholeheartedly protected it. It can already understand human speech. It seems like it's already very intelligent and will soon be able to transform into a human form. Very quickly, he saw through it and couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This white fox isn't cultivating a demonic cultivation technique, but a human's cultivation technique. Furthermore, it's very powerful. Where did this white fox get such a cultivation technique from? Not only did this white fox not have any body odor, but it was also filled with spiritual energy. Furthermore, it possessed a human cultivation technique. Ling Yan couldn't help but be intrigued. I must count how many tails it has later. If it has less than 3 tails, it won't be able to achieve much due to its limited talent. Only Ling Yun could say something like this. A 3-tailed spiritual fox was hard to find even in the cultivation world, let alone on Earth. However, in the cultivation world, Ling Yun had seen too many mystical beasts and magical beasts. A fox with less than 3 tails was really not worth his attention. After watching the white fox for a while, Ling Yun no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the bushes and started cultivating his yin-yang harmony balance. From physique tempering stage 4 to physique tempering stage 6 was the middle stage of physique tempering. The main focus was on the energy center. Now that Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3, he was only a step away from physique tempering stage 4. Hence, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he chose to stabilize his cultivation base and lay a solid foundation for the middle stage of physique tempering stage. Now, he could easily circulate the spiritual energy in his body. With a slight circulation of his technique, the hidden spiritual energy in his body flowed out and gathered towards his energy center. The spiritual energy in Ling Yun's energy center became denser and denser. Gradually, it became so dense that there were signs of it turning into mist. In the end, Ling Yun's energy center was filled with dense spiritual energy. The entire energy center was like a milky white chaos. Even divine senses couldn't see through it easily. However, the more he cultivated, the more difficult it became for Ling Yun to circulate the spiritual energy. It wasn't as easy as it was at the beginning. It was like using an air pipe to pump air into a car tire. There was only so much that could be filled. Fortunately, Ling Yun didn't lack patience. He continued to circulate the spiritual energy in his body bit by bit. Like squeezing toothpaste, he slowly transferred the hidden spiritual energy into his energy center. At the same time, he tried his best to circulate the first level of the yin-yang harmony balance to stabilize the spiritual energy that had entered his energy center. Once the spiritual energy had completely filled his energy center, it would be the best time for him to break through to physique tempering stage 4. Just after midnight, Ling Yun stopped his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know when, but the white fox had already stopped cultivating. It came to Ling Yun's side. A pair of black pearl-like eyes flashed with gratitude and surprise. When it saw Ling Yun suddenly open his eyes, it was so shocked that it turned around and ran a few meters away like a white flash of lightning. Ling Yun didn't get up. He stared at the white fox for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, "Since you're done cultivating, why don't you leave?" The white fox's big, black eyes turned and it actually landed on its hind legs. Then, it hugged its 2 front legs together and bowed to Ling Yun. Its fluffy tail swayed behind it. It was very cute. Ling Yun knew that the white fox was thanking him for not killing it and for protecting it. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "You've already developed spiritual intelligence. You're considered successful in your demonic cultivation. If you can transform into a human in the future, remember not to harm the human world. Go." The white fox looked at Ling Yun suspiciously and tilted its head as if thinking about something. Then, it carefully walked in front of Ling Yun. It raised its head and looked at Ling Yun with a pair of seductive fox eyes. Its eyes were full of pleading. Foxes were naturally suspicious. It was not easy for this white fox to walk in front of Ling Yun in such a short period of time. Seeing it walk over, Ling Yun suddenly smiled mischievously. His right hand reached out at lightning speed and grabbed the white fox's tail. Then, he hugged the white fox in an instant. "It's quite heavy." This white fox's fur was long and thick. It was flexible and unusually smooth. When Ling Yun's palm caressed it, it felt like he was sliding over silk. The white fox instinctively wanted to dodge when Ling Yun suddenly hugged it. However, its speed was not as fast as Ling Yun's hand, and it was still hugged by Ling Yun. In a panic, the white fox struggled with all its might. On that charming white fox's face, there was a hint of shyness. The white fox's large tail swayed in the night sky. From afar, it looked like someone was holding a meter-long white silk and dancing it. "Don't move. You've suffered internal injuries. Let me see if I can help you." Although that was what Ling Yun said, his right hand that was grabbing the white fox's tail suddenly lifted up and slid towards the base of the white fox's tail. Then, Ling Yun was stunned. Nine-tailed celestial fox. It was impossible for Ling Yan not to be stunned. Nine-tailed celestial foxes were top-notch spiritual beasts even in the cultivation world. Countless cultivators in the Deshang stage would find it extremely difficult to even see one, let alone catch one. In fact, Ling Yan did not find the other 8 tails of the white fox. He only found the tail that had just emerged. Around this thickest tail, other than the second tail that had just grown white fur, there were only 7 other small protrusions that were evenly distributed around the base of the white fox's tail. Even though Ling Yan could only see the white fox's 2 tails, he was 100% sure that this was a 9-tailed celestial fox. Once all 9 tails of the 9-tailed celestial fox grew, it would be comparable to the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. It could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Its ability to transform was even more unparalleled in the world. It would be strange if Ling Yan was not shocked. He had not been this shocked even when he discovered the existence of dragons on Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. Dragons were easy to find, but 9-tailed celestial foxes were hard to come by. This white fox could not transform into a human form, so it could not speak. However, it was obvious that it had the intelligence of an adult. Feeling Ling Yan caressing its tail without any scruples, the white fox's face became a little unnatural. Its pair of black pearl-like eyes faintly showed a hint of seductive shyness. No wonder you couldn't move at all just now. It was a critical moment when the second tail had just formed. Ling Yan could not help but be amused and angry at the same time. He asked faintly, "Your internal injuries are very serious. Why are you in such a hurry to grow a second tail?" The white fox looked up at Ling Yan and curled up in Ling Yan's arms like an injured kitten. Its large tail was no longer swaying at this time. Instead, it rested on its snow-white body. Its eyes were filled with endless sorrow. Needless to say, with Ling Yan's status, this white fox must have been bullied. It wanted to improve its cultivation as soon as possible so that it could take revenge for itself. "What you meant just now was for me to treat your injuries, right?" Ling Yan asked faintly. Hearing this, the white fox nodded gratefully. Ling Yan shook his head slowly. "Not now. I'm also at a critical moment in my cultivation. I don't have enough spiritual energy in my body. If I treat you now, not only will I harm you, but I will also harm myself." Even though Ling Yan's 9 needles of the spiritual pivot could treat the white fox's injuries, this white fox was a 9-tailed celestial fox. It was not an ordinary spirit beast, let alone an ordinary human. Treating the white fox's injuries was not something that could be done in a day. Therefore, he could only reject it for now. If not for the 9-tailed celestial fox, Ling Yan would have treated it with needles long ago. When the white fox heard this, the light of anticipation in its eyes immediately dimmed. Coupled with its white fox face, it made people feel pity for it. Ling Yan thought to himself that she was indeed a vixen. He laughed and said, "You don't have to play this game with me. I can only stop your injury for now. After I break through in 2 days, I'll do my best to heal you." After saying that, Ling Yan placed the 9-tailed celestial fox that was curled up in his arms on the ground. He began to focus on absorbing the Shikyu herb's spiritual energy. He did not lie to this white fox. Over the past hour, Ling Yan had been cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. The spiritual energy in his body had basically gathered in his energy center. Now, it was as if he was running against the current in a river. Other than his energy center, there was not a single trace of spiritual energy in his body. This was the benefit of being able to cultivate and meditate. It was also the benefit of reaching physique tempering stage 4. In the future, he would no longer have to use that self-torturous method to consume the spiritual energy that he had painstakingly absorbed before he could start absorbing it again. Hearing that Ling Yan could temporarily stop its injuries, the white fox did not leave. Instead, it squatted beside Ling Yan and waited for him to treat it. After another 2 hours, Ling Yan had completely filled his body with spiritual energy. Opening his eyes again, he lowered his head and smiled at the white fox. "Lie down on your own, I'll treat you now." Hearing that Ling Yan wanted it to lie down, the white fox's eyes flashed with the shyness of a young girl. Very quickly, it laid down on the ground obediently. Then, it turned around and even closed its pair of fox eyes shyly. Ling Yan knew that this white fox would be able to transform into a human once it grew a 3rd tail. Therefore, he was not surprised that it had human emotions. He raised his hand and took out the leather needle pouch. Opening it in the air, he quickly pinched out 9 golden needles. Then, Ling Yun held his breath and began to use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on the white fox. The white fox's internal injuries were more serious than he had imagined. This time, Ling Yun really used his trump card. He had already forgotten how many times he had used the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. The spiritual energy in his body had already been depleted. In the end, he could only absorb the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb while using it to treat the 9-tailed celestial fox. After more than an hour, Ling Yun was so tired that his forehead was covered in sweat. Finally, he stopped. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he frowned and said, "The demon that injured you had such a strong technique. You're lucky that you were able to escape. Fortunately, I've stopped your injuries. They won't worsen for the time being." With the golden needles in its body, the white fox could not move. It could only nod gratefully at Ling Yun. Ling Yun absorbed the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb for another half an hour before he gradually recovered. He raised his hand and pulled out the 9 golden needles from the white fox's body. Then, he said, "All right, you can leave now. I'll treat your injuries after I break through the next level in a few days." After saying that, Ling Yun put away the golden needles and carefully placed the needle pouch away. Then, he absorbed the spiritual energy in his body until it was full before standing up. After all that, it was already around 5 in the morning. It was now the darkest time before dawn. Ling Yun turned his head and saw that the white fox hadn't left yet. It was still standing quietly by his side, its snow-white tail dancing in the air. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "I'm leaving. You can go back. I can't use the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb alone. If you want to cultivate, you can come over any time." It was not just the 9-tailed celestial fox who shook its head vigorously. Ling Yun scratched his head. Then, in a negotiating tone, he said to the white fox, "Why don't you follow me first? After I've completely treated your injuries, we can go and seek revenge on your enemy?" The white fox heard this and nodded vigorously. Letting out a melodious scream, its body flashed and it circled around Ling Yun at lightning speed, leaving a trail of white afterimages around Ling Yun. Obviously, it was extremely happy. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. After the white fox stopped, he smiled faintly. "Since you're following me temporarily, I have to have a name for you. Since you're so white, I'll call you Little White from now on." The 9-tailed celestial fox tilted its head and thought for a long time. Finally, it nodded obediently at Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought that he would be disturbing Zhuang Meifeng's rest if he returned now. Suddenly, he asked Little White, "Where are you staying?" Little White heard this and looked at Ling Yun cautiously. This made Ling Yun secretly curse in his heart. "I've spent so much effort to stop your injuries, yet you're still so guarded against me. If I wanted to kill you, I could have killed you 100 times over just now." However, Little White was a fox. It was instinctive to be suspicious, so Ling Yun didn't really blame it. Little White only hesitated for a moment before rushing in front of Ling Yun. First, it raised its head and bit Ling Yun's sleeve. Then, with a swoosh, it dashed out like lightning. Ling Yun knew that Little White wanted to bring him to where it was staying. Ling Yun extended his body and used the 1,000 miles godly steps to follow Little White. Ling Yun and Little White's speed was unbelievably fast. Very soon, they left the small river and headed southwest. Could it be near Xianxia Lake? Ling Yun guessed secretly. Indeed, it only took 7 to 8 minutes for Little White to bring Ling Yun to the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Although it was called a valley, the terrain was more than 100 meters higher than Xianxia Lake. This place was outside of the tourist attractions. After a few turns, there was no road at all. Little White brought Ling Yun into a dense forest and stopped in front of an old tree that was so thick that 2 people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. After Ling Yun stood still, he circled around the old tree. Then, he saw a hole with a diameter of about 30 centimeters at the bottom of the old tree. "So, this is where you live?" Ling Yun muttered to himself. Then, he looked thoughtfully at the huge crater 200 meters away. In the darkness before dawn, the crater with a radius of more than 300 meters looked like a ferocious monster with its mouth wide open, ready to devour the night sky. Interesting. After understanding the entire terrain of this valley, Ling Yan's eyes lit up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidin. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. What kind of person is capable of setting up a yin-yang dragon lock spell with Qingshui Mountain, South Chui Peak, and Dragon Mountain as the eye of the spell? Ling Yan could not help but exclaim. Ling Yan was not some earth master who could find dragons and seal holes, nor was he a grave robber who could dig up graves. However, he was a formation master through and through. Observing mountains and rivers, surveying the terrain, locating spiritual veins, and setting up and breaking spells were definitely his forte. In the cultivation world, Ling Yan had relied on his godly formation skills to find countless spiritual veins and magical treasures. He had also saved the lives of his friends and himself many times. If not for this, Ling Yan would not have been able to determine that the Great Wall was a huge dragon vein just by looking at it from the geography textbook. If Ling Yan's prediction was correct, the valley between Nangqi Peak and Dragon Mountain should be a rare tomb. This kind of terrain embraced the yang within the yin and guarded the yin within the yang. If it was not artificially modified, it would already be a dragon-burying cave. Whose grave could it be? Ling Yan thought to himself. He immediately wanted to rush to the peak of South Chui Peak to observe it from a different angle. However, at this moment, Ling Yan's phone suddenly rang. The valley was completely silent. Other than the howling mountain wind, there was not even the sound of insects. Little White was shocked when it heard Ling Yan's phone ring. It immediately crawled into the hole in the ground. Ling Yan frowned slightly. Who would call him at this time when everyone was asleep? He immediately took out his phone and realized that it was Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's original phone number was no longer in use. This new number was made for her by Tang Meng when he went shopping. Ling Yan picked up the phone. What's the matter? He heard Zhuang Meifeng say anxiously, Hubby, Xiaomimi is suddenly in great pain. She told me that the restriction you gave her is starting to take effect. Ling Yan was shocked. How could he have forgotten about this? Looking at the time, shouldn't it be time to remove the restriction on Xiaomimi? Let her hold on for a while, I'll be right back. Ling Yan didn't even have time to hang up the phone before he shot out. Little White popped its head out of the hole and saw Ling Yan rushing out of the valley. Its big black pearl-like eyes looked around and actually rushed out of the hole in an instant. Its body turned into a bolt of white lightning and quickly caught up with Ling Yan. It followed behind him silently. He knew that Xiaomimi wouldn't be able to endure the pain of having her meridians flowing in reverse. Hence, he used the dragon-fish phantom ability at the same time as he used the 1,000 miles godly steps. With a leap of more than 20 meters, he reached his maximum speed and left Qingshui Lake in no time. He headed straight for his residence. Ling Yan was fast, but the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White, wasn't slow either. She followed closely behind Ling Yan. In just a few minutes, the human and fox traversed a distance of more than 10 kilometers and returned to Ling Yan's residence. When they were far away from his residence, Ling Yan could already hear Xiaomimi rolling around on the bed and screaming loudly. That sound was even more painful and tragic than a woman giving birth. Xiaomimi was a female assassin. Naturally, she had undergone cruel pain tolerance training. That night, when Ling Yan used the tri-edge bayonet to make 2 cuts on her chest, she didn't even make a sound. Now, she couldn't endure Ling Yan's restriction. That showed how terrifying Ling Yan's technique was. By the time Ling Yan entered the courtyard, Xiaomimi was already sweating profusely from the pain. Beads of perspiration rolled down her smooth forehead and beautiful face. The messy hair around her forehead and ears were also drenched by the sweat and stuck tightly to her ears and face. Due to the pain, her tears and cold sweat had already soaked a large area of the bedsheets. Zhuang Meifeng anxiously stood beside Xiaomimi's bed and paced in circles. She was so anxious that her hands were tied and she didn't know what to do. Her beautiful eyes were not only filled with anxiety and worry, but also a trace of inexplicable fear. In just 7 to 8 minutes, her 10 long fingernails had already left bloody marks on her body and legs. It was a ghastly and frightening sight. What kind of pain was this to make Xiaomimi so crazy that she would rather mutilate her body? Without saying a word, Ling Yan leaped into the courtyard and used his dragonfish phantom ability to rush to Xiaomimi's bedroom door. Then, he pushed the door open and entered. "I'm back." Ling Yan was already in front of Xiaomimi's bed before he could finish his sentence. He stretched out his left hand and forcefully pressed down on Xiaomimi, who was rolling violently on the bed in pain. Then, he used his right index and middle fingers like a sword and fiercely pressed on more than 10 acupuncture points on Xiaomimi's body. His movements were dazzling and extremely fast. The restriction on Xiaomimi's body was temporarily removed. It was at a level that she could barely endure. Xiaomimi slowly calmed down. Xiaomimi's delicate body was like soft mud, not moving an inch. Obviously, the painful struggle just now had exhausted all the energy in her body. Xiaomimi laid flat on the bed. She did not care about Ling Yan and Zhuang Meifeng's gazes at her. Her pair of eyes, which usually carried infinite charm, shot a murderous glare at Ling Yan. The expression in her eyes was hatred and anger, and it was as cold as frost. If Xiaomimi had known from the start that Ling Yan had placed such a restriction on her, she would rather stab herself to death with her 2 daggers than endure such pain. "Ling Yan, I hate you." After a long while, Xiaomimi said to Ling Yan without hesitation, trembling slightly. Ling Yan did not speak. He turned his head to look at Zhuang Meifeng and said, "Go out first and get a basin of warm water. Help her wipe her body later." Zhuang Meifeng looked at Xiaomimi who was lying on the bed and then at Ling Yan who had a calm expression on his face. Her expression was complicated, but she did not speak and walked out silently. Ling Yan had already pinched the 9 golden needles in his hands. If Ling Yan's restriction was not removed before it acted up, Xiaomimi's cultivation would definitely be greatly reduced. Ling Yan pinched the 9 golden needles and said to Xiaomimi apologetically, "I'm sorry that I came back late. I'll treat you now and help you recover your cultivation." As he said that, he was about to perform the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Xiaomimi. Xiaomimi stared at Ling Yan with hatred in her eyes and said, "I'm not treating you. I don't want to endure this pain a second time. Just kill me." Ling Yan frowned slightly. He pondered for a while before he pressed on a few of Xiaomimi's acupuncture points and began performing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on her. Of course, treating Xiaomimi was not as troublesome as treating Little White. He was done quickly and unsealed Xiaomimi's acupuncture points. Ling Yan said to Zhuang Meifeng who came in with a basin of warm water, "Help her wash her body." Then, Ling Yan stood up and walked out of the room without looking back. When he reached the door, Ling Yan stopped in his tracks. "I have no enmity with you. However, if I couldn't defeat you, I would have already died under your knife. You could also take my head to get your money, right? You will be back to normal in an hour. When that time comes, I'll remove all the restrictions on you." With that, Ling Yan left Xiaomimi's bedroom in a flash. Xiaomimi was stunned by Ling Yan's first sentence. Xiaomimi was delighted by Ling Yan's second sentence. Then, she was at a loss. Yes, Ling Yan was right. If he couldn't beat me, he would have been killed by me by now. I can just take his life like harvesting rice. Why can't he put a restriction on me? Is it because I'm an assassin and kill people for a living? This was the first time Zhuang Meifeng had seen Ling Yan's methods. Other than being shocked, she also had many complicated thoughts. In terms of looks, she was better than Xiaomimi. However, in terms of seducing men, Zhuang Meifeng knew that she was no match for Xiaomimi. However, whether it was when Ling Yan restrained her or when he saved her, the calmness in his eyes moved Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng could tell that Ling Yan did not treat Xiaomimi as a woman. It was as if Ling Yan did not see Xiaomimi's heart-wrenching pain or her alluring body. As Zhuang Meifeng wiped Xiaomimi's body, she could not help but think about the time when Ling Yan treated Lin Minghan. Sigh, can't Ling Yan see that they are both stunning beauties that don't lose to me? What is his heart made of? For a moment, Zhuang Meifeng's thoughts were in turmoil. She did not know what she was thinking about. Ling Yan came to the courtyard and looked at Little White who had been quietly sitting in the corner of the courtyard. He did not say a word for a long time. Of course, Ling Yan could see the change in Zhuang Meifeng's expression clearly. He felt slightly annoyed. Ling Yan knew that Xiaomimi's pain today had scared Zhuang Meifeng. However, Xiaomimi was an assassin. If he did not use the restriction on Xiao Mimi, Ling Yun would not be able to protect the people around him. If Ling Yun was soft-hearted and did not care about Xiao Mimi, she would take revenge on his mother, sister, or classmates based on her understanding of him. What would he do then? Little White seemed to see through Ling Yun's annoyance. It gently walked in front of Ling Yun and used its thick and big white tail to lightly brush his body. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. He bent down to look at the nine-tailed celestial fox and said, "Little White, tell me, am I a good person or a bad person?" Little White did not respond. It only stared at him quietly with its pair of black pearl-like eyes. Ling Yun bent down to touch Little White's soft white fur. He felt its satin-like smoothness and the corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. At this time, there was already a hint of white in the eastern sky. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yun had a special sense of closeness and identity with the nine-tailed celestial fox, Little White. That was because up until now, other than the missing dragon, the nine-tailed celestial fox was the only cultivator. Even though it wasn't a human, it was just a spirit fox. As for Miao Xiaomiao, Xianxia, and the deceased Xianjiao, they were merely martial artists. They were not cultivators. Just now, Little White had brought Ling Yun through the mountains, allowing him to see the majestic Yin-Yang Dragonlock spell. This made Ling Yun feel as though he had returned to the cultivation world, reliving the carefree days when he stepped on the mountains and watched the world change. Even though Ling Yun had tried his best to blend into the city life of this world, Little White and Ling Yun truly belonged to the same world. Ling Yun smiled faintly and turned to look at Xiao Mimi's bedroom. Then, he focused his mind and started to circulate the stellar condensation technique. The stellar condensation technique was a technique that changed one's physique. Deliberately cultivating it and letting it circulate on its own would naturally result in a huge difference in the speed of cultivation. Ling Yun's body had already reached a state where he was impervious to heat and cold, as well as invulnerable to swords and spears. Coupled with the stellar condensation technique, he could already catch Xianjiao's tri-edged bayonet with his bare hands without getting cut. The stronger his physique, the more spiritual energy he could absorb in the same realm. This would be more beneficial to him when he reached the middle stage of physique tempering. Therefore, Ling Yun would not delay his cultivation for even a moment. In Xiao Mimi's bedroom, Zhuang Meifeng was deep in thought as she helped Xiao Mimi wipe off the sweat and blood stains. Due to her lack of concentration, she used a little too much force, causing Xiao Mimi's wound to hurt. Xiao Mimi could not help but frown slightly. I'm sorry. Zhuang Meifeng realized and hurriedly apologized. Xiao Mimi supported herself with one hand on the bed and sat up. Why don't you wear pajamas when you sleep? Zhuang Meifeng rolled her eyes at Xiao Mimi. She thought to herself, Ling Yun has seen another beautiful woman's body. Xiao Mimi stretched out her arm and snatched the towel from Zhuang Meifeng's hand. Wiping herself dry, she said, assassins have too many restrictions on their daily lives. It's not easy for them to relax and sleep. Why do they still restrict their bodies? Looking at Xiao Mimi's calm expression, Zhuang Meifeng blushed and asked, You were seen naked by Ling Yun just now, why didn't you have any reaction? Xiao Mimi was silent for a while before she said, I'm different from you. I'm just a tool to kill. In Ling Yan's eyes, my body is just a shell, no different from a porcelain vase. You, on the other hand, are a woman in his eyes. Xiao Mimi's words made Zhuang Meifeng's heart skip a beat. She thought for a while and asked Xiao Mimi, do you really hate him? Xiao Mimi slowly shook her head and lightly said, I don't hate him, because what he did was right. He did it to protect his family and you. That's why he placed such a ruthless restriction on my body. If it was me, I might have been even more ruthless than him. Xiao Mimi thought about it. If she was in Ling Yan's shoes, she would have killed herself without hesitation after receiving the 50 million yuan. Why would she buy clothes worth 1 million yuan? Then what did you say just now? Zhuang Meifeng widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Xiao Mimi smiled bitterly. I was in too much pain. I didn't think that he would have such a cruel method. Can't I scold him? Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself that if she was in Xiao Mimi's shoes, she would probably react the same way as Xiao Mimi. She could not help but look at Xiao Mimi, whose face was slowly regaining its color, with some pity. When Ling Yan received her call, he should have been far away from here. After receiving your call, he should have rushed back as fast as he could. He should have been worried that I wouldn't be able to take it and would die. Xiaomimi said to herself as she wiped her body. Deep down, he is actually a very good person. It's just that he hides it very well. Most people wouldn't be able to tell. After wiping her body, Xiaomimi casually threw the warm towel back into the basin on the ground. She then looked at Zhuang Meifeng thoughtfully. Did I scare you just now? Zhuang Meifeng blushed and nodded lightly. Xiaomimi continued to ask, were you scared because of my pain or because of Ling Yun's cruelty? Zhuang Meifeng was stunned and a little tongue-tied. Xiaomimi pouted her lips towards the window and said, Ling Yun saw your performance just now. It affected him quite a bit. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned pale. She panicked and said, ah? Then what should I do? Your reaction was normal. I don't think he'll take it to heart, Xiaomimi sighed and comforted Zhuang Meifeng as she looked at her pale face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with regret. I'm sorry, I'll go out for a while. Zhuang Meifeng sat there in a daze for a while before she suddenly stood up and rushed out of the bedroom in a panic. She kicked the basin with her slippers, causing water to splash everywhere. However, she did not feel any pain at all. Zhuang Meifeng rushed out of the living room and arrived at the courtyard where the sky was already starting to brighten. Hubby. Zhuang Meifeng only had eyes for Ling Yun. She did not even see Little White beside him. She threw herself into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun suddenly turned around and looked at the terrified Zhuang Meifeng. What's wrong? I. Zhuang Meifeng was on the verge of tears. Ling Yun saw that she ran into the courtyard in her pajamas. Afraid that she would catch a cold, he carried her and went straight to his bedroom. Little White looked at the two of them. It tilted its head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of embarrassment appeared on its white fox face. After entering the bedroom, Ling Yun gently placed Zhuang Meifeng on the bed. He smiled at her and asked gently, what's wrong? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yun with a face full of guilt. She bit her lower lip and said, hubby, just now, Ling Yun instantly understood what was going on. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't think too much. You'll get used to it when you experience more in the future. However, Ling Yun was very clear that he and Zhuang Meifeng were people from two different worlds. This was just the beginning. In the future, when he took her life, it would be even more difficult for her to accept it. There was no other reason than the difference in their worldviews. Ling Yun was from the cultivation world. He didn't care about the law and order at all. What he cared about was the strength of his fist. He was decisive in killing. As long as he couldn't stand it, he would kill without hesitation. On the other hand, Zhuang Meifeng was a rich girl from the city. She could not avoid the worldview that society had instilled in her. She thought that killing a person would always be reasonable and legal. In the future, Ling Yun would save many people and kill many people. It was fine if Zhuang Meifeng did not know about it. If she did, who knew what she would think? Of course, Ling Yun would not say this out loud. He smiled faintly and comforted the terrified Zhuang Meifeng. Then, he said, you woke up so early. Go back to sleep. I still have to go out to cultivate. After saying that, he floated up and went back to the courtyard. Under the morning sun, he continued to cultivate his stellar condensation technique. If it was any other time, Ling Yun would at least give her a kiss. At the same time, he would also take advantage of her. Only then would he be satisfied and leave. Zhuang Meifeng stared blankly at the empty bedroom. Suddenly, she felt that there was an unbridgeable gap in their seamless and intimate relationship. Zhuang Meifeng sat on the bed in a daze. She seemed to have heard her heart shattering. The feelings between people were the most subtle. Sometimes, it only took a glance or a movement for their hearts to converge. But sometimes, it only took a glance or a movement for an irreparable crack to appear in a very sweet and harmonious relationship. After an hour, it was already past 6:30 am. Ling Yun stopped cultivating and walked to Xiaomimi's bedroom with his hands behind his back. Seeing Xiaomimi leaning against the headboard and playing with the ends of her hair, Ling Yun could not help but frown. Why aren't you wearing anything? Xiao Mimi glared at Ling Yun and said nonchalantly, "You're the only man. Since you've seen everything, why should I wear anything? I haven't even woken up yet." Ling Yun saw that Xiao Mimi had returned to the mortal world. How dare she be so arrogant towards him? He stared at Xiao Mimi and laughed coldly. "How dare you speak to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Xiao Mimi's delicate shoulders shrunk back as she twisted her waist and sat up straight. "Go ahead, I've already killed 39 people. That's more than enough. I won't be called Xiao Mimi if I even frown when you kill me," Xiao Mimi said disdainfully. Ling Yin sweated profusely. This person was not afraid of death. He chuckled and walked towards the bed. Just when Xiao Mimi thought that Ling Yan was going to do something to her, Ling Yan's hands moved like lightning. He repeatedly sealed more than 10 of Xiao Mimi's acupuncture points and removed all the restrictions on her. "I'm afraid of you. Now that I've removed all the restrictions on you, you can leave. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." Ling Yan removed the restriction on Xiao Mimi, but Xiao Mimi did not leave. Instead, she clung onto Ling Yan's body and refused to get up. "Leave? Leave? My money has been stolen by you. I can't be an assassin anymore. I'll be hunted down if I go out. You have food and a place to stay here, why should I leave?" When Xiao Mimi saw Ling Yan take his hand away from her breasts, she stretched out her arms and grabbed onto Ling Yan's hand, placing it back on her snow-white breasts. Ling Yan could feel Xiao Mimi's pea-sized pink bump vibrating rhythmically as it gently rubbed against his palm. He knew that Xiao Mimi had intentionally or unintentionally used a seduction technique on him. However, this feeling was undoubtedly wonderful. Of course, he wouldn't reject it. "Are you sure you won't leave?" Ling Yan smiled faintly. Even though he said it casually, his hands started to get naughty. This was a gift that came knocking on his door. It would be a waste not to take it. Xiao Mimi's snow-white skin was soft and supple. Her curvaceous body wriggled like a snake in Ling Yan's arms. Her tongue licked her lips as she looked at Ling Yan. Panting, she said, "With a man like you here, I can't bear to leave." Ling Yan's eyes were clear as he looked into Xiao Mimi's eyes. He could see that Xiao Mimi had completely submitted. Submitted? All right. As long as you do your best to protect the people around me, I will protect you. 2 fingers of his right hand probed into Xiao Mimi's lower body. It was already a moist, slippery, and warm area. Xiao Mimi did not dodge the sudden attack. Instead, she shifted her hips forward slightly to allow Ling Yan's fingers to penetrate deeper. Her nimble pink tongue was already licking Ling Yan's neck. In Ling Yan's bedroom, Zhuang Meifeng used 2 blankets and a pillow to cover her head and ears as she cried silently. In the courtyard, the charming white fox swayed its thick and long snow-white tail in irritation. It swung around in the air and suddenly made a strange sound like a cat's cry. Then, its figure flashed and it rushed out of the courtyard. With a few more leaps, he sprinted over 100 meters away. Then, with a swish, he climbed onto a very thick French plane tree. 20 minutes later, Xiao Mimi removed her sexy lips from Ling Yan's body. Her charming face was full of worship and thirst. "You're amazing." Xiao Mimi used the tip of her pink tongue to lick her numb and swollen lips. She used one hand to knead her snow-white breasts as she panted. Ling Yan looked at Xiao Mimi proudly and said, "Your seduction technique isn't up to par yet. When I'm in a good mood one day, I'll teach you the real plain maiden sutra. That's the ultimate dual cultivation technique." With that, he recited the clear heart chant. When his body returned to normal, he pulled up his pants and left Xiao Mimi's bedroom. He first went to the bathroom to take a cold shower, then dried his body. Then, he floated into his bedroom and changed into his newly bought casual clothes. Ling Yan looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who had covered herself tightly with the blanket, and said, "I'll go buy breakfast for you guys." Just by listening to her breathing, Ling Yan knew that she was not asleep. Xiao Mimi's screams were so loud that it would be a miracle if Zhuang Meifeng could not hear her. Ling Yan didn't say anything. He flashed out of the bedroom and went to buy breakfast for them. After Ling Yan left, Zhuang Meifeng finally poked her head out from under the blanket. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were red and swollen. Her gaze was lifeless as she sat there in a daze for a long time. He suddenly got off the bed and rushed to Xiao Mimi's bedroom. You! How could you? Zhuang Meifeng opened the door to Xiao Mimi's room and pointed at Xiao Mimi with a trembling finger. Don't blame me. If he doesn't want to, there's nothing I can do, Xiao Mimi said pitifully as she looked at the trembling Zhuang Meifeng. Xiao Mimi did not stop. She still said calmly, if he wants it, I have to give it to him. I think you understand. Zhuang Meifeng rushed into Xiao Mimi's bedroom and lifted the thin blanket on her body. What she saw shocked her. Almost every inch of Xiao Mimi's naked body was covered with green and purple handprints. Especially the two snow-white peaks on her chest, they seemed to have been deformed. Xiao Mimi let Zhuang Meifeng stare at her. She smiled indifferently and said, you don't have to be jealous. I've said it before, in his eyes, our bodies are different. Ling Yan quickly bought breakfast and came back. He then called out to the two beauties who had not come out of the bedroom and asked them to come out for breakfast. Unknowingly, Little White had already returned from outside and followed Ling Yan into the living room. Zhuang Meifeng was the first to walk out of her bedroom. When she saw a pure white animal in the room, she couldn't help but scream, ah! Little White was also startled by her sudden scream and immediately burrowed into Ling Yan's arms. Zhuang Meifeng could not care so much anymore. She pointed at Little White in Ling Yan's arms and asked in shock, what? What is this? Where did it come from? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, don't be afraid. It's just a fox, a white fox. I picked it up from outside last night. It was because of it that I came back late. At this time, Xiao Mimi came out of her room and dressed herself neatly. When she saw Little White, she only looked at it strangely before going to the bathroom to wash up. She did not even bother to ask about it. Xiao Mimi was experienced and knowledgeable. She had even killed dozens of people. Naturally, she would not care about a fox. The atmosphere during the meal was really weird. 3 people and a white fox. No one said a word. They ate by themselves and thought about their own matters. After the meal, Ling Yan left the two beauties and the white fox at home and went straight to school. Little White's current abilities were above Xiao Mimi's, so Ling Yan did not have to worry at all. When Ling Yan reached the classroom, he saw that Xianxia was already there. She wore a low-cut floral dress that went past her knees. She looked charming and enchanting. Seeing that Ling Yan was not late today, Xianxia's mood brightened. She stood up with a smile and let Ling Yan take his seat. Hey, how was your tutoring session last night? After both of them sat down, Xianxia looked at Ling Yan and smiled. Ling Yan chuckled, thanks to you, it was all right. I will focus on English today. I won't learn anything else. Xianxia was surprised, oh, I thought you hated English the most. Why are you suddenly so interested in English? Xianxia thought to herself, it seems like the form teacher is still the best. She only tutored Ling Yan for one night and he was already interested in English. Ling Yan laughed and said to Xianxia, can you lend me all your English textbooks for a while? Xianxia smiled sweetly and took out all the English textbooks from year 1 to year 3 and placed them in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan found the second volume. Just as he was about to start memorizing the words, Xianxia suddenly whispered, Ling Yan, Zhang Ling suddenly told me last night that Tang Meng made a post on the school's website saying that he set up a bet on whether you would be able to get into Yanjing University. Are you two behind this? Other than studying, the first thing Zhang Ling did after returning home was to browse the school's website and forum. She did it for no other reason than to see the latest news from Ling Yan. Ling Yan glanced at Xianxia, what is Zhang Ling trying to do? Ling Yan thought to himself, Zhang Ling, please don't create trouble for me. If she were to go crazy and bet 50,000 on me getting into Yanjing University, wouldn't I and Tang Meng lose their pants? Actually, Zhang Ling was not that crazy. She only mentioned it to Xianxia after seeing it. Xianxia smiled sweetly, what else could she be thinking? She just wants to know if you and Tang Meng are behind this. Others might not know about the relationship between Ling Yan and Tang Meng, but how could Xianxia and Zhang Ling not know? Ling Yan chuckled and said mysteriously, you don't have to worry about whether it's behind this or not. Just listen to me and wait for the show to start. Don't get involved. Xianxia knew that it was indeed the two of them who were behind this. She thought to herself that Ling Yan was really bad. Based on what she knew about Ling Yun, he would have no problem getting into a top-notch university. If he were to give it a few more months, lowering her voice, Xianxia leaned closer to Ling Yun and said, "You're the hottest person in our school right now." When the news about Tang Meng came out on the internet, all kinds of analysis and predictions started flying everywhere. Guess what everyone is thinking now? Ling Yun was also curious about the reactions of everyone. He asked Chao Shanshan curiously, "What do they think?" Chao Shanshan blushed and looked at Ling Yun charmingly. "According to Zhang Ling, 60% of the people on the internet say that you will definitely get into Yanjing University. Another 25% think that you will definitely get into a top-notch university. However, whether you will be able to get into Yanjing University is hard to say." Chao Shanshan's pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Ling Yun, unable to hide the love in them. Ling Yun frowned slightly and raised his hand to scratch his head. Why is it like this?" Chao Shanshan giggled. "Who asked you to be so heaven-defying these few days? It's only been one night and I feel like you have lost weight again." As Chao Shanshan said that, she intimately raised her slender hand and took the initiative to touch Ling Yun's long-sleeved t-shirt. Her index finger and thumb inadvertently swept across the muscles on Ling Yun's arm. Her heart skipped a beat. She was obviously trying to take advantage of Ling Yun. Ling Yun did not have time to care about this. In his heart, he was thinking that it was no wonder Tang Meng did not dare to open this bet. It turned out that there were many people who bet on him getting into Yanjing University. If he did not set a monetary limit, he would really lose all his money. Looking at Chao Shanshan's shy and bashful expression, he suddenly smiled mischievously and said to Chao Shanshan softly, "Hey, if I don't have any special matters tonight, I will send you home." Hearing this, Chao Shanshan's heart felt like it was hit by a huge hammer. Her entire body froze and she looked at Ling Yun with an indescribable surprise. To be continued. To be continued. Really? Amidst her excitement, Chao Shanshan could not help but shyly look down at her floral dress. She secretly regretted that she only cared about dressing up today. She did not look sexy at all. Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's excited expression and nodded lightly. He then flipped to the back of the English textbook and started memorizing the words. Seeing that Ling Yun was immersed in his studies, Chao Shanshan was unable to calm herself down. Biting her lower lip, she stealthily shifted her seat closer to Ling Yun's. The second class had just ended. During the break, Gu Yuanlong suddenly returned to the classroom and shouted to Ling Yun, who was still memorizing words, "Brother Ling, Teacher Ma is looking for you." Ling Yun raised his head and thought hard for a long time. Teacher Ma, which Teacher Ma? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Which Teacher Ma could it be? Wasn't it the Teacher Ma Tianfeng who encouraged him to practice sports that day when he was jogging on the field? Ling Yun shook his head. He did not expect this Teacher Ma to still not give up. He could only stand up and walk out of the classroom. "Hello, Teacher Ma." As soon as Ling Yun walked out of the classroom, he saw Ma Tianfeng standing at the entrance of the classroom. He was smiling at him. Seeing Ling Yun come out, Ma Tianfeng immediately waved his hand and put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder. "Come, let's talk in the sports room." Ling Yun thought to himself that he didn't have the time to practice any *T sports. He forcefully broke free from Ma Tianfeng's arm and said politely, "Teacher Ma, I'm really sorry, but I really don't want to practice sports. I don't have the time." "I appreciate your kindness." Ling Yun had already demonstrated his ability several times on the field. Ma Tianfeng had naturally heard about this. Now that he was looking for Ling Yun, he did not want him to practice sports. Seeing that Ling Yun had broken free from him, Ma Tianfeng was not angry. He only smiled and said, "Ling Yun, I heard that you were playing with Tai Xiaohu on the field that day. Is that true?" Ling Yun thought to himself. "If you don't believe me, I can throw you around and run a few laps." However, he laughed and said, "That seems to be the case." "Why?" Ma Tianfeng suddenly said mysteriously, "Ling Yun, since you are so powerful now, I want to ask you for a favor." "I don't know if you can agree," Ling Yun thought to himself, "what can I help you with?" However, he always had a good impression of Ma Tianfeng, so he smiled and asked, "Teacher, how can I help you?" Ma Tianfeng smiled. "As you know, our province's annual spring sports meet is about to begin. It will be held at the Xianxia City Olympic Sports Center. Teacher wants you to represent our school. You just have to participate in a few events. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan shook his head like a rattle drum. He had no interest in competing with those ordinary people. Wouldn't that be bullying? Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, these ordinary people were worlds apart from him. There was no point in competing like that. Ling Yan shook his head and said, "Teacher, I don't think that's a good idea. There's no benefit to it anyway. I don't want to waste my time on these things. I still have to work hard to get into university." Ma Tianfeng panicked when he saw Ling Yan's rejection. He pulled Ling Yan to a less crowded place and said, "Who said there are no benefits? If you can win a few gold medals in the provincial sports meet, I have a way to get the school to send you to Yanjing University. Other than this, the city and the school will also give you a bonus." Upon hearing that there would be a bonus, Ling Yan was slightly tempted. He smiled and asked, "How much is the bonus?" Ma Tianfeng was stunned when he heard that. Why did he bring this up? It was only a few tens of thousands of yuan. Ling Yan might not even care about it now. Ma Tianfeng smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. "Ling Yan, the bonus isn't important. What's important is that you bring glory to our school. Moreover, the school will send you to Yanjing University." Upon hearing this, Ling Yan knew that the bonus wouldn't be much. He immediately felt a little dispirited. He said faintly, "Teacher Ma, I'll see about this when the time comes. I'll go back and study first." With that, Ling Yan nodded slightly at the dumbfounded Ma Tianfeng and returned to the classroom. How could Ma Tianfeng not be dumbfounded? There were only a few days left for the registration. He had to get Ling Yan's approval and submit Ling Yan's name before he could let Ling Yan participate in the competition. He didn't expect Ling Yan to not care about glory and the chance to send him to Yanjing University. What was he supposed to do? Ma Tianfeng looked at Ling Yan entering the classroom. He suddenly felt that it was a little rash to look for Ling Yan directly. He pondered for a moment and smiled confidently. After school, Ling Yan received a call from Shui Mining just as he walked out of the classroom. "Big brother Ling Yan, my grandpa has completed your Chinese medicine qualification certificate. It's here with me now." "Where are you?" Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard this. He said directly, "I'll go to your teaching block immediately. Wait for me downstairs." Ling Yan thought to himself. Old man Shui was really efficient. It had only been 2 days and he had already obtained his Chinese medicine qualification certificate. He went downstairs happily and went straight to the west teaching block. From afar, he saw Shui Mining already standing there waiting for him. Shui Mining's pretty face lit up when she saw Ling Yan running over. Then, she said coquettishly, "Big brother Ling Yan, if I don't look for you, will you never look for me first?" Ling Yan was sweating profusely. He raised his hand and scratched his head. He said awkwardly, Ning you know that I'm busy preparing for the college entrance examination. Moreover, I'm also busy with the opening of the clinic. Moreover, I'm afraid that looking for you all day will affect your studies." That wouldn't be good. In a moment of desperation, Ling Yan found 3 reasons to deal with it. Shui Mining wasn't afraid of anything now. Amidst the uproar, she tiptoed and kissed Ling Yan lightly. She smiled coquettishly and said, "You have a good reason." Then, Shui Mining took out the Chinese medicine qualification certificate from her bag. However, she didn't give it to Ling Yan directly. Instead, she said coquettishly, "Big brother Ling Yan, the rose that I gave you that night, do you still have it?" When Ling Yan heard this, he cursed in his heart. How could he have forgotten about this? That night, Ling Yan took back the rose that Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining gave him and found 2 vases to store them in. However, ever since Zhuang Meifeng passed away, he didn't seem to have seen it again. However, he thought quickly and pretended to be relaxed. He smiled and said, "Of course it's still here. It's so pretty. Ning gave me a gift, would I dare to throw it away?" Shui Mining stared at Ling Yan's eyes for a long time. She didn't notice anything amiss. Then, she smiled coquettishly and said, "That's more like it. Here." After saying that, Shui Mining handed the certificate to Ling Yan. Ling Yan took it and looked at it casually. However, he didn't pay much attention to the contents on the certificate. After all, he was going to treat patients and save people. As Ling Yun was in a hurry to call Tang Meng, he said to Xue Mining, Ming Er, I still have many things to do. I won't be joining you for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Xue Mining pouted her cherry lips and furrowed her eyebrows. However, after thinking about it, she suddenly smiled and said, that's fine. However, Big Brother Yun, my grandpa wants you to visit our house. When are you free? Ling Yan also wanted to find time to check on Grandpa Xue's health. He smiled faintly and said, when my clinic opens, I'll specially accompany you to visit the old man. How about that? Xue Mining rolled her eyes at Ling Yan coquettishly and said, Big Brother Yun, you're so stupid. When your clinic opens, my grandpa will definitely be there to support you. When that time comes, why would you still want to go to our house? Ling Yan couldn't understand why Miracle Dr. Xue wanted to support his clinic opening. However, he laughed and said, then before the clinic opens, I'll go with you to visit the old man. Is that okay? Hearing this, Xue Mining finally smiled sweetly. She smiled like a flower and said, that's more like it. After parting ways with Xue Mining, Ling Yan directly walked out of the school. As he walked, he gave Tang Meng a call and asked him to pick him up at the school gate. Actually, if Ling Yan went to look for Tang Meng directly, it would undoubtedly be faster than Tang Meng driving over. However, it was broad daylight now. Ling Yan didn't want people to look at him like he was a monster. Tang Meng didn't let Ling Yan wait for long. In about 10 minutes, he drove the Hummer to the school gate. Tang Meng parked the Hummer by the roadside. Ling Yan opened the door and got into the back seat. Then, Tang Meng immediately stepped on the accelerator and left Xianxia high. So the three of you are here? Once Ling Yan got into the car, he saw the elegant and refined Yao Rou in the back seat. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou had met up early in the morning. Then, they started to wander around the city to find a suitable place for Ling Yan's clinic. In the morning, they had found a total of 4 suitable places. All that was left was for Ling Yan to decide. Just now, Ling Yan had asked Tang Meng to pick him up. Naturally, Yao Rou couldn't wait any longer. Hence, the three of them came together to pick Ling Yan up. Yao Rou was dressed very professionally today. Her hair was tied up into a beautiful bun. A strand of hair of just the right length flowed down from her forehead, accentuating her beautiful face. She was dressed in a light blue female blouse and casual female slim-fit pants. She looked elegant and capable. She didn't look like the hot nurse uniform she wore the other day. Seeing that Ling Yan got into the car, Yao Rou didn't care about Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu in front of her. Her fiery body immediately wrapped around Ling Yan. Ling Yan was very satisfied with Yao Rou's outfit today. Without any hesitation, he pulled Yao Rou into his arms and said, Did you miss me? Yao Rou felt Ling Yan's fiery hands in her arms. Her heart and soul were intoxicated. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she said, I missed you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who were in front, couldn't help but tremble when they heard Ling Yan and Yao Rou's passionate conversation. Especially Tang Meng, he thought to himself, no wonder boss scolded me the other day. So the two of them have already reached this stage. If Tang Meng knew that Yao Rou had already stripped off her clothes in front of Ling Yan and allowed Ling Yan to taste her, who knew how he would feel? Because it was broad daylight, Ling Yan placed Yao Rou at the side after a brief moment of intimacy. He didn't do anything to Yao Rou's body. He took out his physician's qualification certificate and handed it to Yao Rou. What do you think of this certificate? Yao Rou was stunned when she took a look at it. Her hands trembled as she said, This is a certificate that can be used anywhere in the country. This is great. Where did you get this? It could be used anywhere in the country. In other words, as long as Ling Yan had this certificate, he would be able to open a clinic anywhere in the country without any obstructions. Miracle Dr. Xue was really efficient. He only needed to make a phone call to get such an awesome certificate. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel grateful to Miracle Dr. Xue in his heart when he heard what Yao Rou said. It seemed like old man Xue treated him pretty well. He laughed and said, Of course I got someone to do it. Now that I have the physician's qualification certificate, what's the next step? Yao Ro held the physician's qualification certificate like it was a treasure. She smiled sweetly at Ling Yun and said, "We have been looking for places this morning. We were just waiting for you to make a decision." Tang Meng also turned around and said, "Boss, we have found a total of 4 or 5 places. Do you want me to bring you around?" Ling Yun frowned slightly when he heard Tang Meng call him boss again. "Didn't I tell you before? Don't call me boss in the future. Don't do it again." Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Tang Meng being rebuffed. Ling Yun coughed lightly and said faintly, "I don't have time to accompany you. Tell me about the places first and I'll listen." Tang Meng briefed Ling Yun on the general situation of a few places. After listening, Ling Yun sighed and said to Tang Meng, "Just now, you said that there's a place very close to Qingshui City Government and Qingxi No. 1 Mansion? Let's go there first." Tang Meng replied as he turned right at the crossroad and sped towards the direction of the Qingxi Villa district. 15 minutes later, the Hummer arrived at a busy intersection. Tang Meng stopped at the northeast corner of the intersection. "Boss, this is the shop." Tang Meng pointed at a rather large shop in the corner. Ling Yun did not look at the shop. Instead, he asked Tang Meng, "How far is the Qingshui City Government from here?" Tang Meng replied without hesitation, "About 3 kilometers. "How far is it from Qingshui City Antique Market?" "Less than 4 kilometers. Ling Yun calculated silently. This place was less than 3 kilometers away from Mansion No. 1, which he had bought in Qingxi Villa District 4. To him, it would take him less than 2 minutes to stay there at night. Ling Yun looked up and smiled. "There's no need to look at other places. This is the best." "Is this shop for takeout or sublet?" Tang Meng had already asked about it. He hurriedly said, "Big brother Yun, they are planning to sell it. They are preparing to do business elsewhere." Ling Yun smiled. "That's great. Let's buy it. Let's go in and take a look." This store was a clothing store with an area of about 200 square meters. It had a total of 2 floors. The store had been closed for a few days. The store manager and the salespeople had already left. Only the store owner was left here waiting for the transfer. Other than a pile of closed boxes in the corner, there was nothing else in the shop. Ling Yun had his eyes on this shop the moment he entered. He gave Tang Meng a look. Tang Meng smiled at the shop owner who came forward to greet them. "Boss, we are back. How much is the transfer fee for this shop?" The shop owner was a northerner who looked to be in his 40s. He was a straightforward man with a sallow face. When he saw that it was Tang Meng and the rest, he smiled and said, "My shop has a total of 418 square meters. The location of the houses along the street can't be any better. I don't think it's too much to ask for 30,000 yuan per square meter, right?" Tang Meng knew that the shop owner's price was reasonable. However, it was impossible for him to buy it without bargaining. He smiled and said, "Boss, I admit that the location and the renovation of your shop are not bad. However, you are transferring it now. If we go according to your price, I'm afraid it won't be so good." Asking for a sky-high price and asking for a low price was a matter of course. Hence, the shop owner smiled and said, "Little brother, why don't you give me a price?" Tang Meng pondered for a while. Just as he was about to bargain, he heard Ling Yun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly say to the shop owner, "May I know your name, boss?" The shop owner looked at Ling Yun and thought to himself that this young man was really talented. He had a good impression of Ling Yun. He smiled and said, "My surname is Wang." Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He carefully looked at the shop owner's expression before saying to Boss Wang, "Boss Wang, this is such a good location and such a big deal. Why are you suddenly transferring?" Boss Wang's expression darkened. He thought for a while before saying, It's mainly because I've been out for too long. I want to go back to my hometown." Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "Boss Wang, I'm afraid you have something that you can't say. I see that your face is sallow, your footsteps are weak, your tongue is green, and your glabella is black. I'm afraid you have something." At this point, Ling Yun purposely paused and didn't continue. Hearing this, Boss Wang's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly said to Ling Yun, "Little brother, how did you know? Do you know how to treat illnesses?" Ling Yun smiled faintly. You don't need to know how I know. Not only can I tell for you, I can also cure your illness. Hearing this, Boss Wang was dumbfounded. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou heard Ling Yun's words and stared wide-eyed at the shop owner. However, other than Boss Wang's slightly sallow complexion, they couldn't see anything else. His tongue was green and his glabella was black. After a long time, Boss Wang finally regained his senses. He looked around and said to Ling Yun, "Little brother, can I have a word with you?" Ling Yun nodded slightly. Boss Wang gave Ling Yun a look and walked towards the stairs. Ling Yun said to the three people behind him, "You guys wait here for me." After Boss Wang and Ling Yun went upstairs, he lowered his voice and whispered to Ling Yun, "Little brother, can you really tell what illness I have?" Ling Yun laughed and said leisurely, "Of course, you have been poisoned by someone. The other party wants to take your life." Seeing Boss Wang's shocked expression, he continued, "Every night around midnight, do you feel like your stomach is in so much pain that you can't sleep? Recently, do you vomit everything you eat? Even when you drink water, you have to vomit the bile out?" Hearing this, Boss Wang's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Suddenly, he kowtowed to Ling Yun. "Please save my life. As long as you are willing to save me, you will be my, Wang Hong Yuan's, benefactor. Not just this shop, as long as I have it, I will give it to you." Seeing him kneel, Ling Yun dodged to the side, not accepting his kowtow. Then, he raised his hand and pulled him up. "Boss Wang, to tell you the truth, I really want to buy this shop. I bought it to open a clinic to treat illnesses and save lives. Of course, I won't take your shop. It's just that I don't have enough money now. I hope you can raise your hand and lower the price slightly." Wang Hong Yuan had been poisoned by his competitor's subordinate. Originally, his heart was dead. He sold his family's assets and went back to his hometown to wait for death. But now that he heard that he could be saved, how could he still talk about money? He said hurriedly, "Little brother, I really can't do that. I know that I can't keep my life. If you save me, it will be like giving me a new lease on life. How would I dare to take your money?" Ling Yan couldn't talk to him clearly. He said lightly, "Tell me what exactly is going on." Wang Hong Yuan hurriedly said, "Little brother, I've been doing the clothing business here for 10 years. It's always been smooth sailing, and my business has been growing bigger and bigger. But since last year, a clothing shop opposite me, at the southwest corner of the crossroads, opened up. I heard that it was opened by someone from Xianxia. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. So, both sides started competing. Little brother, I'm not bragging. When it comes to doing business, I really don't lose to anyone. Their shop couldn't compete with me for half a year. Just as they were about to close down, I suddenly realized that there was something wrong with my body. My symptoms weren't obvious at first. It was just that my stomach hurt a little at night. Sometimes, I would vomit after eating. But because I was busy with business, I didn't pay much attention to it. Just a month ago, my symptoms worsened. It was really like what you said. My stomach hurt like crazy at night, and I vomited whatever I ate. But the strange thing was that I didn't lose any weight. I thought that I had some incurable disease, so I went to all the major hospitals for a checkup. But no matter how I checked, no matter what kind of advanced equipment I used, the doctors said that I wasn't sick. After that, I went to find a Chinese doctor. In the end, I met an old Chinese doctor. He told me that I had been harmed by evil magic. He said that other than the person who performed the magic, or someone even more skilled than the person who performed the magic, there was no way to cure it. I thought about it and knew that it was definitely the people from Xianxia who couldn't compete with me in business. So, they did this to me. You asked me to find those people, but where could I go? Later, I really couldn't stand the pain and took the initiative to go to their shop to beg for mercy. But no matter what I said, they just said that they didn't know. Left with no choice, I could only accept my fate. That was why I closed my business and prepared to transfer the shop. I wanted to go back to my hometown to wait for my death. At least, I could protect my wife and child. Ling Yin slowly walked to the window on the second floor. Then, he used his chin to point at the clothing shop at the southwest corner of the crossroads. He smiled faintly and said, "Is that the one?" Wang Hongyuan was already a frightened bird. He actually didn't dare to walk towards the window. He only nodded his head in fear. Ling Yan smiled faintly and looked at the clothing shop in disdain. He said to Wang Hongyuan, "Alright, I'll start saving you now." Ah? Wang Hongyuan didn't expect Ling Yan to save him just like that. He thought to himself, isn't he going to prepare something? Ling Yan leisurely raised his hand to hold the leather needle pouch in his hand. In one go, he took out 9 golden needles. "Boss Wang, you just need to find a place to sit." Wang Hongyuan looked at the golden needles of different lengths in Ling Yan's hand, dumbfounded. He nodded his head blankly and found a stool to sit down. Ling Yan said to Boss Wang, "Don't be afraid, it will only take 10 minutes at most." After saying that, he asked Boss Wang to take off his shirt. Then, he began to perform the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on the acupuncture points around Boss Wang's lower abdomen and stomach. After the execution, Boss Wang spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He saw that in the 2 puddles of black blood, there were actually 2 blood-red worms about 1 centimeter long. They were as thick as a hemp thread. They were wriggling and rolling in the black blood. It looked very disgusting. "Boss Wang, do you see that? It's these 2 blood-red worms that are wreaking havoc in your body." Wang Hongyuan looked at the 2 wriggling worms and turned his head away in disgust. He began to vomit violently. Ling Yan smiled faintly. He didn't care about Boss Wang. He took out 2 large needles from the leather needle pouch and casually threw them on the marble floor. With 2 pu-pu sounds, the 2 large needles were accurately nailed into the heads of the 2 blood-red worms. The entire needle was completely embedded into the marble floor. Not even the eye of the needle could be seen. The 2 blood-red worms were directly nailed to death by Ling Yan. They slowly wriggled on the marble floor for a full 2 minutes before completely motionless. They were dead. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of a clothing store owned by a Xianxia native, a skinny, 60-year-old old man suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Oh no, that Wang guy actually found an expert to break the worm I planted." It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit of backlash. Ling Yan kept the leather needle pouch properly and laughed coldly. This worm was worlds apart from the one in Miracle Dr. Shue's body. When Ling Yan was at physique tempering stage level 1, he could already use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to seal the heart-devouring goo insect that Miao Fenghuang planted in Miracle Dr. Shue's body. Now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. "Boss Wang, how are you feeling now?" Ling Yan asked Wang Hongyuan, who was still vomiting non-stop. It was as if nothing had happened. Wang Hongyuan's stomach didn't have much to begin with. He vomited for a long time without anything coming out. However, at this moment, he felt an unprecedented hunger. Of course, he knew that he had recovered. Wang Hongyuan didn't even stand up from the stool. He slid to the floor and kowtowed to Ling Yan. This time, of course, Ling Yan wouldn't let him continue. With a gentle lift of his hand, Wang Hongyuan sat down on the stool. "Boss Wang, things aren't over yet. What's the rush?" Then, Ling Yan shouted downstairs, "Tang Meng, Ro Er, come up. Tai Xiaohu, guard the door. Prepare to fight. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Even though they were separated by a huge intersection, Ling Yan could already hear the messy footsteps. He knew that the Xianxia people were here for revenge after seeing that Wang Hongyuan's goo poison had been neutralized and that their tracks had been exposed. Tang Meng and Yao Rou obediently went upstairs. Tang Meng asked, "Big brother Yun, what's wrong? Why are they preparing to fight?" Ling Yan chuckled and said to Tang Meng, "Take care of Ro Er and Boss Wang upstairs. I'll go down with Tai Xiaohu to play with them." With that, Ling Yan walked past the 2 of them in a flash. Very quickly, he arrived downstairs. Then, he saw Tai Xiaohu blocking the entrance like an iron tower. F***ck, it's just 7 or 8 small fries. Why are you so nervous? Ling Yan sat on Wang Hongyuan's chair and looked at the 7 or 8 people rushing towards him with sticks in their hands. Behind them was a gloomy old man of about 60 years of age. "Goo poison? Don't you know that I specialize in neutralizing witchcraft in the cultivation world?" Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He didn't care about the 7 or 8 people rushing towards him. He only stared at the old man. He wasn't afraid that the old man would use goo poison on him. He was afraid that if Tai Xiaohu was hit by it, it would be troublesome for him to treat him. The 7 or 8 people quickly crossed the distance of more than 30 meters and arrived at the entrance of Wang Hongyuan's shop. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die. We're looking for Wang Hongyuan." One of the people holding a metal stick shouted at Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu stood at the entrance like an iron tower. He naturally had the aura of a man who could hold back 10,000 people. He laughed and said coldly, "If I were to get out of the way, I wouldn't be standing here." It was noon and this was a bustling city. There were many people walking to and fro. When they saw that a fight was about to break out, they immediately stopped to watch. The person holding the metal stick saw that Tai Xiaohu wasn't moving. He turned to the people beside him and said, "Go." Tai Xiaohu chuckled. When the person holding the metal stick rushed towards him, he single-handedly caught the metal stick. He lifted his leg at lightning speed and kicked the person 3 to 4 meters away. This group of people were all from the south. Their bodies were thin and small, so naturally, they posed no threat to Tai Xiaohu. After the man fell to the ground in pain, he could no longer get up. When the others saw how domineering Tai Xiaohu was, they did not dare to approach him anymore. They turned their heads and looked at the old man who followed them. "Young man, I advise you to move aside. Otherwise, don't let anything happen to you at such a young age. Otherwise, you'll have grown up in vain." Tai Xiaohu remained silent and did not take a single step back. He stood there coldly, waiting for the old man to make his move. When the old man saw that Tai Xiaohu wasn't going to give way, his face darkened even more. He squinted his triangular eyes and flicked his fingers 3 times in a row. Tai Xiaohu had never seen a goo poison before. Naturally, he did not know that the old man was casting a goo spell on him. Therefore, he could not react in time. Ling Yan's leather needle pouch had long been opened and placed on the office table in front of him. When he saw the old man casting the goo spell without saying a word, he laughed disdainfully and raised his hand. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the 3 large needles shone with a silver light under the sunlight and directly met the 3 blood-red bugs. They were accurately nailed to their heads, and then they were all nailed to the bottom of the stairs. At the same time, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered another backlash. Goo worms were not easy to raise. This old man only had a total of 12 blood-red goo worms. Now that Ling Yan had nailed 5 of them to death in the blink of an eye, it would be strange if the old man was not distressed. "So it's you." After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the old man pointed a trembling finger at the calm Ling Yan sitting behind the office table. Ling Yan smiled brightly at the old man. "That's right, it's me." After saying that, he said to Tai Xiaohu, "Tai Xiaohu, you can't beat him yet. Come in, I'll play with him." Tai Xiaohu looked at the 3 blood-red goo worms that were nailed to death by Ling Yan on the ground. He did not dare to be careless and strode to Ling Yan's side. "Kid, you're young and your skills are not bad. Why don't you know the rules of the underworld and break my..." Because there were already a lot of people outside, the skinny old man certainly couldn't say the word voodoo that made people pale at the mention of it. Ling Yan smiled leisurely. "Because you're old and disrespectful. Business matters should be settled in the business arena. If you can't compete, you can negotiate. What's the point of killing people? If I didn't see it, it would have been fine. But since I saw it, there's no reason for me to ignore it." Ling Yan's words rendered the scrawny old man speechless. His gloomy, thin face alternated between red and white. However, he was doing this for his nephew. Now that the 2 sides had reached this point, they had to decide who was better. The old man said coldly, "Since you dare to interfere, don't blame me for being rude." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man flicked his hands, and 7 blood-red goo insects flew toward Ling Yan. Ling Yan was still sitting upright. His handsome face even had a slight smile on it. He casually threw out 7 large needles and nailed them towards the 7 goo worms. The technique that Ling Yan used this time was the same as the one he used at his mother's clinic. It was the shower of flowers technique that he came up with. Currently, only the needles were flying. If Ling Yan could ride a sword in the future, he would be able to cast the sword. However, this time, he only nailed 5. It wasn't that his aim wasn't good enough, but that two of the goo insects unexpectedly changed direction when the needle was about to hit them. They flew towards Ling Yun at an incredible speed. The needles were dead, but the goo worms were alive. Under the control of the old man, they could naturally change direction. In the blink of an eye, the two blood-red goo worms had already flown in front of Ling Yun. One wanted to drill into Ling Yun's eyes while the other wanted to drill into Ling Yun's nostrils. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent as he slammed his hand on the table. Chi-chi! 4 large needles flew up miraculously at the same time. With lightning speed, they nailed the bodies of the 2 venomous insects. Without stopping, they directly brought them to the roof and nailed them to the ceiling. Wah, the old man was seriously injured this time. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A demonic red light flashed across his face before he managed to stop his injuries. Actually, the 2 of them had not come into contact yet. However, only they knew that it was a matter of life and death. Other than the sound of the needles hitting hard objects and a few blood-red bugs on the ground, the passers-by could not see anything else. The dead blood-red goo worms immediately turned dark brown under the afternoon sun. They were no different from ordinary caterpillars. Therefore, the passers-by could not tell what was going on. Ling Yun smiled coldly and said, "What other tricks do you have? Use them all, I'll take them all." Seeing that his 12 goo worms had all been killed by Ling Yun, the old man's heart ached and he became a little crazy. In a flash, he rushed to the front of Ling Yun's desk. His fingers formed the shape of an eagle's claws as he viciously grabbed at Ling Yun's shoulders. When the passers-by saw the old man's speed, they could not help but open their mouths in shock. Ling Yun could see very clearly that the old man's 10 fingers were grayish-white. His 10 fingernails were very long and curved. They were dark brown in color. He knew that the old man's hands carried a lethal poison. Ling Yun was not afraid. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the old man to grab his shoulders. Under the desk, he lifted his leg and kicked the old man's lower abdomen. Just as the old man grabbed Ling Yun's shoulders, he laughed sinisterly and stabbed his fingernails into Ling Yun's shoulders. In his opinion, Ling Yun was dead for sure. However, before he could finish laughing, that sinister smile froze on his face. This was because he realized that his fingernails seemed to be piercing into steel. They could not penetrate at all. Just as he was about to retreat in shock, Ling Yun's leg came and kicked him more than 10 meters away. He slammed heavily into the wall of the room and fell down. Ugh! Another mouthful of blood was spat out. The old man's face was dejected. He knew that he had lost. "It's a pity that I changed into a new t-shirt today." Ling Yun's face was full of pity. He slowly stood up and walked calmly towards the old man. "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Ling Yun looked at the old man who had infinite fear in his eyes and said calmly, "I advise you to go back to where you came from. Let business matters be settled in the business arena." "You. Why aren't you poisoned?" The old man stared at Ling Yun's shoulders and asked dejectedly. Ling Yun smiled faintly and did not explain. Not to mention that the old man's fingernails could not penetrate his flesh. Even if they did, he would not be poisoned. At least not by the old man's poison. Ling Yun turned around and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Let them come in and carry this old man away. We need to get down to business." The few people outside the door came in anxiously and carried the old man away in a flurry. Ling Yun's kick just now had already destroyed the old man's energy center. At least, he could not think about using his martial arts anymore. After the group of Xianxia people left, Ling Yun returned to the table and kept his leather needle pouch. Then, he went back upstairs. "Boss Wang, I've already chased those people away for you. From now on, your business will continue. You don't have to sell this shop anymore." Ling Yun smiled brightly at Boss Wang and said leisurely. It was very quiet upstairs. The 3 people upstairs had been holding their breaths and listening nervously to the situation below. Now that they saw Ling Yun come up safely, Yao Rou and Tang Ming's anxious expressions immediately relaxed. Yao Rou even dived into Ling Yun's embrace. She did not care about her shyness and hugged Ling Yun's waist tightly. Ling Yun could feel Yao Rou's heart beating twice as fast as usual. He said happily, "Why, are you worried about me?" Yao Rou buried her head deep into Ling Yun's chest and said tenderly, "No, I'm just, after the bloody battle, it was followed by a bone-piercing tenderness. How could Wang Hongyuan not know that he had met an expert? He cowed out and said, "Little brother Ling Yun, I, Wang Hongyuan, will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime." Ling Yun wondered why this man from the north liked to kowtow so much. He frowned and gave Tang Meng a look. Tang Meng hurriedly pulled Boss Wang up and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, my big brother Yun is this kind of person. When he sees injustice, he pulls out his sword to help. How can you repay kindness? Don't kneel down." Boss Wang was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. It had been a long time since he had eaten a normal meal. Now that the goo worm that harmed him was gone, what he wanted the most was a feast. "That, little brother Ling Yun, I'm really hungry now. Can we go have a meal together? We can talk while we eat." Ling Yun did not reject. He was afraid that Wang Hongyuan had not eaten for a long time. It would be troublesome if he ate too much now. Hence, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go have a meal." Hence, the four of them went downstairs. Wang Hongyuan could not walk because he was so hungry that he needed Tang Meng to support him. After going downstairs, Wang Hongyuan pointed to a place not far away. His eyes lit up as he said, "There's a huge seafood restaurant over there. Shall we go and have some seafood?" Wang Hongyuan loved seafood. Now that he was hungry, he wanted to spend more money to entertain Ling Yun and the rest. Hence, he suggested eating seafood. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "Boss Wang, seafood has a cold nature. Before your body completely recovers, you definitely can't eat seafood. Let's find a place to have porridge. You can only have porridge today." When Wang Hongyuan saw that Ling Yun was so considerate of him, his heart was filled with gratitude and gratitude. The five of them left Wang Hongyuan's shop and found a Liang's porridge restaurant. They ordered their food and started eating. Ling Yun and the rest only ate a little. Only Boss Wang drank a big bowl of porridge with pork and century egg. He wanted to eat more but was stopped by Ling Yun. "Boss Wang, for the next 3 days, you have to eat less and often. If you eat too much, I'm afraid you might get sick. It's not good for your stomach." Wang Hongyuan was now in awe of Ling Yun's medical skills. He would listen to whatever Ling Yun said. He could only swallow his saliva but did not dare to eat any more. Only then did he remember the matter at hand. Wang Hongyuan did not wait for the four of them to speak. He took the initiative and said, "Little brother Ling Yun, you saved my life and chased away my enemies. I have no way to repay you. If you like that shop, I'll give it to you. How about that?" Ling Yun waved his hands and shook his head. "Boss Wang, I saved you mainly because I was angry at them for bullying me. It was just a small matter. Please don't take it to heart." After a pause, he continued, "If Boss Wang doesn't want to continue doing business here, I'll buy this shop. Like I said, you just need to give me a small discount." Tang Meng had told Ling Yun that this shop was in a good location. It had 2 floors and was more than 400 square meters. It would be impossible to buy it without 10 million yuan. Ling Yun's plan was to get Wang Hongyuan to lower the price slightly so that he would not lose out too much. However, Wang Hongyuan panicked when he heard that. He was so anxious that he almost pointed to the sky and swore. His face and neck were red. "Little brother Ling Yun, you don't know, but I bought this shop 10 years ago. According to the price at that time, it didn't even cost 2 million yuan. To me, it was like a free lunch. You have done me such a great favor. If I ask you for money again, I, Wang Hongyuan, will not be able to continue doing business in the future. Little brother Ling Yun, your big brother Wang's life is worth at least 2 million yuan, right? If you say it's not worth it, then you're looking down on me." What else could Ling Yun say? He looked left and right at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Then, he said to Wang Hongyuan, "Then, big brother Wang, what do you mean? This shop, I'll give it to you. Not only will I give it to you, but I'll also renovate it according to your requirements. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." Wang Hongyuan's chest thumped loudly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun saw that Wang Hongyuan had already put it this way, so he didn't push it any further. If he pushed it any further, he would seem pretentious. From his tone of voice, Ling Yun could tell that Wang Hongyuan was the kind of person who did not lack money. 10 million was nothing to him at all. Furthermore, Ling Yun had saved Wang Hongyuan's life. No matter how much money he had, if he didn't have the life to spend it, what was the point? Since Boss Wang is so sincere, then I'm ashamed to accept it. It would be impolite to reject it. Ling Yun smiled calmly. There wasn't any special joy on his face. He accepted Wang Hongyuan's gift very calmly. Little brother Ling Yun, you're my benefactor. There's no need to say such polite words. I feel uncomfortable listening to them. Seeing that Ling Yun had finally accepted it, Wang Hongyuan was even happier than if he had just earned tens of millions. Money could be earned at any time, but if he lost his life, not to mention earning money, it would really be the end of everything. He would have nothing left. After Wang Hongyuan confirmed that he had been poisoned, it could be said that he did everything he could to save his life. For this, he didn't even hesitate to go to the Xianxia people to beg for mercy. However, after everything was to no avail, his heart was already dead. He only wanted to quickly sell off his businesses in Xianxia City before he died. Then, he would bring his wife and children back to his hometown. After settling them down, he would think of a way to end his own life. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't stand the half an hour of pain and the terror of not being able to eat or drink every day at midnight. He was already a person with one foot in the coffin. He had already completely let go of worldly possessions like money. Therefore, after Wang Hongyuan was saved by Ling Yun, who came to take over his shop, he was indescribably grateful. Why would he want Ling Yun's money? Moreover, it was difficult for an ordinary person to meet someone like Ling Yun in their lifetime. Now that Wang Hongyuan had met him, based on his shrewdness, he already had the intention to befriend Ling Yun. Not to mention this small shop, even if he had to give Ling Yun all his businesses in Xianxia City, he would be 100 times more willing. After Wang Hongyuan drank a can of lean meat porridge, his body recovered a lot of strength, and he spoke with a little more confidence. He took out a pen and 2 contracts from his briefcase. Brother Ling Yun, this is the transfer agreement that I asked my lawyer to draft a few days ago. I have already signed it. If there are no other problems, please sign your name on these 2 contracts and the shop will be yours. Ling Yun thought to himself that Wang Hongyuan was really efficient. He didn't even need to change locations to sign the contract. If such a person didn't do business well, then it would really be a disaster. Ling Yun took the pen and the 2 contracts over. Without even looking at the contents, he signed his name on them. Then he said to Wang Hongyuan, Boss Wang, thank you very much. What do you plan to do next? Wang Hongyuan sighed slightly. Brother, I won't hide it from you. After I knew that I wasn't far from death, I hurriedly sent my wife and child back to Qilu hometown. Once I'm done here, I'll go home to bid farewell to them and find a place to end my life. This is the last shop I'm dealing with. I didn't expect you to save me at this time. I don't have any other plans now. I just want to reunite with my wife and child after I'm done renovating the shop for you. I'll take a good rest and plan for the future. Ling Yun and the others could tell that Wang Hongyuan was a little disheartened after this ordeal. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Boss Wang, the most important thing for you now is to recuperate. I wouldn't dare to trouble you with renovating the house. Ling Yun looked at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu and continued, the 2 of them will be enough. With that, Ling Yun didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up and said, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, both of you send Boss Wang back. Row air and I will go settle something. Seeing that Ling Yun was leaving, Wang Hongyuan hurriedly stood up and smiled. Brother Wang, I want to ask for your contact number. What do you think? Ling Yun looked at Wang Hongyuan's cautious look and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Wang, isn't it just a contact number? Tang Meng, give Brother Wang my phone number. I'm leaving. Ling Yun nodded at Wang Hongyuan with a smile and left Liang's porridge house with his arm around Yao Rou's waist. Ling Yun hailed a taxi as soon as they left. After the 2 of them got in, Ling Yun said to the taxi driver, Qingxi Villa District 4. This place was too close to Qingxi Villa District 4. They didn't even need to pay the starting price to get there. After the 2 of them got out of the car, Yao Rou couldn't help but look around. Then, she said in surprise, the environment here is really good. What are we doing here? Ling Yun smiled faintly. Follow me. With that, he wrapped his arm around Yao Rou's slender waist and walked towards mansion number 1. Ling Yan said as he walked, I'll leave the design of the clinic to you. The first floor will be used for the clinic's operations. You can stay on the second floor. You can renovate it however you want. Don't worry about the money. Hearing that, Yao Rou's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Ling Yan shyly and said, it's more than 200 square meters. It's such a waste for me to stay alone. Ling Yan's mouth curled into a naughty smile. He teased Yao Rou, who said that you're staying alone? If I'm tired one day, I'll stay there too. His words made Yao Rou's body go soft. She almost couldn't stand. Her face turned red as she bit her lower lip and said, up to you. The outermost wall of mansion number 1 wasn't made of bricks. Instead, it was made of beautifully shaped railings. Both inside and outside the wall, there were roses and creepers. It was full of the scent of nature. Looking at this huge mansion, Yao Rou couldn't help but take a deep breath of fresh air. She sighed. It's so nice to live in a place where the rich live. This place is so big and so beautiful. It's like living in a park. Ling Yan didn't open the door. He carried Yao Rou and jumped through the door. However, he didn't walk on the main road. Instead, he walked along a narrow cobblestone path towards the huge mansion. Seeing Ling Yan carrying her over the wall, Yao Rou was shocked. Why did you barge into someone's house? Ling Yan laughed. What do you mean by someone's house? This is a mansion that I bought, alright? Ah? Yao Rou was stunned. She even forgot to walk. You bought it? You really bought it? Yao Rou muttered as she stared blankly at the beautiful mansion in front of her. Come, let's go in and take a look. Ling Yan nodded. He grabbed Yao Rou's waist and continued walking. Yao Rou was overjoyed. She asked excitedly, then why didn't you open the door and come in? Ling Yan chuckled. I was too lazy to open the door. With that, he quickened his footsteps. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the mansion. After going up the stairs, Ling Yan took out the key to the front door and entered. The sales representative didn't lie. Even though the huge mansion was empty, it was luxuriously decorated. Moreover, it was spotless. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it a while ago. Oh my god, it's so big. Just this living room is bigger than that shop. How many rooms are there in here? The moment Yao Rou entered the villa, she stepped on the luxurious and soft Persian carpet. Her head kept turning around, and her pair of beautiful big eyes were simply not enough to take in all of it. In the living room, there was a leather sofa gifted by the developer. Ling Yan walked over and sat on it. He smiled and waved at Yao Rou, who was standing at the door. Yao Rou ran over shyly and dove into Ling Yan's arms. At this moment, she was so happy that she was intoxicated. Even though she knew that she wouldn't have the chance to stay here, she was extremely happy that Ling Yan was willing to bring her here. Why did you bring me here? Yao Rou asked softly as she laid in Ling Yan's arms like a kitten. She could feel the refreshing scent coming from his body. Because I'm happy. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Yao Rou didn't say anything else. She looked at Ling Yan affectionately for a while before slowly closing her eyes. Ling Yan bent down and kissed Yao Rou's sexy cherry lips. The mansion was very quiet. At this moment, silence spoke louder than sound. After a long time, their lips parted. Yao Rou gasped violently and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered. She would never forget this kiss. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou's blushing face and said, help me buy some things while renovating the shop. Not to mention buying things, Yao Rou would be willing even if Ling Yan wanted to eat her up. She blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked, tell me, what do you want to buy? Ling Yan casually said, weasel bristle, cinnabar, yellow joss paper, some medicinal herbs. I also want to buy a dozen roosters and 2 black male dogs. Yao Rou was confused when she heard Ling Yan's words getting more and more ridiculous. She thought to herself, these things have nothing to do with each other. Why would he want to buy them? However, she was gentle and obedient. She knew that Ling Yan must have a use for them. Hence, she didn't ask further. Instead, she silently memorized them. After confirming that she had remembered them, she asked again, what are the medicinal herbs? Ling Yan liked how obedient Yao Rou was. He smiled and said, "There are more than 10 types of medicinal herbs. You wouldn't be able to remember them even if I told you. I'll send it to your phone later." Without a doubt, Ling Yan was preparing to make talismans. He could advance to physique tempering stage 4 at any time. Once he reached physique tempering stage 4, he would be able to make some of the simplest talismans. Actually, Ling Yan didn't need the weasel bristles now that he had the magical brush. However, he wanted to test the difference between the talisman drawn with the ordinary weasel bristles and the talisman drawn with the magical brush. Therefore, Ling Yan asked Yao Rou to buy them together. Making talismans required talisman paper, weasel bristle, cinnabar and demon beast blood. These were all necessities. Actually, Ling Yan didn't lack weasel bristle or demon beast blood. That was because he had a top-notch spiritual beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, at the rental house. However, he was currently making the lowest-level talismans. If he were to use the nine-tailed celestial fox's blood, it would be overkill. Moreover, Ling Yan wasn't sure if the fox spirit would obediently let him use her blood. Hence, Ling Yan chose to use rooster blood and dog blood as a substitute. Dog blood could ward off evil. Even though its effect wasn't as good as demon beast blood, it was enough to make the lowest level. Talismans. Ling Yan passed the keys to the villa to Yao Rou and said to her, "After you're done buying those things, place them in this villa. As for the rooster, just find a place to keep it in the yard." Ling Yan reminded Yao Rou, "Be quick." Even though Yao Rou didn't know what Ling Yan was planning, Ling Yan was mysterious in many ways. Hence, she nodded obediently and thought about how to get this matter done. After Ling Yan handed over the materials for making talismans to Yao Rou, he gave Tang Meng a call and asked him to pick Yao Rou up at Villa No. 1. He told him to listen to Yao Rou's arrangements for the clinic before hanging up. After hanging up, Ling Yan looked at the time on his phone and said to Yao Rou, "All right, I'll leave the clinic to you. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu are at your disposal for the next few days. You don't have to be courteous to them. Classes are starting soon. I'll head back to school first. You can wander around here and wait for Tang Meng to pick you up." After saying that, Ling Yan smiled brightly at Yao Rou, who was reluctant to part with him. In a flash, he left the villa and arrived at the main road outside of Villa District No. 4. Ling Yan flagged down a taxi and went straight to Xianxia High. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan returned to school quickly and started his afternoon study. Everything in Xianxia City seemed to be peaceful, but there was a turbulent undercurrent beneath the surface of the water. If one were to ask who was the busiest, most troubled person in Xianxia City, it would be none other than Tang Meng's father, Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau's deputy director, Tang Tianhao. Tang Tianhao was 45 years old this year. He was 185 meters tall and had a crew cut. The contours of his face were very strong, and his complexion was rosy. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His eyes were bright and full of expression. When he frowned slightly, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle in the sky. Perhaps it was because Tang Tianhao was in his 40s, but he was still as fit as a dragon even though he was tall and strong. There wasn't a trace of fat on his body that middle-aged men usually had. Although he was dressed in plain clothes, his spine was habitually straight, and he maintained the sitting posture of a soldier. He gave off the image of a calm, experienced, and astute person. However, he wasn't in an important meeting. The municipal committee expansion meeting had already ended in the morning. Tang Tianhao was now sitting in the bright and spacious office of Xianxia City's municipal committee secretary, Li Yifeng. He sat there smoking without any scruples, his face full of worry. There were only 2 people in the municipal committee secretary's office. Other than Tang Tianhao, the other person was Xianxia City's most deserving municipal committee secretary, Li Yifeng. Li Yifeng was 49 years old this year. He was 180 meters tall, and his hair was neatly combed. His face was fair, and his eyebrows were straight. His nose was straight, and his mouth was square. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that he was a handsome man. He was wearing a snow-white shirt and a pair of green trousers. Although he wasn't as fit as Tang Tianhao, he was still very tall and straight. Although his tummy was slightly protruding, it was protruding just right, showing off his image as a deputy provincial leader. Li Yifeng's eyes were slightly long and narrow. He didn't have to deliberately narrow them, and he naturally had the dignity of a person in a high position. His gaze was calm, and his expression was carefree. It made people feel that even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would still be calm and composed. Now, Li Yifeng was sitting opposite Tang Tianhao. He looked at Tang Tianhao with his calm and long eyes as he puffed out a cloud of smoke with a worried look on his face. This was Tang Tianhao's third cigarette since he entered Li Yifeng's office. He smoked because he had something to say, but he didn't know where to start. He could only silently organize his words as he smoked. Tang Tianhao took another deep puff and finally couldn't help but say, "Old Li, I don't have any ideas." "You have a lot of ideas. Help me think of something." The politics of Xianxia City were complicated. There were many factions, but no matter how they were divided, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao belonged to the same faction. They were in the same camp because they were brothers. Their father, who was also Li Qingchuan and Tang Ming's grandfather, was a comrade-in-arms who had crawled out of the trenches. They had taken bullets for each other before, otherwise, how could the relationship between Li Qingchuan and Tang Ming be so good? Therefore, even though there were only the two of them in Li Yifeng's office, Tang Tianhao didn't call him secretary. Instead, he called him Old Li. Since he was calling Old Li, then it was a private conversation. The official words of the government were all nonsense. Being able to talk in private was a true friendship. Li Yifeng faintly smiled. He slowly said, "You want me to think of a solution for so many things? You are the deputy director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau. I don't believe that you don't have any ideas." Tang Tianhao looked at Li Yifeng's calm and leisurely expression. He took another deep puff and stared at him. "Ideas? There are many ideas, but the problem is that there are so many things mixed together. What should I do?" In the entire Xianxia City, other than his father and wife, Tang Tianhao was probably the only person who dared to stare at Li Yifeng like this. Li Yifeng understood Tang Tianhao's temper the best. He didn't feel offended and smiled faintly. "Didn't we talk about it in the morning meeting? Suppress those that need to be suppressed, control those that need to be controlled, and arrest those that need to be arrested." Tang Tianhao's temper was appeased by Li Yifeng's words. He extinguished his cigarette casually and laid back on the comfortable sofa. "Other than the things we talked about in the morning, what other things are troubling you? Tell me." Li Yifeng obviously knew that Xianxia City was filled with turbulent undercurrents. Therefore, he wanted to hear Tang Tianhao's thoughts. Tang Tianhao stretched out his right hand and waved it at Li Yifeng. Then, he said, "I'll tell you one by one." This was the main topic. Li Yifeng smiled and nodded. "All right." Tang Tianhao counted with his fingers and said, "Let's talk about the mysterious sinkhole in Dragon Mountain first. It has already attracted the attention of the entire country. Many people have already come to Xianxia City. As for the humanities, geologists, archaeologists, or explorers that were mentioned in the morning meeting, they are all bullshit. According to the information I received from special channels, not only are there a large number of feng shui masters from all over the country, there are also many grave robbers mixed in. Moreover, this matter has already alerted the country's security department. They have also sent people over. If there are no accidents, they should be in Xianxia City by now." Tang Tianhao glanced at Li Yifeng and said in a low voice, "After the waterspout, our Xianxia City immediately suffered an extremely heavy rainstorm that we haven't seen in 100 years. Following that, a sinkhole appeared. That's why the citizens of Xianxia City are talking about it. All sorts of rumors are flying around. Some have even linked this incident to the apocalypse that happened a year ago. Yesterday, I personally asked a famous feng shui master in our city. He said that from the topography, it is a treasured land. There might really be a shocking tomb in that sinkhole. If that's really the case, there will definitely be a huge commotion in Xianxia City. Tell me, how can I not be anxious?" This was indeed a huge matter. Li Yifeng pondered for a moment and nodded. Then, he said, "What else?" Tang Tianhao laughed bitterly. "Even though the sinkhole is a huge matter, at least it's not that urgent. Right now, My biggest headache is the beautiful police officer in our public security bureau, Lin Menghan, who was sent down by the higher-ups to assist in the investigation. You know her background now. Originally, my plan was to treat her like a bodhisattva after the higher-ups sent her down. Then, I would let her stay for a period of time and leave when she's done. But she insisted on volunteering to solve the Qingyun Productions case. Now, the case hasn't even been solved halfway, and she was almost. Don't you think that's giving me more trouble? Li Yifeng smiled faintly. I have a rough idea about her situation. Her father told me over the phone that Lin Menghan is the only descendant of their family. Even though the young lady is very outstanding, Lin Menghan's grandfather is the most patriarchal. He sighs all day long, saying that the Lin family doesn't have a son. Therefore, Lin Menghan has always been competing with her grandfather. She wants to prove to her grandfather that she can do anything that a boy can do. Therefore, this isn't, even though Tang Tianhao had a rough idea of the inside story, he still rubbed his forehead in fear after hearing it. That was really close. If something really happened to her here, I would really be in deep trouble. I would have been killed by her in an instant. Li Yifeng chuckled and narrowed his eyes. He actually teased Tang Tianhao. I heard that sister-in-law has a lot of opinions about you now. You have to pay attention to your style. Tang Tianhao glared at Li Yifeng. F***CKU. Am I that kind of person? Li Yifeng saw that Tang Tianhao had relaxed quite a bit. He chuckled and then said seriously, why didn't you arrange for anyone to protect her that night? Tang Tianhao said in annoyance, didn't arrange for anyone to protect her? I wanted to protect her for 25 hours a day. But she was acting on her own that night. It was already 10:30 at night. The Public Security Bureau had already closed. Who knew that she would dare to take such a risk alone under such circumstances? Moreover, there was a huge rainstorm that day. Our entire city's public security police were directing the traffic and carrying out all kinds of rescue work. I was busy until 2:30 at night. I had long forgotten about her. Li Yifeng knew Tang Tianhao's difficulties. He nodded and said, the young lady grew up in the military camp and became a soldier at 16. It's inevitable that she would be a little impulsive. Fortunately, nothing happened to her. The news will pass after a while. It was obvious that Lin Menghan's father had spoken to Li Yifeng over the phone. Li Yifeng knew more about Lin Menghan's situation. Tang Tianhao frowned. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about those people being kicked into eunuchs. When Lin Menghan came back the next morning, she said that the person who saved her was Ling Yun. It was that Ling Yun who kicked those people until they were crippled. How do you think we should deal with this matter? Should we arrest him or not? After Tang Tianhao finished speaking, he glared at Li Yifeng, waiting for his reaction. Li Yifeng didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette from the box of cigarettes on the coffee table and lit it up. He started smoking slowly. Tang Tianhao went around in a big circle. In the end, he still ended up talking about Ling Yun. This was the main reason why he was having a headache. Of course, Li Yifeng already knew that Ling Yun had completely cured his precious son Li Qingchuan's heart disease. Ling Yun was now the biggest benefactor of the Li family. Not only did Li Yifeng know about this, but Tang Tianhao also knew about this. Not only did Tang Tianhao know about this, but he also knew that his good-for-nothing son, Tang Meng, was always with Ling Yun. When he talked about Ling Yun, Tang Meng was full of admiration and called Ling Yun boss. That kind of closeness made Tang Tianhao, his biological father, green with envy. As the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he had deliberately looked up Ling Yun's identity information. Therefore, Tang Tianhao also knew that Ling Yun not only had the incredible abilities that his son had mentioned, but his background was also very complicated. It was very likely that he was related by blood to the Ling family in Beijing. Since Ling Hao was able to find out Ling Yun's real identity through Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, as the director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, if Tang Tianhao couldn't find out, then he could forget about his position. Li Yifeng's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He asked Tang Tianhao, if I let you arrest him, would you dare to do it? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Tianhao sat up straight, his eyes shining brightly as he stared into Li Yifeng's eyes for a while. Then, he took out a cigarette and lit it up. He turned his head and puffed out a mouthful of smoke before saying, "I won't arrest him. Whoever wants to arrest him can arrest him. I won't arrest him anyway, nor will I give the order." The two people in the office were the municipal secretary, Li Yifeng, and the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Tang Tianhao. One of them was at the deputy provincial level, while the other was at the deputy department level. Both of them were extremely shrewd people who were well versed in the ways of officialdom. To be able to reach such a level in China, when faced with decisions that could affect their future promotion, they would consider things much more thoroughly and deeply than ordinary people. This was because they were not ordinary people. They had a deeper understanding of the world, a more unique view, and a source of information that ordinary people would not have. Ling Yan's strong rise in Xianxia High did not just affect the entire school. This was because Ling Yan's rise was too fast and too unbelievable. He was like a waterspout that appeared on Xianxia Lake, leaving everyone dumbfounded and shocked. The first time Li Yifeng heard of Ling Yun was from his son, Li Qingchuan. When he found out that Li Qingchuan's heart disease had been completely cured, he was so moved that he burst into tears. At that time, he hugged his son, patted him on the shoulder, and roared into the sky, saying, "The heavens have eyes, the Li family's bloodline has not ended." Then, he asked who cured Li Qingchuan's disease and immediately realized that Ling Yun was able to cure a disease that miracle Dr. Xue could not. Didn't that mean that Ling Yun's medical skills were above miracle Dr. Xue's? Then, wouldn't Ling Yan's future achievements be above miracle Dr. Xue's? Miracle Dr. Xue was able to save his son's life and let Li Qingchuan live until he was 50 years old. Li Yifeng's entire family was already deeply grateful to miracle Dr. Xue. Now that Ling Yun had completely cured Li Qingchuan, one could imagine Li Yifeng's gratitude towards Ling Yun. Li Qingchuan's heart disease was a huge boulder that weighed down on Li Yifeng's heart. Now that it had been completely crushed by Ling Yun, the haze in Li Yifeng's heart had been lifted. He would even be willing to erect a memorial tablet for Ling Yun, if it wasn't for the turbulence in Xianxia City and the fact that Li Yifeng was so busy. He would have personally brought Ling Yun over to his house and entertained him. Not only did he have to entertain him, he had to be on good terms with him. Li Qingchuan was neither rash nor reckless. Yesterday, when Tang Meng asked him for help to buy a villa for Ling Yun, Li Qingchuan was in a good mood. However, he still gave his father, Li Yifeng, a call first. After getting Li Yifeng's approval, he went to look for his aunt. Without Li Yifeng's approval, even if Li Qingchuan's aunt was the deputy director of Xianxia City's Land and Resources Bureau, even if his aunt doted on Li Qingchuan, it would still be impossible for her to get all the connections in one go, allowing Ling Yun to get 2 luxurious villas at half the price. It could be said that the 2 half-price villas were Li Yifeng's first gift to Ling Yun in order to repay him for saving his son's life. Before they even met, the gift had already arrived. Once Li Yifeng made up his mind, it could be said that he was swift and decisive, imposing and majestic. 2 villas that were worth almost 90 million yuan had saved Ling Yun 43 million yuan in one go. With such a big gift, it would be easier for him to befriend Ling Yun when he met him. As for Tang Tianhao, due to the convenience of his position and the introduction of Ling Yun by Lin Menghan and his son, he already had a deep understanding of Ling Yun. Tang Tianhao even saw the video of Ling Yun that was intercepted by the internet police. When he saw Ling Yun playing around with Tai Xiaohu on the field, he was shocked. He thought to himself, what kind of person did my son befriend this time? Could it really be those legendary people? Even though Tang Tianhao was busy, he really cared about his son, Tang Meng. These few days, Tang Meng had not gone to school and was ordered around by Ling Yun all day. Tang Tianhao was initially a little angry, but after he saw the video of Ling Yun with his own eyes, the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. Tang Tianhao knew his son, Tang Meng. He knew that his son was not the type to study, because Tang Tianhao himself was not the type to study. He even felt a little pity for those children who studied so hard just to get into university. Tang Tianhao knew that Tang Meng was not the type to study, be a soldier, or be an official. However, he knew that Tang Meng was definitely the type to do business. After seeing his son befriending someone like Ling Yun, how could a person like him not imagine his son's future? That was why he allowed Tang Meng to do as he pleased these few days, pretending not to see anything. It was true that Ling Yan saved Lin Menghan, but there was no doubt that he had also committed a crime. Moreover, it was a crime of intentional injury. He kicked more than 10 people from Qingyun Productions until they became eunuchs, including Qingshui City's real estate tycoon, the #1 nouveau riche, Go Lianqing, and even an inconspicuous waiter. If this wasn't a crime, what was it? Even though all of these people were suspected of committing crimes or breaking the law, Ling Yan did not go through the law, did not report them to the authorities, and crippled them on the spot. It was impossible for the families of these people not to retaliate. This was what Li Yifeng meant by suppress those who should be suppressed, control those who should be controlled. As for arrest those who should be arrested, Tang Tianhao really knew that Ling Yan should be arrested. This was his responsibility as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Tang Tianhao already knew that Ling Yan was one of those legendary mysterious people. He also heard from his son that not only did Ling Yan save Li Qingchuan and Lin Menghan, but he also saved miracle Dr. Shui. Li Qingchuan was involved with Li Yifeng, Lin Menghan was even more influential, and as for miracle Dr. Shui, arrest Ling Yan? He might as well ask Tang Tianhao to resign directly. Li Yifeng saw that Tang Tianhao was so resolute and even had a sense of grievance, so he smiled faintly and said, "Since we can't arrest him, then we won't arrest him. We'll just do as we say. As for the rest, we'll take it one step at a time." Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Their thoughts were self-evident. However, Tang Tianhao quickly frowned and said, "Old Li, this is not the only thing that happened to Ling Yan." Li Yifeng replied with an "oh" in surprise, then asked, "You don't have to hide things from me. Finish it together." Tang Tianhao said directly, "First, Ling Yan crippled our city's biggest taxpayer, the real estate tycoon Go Lianqing. Second, last Saturday, Ling Yan beat up that B***starred Sun Xing from the Sun family in Beijing. Now, Sun Xing's mother, Niao Fenjiao, is asking for him from the Public Security Bureau." Tang Tianhao had the urge to call Ling Yan his ancestor. He was really a living ancestor. None of the troubles he had caused were small. Li Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash in his hand. After pondering for a while, he said faintly, "Go Lianqing didn't commit any major crimes in this incident. After all, he didn't know Lin Menghan's true identity. However, he has been too arrogant these past few years. You know about his criminal record. It's time for him to suffer a little." Tang Tianhao nodded slightly. "I know. Go Lianqing has a few murder cases and drug cases. However, based on his connections in the province, it's not good for us to touch him." Li Yifeng smiled faintly. "Didn't Ling Yan make a move on him? You can use this opportunity to control him. As long as he dares to use his connections in the province, we..." Li Yifeng stopped talking. His long and narrow eyes were deep and distant as he stared at Tang Tianhao. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Tang Tianhao was shocked. "Brother Li, you want to make use of this opportunity too?" he said, a little dumbfounded. Li Yifeng waved his hand to stop Tang Tianhao from continuing. He smiled faintly and changed the topic. "As for the Sun family in Beijing, you can use the hold tactic. Do you know how to play dumb? Do you know how to hide your strength and bide your time? There's a saying that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. No matter how capable Niao Fenjiao is, she can't do anything to us." Tang Tianhao knew Li Yifeng's methods and boldness. His face lit up, but he soon became worried. "But what if she finds people from above to suppress us? Or if she sees that we don't care about this matter and directly sends people to deal with Ling Yan?" Li Yifeng smiled leisurely. "There are people in the Sun family. Who says that Ling Yan doesn't have people? Don't forget that miracle Dr. Shui is still in Qingshui City. As for sending people to deal with Ling Yan, I believe they will act soon. However, I believe that Ling Yan will definitely have a way to deal with them. As long as we can handle it, we will help Ling Yan. If we really can't handle it, miracle Dr. Shui will naturally stand up for Ling Yan." Tang Tianhao saw that Li Yifeng had made up his mind. He chuckled. Just like 20 years ago, he said to Li Yifeng, "Brother Li, you're still the best. You plan everything perfectly." Li Yifeng actually laughed casually. "Don't flatter me. Actually, you already have an idea in your heart. You just have to come here to ask for the bottom line. Do you think I don't know?" The two of them smiled knowingly. Li Yifeng asked Tang Tianhao again, is there anything else? If not, go back to your public security bureau. You've been reporting to me for too long. Tang Tianhao scratched his head. Green Dragon and Qingyun Productions, Li Yifeng frowned slightly. Do you still need me to teach you this? Arrange for people to keep an eye on Green Dragon. If they dare to blow things up, arrest those who deserve it. As for Qingyun Productions, as long as no one from Beijing comes, we can do whatever we want. Tang Tianhao thought to himself that there was no need for them to do anything. Ling Yun and his son had almost killed them yesterday. He said hesitantly, but Qingyun Productions' background is not ordinary. Li Yifeng narrowed his long and narrow eyes again. His gaze turned slightly cold. Qingyun Productions is guilty of all kinds of bad things. They are involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs. They don't even leave me any leeway. Do those people from Beijing really think that I, the municipal party secretary, am a pushover? With that, his expression turned cold. The aura of a person of high status that had been cultivated for many years burst forth. He said sternly, since the evidence is conclusive, then those who deserve to be arrested will be arrested. Those who deserve to be sentenced will be sentenced. This time, Qingyun Productions will disappear from Xianxia City. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Why did the world, especially the Huaxia people, chase after power? Because power was indeed a good thing. The things that ordinary people worked hard for their whole lives to pursue were just a matter of a nod or a word to those in high positions of power. A single decision in their hearts was enough to change the fate of many people. Life and death were all in their hands. That was power. Li Yifeng was just the secretary of the municipal party committee. He wasn't a high-ranking official yet, but he could save Ling Yun tens of millions just by nodding his head. Go Lianqing was rich, right? Wasn't he awesome? Li Yifeng could control him with one sentence. Green Dragon was arrogant, right? Impressive, right? Li Yifeng could immobilize them with just one finger. Qingyun Movies was showing off, wasn't it? Their background was deep, right? Li Yifeng could make Qingyun Movies disappear just by nodding his head. Tang Tianhao had come to Li Yifeng's place today to find out more. Now that Li Yifeng had revealed everything to him, he naturally nodded his head. Before leaving, Tang Tianhao said mysteriously to Li Yifeng, "Brother Li, let me tell you, Ling Yun isn't an ordinary person. If I'm not wrong, he belongs to those people." Li Yifeng knew what kind of people Tang Tianhao was talking about. He nodded his head slightly. "Before I leave, there are two things I must tell you." Tang Tianhao continued. "Just say it." Li Yifeng smiled. "Brother Li, yesterday afternoon, two groups of people came to Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau and asked for all of Ling Yan's identity information." Tang Tianhao said solemnly. Li Yifeng immediately asked, "Two waves of people? Who are they?" Li Yifeng asked. Tang Tianhao whispered into Li Yifeng's ear, "One group is a group of people carrying out secret missions for the country. These people don't have names, only code names. But when I was in the special forces, I saw such people once. That's why I knew when they showed their IDs." Li Yifeng nodded slightly and asked, "What about the other group?" Tang Tianhao whispered even more carefully. "The other group is from the Huaxia Mutant Organization. They didn't say anything when they came, but they took away all of Ling Yan's files." Li Yifeng's narrowed eyes flashed with understanding. Then, he asked, "What about the other matter?" Even though Tang Tianhao was in Li Yifeng's office, he still looked around carefully and whispered, "If I'm not wrong, there might be people from an international assassin organization who want to kill Ling Yun." Li Yifeng frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and asked Tang Tianhao, "How did you know?" Tang Tianhao smiled confidently and said, "Brother Li, have you forgotten what I do? Over the past few days, my men have noticed that a lot of unidentified people have suddenly appeared in Xianxia City. Most of them have appeared around Ling Yan's house and near Xianxia High. On Monday afternoon, they even caused a car accident at the entrance of Xianxia High. They wanted to kill Ling Yan with their car and it was captured by the Crossroads surveillance camera." Li Yifeng couldn't help but be shocked as he heard this. So blatant? How did Ling Yan handle it? Tang Tianhao smiled and said, I saw it from the video. Just when the car was about to hit Ling Yun hugged Miracle Dr. Shui's granddaughter and dodged it. He didn't hit him at all. After saying that, Tang Tianhao was a little puzzled and said, but since yesterday, those mysterious people seem to have disappeared into thin air. I can't see them anymore. Li Yifeng nodded and said, it seems like the trouble caused by Ling Yun is bigger than what we saw. Tang Tianhao nodded and said, that's right. So, I want to ask you, should we intervene in this matter? Li Yifeng pondered for a while and waved his hand. We will naturally do our best to help Ling Yun if it's a competition of power, even if it's a competition of money. But if it's the matter that you mentioned, we can't help even if we want to. I think we should just close one eye and let Ling Yun handle it himself. I believe he has the ability to solve these matters. The country's mysterious department? Mutant organization? International assassin organization? These people had almost nothing to do with power. To ordinary people, they were existences that they wouldn't be able to come into contact within their lifetime. All of them were incomparably mysterious. Even if Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao wanted to intervene, they wouldn't be able to do so. How could they intervene if they couldn't even touch their shadows? This was simply a game between those people. This was a place where power couldn't reach. Finally, Li Yifeng said to Tang Tianhao, go back and make arrangements. Do what we have to do. As for the rest, let's see how things develop. After Tang Tianhao finished reporting the work that he had to report, he laughed and said, then I'll take my leave, my secretary Li? Li Yifeng saw that Tang Tianhao was starting to speak in a bureaucratic manner. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. He waved his hand and said, let's go. After Tang Tianhao left, Li Yifeng walked to the office window with his hands behind his back. After thinking for a while, he said faintly, this Ling Yun really isn't simple. 3:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia Lake, Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. The Earth-rank assassin from the Assassin's Organization, Deepa, was currently wandering around Tiger Cliff like an ordinary tourist, pretending to appreciate the scenery of the lake and the mountains. However, his eyes were constantly scanning the ground, obviously looking for something. As an Earth-rank assassin from the Assassin's Organization, Deepa had a small status in the Assassin's Organization's Huaxiao branch. Originally, he came to Xianxia City to secretly observe the situation of Xianqi, Xianjiu, and the others. It was similar to a business manager checking on the sales of his own salesperson. However, he lost contact with Xianqi, Xianjiu, Li Yi, Jiaofei, and the 4 snipers in a single night. The special communication devices that these people carried were all turned off. Due to the sensitivity of an assassin, Deepa knew without thinking that Xianqi and the others had definitely failed their mission. After failing their mission, there was only one outcome for them. They could either escape or die. There was no other way out. As an Earth-rank expert at Hotian Realm Level 6, Deepa naturally had his own tracking method. Therefore, he followed the clues left by Xianqi and the others all the way to Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. Very quickly, he saw a few pools of blood on Tiger Cliff. It was left behind by Xianqi and Xianjiu after they were injured. There isn't much blood, so not all of them are dead. Looks like they all escaped after failing their mission. Deepa analyzed silently in his heart. 50 million yuan made our Assassin's Organization lose 8 assassins, 2 Xian and 2 Huang. Ling Yun, if I don't kill you, the Assassin's Organization's Huaxiao branch will close down. Deepa did not care about the whereabouts of Xianqi, Xianjiu, and the others. The Assassin's Organization had a department that specialized in dealing with assassins who failed their missions. Is that the famous crater in Xianxia City? In Deepa's eyes, Ling Yun was already a dead man. Therefore, Deepa did not think about the matter of a dead man. Instead, he truly enjoyed the scenery of Tiger Cliff. Over the past few days, the number of tourists visiting Xianxia Lake had increased by a few times. Most of these tourists were here to see the crater. Whether it was Dragon Mountain or Nangqi Peak, they were all densely packed with people, rubbing shoulders with each other and walking in an endless stream. Now, the huge crater had been surrounded by Xianxia City's staff with a cordon to prevent tourists from entering. However, even so, there were still many tourists standing outside the cordon around the sinkhole. They used their mobile phones or cameras to take photos of the huge sinkhole. Their faces were filled with excitement and shock. In the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak, outside the cordon of the crater, there were 3 people dressed in special attire. Deepa saw all of them. Actually, there was nothing special about their attire. The 3 of them were just a monk, a Taoist priest, and a female Taoist nun. In the crowded Xianxia lake, monks and Taoist priests were common. Therefore, the tourists were not surprised at all. Some even avoided them warily, afraid that they would try to scam them. However, Deepa, who had reached Hotian Realm Level 6, did not think so. 3 experts. Their cultivation levels are all higher than mine. Deepa mumbled to himself as he sized up the monk and the 2 Taoist priests. Why are these people here? Is this sinkhole really that extraordinary? Deepa thought to himself as he looked at the 3 experts standing together from afar. After I kill Ling Yin tonight, I'll go down and investigate. Deepa made up his mind. At this moment, on the opposite side of Dragon Mountain, on the top of Nangqi Peak, there was also a handsome and suave young man. He was dressed in a coquettish black robe, as if he was filming an ancient movie. He did not care about the strange gazes thrown at him by the people around him. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the huge sinkhole in the valley, as well as the monk and 2 Taoists outside the sinkhole's cordon. Damn it, Grandpa said that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book are going to appear in Xianxia City. Could it be true? If I, Du Gumo, can't get the Emperor Brush, the Earth Emperor's book should be mine, right? Du Gumo looked like he was 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a dark green robe that did not fit in with modern society. Actually, the robe was originally white, but because he had not washed it for many years, it had turned dark green. The young man's eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like bright stars, his nose was sharp, and his lips were sharp as if they were carved by a knife. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. He even had shoulder-length hair that was twice as long as Tang Meng's. However, he was too lazy to even tie his hair into a bun, allowing the mountain breeze to blow his hair freely. He was 179 meters tall, and even though both of his hands were placed on the protective railing of Nangqi Peak, his body was like an upright javelin, or an unsheathed sword. He gave off a strange feeling of sloppiness and sharpness. If it's not the birth of the Earth Emperor's book, then it's fine. But if there really is the Earth Emperor's book in this crater, the few of you will die if you try to snatch it from me. Du Gumo stared at the monk and the 2 Taoist priests, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell? I'm not watching anymore, I'm going back to the hotel to watch some television. Du Gumo, who had been living in the Hengduan Mountains since he was young, had secretly escaped from home after eavesdropping on the Duga family's secret meeting. He had come to the bustling city. What attracted him the most wasn't the gorgeously dressed urban beauties, but the television. Ling Yin spent the entire afternoon studying English in the classroom. He had already memorized all the English words in high school. He had even finished reading more than half of the high school English textbook. He had a photographic memory and was extremely familiar with everything he read. If Ling Yin was given an English college entrance exam with a full score of 150, he was confident that he could score more than 120. After school, Ling Yin left the classroom under Chao Shanshan's gentle gaze. He found Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining and brought them to the 2nd floor of the school's cafeteria. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Why are there so few people here for lunch today? Ling Yin asked curiously as he brought Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining to the 2nd floor of the school's cafeteria. Shui Mining hugged Ling Yin's arm and turned her head to give him a bright smile. Of course there won't be many people without the grade 1 students. As the 2nd floor of the cafeteria was filled with empty seats, the 3 of them found a bright spot and sat down. Ling Yin and Shui Mining sat on one side of the table while Ning Lingyu sat opposite Ling Yin as usual. When the waiter came over, Ling Yin let Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining order a few of their favorite dishes before they started chatting. Ling Yin first asked Shui Mining, "What are the grade 1 students doing?" Shui Mining gave Ling Yin a flirtatious look before replying, "What else could they be doing? They went home for the holidays. We still have to accompany you for 2 periods of self-study. I really don't know how the school arranged it." Ling Yin scratched his head. Holidays? Isn't it only Thursday today? Why would there be holidays at this time? This time, Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining burst into laughter at the same time. It was Shui Mining who said, "Big brother Yun, I think you've been too busy with the clinic. Today is the 3rd of April and tomorrow is the Qingming Festival, a national holiday." "What holiday do you think?" Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Ning Lingyu inquiringly and asked, "Lingyu, is tomorrow really a holiday? Are we in grade 12 going to have it? How many days?" Ling Yun did not care what the Qingming Festival was. What he cared about was whether the grade 12 students would have a holiday and how many days they could have. Ning Lingyu saw Ling Yun's anxious expression and a coquettish smile appeared on her beautiful face. She stared at Ling Yun with a pair of dreamy eyes and said coquettishly, "We in grade 12 have a holiday too. 3 days. Are you satisfied now?" Ling Yun was overjoyed when he heard that there would be a 3-day holiday. However, he put on a regretful expression and said, "Only 3 days? Our school is too stingy." Actually, 3 days was more than enough for Ling Yun to break through to physique tempering stage 4 without any worries. He pretended to be regretful, but he was just showing off. Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and said, "Big brother, we have less than 2 months before the national college entrance examination. It's already a lot for the school to give us 3 days off. Last year, we only had 2 days off." She smiled coquettishly and continued to explain, "This time, we can have 3 days off, mainly because the Qingming Festival happens to be on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Otherwise, we would only have 2 days off this year." Ling Lingyun was secretly happy but he pretended to be calm and said. Ning Lingyu smiled, "We only have 2 periods of self-study tonight. After the second period, we'll be free." It was obvious that after Ning Lingyu had returned to her true self, her pursuit of academic results was no longer as intense as before. She no longer had to work so hard to get first place in the entire cohort. Therefore, this Qingming Festival holiday was a joyous occasion for Ning Lingyu. Based on Ning Lingyu's academic results, it would not be a problem for her to get into Yenjing University even if she played from now until the college entrance examinations. Lingyan let out a long "oh" as he thought to himself. No wonder she had such a huge reaction when he said that he would send her home tonight. Suddenly hearing such exciting news, Ling Yun was overjoyed. He called the waiter over and ordered 3 to 4 dishes. Then, he said to Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining, to celebrate the holidays, let's have a good meal." Shui Mining suddenly asked Ling Yun shyly, "Big brother Yun, what are you going to do for the next 3 days?" Ling Yun was most afraid of being pestered by Shui Mining. If he was pestered by Shui Mining, he would not be able to do anything for the next 3 days. Ling Yun looked at Shui Mining seriously and said, "Ning is there a need to ask such a question? Of course, I'm going to make use of these 3 days to catch up on my homework. The college entrance exams are in less than 2 months, and I'm running out of time." Sure enough, Shui Mining pouted her lips in disappointment. However, she could not refute Ling Yun's excuse. She could only frown and sigh to express her dissatisfaction. Ling Yun used the excuse of rushing for the college entrance examination as an excuse. After muttering for a long time, she suddenly pouted and said to Ling Yun coquettishly, "Then Big brother Yun, you have to send me home tonight." Ling Yun broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself that he still had to send Xianxia home tonight. However, his brain was quick and he quickly said, "Ning I have a lot of things to do tonight, so I really can't send you home. How about this, I'll take some time out during the holidays to accompany you at your house. I can also take a look at Grandpa's body." Shui Mining was overjoyed when she heard that Ling Yun was willing to take some time out to accompany her. She stared at Ling Yun expectantly and said, "You have to keep your word, okay?" Ling Yun laughed and lightly scratched Shui Mining's cute nose. When have you ever seen Big brother Yun not keep his word? Ning Lingyu could not help but bite her lips lightly with her pearly white teeth as she turned her head away to look at Ling Yun's intimacy with Shui Mining. Shui Mining smiled shyly. She lowered her head shyly and said, "If I'm free these few days, I'll go to Auntie Qin's clinic to help out." Ling Yun saw that Shui Mining was still thinking about his mother's illness. He laughed and said, "Ning my mother no longer runs a clinic. If you want to help out, why don't you come to my clinic?" Hearing this, Shui Mining's eyes widened in shock. "What? Auntie Chi no longer runs a clinic? What's she doing now? Ling Yan laughed and said, whatever my mother wants. She does whatever she wants and doesn't want to do whatever she wants. Ling Yan then turned to look at Ning Lingyu and said, Sister, during these few days of school, you should relax and go shopping with me. Don't think about your studies all day. She did not know why, but Ning Lingyu felt an inexplicable pain in her heart when Ling Yan called her little sister. She preferred Ling Yan to call her Lingyu directly. However, she still nodded her head lightly. At this time, the waiter served the first dish. Ling Yan did not hesitate to ask the two of them to start eating. He used his chopsticks to pick up 2 pieces of meat and placed them on the plates in front of Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining. The 3 of them chatted and laughed. The meal took nearly an hour before it was over. The 2 super campus belles did not eat much. They were already full, but they were not in a hurry. They accompanied Ling Yun and ate until he was full. Xue Mining was very attentive and obedient. After Ling Yun finished eating, she took out a handkerchief from her bag and gently wiped his mouth clean. She then picked up a glass of water for Ling Yun to rinse his mouth. She was very attentive to Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu watched from the opposite side. She felt very uncomfortable, but she could not show it on her face. She could only think to herself that the next time she ate with Ling Yun, she would not let him bring anyone else along. Yesterday, when she was having dinner with Ling Yun, she was interrupted by Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, ruining her good mood. She did not expect that today would be even worse than yesterday. Big Brother has become stronger, but he is too popular with the ladies now. There are girls chasing after him everywhere. While Ning Lingyu was happy that Ling Yun had become stronger, there was another complicated worry in her heart. Ling Yun happily enjoyed Xue Mining's gentleness. He then looked at Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining and said, Are you both full? Let's go then. This time, it was Ling Yun who paid the bill. After that, the 3 of them walked out of the school canteen. As Ling Yun had something to say to Ning Lingyu in private, he sent Xue Mining back to the classroom first. Seeing Xue Mining reluctantly return to the classroom, Ling Yan wrapped his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulder and asked, Lingyu, are you going back to the classroom or the dormitory? Ning Lingyu was inexplicably happy that Ling Yun did not call her sister this time. She compared the distance between the classroom and the dormitory before saying shyly, I'm off tonight. I want to go back to the dormitory to pack my things. From here to the dormitory was twice the distance compared to the classroom. This way, she could spend more time with Ling Yun alone. Of course, Ning Lingyu chose to go back to the dormitory. Naturally, Ling Yun did not think too much about it. He laughed and said, Okay, Big Brother will send you back to the dormitory. On the way, Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu as he walked, Lingyu, I've already thought about it. Tomorrow, we'll move you and Mom to the villa in Qingshui Wharf. Ning Lingyu nodded lightly and said, Yes, but, don't we need to renovate the new villa? Ling Yun laughed and said, Such a big villa is already renovated. Moreover, the renovations are very luxurious. Don't worry, as long as you move your things in, you can move in. Ning Lingyu hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Big Brother, these 2 villas must have cost quite a lot, right? Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, Yeah, it's really expensive. I spent a total of more than 40 million, and this was bought at half price. Even though Ning Lingyu was mentally prepared, she still stopped in her tracks in shock. She looked at Ling Yun in a daze and said, More than 40 million at half price? Oh my God, Big Brother, where did you get so much money in such a short time? Ling Yun continued walking with his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulder. The corner of his mouth curled into a bright smile as he said lightly, Big Brother will tell you about these things in the future. For now, you just have to live in peace, don't think too much about it. This 50 million was extorted from Xianxia and the other assassins after Ling Yun killed Xianjiu. Of course, Ling Yun would not tell Ning Lingyu about this now, lest she worry. Hearing Ling Yun's words, Ning Lingyu nodded obediently and did not ask any further. However, she smiled mischievously and said, Big Brother, I heard you say that you opened a clinic just now. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me about it? Ling Yun gently scratched Ning Lingyu's beautiful nose and said with a gentle smile, It's not that I don't want to tell you, I'm just afraid that you will always keep it in your heart and it will affect your mood. Ning Lingyu looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and said coquettishly, That won't happen. If anything happens to you in the future, you must let me know first, okay? Ling Yan thought to himself, if you know that I'm being chased by an assassin group, won't you be worried to death? However, he still nodded and said, okay. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at starting point. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan walked Ning Lingyu all the way to the entrance of the female dormitory before both of them stood still. Ning Lingyu twisted her body and turned around to look at her brother. Brother, you should have a lot of laundry to do, right? Bring them home tomorrow and I'll wash them for you. Ling Yan thought to himself, clothes to wash? Zhuang Meifeng had washed the clothes he had changed out of the past few days on the same day. How could there be any dirty clothes left? Ling Yan scratched his head and laughed. Lingyu, there's a washing machine at my place. You don't have to think about something as boring as washing my clothes for me every day. You have to think about yourself, understand? Ning Lingyu furrowed her beautiful brows and rebuked, Big brother, how is washing your clothes so boring? How can the clothes from the washing machine be any cleaner than the clothes from the washing machine? To Ning Lingyu, who was eager to make up for her mistakes, even washing Ling Yan's clothes was something that made her very happy. Now that Ling Yan did not allow her to wash his clothes, of course she was unwilling. Looking at Ning Lingyu's serious expression, Ling Yan smiled helplessly. Big brother's clothes get dirty really fast. You wash them so cleanly, but Big brother can't do anything. Listen to me, you don't have to worry about my clothes in the future. Ling Yan was speaking the truth. He could meditate now. Every night when he went to the Shikyu herb to cultivate, he would sit cross-legged on the ground. How could his clothes not get dirty? Ling Yan did not want to argue with Ning Lingyu anymore. He quickly took out the phone number card that Ning Lingyu had returned to him through Tang Meng and said to Ning Lingyu, Sister, this is such a good phone number, why don't you use it? Ning Lingyu saw that Ling Yan actually had the phone number card that she had returned to him. Her heart was inexplicably happy and she did not know what to say for a moment. Why not use it? Ning Lingyu thought about how this phone number card was given to Ling Yan by Shui Mining. She felt extremely uncomfortable. How could she be happy using it? In this day and age, the thoughts of young girls were already complicated, let alone the intelligent Ning Lingyu. Seeing that Ning Lingyu did not speak for a long time, Ling Yan asked, You don't think this phone number is good? Ning Lingyu blushed as she whispered, No, I like the phone number brother bought for me. I still like the one I have now. Ling Yan thought to himself, what's with my sister's train of thought? Why did she put aside the good stuff and insist on using the ordinary ones? However, seeing that Ning Lingyu had no intention of taking it back, he could only put it away again. He smiled nonchalantly and said, All right then, since you don't want it, I'll sell this phone number to someone else. It'll be worth at least $70,000 to $80,000. It was impossible to sell this number to Tang Meng, but Ling Yan could let Tang Meng resell it and still make a small fortune. Even though 70 to 80,000 yuan was nothing in Ling Yan's eyes, it was still something. As long as he could earn it, he could not afford to lose it. Lingyu, Mom said that she's going to the Qingshui Wharf Villa today. Don't forget to give her a call when you get back to the dormitory. Find out where Mom is. After the second class, I'll get Tang Meng to pick you up. Just wait for his call. Ning Lingyu panicked and asked, Brother, you're not sending me home tonight? Ling Yan thought to himself, if I knew that it was a holiday today, I wouldn't have offered to send Xianxia home. However, since I've already said it, it would be too much to stand her up again. Ever since Xianxia and Ling Yun got together, she had been a great help to Ling Yun. Even though Ling Yun did not say it out loud, he was not a cold-hearted person. He saw it all and remembered it in his heart. Whenever he thought of Xianxia's surprised expression when she heard that he would send her home, Ling Yun could not go back on his word. Therefore, Ling Yun could only say to Ning Lingyu, Brother, I really have something to do tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go home with Tang Meng and the rest to move. I still have a lot of questions to ask you about my studies. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Ning Lingyu could only nod and say, All right. The disappointment in her eyes and tone made Ling Yan's heart ache. However, Ning Lingyu quickly regained her composure and smiled sweetly at Ling Yun. Brother, I'll go in now. I'll give you a call tomorrow. Ling Yun smiled and nodded his head. He watched Ning Lingyu enter the dormitory before turning to leave. Ling Yun took out his phone and gave Tang Meng a call. He told Tang Meng that there would only be 2 periods of self-study tonight and asked Tang Meng to pick up Ling Yu before the end of the second period. Then, he asked about the clinic before hanging up. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Yao Rou had been busy for the whole afternoon. They were currently in a restaurant discussing the clinic. When he heard that Ling Yun wanted him to send Ning Ling Yu home, he was so excited that he stood up immediately. After hanging up, he said to the other two, "You guys enjoy your meal. I still have something to do, so I won't be joining you guys tonight. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Tang Meng did not wait for the other two to reply. He ran out of the restaurant and drove home to dress up. The 2 self-study periods passed quickly. At 8:30 p.m., the bell for the end of the second self-study period rang on time. Everyone in the grade 12 building of Qingshui High burst into cheers. The 3-day Qingming festival holiday had arrived as scheduled. When the bell rang, Chao Shanshan's face turned red. She was a little nervous and a little perturbed. She did not even dare to look at Ling Yun, who was beside her. Her heart was beating fast. For a high school girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love, what could be more exciting than having the boy she loved send her home? Even Chao Shanshan was no exception. As Chao Shanshan was nervously tidying up her low-cut floral dress, Ling Yun's gentle voice rang in her ear. "Pretty lady, let me send you home." At this moment, Chao Shanshan felt like she was floating in the air. Her face was red and her chest was heaving up and down. She felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. However, she nodded her head vigorously. "Then I'll go out first. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the classroom," Ling Yun said as he stood up. Without any hesitation, he stuck close to Chao Shanshan's back and squeezed out. When Chao Shanshan felt the bulge between Ling Yun's legs brushing against her back, she shivered as if she had been electrocuted. She almost fainted. After Ling Yun left, Chao Shanshan wanted to pack up a few books. However, after thinking for a while, she placed them back into the pile. It was such a romantic night. Bringing so many books with her would spoil the mood. As Chao Shanshan thought about this, she simply grabbed her handbag. Then, she stood up and left her seat to leave the classroom. "Shanshan, are you done packing? Let's go together?" Zhang Ling walked over and said to Chao Shanshan as usual. When Chao Shanshan saw that it was Zhang Ling, she was stunned. If Zhang Ling was here tonight, he would not be able to say anything to Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan gritted her teeth and shook her head shyly. "Zhang Ling, let's not go together tonight." Zhang Ling did not know that Ling Yun was sending Chao Shanshan home. She looked at Chao Shanshan's abnormal expression and asked, "What's wrong, Shanshan? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?" Chao Shanshan was afraid that Ling Yun would be anxious waiting at the door. She shook her head and said directly to Zhang Ling, "Zhang Ling, tonight, Ling Yun is sending me home, ah?" Zhang Ling was stunned. She thought to herself that the two of them were progressing too quickly. Zhang Ling's heart was filled with emotions. She did not know if she should be happy for Chao Shanshan or sad for herself. However, in the end, Zhang Ling tried her best to maintain a calm expression. She looked at Chao Shanshan awkwardly and said, "Congratulations, you're going on a date so soon? Where are you guys going tonight?" Chao Shanshan was embarrassed and happy at the same time. She did not notice the change in Zhang Ling's expression. She said coquettishly, "Where else? He's just sending me home." Zhang Ling was a little dazed. She said pitifully, "All right then, you can go first. I'll read for a while before leaving." Chao Shanshan felt as if she had been pardoned. She hurriedly responded and ran out of the classroom. Zhang Ling looked at Chao Shanshan's light footsteps and graceful figure. She felt a lump in her throat. 2 bean-sized tears rolled down her cheeks silently. Ling Yun saw Chao Shanshan come out. He smiled at the blushing Chao Shanshan and said, "Let's go." "Oh my god, what did I just see?" Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun left together. Wow, they can't be on a date, right? Isn't this too fast? Date my ass. Chao Shanshan has already taken the initiative to sit next to Ling Yun. Is there a need for a date? It's obvious that they're going to enjoy their married life. Shoo, lower your voice. If Ling Yun or Chao Shanshan hears this, you're dead meat. In the corridor of the classroom, all the students who saw Ling Yun and Xianxia walking down the stairs started discussing in shock. There was no lack of bold analysis and guesses. After Ling Yun brought Xianxia downstairs, they did not walk towards the main road of the school. Instead, they walked towards the dark field. Ling Yun, what are we doing in the field? Xianxia was not afraid of the dark. She was just a little puzzled. Ling Yun chuckled and tried to scare Xianxia. I can't let you have it for free, right? Don't forget, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately thought of the embarrassing scene of her hitting Ling Yun that morning. Her delicate body felt like it was being electrocuted. She could not help but feel limp and numb. She almost couldn't stand. At this time, the two of them had already disappeared into the darkness of the field. Even if Xianxia could stand, she did not want to. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, her fiery body tilted and fell towards Ling Yun's body. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Xianxia had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Of course, he would not let her fall to the ground. He stretched his right arm and wrapped it around her slender waist, pulling her close to his body. Xianxia's low-cut floral dress was made of silk, thin and smooth. Ling Yun's hand caressed it as if he was caressing Xianxia's slender waist. Xianxia's fragrant body scent wafted through Ling Yun's thin silk dress, making one's heart flutter. Being hugged by Ling Yun, Xianxia felt as if her entire body had been struck by a strong electric current. Her delicate body could not help but tremble, her beautiful oval face blushing even more. Wave after wave of blissful dizziness hit her brain, causing her to feel intoxicated. At this moment, both of them did not speak. Xianxia naturally leaned her head on Ling Yun's broad shoulders, quietly enjoying the blissful feeling that she had fought so hard for. Even though it was Qingming, the night sky was clear, quiet, and deep. The stars twinkled in the sky, as if they were peeping at the two people on the field. When Ling Yun said that he wanted revenge, he was obviously joking with Xianxia. He gently hugged Xianxia's slender waist and slowly walked along the track. Looking from behind, Ling Yun's tall and straight body and Xianxia's slender and delicate body were tightly pressed together, gradually blending into the quiet night. The scene was very romantic and beautiful. The gentle night breeze blew, and Xianxia's floral dress fluttered in the wind. The side of the dress clung tightly to her alluring body, highlighting her slender and straight legs, mysterious and alluring. Wearing this floral dress today, it seems like I didn't fail as badly as I imagined. Xianxia was secretly happy, but her face was getting redder and redder. Initially, Xianxia's body was slightly stiff due to nervousness. However, when she realized that Ling Yun was only hugging her and did not do anything else, she gradually relaxed and started to become quiet and steady. I didn't know that being hugged by the boy I love is such a wonderful feeling. If only we could continue walking down this path. Xianxia hoped that this path would never end. Ling Yun's shoulder and embrace brought her a sense of warmth and security that she had never felt before. This feeling was different from the excitement. It made her experience the feeling of being cared for. After walking for about 100 meters, Ling Yun suddenly broke the silence with a clear voice. Where do you live? Xianxia was shocked. Is he really going to send me back so early? Idiot, what a big idiot. However, she still whispered, Qingxi Villa District 3. When I was in my first year of high school, I came to Qingshui City to study and lived there. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, hee, then we'll be neighbors from now on. I'll live in Qingxi Villa in District 4. Ah? Xianxia was shocked, Qingxi Villa District 4? That was the newest and most luxurious villa in the Qingxi Villa district. When did Ling Yun live there? When did you live in District 4? Xianxia asked in shock. I haven't moved in yet. I just bought a villa in District 4 yesterday. I haven't had the time to buy furniture. Ling Yun said casually. Oh my god? You just bought it yesterday? There are no villas there that cost more than 20 million yuan. Where did you get so much money? Xianxia felt that her brain was about to explode. Ling Yan looked at Chao Shanshan's shocked expression and smiled brightly. Dimples appeared on his face. He stood still and said to Chao Shanshan, "Why? You're the only one allowed to live in a villa. Can't I live in a villa?" As for where he got so much money, of course, he could not tell Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan felt a little shy being stared at by Ling Yan's eyes that were brighter than the stars in the sky. She wanted to shift her gaze away but she could not bear to do so. She lowered her head slightly and said, "Who said you can't live in a villa? I'm just happy for you." Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, "Are you in a hurry to go home?" Chao Shanshan did not even hesitate and said, "I'm not in a hurry." She was afraid that she was not clear enough. After a slight pause, she said, "Isn't it a holiday tomorrow? You can go home as late as you want tonight. Come, let's go sit for a while." Ling Yan's right hand left Chao Shanshan's slender waist and turned to hug her shoulder. He brought her straight to the parallel bars in the track. Ling Yan lightly patted the cold parallel bars and asked Chao Shanshan with a smile, "Can you go up?" Chao Shanshan had some martial arts skills. Of course, going up the parallel bars was a piece of cake. However, she could not say that it was no problem in front of Ling Yan. She said shyly, "I'm wearing a skirt." Ling Yan laughed loudly. Amidst Chao Shanshan's surprised gasp, he reached out with both hands and carried Chao Shanshan up the parallel bars. Then, he gently placed her by his side. Both of Chao Shanshan's feet left the ground and she only managed to maintain her balance after a flurry of movements. She leaned back slightly and used both her hands to support herself on the horizontal bars. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. She said coquettishly, "You're so bad. You didn't even ask for my permission." Ling Yan laughed loudly. Then, his smile suddenly disappeared and he said to the coquettishly Chao Shanshan, "Chao Shanshan, thank you." Chao Shanshan was taken aback by Ling Yan's words. She was stunned and asked, "Thank me? Thank me for what?" Ling Yan said faintly, "The day the Green Dragon Gang came looking for trouble, you were the first to rush down from upstairs. You've also helped me with my homework these past 2 days. Shouldn't I thank you?" Actually, what really changed Ling Yan's opinion of Chao Shanshan was when Ling Yan was performing acupuncture on Li Qingchuan. They were surrounded by the Green Dragon Gang and Chao Shanshan rushed down without a care for her life. At that time, Chao Shanshan did not know that Ling Yan was so good at fighting. However, when she saw the Green Dragon Gang appear, she rushed down without hesitation. Ling Yan had always remembered that scene. After listening to Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan was stunned. She was even more shocked than when she heard that Ling Yan had bought a villa in Qingxi Villa district. Chao Shanshan had always thought that Ling Yan was the kind of person who did not care about anything and did not care about anything. She did not expect that Ling Yan had actually seen everything that she did. But I did not help you at all that day." "You didn't need anyone's help either." Chao Shanshan felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She mumbled in disbelief. Ling Yan smiled gently and said, "But you didn't know that at that time." In Ling Yan's eyes, it was very commendable for Chao Shanshan to be able to do that. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yan in a daze. She had seen the cowardly Ling Yan, the humble Ling Yan, the crazy Ling Yan, the unparalleled Ling Yan, the tyrannical Ling Yan, and the greedy Ling Yan. However, she had never seen such a considerate and gentle Ling Yan. So it wasn't that he did not see what I did for him. He just didn't say it out loud. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the gap between the two of them had shrunk to the point where it was almost non-existent. "Ling Yan, I can't see through you anymore." Chao Shanshan sighed faintly. Her tone was a little sad. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "It's better that you can't see through me. If you do, you won't like me anymore." "Go to hell, who said that I like you?" Ever since Ling Yan became strong, Chao Shanshan felt that she had the right to speak to Ling Yan as an equal. "Oh, so you don't like me? That's good, then I can rest assured." Ling Yan's tone sounded as if he had let go of a huge rock in his heart. Chao Shanshan rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, "You only know how to bully me. I've been bullied to death by you these few days." Ling Yan laughed and looked up at the stars in the sky. He said lightly, "You deserve it." After the two of them played around for a while, Chao Shanshan said seriously, "Ling Yan, you're really amazing now." Ling Yan said calmly, "Is that so?" Chao Shanshan nodded her head and said coquettishly, "Yup, are you one of those people?" those people? Who are those people? This was the first time Ling Yan had heard the word those people. His interest was piqued. Seeing Ling Yan's confused look, Xianxia asked in surprise, you mean those people? Those who can cultivate? Who is your master? Didn't he tell you about these things? Xianxia's family was one of the 7 big families in Beijing. Naturally, there were cultivators in her family. There were even guest elders and guardians in her family. Therefore, she knew about these things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so sure that Ling Yan had broken the limits of his body after carrying a sandbag and running 11 rounds on the field. Therefore, after seeing Ling Yan's heaven-defying performance in the past 2 days, Xianxia accepted it immediately even though she was shocked. This was because Ling Yan was undoubtedly one of those people. It was just that she didn't know which sect Ling Yan belonged to or who his master was. Ling Yan's heart was filled with joy. Since Xianxia knew about the existence of cultivators, it didn't matter if they were cultivators or not. At the very least, he knew that there were people like him in this world, therefore, Ling Yan hurriedly said, My master? My master is an old man with a white beard. 8 years ago, he taught me a set of cultivation techniques. I haven't seen him since. Have you ever seen a cultivator? Ling Yan had used the same trick he used to coax Shui mining again. However, Xianxia took it seriously. Those people couldn't be judged by common sense. They were always elusive. Therefore, she didn't think much of it. She just nodded and said, Your master is really irresponsible. I have seen cultivators before because there are many in my family. There are in your family? This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Among all the people that Ling Yan had come into contact with, other than Miao Xiao, Xiao Mimi, and the deceased Xianxia, the only one who could be considered a cultivator was the 9-tailed celestial fox, Xiao Bai. However, be it Miao Xiao, Xiao Mimi, or the deceased Xianxia, they had not reached the level of a cultivator. Strictly speaking, they only knew martial arts. In other words, they could only be considered martial arts experts, but not cultivators. Now that he heard Xianxia say that there were cultivators in her family, and quite a few of them at that, it was no wonder that he was excited. Looking at Ling Yan's stunned expression, Xianxia's eyes shone like water. She smiled at him and thought to herself, I've finally shocked you for once. Xianxia thought for a while and carefully organized her words in her heart. Then, she smiled at Ling Yan, whose handsome face had the words, Please enlighten me written all over it. In Huaxia, there are many big clans that either appear or don't appear in the world. The families that don't appear in the world are usually known as the hidden clans. Almost all of the hidden clans are families that have inherited ancient martial arts in Huaxia. Almost all of the direct descendants of these ancient martial arts. Families practice ancient martial arts. If we were to compete in terms of martial arts, the families that appear in the world would not be able to compete with the hidden clans. However, because most of the ancient martial arts clans live in seclusion, and the direct descendants of the clans are all obsessed with the cultivation of martial arts, even though there are many experts in their clans, the ancient martial arts clans can't compare to clans like us in the secular world in terms of power and wealth. Of course, the people in the ancient martial arts families don't care about the power and wealth of the world. They only pursue the path of martial arts and cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Yan nodded thoughtfully. This was because he was such a person. Other than continuously cultivating to make himself stronger, he really did not care about power and money from the bottom of his heart. He casually asked, What about the hidden clans? Xianxia smiled brightly, There are too many big families in China. As long as they have power, money, and power in the secular world, and can survive for 3 generations, they can be called a big family in the secular world. Even though they have power, money, and influence, they can only be considered an ordinary family in the secular world. They are far from being considered a real big family. A real family must have a foundation, and this foundation is determined by 2 factors. First, there must be someone in the family who holds an important position in the country. Second, there must be an ancient martial arts family or some hidden sects who recognize and support them. These 2 factors are necessary to determine whether a family can become a great family in China. Neither of them can be missing. There are 7 families like this in Yanjing. Our Chao family is one of the 7 big families in Yanjing. Therefore, we naturally have cultivators like you in our family. Chao Xianxia was indeed the daughter of one of the 7 big families in Yanjing. In just a few minutes, Ling Yan had more or less understood the situation of the top families in China. Ling Yan quickly memorized and digested the information that Chao Xianxia told him. He quickly asked, I see that you also know some martial arts. Did you learn it from those cultivators? What is the highest realm they have reached? Chao Xianxia smiled shyly, my mediocre martial arts are nothing in your eyes. I was just interested in it, so I learned it from a Hotian realm level 2 expert in my family for 2 years, that's all. Ling Yan thought to himself, no wonder your martial arts are so bad. So you learned it from an expert like Xianxia. It sounds like you've been practicing for a long time. Chao Xianxia continued, as for the specific realm, I only know that the experts are divided into the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm. I don't know anything above that. However, it is said that the experts who have reached the Xiantian realm are really scary. For the 7 big families in Yanjing, almost every family has at least 1 or 2 Xiantian experts. However, I heard from my grandfather that because of a huge incident that happened to the Ling family 18 years ago, one of the Xiantian experts in the family was angered and left. That incident caused them to offend 2 and 3 very strong hidden sections. Therefore, the Ling family is now the family that is in the most difficult position among the 7 big families. If it wasn't for the fact that they have an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 supporting them bitterly, their family would have been pushed out of the 7 big families long ago. I heard from my grandfather that the incident caused a huge commotion at that time. Almost all the secluded sects, ancient martial arts clans, and large clans in China were shaken. If the Ling clan didn't have the support of the strongest clan in Beijing, the Long clan, they would definitely have been annihilated. At this point, Chao Xianxia didn't seem to have had enough and continued, that year, our Huaxia was really unstable. Because at the same time that the Ling family was in trouble, the biggest hidden family in Huaxia, the Qin family, also encountered a huge incident. The commotion they caused was not any smaller than the Ling family. Chao Xianxia spoke with great relish, but Ling Yan's expression changed when he heard it. Ling family? Qin family? Why did these 2 surnames sound so familiar? Ling Yan's mind raced. Although he was shocked, he tried his best to maintain a calm expression. He asked Chao Xianxia, Ling family? What Ling family? Chao Xianxia's words were suddenly interrupted by Ling Yun. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Ling Yun with a startled expression. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes lit up. Chao Xianxia stared at Ling Yun as if she had seen a ghost and said, I was so busy just now that I forgot that your surname is Ling too. However, Chao Xianxia thought about it and thought that there couldn't be such a coincidence in this world. She giggled and counted with her fingers, let me tell you, the 7 big families in Yanjing are the Long family, Ling family, Chao family, Chen family, Sun family, Yi family, and Li family. Ling Yun didn't have the time to listen to this. He waved his hand and interrupted Chao Xianxia's explanation. He then asked anxiously, then do you know what happened between the Ling and Qin families? Chao Xianxia was rudely interrupted by her lover. She looked at him coquettishly and said, how would I know? Those are absolute secrets. Even my grandfather wouldn't tell me about them. If anyone were to speak of these things outside, they would be killed if they were lucky, or even killed if they were unlucky. Chao Xianxia said with a smile. Ling Yan had just heard the important part. Hearing Chao Xianxia say that she didn't know, he wanted to use some methods to pry some useful information out of her. However, Chao Xianxia's phone rang. Chao Xianxia held the horizontal bar with one hand and took out her phone from the bag on her thighs with the other. Looking at the caller ID, she frowned and pressed the reject button. Ling Yan asked curiously, why didn't you pick up? Did your family call you back? Chao Xianxia frowned and said, it's my cousin. He has been calling me like a madman for the past month. It's so annoying. Ling Yan chuckled and said, cousin? Don't tell me he has fallen in love with you and wants to marry you? As the saying goes, a cousin can travel 3,000 miles. It was really easy for a cousin to woo a cousin who was completely unrelated. Chao Xianxia humped shyly, but she couldn't find any words to refute him. She was now an 18-year-old girl, and her mind was extremely intelligent. She didn't even need to think to know what her cousin was thinking. Xianxia looked deeply at Ling Yun and said shyly, "He is from the Chen family in Beijing. He went to America 3 years ago and hasn't been back since. I don't know why, but he has been calling me and harassing me for the past month." At this moment, Xianxia's phone rang again. It was obvious that Mr. Chen, who was in America, still hadn't given up. Xianxia snorted in annoyance. Using her snow-white fingers, she fiercely pressed the answer button. Then, she coldly said, "How many times do I have to tell you to stop harassing me in the future? I'm busy taking my college entrance exams." It had been half an hour since school ended. It was 9 o'clock at night. Most of the lights in the classrooms had been switched off. Most of the students who had gone home for the holidays had also left. The field was dark and quiet. Therefore, Ling Yun could hear every single word that came from Xianxia's phone clearly. Of course, with Ling Yun's current hearing ability, even if there were 100 people banging the gong together, he would still be able to hear it clearly. He heard a man say in an unusually feminine voice, "Xianxia, I'm about to board the plane back to China. I'm calling you first to let you know, there was a 12-hour time difference between China and America." It was currently around 9 o'clock in the morning in America. Xianxia was stunned. Then, she immediately frowned and said, "What does it have to do with me whether you return to China or not? Please don't call me anymore in the future, okay? If you continue like this, I'll change my number." Mr. Chen laughed softly and said, "Sister Xianxia, I came back to China because of you. How can you speak to your cousin like this? Besides, since I can find your phone number, I can also find your new phone number." Ling Yun immediately frowned. Even though this man's voice was very feminine, his tone was quite domineering. He seemed to be threatening Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned slightly pale. She turned her head to look at Ling Yun. Then, she bit her lower lip and thought for a while. She replied coldly, "I've always spoken like this. I don't need to change my number. However, I'm busy preparing for my college entrance exams. Can you please stop harassing me before my college entrance exams?" Xianxia actually wanted to say that she already had a boyfriend. However, she changed her mind. Firstly, Ling Yun had not personally admitted that he was her boyfriend. Secondly, she was worried that Ling Yun would not be able to deal with her cousin. In the end, she chose not to say it. The feminine Mr. Chen said, "That's good. After I return to China, I'll be busy for 2 months. I'll wait for your college entrance exams. Bye-bye." Ling Yun looked at Xianxia, who was still frowning after hanging up the phone. He chuckled and said, "Looks like this cousin of yours is quite impressive. He seems to have a card up his sleeve." Xianxia was extremely frustrated. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, "Humph, it's all because of you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. After sitting on the parallel bars for a long time, Xianxia suddenly said to Ling Yun, "I don't want to sit here anymore, it's so silly." Ling Yun laughed and jumped down from the parallel bars. He then turned around and stretched out his hands to Xianxia, "Do you want me to carry you down?" Xianxia stared at Ling Yun with her big, bright eyes. Her lips curled into a charming smile as she said coquettishly, "You do as you see fit." Although that was what she said, she had already spread out her arms. Her actions were self-explanatory. Ling Yun did not hold back and carried Xianxia up from the parallel bars. Just as he was about to put her down on the ground, he heard Xianxia say shyly, "You're not allowed to put me down." Ling Yun had a woman in his arms and he was not allowed to put her down. What was there to be polite about? He smiled brightly and hugged Xianxia tightly with one hand. Then, he took out his left hand to support her. He changed the vertical hug to a horizontal one and changed Xianxia's position to lie in his arms. Pada! The branded bag in Xianxia's hands fell to the ground. She naturally wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck and blushed. "I didn't expect you to be so heavy." Ling Yun smiled and teased Xianxia. Xianxia was immediately embarrassed. She pouted and explained, "Nonsense, I'm only 98 kilograms. If I lose any weight, there will shrink." Ling Yan stared unblinkingly at Xianxian's chest and pretended to be confused. Where did it shrink? Xianxian was even more embarrassed by Ling Yan. She closed her eyes and said, "It's the place where your sneaky eyes are." Ling Yan laughed out loud. He compared them carefully and thought to himself, according to Zhuang Meifeng's measurements, Xianxian was at least 34D. He continued to tease Xianxian, "Don't worry, it won't shrink. Didn't I say it before? It's big, tall, and perky." Suddenly, Xianxian remembered their first fight on the second floor of the cafeteria. She closed her eyes and buried her head into Ling Yan's chest. She was even more obedient than a cat that had just eaten its fill, not daring to move an inch. Ling Yan's masculine aura made Xianxian dizzy. She blushed and felt that this was the safest hug in the world. After a long time, Xianxian opened her eyes and looked at Ling Yan's face for a long time. Then, she said softly, "Ling Yan, I have never looked down on you." Ling Yan smiled lightly and said gently, "I know. You just have your own pride because of your identity." Just now, Xianxian had told Ling Yan her identity without holding anything back. At that moment, Ling Yan understood why the two of them were so incompatible. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the prosperous Xianxia, Ling Yan had always been that kind of person. The pride in his heart was a million times stronger than Xianxian's, therefore, Ling Yan instantly understood the beauty in his arms. At this moment, Xianxian held nothing back towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan's sincere understanding towards Xianxian and the gap between them had completely disappeared. "Ling Yan, promise me that you will get into Yanjing University, okay?" Xianxian looked at Ling Yan affectionately and said in a serious tone. Ling Yan had already promised his mother and Ning Lingyu. He had even set up a bet with Xianxian. He simply nodded his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" Xianxian tightened her arms around him and rubbed her cheeks against his shoulder. "Because I want to enter the same university as you, because Beijing is the stage that belongs to you, because I want to bring you home," she said in a gentle voice. Xianxian's words were very clear. This was even more intense and direct than a public confession. She wanted to bring Ling Yan back to her family. This was the difference between Xianxian and Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's family could only be said to be rich and had some power in Qingshui City. However, Zhuang Meifeng's family was far from the level of Xianxian's family. Although Xianxian was younger than Zhuang Meifeng by 3 years, the words she said were naturally different. Xianxian could vaguely see Ling Yan's future. She knew that a small pond of clear water would not be able to trap a dragon like Ling Yan. Therefore, after Xianxian had painstakingly bridged the gap between her and Ling Yan, she directly expressed her expectations. In terms of knowledge and rationality, the current Xianxian far surpassed the current Zhuang Meifeng, Lin Minghan, Shui Mining, and even Ning Lingyu. Ever since she realized that she could not extricate herself from falling in love with Ling Yan, Xianxian boldly launched a fierce attack on Ling Yan. She threw away everything and held nothing back. She had even secretly planned the path that she and Ling Yan would take in the future. This was Xianxian, the Xianxian who came from a prestigious family. "Bring me home? I'm afraid that cousin of yours will eat me up." Ling Yan laughed. "He wouldn't dare. Don't worry, as long as you are willing, I will think of all ways to pave the way to my home. No one will be able to stop you." Xianxian's words were resolute. Her eyes and expression had never been so determined before. Ling Yan stared deeply at the girl in his arms with a pair of eyes that were as deep as the stars. He shook his head slowly and said, "No need. In this world, I, Ling Yan, can come and go as I please. No matter where I go, I will pave my own path and walk my own path." With that, he gave Xianxian a mesmerizing smile. Xianxian was really mesmerized. In this world, you can come and go as you please. No matter where you go, you will pave your own path and walk your own path. What kind of man could say such arrogant, domineering, and shocking words? Yes, Xianxian really couldn't see through Ling Yan anymore. However, this kind of Ling Yan made her enchanted, infatuated, and unable to control herself. Her heart and soul were shaken. Xianxian finally calmed herself down and said shyly, "Ling Yan, can you be my boyfriend?" Seeing that Xianxian did not dare to say it, Ling Yan smiled and said on her behalf, Chao Shanshan was embarrassed and once again buried her head deep into Ling Yan's arms. What kind of person was Chao Shanshan? In this situation, if she did not say it out loud, she would definitely regret it for the next 500 years of her life. However, Ling Yun shook his head slowly and said, "Isn't the way we are now pretty good?" Chao Shanshan was stunned. She was nervous. She said coquettishly, but Ling Yun chuckled and deliberately said naughtily, "What?" Chao Shanshan saw that Ling Yun was pretending to be dumb and immediately said shyly, "You're so bad, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." As she said that, she ignored Ling Yun and her head kept burrowing into Ling Yun's arms. However, in her heart, she was cursing Ling Yun for being so stupid. During class, he was more daring than anyone else. Tonight, there were only the two of them, but Ling Yun seemed to be more honest than a gentleman. Ling Yun stopped smiling and said to Chao Shanshan seriously, "Shanshan, it's not that I don't want to promise you, but the current me can't protect you at all. Give me 2 months' time and we'll discuss this again, okay?" Hearing this, Chao Shanshan's heart was filled with infinite satisfaction. She suddenly raised her head and asked Ling Yun happily, "Really?" Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's surprised expression and nodded his head heavily, "Really? However, the weather is unpredictable. We'll have to wait for 2 months." It was time to kiss. Chao Shanshan stared at Ling Yun expectantly for a long time. However, this guy who was usually more naughty than anyone seemed to have turned into a blockhead. He did not seem to want to kiss her at all. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Not to mention kissing Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun even held Chao Shanshan's hand and did not move at all. Ling Yun thought for a while and suddenly said to Chao Shanshan with a smile, "After the Qingming festival holiday, I'll give you a present, okay?" Chao Shanshan said happily, "What present?" Ling Yun laughed and winked at her. He said mysteriously, "It's a secret." Chao Shanshan coquettishly rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and struggled in his arms. She pouted and said, "Put me down." Ling Yun casually put Chao Shanshan on the ground. Once Chao Shanshan's feet touched the ground, she turned her body gracefully and stared at Ling Yun provocatively, "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to take revenge tonight?" After saying that, she boldly straightened her body and slightly moved in front of Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan had been flirting with Ling Yun in his arms for a long time. She was no longer afraid of Ling Yun taking advantage of her. Now that Ling Yun suddenly became so obedient, Chao Shanshan could be said to be anxious and angry. She secretly hated Ling Yun for this blockhead. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, "I'll remember this grudge in my heart. I'll take revenge anytime. However, it's a little late now. I should send you home, right?" Ling Yun had already confirmed that there were many people in this world who were stronger than him. He was in a hurry to go back and cultivate. Of course, he could not use his thoughts to bully Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan angrily stomped her feet and said, "It's just past 9, why are you asking me to go home?" Ling Yun helplessly spread out his hands and said to Chao Shanshan, "If you don't go home, then where are we going now? What's the point of just standing here?" Chao Shanshan's big bright eyes turned and she suddenly smiled sweetly and said, "Why don't we go to the disco, how about that?" It could be said that Chao Shanshan had achieved almost all of her wishes tonight. For someone like her who was crazy about dancing, there was nothing better than dancing to express the passion in her heart. Ling Yun was stunned and said, "Disco? Dancing? Do you really know how to dance?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. At the thought of disco dancing, Chao Shanshan felt as if every cell in her body was excited. She squatted down and picked up her bag from the ground. Then, she took the initiative to grab Ling Yun's arm. "Let's go to SOS Disco, it's a good time to go." Ling Yun looked at Chao Shanshan's excited expression and could not bear to reject her good intentions. He could only follow her step by step. He asked with interest, "Shanshan, they all say that you are good at dancing, is that true?" Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yun coquettishly and said, "Won't you know when you see it later?" Seeing that Chao Shanshan was determined to go, Ling Yun could only resign himself to fate. He looked at the almost empty school grounds and said to Chao Shanshan, "Hey, aren't we going too slow?" Chao Shanshan stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Ling Yun, "Then how are we going?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chao Shanshan felt her feet leaving the ground. Once again, she was carried by Ling Yun. Then, a strong wind blew against her face, she felt as if she had been sent flying away. Ling Yun carried Xianxia and used the 1,000 miles godly steps. In less than 15 seconds, they arrived at the school gate. Xianxia looked at the heavy traffic on the school road and shouted shyly, "Put me down." While she was shocked by Ling Yun's terrifying speed, she was also anxious about Ling Yun's unscrupulous behavior. Ling Yun put Xianxia down and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Straightening her body, Xianxia tidied up her messy hair and long skirt before saying, "Look at the road, there are so many cars and pedestrians. If you were to speed like that, you would attract too much attention." Ling Yun was stunned by Xianxia's words. Ling Yun thought that Xianxia was going to say something else. He said nonchalantly, "So what? They don't know me anyway. Moreover, they can't even see our shadows." Xianxia shook her head and smiled. She raised her slender hand and pointed at the crossroads in front of them. "Big brother, do you see the surveillance cameras? There are countless surveillance cameras in this city. If you are recorded by them, you will be sent to the country's secret department to be a lab rat." Ling Yun was stunned. There was such a thing? Then why didn't anyone come looking for him when he had been running around the city for the past few nights, these few days? He had been carrying Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Xuan Meifeng, Lin Minghan, Yao Rou, and the rest on the road in front of the school using the 1,000 miles godly steps. When he was alone in the middle of the night, the number of times he had sprinted at full speed was uncountable. However, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. However, Ling Yun still followed Xianxia's finger and looked at the surveillance cameras for a while. He thought that he had to keep a low profile in the future. Not only that, but the country's secret department as well as the Special Ability User Organization had already come to Xianxia City to take away all of his files. In this aspect, Xianxia was practically Ling Yun's professional teacher. She smiled and said to Ling Yun, "You have already broken through the limits of your own body. Even though I can't tell what realm you have reached, I am sure that you are much stronger than the Hotian realm level 3 expert that taught me. Therefore, when it is time to keep a low profile, try to keep a low profile. After all, Xianxia City is one of the top 10 big cities in China. In this flourishing city, who knows how many experts are hiding?" Ling Yun was puzzled. Didn't they say that only those hidden families and ancient martial arts sects have such people? Why are there them in the city too? SOS, the disco would only start to get lively at 10 at night. Therefore, Xianxia was not anxious at all. She smiled sweetly and said to Ling Yun patiently, "Who said that those hidden families and ancient martial arts sects must hide in the mountains and rivers where there are few people? Have you heard of the phrase hidden in the city? Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, don't show off your strength so brazenly in the secular world. This will destroy the balance of power and shock the world. It will make things difficult for the government. Do you understand?" Xianxia reminded Ling Yun before continuing, "Don't show off your strength so brazenly in the secular world." After hearing Xianxia's words, Ling Yun suddenly thought of Miao Xiao Miao. Indeed, even though Miao Xiao Miao was not weaker than Ling Yun at all, in the eyes of ordinary people, she had never displayed her strength. Other than her unbelievably beautiful appearance, she was no different from an ordinary person. But no one has ever told me about this before. Ling Yun said helplessly as he scratched his head in annoyance. Xianxia giggled and said, "You have to blame the white-bearded old man who taught you martial arts. He didn't even tell you about this. Didn't I tell you now? Don't worry, as long as you pay attention in the future, you will be fine. If anyone dares to touch you, you still have me." She was only reminding Ling Yun. If someone really wanted to use Ling Yun as a guinea pig, Xianxia would be the first to object. "Then shall we take a taxi?" Ling Yun said helplessly to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled sweetly and waved her slender hand in the air. She flagged down a taxi and the two of them got in one after another. "Sir, let's go to the pedestrian street first. Please hurry." Ling Yun was a little confused and asked the excited Xianxia, "Aren't we going to the disco? Why are we going to the pedestrian street?" Xianxia almost leaned her whole body on Ling Yun. She smiled sweetly and said, "I'm wearing a long dress, how can I dance? I want to buy a new set of clothes." Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself that rich people were really different. She even had to buy clothes just to dance. There was no traffic at night, so the taxi quickly arrived at the pedestrian street. Xianxia stopped the taxi in front of a famous brand store and the two of them alighted. Xianxia's goal was very clear. After entering the shop, she immediately picked out a white, off-shoulder, skin-tight, and a pair of denim hot pants. She changed into them and put them on, completing her transformation from a ladylike school belle to a hot, young, and attractive young lady. This was not enough. She pulled the dumbfounded Ling Yan out of the store and went to a shoe store to buy a pair of shiny high-heeled sandals that wrapped around her snow-white ankles. After dressing herself up, Xianxia stood in front of Ling Yan and looked at him with her big, bright eyes and said, "How is it?" This. Ling Yan was really dumbfounded. After putting on the high heels, Xianxia's height was between 1.76 m and 1.78 m. Her body was exquisite and curvy. Her exposed skin was dazzling white, her neck was slender and fair, her collarbone was exquisite and attractive. The white, cutesy bra tightly wrapped around her chest. The denim hot pants were only 20 centimeters long, and there was still a distance between the bottom of the bra and the hot pants. It was this distance that showed off Xianxia's small waist. It was white and smooth, tight, and her navel was mysterious. Paired with a pair of slender and beautiful legs, coupled with that head of black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, it was really beautiful. 8 words to describe it: invincible youth, radiating heat. Of course she was beautiful, but it was far from being able to compare to Xianxia's huge transformation in the past 20 minutes. Xianxia was very familiar with the female owner of the clothing store. She left all the clothes with the female owner and said that she would come back tomorrow to pick them up. Looking at Ling Yan's dumbfounded expression, she could not help but smile proudly. "Only you would dare to bully me like that, and I can't do anything about it. I am the dream goddess of most of the boys in Xianxia High." Ling Yan nodded his head in a daze. No wonder Xianxia was so arrogant. She really had something to be proud of. Xianxia hugged Ling Yan's arm again. "Let's go, hurry up and get a taxi. We're going to dance." She could not wait to show off her best side in front of Ling Yan. Xianxia had a million reasons to believe that her dance tonight would definitely leave an unforgettable memory in Ling Yan's mind. The two of them hailed another taxi. Xianxia was very familiar with the route and asked the driver to go straight to Xianxia City's Dragon Pan Road, which was near the Olympic Sports Center. Olympic Sports Center? Ling Yan could not help but remember what Ma Tianfeng had told him about representing the school in the provincial sports day. Xianxia laughed. "Storm SOS. The Storm SOS Disco is located near the Olympic Sports Center at Dragon Pan Road No. 9. It is the best disco bar in Xianxia City. The Storm SOS Disco is Xianxia City's first multifunctional entertainment complex. It is a combination of electronic music, culture, visual arts, and dance arts. It presents the new 360-degree, three-dimensional disco trend of the future entertainment. Inside, there is a 360-degree, dynamic, three-dimensional dance scene. There is also a European romantic, simple party room design, and a KTV that breaks away from the conventional." Xianxia was full of enthusiasm. She talked about the disco as if she was familiar with her family's treasures. However, Ling Yan did not know anything about the 360-degree, dynamic, three-dimensional dance scene. Fortunately, he had mastered high school English and could understand the English that Xianxia was talking about. Ling Yan looked at the transformed Xianxia and smiled. "Looks like you really like dancing," Xianxia smiled mysteriously. She pouted her red lips and said, "I don't have anything else to do. I just learn a little when I'm bored." At 9:58 p.m., the taxi stopped at Dragon Pan Road No. 9. SOS Disco. At the entrance of the disco, Xianxia took the initiative to pay the bill. Then, she dragged Ling Yan out of the car and pointed. "Look, it's over there." Ling Yan didn't even need to look to know that he could already hear the dynamic and intense music from a distance of 3 miles. "Is this disco?" Ling Yan looked at the red, green, blue, and other colored lights coming from the disco. He listened to the noise, whistles, and deafening music. His lips curled into a charming smile. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Dang. 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 Dang, the explosive disco DJ dance music was played through a subwoofer and mixed with electronic music. It was extremely rhythmic and full of movement, resounding through the night sky and impacting the eardrums of everyone inside and outside of the disco. Once Xianxia alighted from the car, she stuck her delicate body tightly onto Lingyan's body. Her head kept moving along with the beat of the music. Her bright eyes shone with excitement as she practically hugged Lingyan as they walked towards the entrance of the disco. At 10 o'clock at night, Xianxia City's night scene had just started not long ago. The city's petty bourgeoisie, white-collar workers, and a large number of students who liked to go to the bars all gathered here. SOS Disco was currently bustling with noise. The huge plaza in front of the disco was filled with cars coming and going. As Xianxia City's largest and most popular night scene, SOS Disco was usually filled with people at night. Furthermore, today was the Qingming festival holiday, so the number of people was more than double the usual number. Since he was already here, he might as well enjoy it. Since Xianxia was so excited, of course Lingyan would not let her down. He took the initiative to hug Xianxia's slender waist, but his pair of handsome eyes were sizing up the crowd going in and out of the disco. There are so many beauties in Xianxia City. Lingyan could not help but sigh in his heart as he looked at each and every one of the beauties of all ages going in and out of the disco and the nearby bars. Xianxia City has beauties. This saying was really not a lie. The beauties going in and out of the disco ranged from the ages of 14 to 50. Some had hot bodies, some were charming and enchanting, and some were pure and beautiful. They were either in groups of 3 to 5, or in pairs, or alone. However, most of them had at least one man by their side. Their faces and eyes were shining with excitement, and there were many different thoughts in their hearts. "What did you say?" Xianxia whispered into Lingyan's ear and asked loudly. At this point, it was as if the entire world was left with the ear-shattering sound of the DJ in the disco. Lingyan spoke with a normal voice, so Xianxia could not hear him at all. However, even so, Lingyan's hearing ability at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3 was still able to hear everyone's words clearly, regardless of the volume of their voices. Lingyan looked at Xianxia helplessly. He smiled bitterly and whispered into Xianxia's ear, "I say, there are so many beauties here." She rolled her eyes at him and shouted into his ear again, "Don't look at them, you can only look at me." Lingyan laughed out loud and nodded at her. The two of them walked into the disco bar. Since Xianxia was a girl, she did not need to buy a ticket to this kind of place. However, under the guidance of the waiter, Lingyan took out $50 and bought a male ticket. Obviously, Xianxia was a regular here. She didn't even wait to enter the disco bar. Instead, she shouted and gestured to the waiter to ask for a private room. Then, the waiter brought them in. Lingyan didn't even have to listen to her to hear it clearly. She said that she was an VIP member of SOS and that she had just booked a private room that cost 5,999 renminbi. It seemed to be the most expensive room in the entire place. In Lingyan's current memory, this was the first time he had come to a disco bar. Therefore, he was basically a newbie. However, with Xianxia around, he was too lazy to ask anything and just let Xianxia arrange everything. The disco bar was really a different world. The dance floor in the center was very big. It looked like it could accommodate hundreds of people slowly dancing together. Colorful lights flowed endlessly, shining on the faces of the excited people in the disco bar. It was strange and dazzling, adding to the mystery. After entering the private room, Xianxia ordered a bottle of Hennessy alcohol. Then, she sent the waiter away and pulled Lingyan to sit down. Although it was a private room, it was different from the private rooms in big hotels. The private rooms in the disco bar were just booths on the roof. Most of them were open style. However, there was no doubt that every private room in the disco bar had a very good view. You could see everything in the disco bar without missing anything. "Let's rest here for a while and watch for a while." Xianxia knew that the climax of the disco bar was still far away, so she was not in a hurry. The waiter brought over the dark gold Hennessy alcohol and took the initiative to open it for the two of them. Then, he gestured for them to enjoy and left. Xianxia held the bottle of Hennessy alcohol with both hands. She elegantly leaned over and poured a quarter into each of the 2 brandy glasses. She first passed 1 glass to Ling Yun, then took one for herself. "I thought you don't drink?" Ling Yun stared at Xianxia and asked with interest. "I just don't drink in school." Xianxia smiled sweetly and proudly said to Ling Yun, "Cheers." Ling Yun smiled slightly and directly poured the golden liquor into his mouth. He drank it in 1 gulp and then smacked his lips, nodding his head and said, "This liquor is not bad." Xianxia could not help but laugh out loud. Ling Yun was stunned and said, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you want to drink?" Xianxia coquettishly glanced at Ling Yun and then demonstrated for him. She used her palm to hold the glass for 2 to 3 minutes, waiting for the mellow aroma of the cognac to slowly float in the air. Then, she used her delicate nose to get close to the mouth of the glass, slightly closed her eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then drank it in her mouth. However, she did not immediately swallow it. Instead, she held the liquor in her mouth and used the tip of her nimble tongue to swim around in the liquor, enjoying it to her heart's content. The expression on her face seemed to be detached from the world. Xianxia then poured another glass for both of them, then shyly said to Ling Yun, "Hennessy needs to be drunk like this for it to feel good. It's like a lover's kiss." Ling Yun looked at Xianxia's beautiful face and her intoxicated and expectant gaze. He thought to himself, "Is this considered seducing me?" However, Ling Yun's comprehension was extremely high. Xianxia only needed to demonstrate once for him to understand. When he drank according to Xianxia's instructions, he indeed tasted the mellow aroma of Hennessy. When Xianxia came here, she was really in high spirits. She kept introducing everything about the SOS disco bar to Ling Yun and kept swaying to the changing music in the bar. It was extremely rhythmic and Ling Yun could not take it all in. Half an hour passed. Following Xianxia's introduction, Ling Yun quickly understood and adapted to the environment of the disco bar. He began to subconsciously or unconsciously look at the environment and the crowd outside the private room. Then, he saw Long Wu. Even though Ling Yun could only see the side of her face from afar, he was 100% sure that it was Long Wu. He did not know when Long Wu arrived. Perhaps she liked the atmosphere outside the private room. She sat quietly on a large booth with a good view. Behind the booth, there were still 4 to 5 burly bodyguards. The expressions on the bodyguards' faces were completely different from the people in the disco bar. Each of them had a stern expression and stared fiercely at the people who wanted to approach the booth. Long Wu was still wearing heavy makeup. Her face was painted with thick smoky makeup, and the clothes she was wearing could only be described as simple. She only wore a black tube top that was as wide as a palm, and a pair of black leather hot pants that couldn't be any shorter. Her 2 straight and healthy legs crossed each other, challenging the eyes of all the men in the disco bar. Long Wu wore a black wide-brimmed hat on her head. There was not a trace of a smile on her face. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted and her small mouth was pouting. She stared at the people slowly swaying on the dance floor. No one knew what she was thinking. Looking at Long Wu's troubled expression, Ling Yun's mouth curled into a naughty smile. He thought to himself that this little girl was really daring. She wore even less today than yesterday. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Xianxia saw that Ling Yun's gaze was fixated on the outside of the private room. She followed Ling Yun's gaze and saw Long Wu, who was wearing revealing clothes and had a hot body. Xianxia secretly stomped her feet. She thought to herself, "With a super campus belle like me accompanying you here, you still have the mood to look at other girls?" Ling Yun did not turn back. He only raised his chin and pointed at Long Wu. He smiled and said, "Do you see that? It's Green Dragon's boss daughter, Long Wu." Xianxia frowned slightly. She looked at Ling Yun in surprise and asked, "Green Dragon's boss daughter? How do you know her?" Ling Yun then turned back and smiled at Xianxia. "I saw her yesterday at the shopping mall. This little brat is really arrogant. I slapped her twice. I guess she's thinking about how to take revenge now." He said it casually, but Xianxia took in a breath of cold air when she heard it. "Ah. You hit Green Dragon's boss daughter?" Xianxia was dumbfounded and said loudly. Ling Yun looked at Xianxia and laughed. "Didn't I tell you? You don't have to speak so loudly with me here. I can hear you even if you're whispering." He then said with a smile, if I hit her, then so be it. I've already offended Green Dragon because of Tai Xiaohu. I'm not afraid of him. Chao Shanshan looked at Ling Yan's nonchalant face. She was about to say something when she realized that the dance music in the disco bar had changed. Chao Shanshan immediately recognized this song. IAR was a super awesome, classic DJ dance song. Chao Shanshan's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to pull Ling Yan out, she heard Ling Yan say in surprise, Long Wu is up. Chao Shanshan fixed her eyes on Long Wu. She saw that Long Wu suddenly stood up along with the new dance song. With swaying steps, she walked towards a round table in the disco bar where one could do pole dancing. Don't tell me she wants to. Chao Shanshan sat down again, but her eyes were fixed on Long Wu. Chao Shanshan's dancing skills were very professional. She could tell from Long Wu's few steps that Long Wu definitely knew how to dance. Moreover, she was definitely very good at it. Long Wu used one hand to prop herself up on the bar table amidst the whistles. Then, she straightened her tall and slender body. Ling Yan only needed one glance to know that Long Wu was at least 1.75 meters tall. Moreover, her pair of long legs were at least 1 meters. Peerless beautiful legs. Ling Yan wasn't the only one who thought this way. Every man in the disco that noticed Long Wu had the same thought. After Long Wu stood on the round bar table, her eyes casually swept across the people who were looking up at her. It was as if she was a high and mighty queen. Then, she reached out her hand and grabbed onto the cold and dazzling metal pole. Long Wu's left hand took off her wide-brimmed black hat and casually threw her back to her booth. Then, she exerted strength in her right arm and straightened her back. She raised her slender left leg and twisted her body, wrapping herself around the pole dancing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. In the gloomy SOS disco bar, red, green, and blue-colored lights continuously swept around, illuminating every corner of the bar. The soul-stirring drum beats and rhythmic electronic music pounded the eardrums of everyone in the bar. The tall Long Wu, who was wearing revealing clothes, stood on the round, smooth table that could be used for pole dancing. When her right hand grasped the shiny silver pole that was as thick as a child's arm, the disco bar instantly boiled over. Actually, in the SOS disco bar, there were 5 to 6 high tables for the disco dancers to pole dance on. Every night at midnight, the disco dancers would start to dance provocatively and seductively, presenting a feast for the eyes and souls of the city men and women who came to the disco to relax. However, it was not even 11 o'clock that night, and the professional dancers in the disco hadn't even started to perform, but Long Wu had already taken the lead. Once Long Wu stood on the high table, she immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone in the disco bar. Many people, mainly men, rushed to the bottom of the high table, surrounding the round stage so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. They raised their heads to look at Long Wu's hot figure. Long Wu's right hand grabbed the ice-cold pole, and her entire person immediately changed. Her tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed, and her charming eyes revealed a kind of confidence that could be called arrogance. The corner of her mouth slightly curled up, and with a twist of her waist, her hot and delicate body straightened up, and her body tightly pressed against that ice-cold pole. Wow! The people below all opened their mouths and exclaimed at the same time. Long Wu pressed close to the pole, paused for a moment, and then moved her delicate body back. Holding the pole in her right hand, she lifted her long legs lightly, and used an extremely charming posture to circle the pole twice. At the same time, she used a disdainful gaze to look at the people below. At this moment, she was like a high and mighty queen, looking down at her subjects. Then, under the shocking music, she seductively flipped her hair, seductively lifted her legs, and confidently extended her arms. Twisting her graceful waist, she began to dance a hot and sexy pole dance. Long Wu used both hands to move around the pole, and with an elegant smile, she quickly put her body weight on the pole. She combined the big V dance, lady sitting posture, red sun, Egyptian spin, and other expert-level dance moves. Her jade-like arms were endlessly entwined with the perfectly straight bright silver pole. Every time she raised her head, every time she flipped her hair, and her slender and beautiful waist twisted like a snake. Sometimes, she was close to the pole, and other times, her back was facing it. Her hands were upside down, and her back was facing the pole as she rubbed and twisted left and right. Every movement was perfect, teasing the senses of everyone in the disco bar. Her enchanting long hair danced in the wind, her slender waist, her perfectly round buttocks, and her long, slender legs. Every movement of Long Wu's gave off a strange kind of heat, long and enchanting, and with every movement, long and dancing long dragon, and long, dragon dance, and dragon, dance, and, Long Wu's movements were graceful and full of femininity. She had a great figure, and every move she made her body look like a perfect S, which formed a strong contrast with the straight steel pipe. Almost every movement of hers led to countless cheers from below, even covering the cool and dynamic music in the disco bar. Phew! Ling Yan quietly admired Long Wu's pole dance. He unconsciously let out a breath and said lightly, "To think that there is such a dance, her dancing is really not bad." Xianxia saw that Ling Yan was staring unblinkingly at Long Wu, and felt a burst of jealousy in her heart. She coldly snorted and said, "It's just pole dancing. As long as it's a woman with a good figure, she can go up and twist around the pole and make those perverts drool." Xianxia was almost talking to herself, so her voice was not loud. However, Ling Yan heard her clearly. Without turning his head, he said loudly, "Xianxia, what dance are you going to perform for me?" Ling Yan hated that shouting was troublesome. "Now, when?" He spoke to Xianxia. His voice was not loud, but it was incomparably clear, just enough to reach Xianxia's ears. Hearing this, Xianxia's face turned red, but she did not hesitate and said, "I want to do Latin dance, rumba." After saying that, she shyly said to Ling Yan, "But, Latin dance must be performed by a man and a woman, so you have to dance with me." Hearing this, Ling Yan finally retracted his gaze from Long Wu. Looking at the blushing Xianxia, he said in shock, "Dance with you? I've never danced before." Xianxia's face was full of smiles. She hugged Ling Yan's arm and wanted to pull him up from the comfortable sofa. She said, "I know you don't know, but don't you have a good memory? I can teach you now." Ling Yan was stunned, and he scratched his head. "You can learn this on the spot?" Xianxia laughed, "It's just dance steps and a set of movements. It's so much easier than learning martial arts. You have a good memory, and your martial arts are so good. You will definitely learn dance very quickly." On this point, Xianxia was right. Ling Yan first nodded his head casually, then looked at her inquisitively and asked, "Really?" Xianxia's face was full of anticipation as she nodded her head and said, "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try." Xianxia decided to come to disco with Ling Yan. Of course, one reason was to let Ling Yan see more of her good points, and the other was because she had other intentions. Why did she choose Latin dance? Latin dance must be performed by a man and a woman. Most of the dance steps are to show the attraction or seduction between the two. This is more suitable to show the love story between a man and a woman. To Xianxia, this night was the most romantic night she had ever experienced since she was young. She was crazy about dancing, and what she looked forward to the most now was naturally to dance with Ling Yan. The most representative dance of Latin dance was rumba. It was known as the soul of Latin. People who learned Latin dance would usually learn rumba as their first dance. Rumba was a dance that showed the love story between a man and a woman. Therefore, its music was more gentle and lingering. Its movements allowed the female partner to fully display the beauty of a woman's crotch and buttocks. The distance between the male and the female partner was very beautiful. Learning to dance was nothing more than the movements and steps. To Ling Yan, who was at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, this was really not a difficult task. No matter how difficult the movements of Latin dance were, could it be compared to Ling Yan's various martial arts? As for footwork and body movements, dancing was even more incomparable to Ling Yan's 1,000 miles godly steps and dragonfish phantom ability. Therefore, Xianxia was a good teacher, and Ling Yan was a genius who couldn't be more talented. Xianxia first explained the main points of Latin dance to Ling Yan. Then, she put her hands behind her head and tied her waterfall-like hair into a noble and elegant bun. When Xianxia stood up again, the way she looked at Ling Yan was different. It was a look of love that she could not extricate herself from. "Let me show you around." Actually, the music played in the disco bar was not compatible with rumba. However, this obviously did not affect Ling Yun and Xianxia. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, Ling Yun had already memorized all the main points of rumba. He held Xianxia's hand and danced around with her. Soon, he got the hang of it. Xianxia's eyes shone with excitement. She saw that Ling Yun was getting more and more familiar with the dance. Her heart was filled with surprise and joy. When the two of them danced for the second time, Xianxia still led Ling Yun around. However, by the third time, Ling Yun had already turned from passive to active. He was guiding Xianxia's body around. Ling Yun, you really are a genius. No. You are a genius among geniuses. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and looked at Ling Yun with admiration. Only those who had personally experienced dancing would understand its charm. Now that Ling Yun had experienced it, he could completely understand why Xianxia wanted to teach him how to dance. That kind of entanglement and eye contact could indeed allow a dance partner to reach a certain level of tacit understanding and communication. It was a very pleasurable experience. After a while, change to some soothing music. Let's dance on the dance floor, okay? Xianxia smiled coquettishly. Her eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Just as he was about to reply, he heard gasps coming from outside the private room. Wow, the two of them turned their heads at the same time. Naturally, they looked towards the pole-dancing Long Wu. They saw Long Wu hanging high on the bright silver pole with only one leg. Her other leg formed a perfect right angle with the pole. Her two arms were waving freely and her head full of long hair was swaying in the air. This movement was too seductive and too hot. Almost every man in the disco bar who was watching had their Adam's apple trembling and drooling. Ling Yun used his nose to sniff lightly. In the turbid air that was mixed with the smell of alcohol and sweat, he could acutely smell the seductive body fragrance coming from Long Wu's body. It's really such a seductive body fragrance. Xianxia bit her lower lip. She looked at Long Wu who was stealing the limelight outside the private room. She then looked at Ling Yun who was staring at Long Wu. She snorted coldly. She was really jealous. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. This girl is really fierce. At this moment, Dugumo, who had finished admiring Long Wu's pole dancing from start to finish, held a glass of vodka in his hand and stared dumbfoundedly at Long Wu, who had just stood up straight and jumped down from the high table. He muttered to himself. Dugumo returned to the hotel at 3 in the afternoon and watched television for a whole 6 hours. He only left the hotel when he couldn't find any more programs that he liked. He randomly grabbed a waiter and asked him where he could have fun at night. The waiter told him SOS and he took a taxi straight there. However, when he arrived, the SOS staff looked at Dugumo, who was wearing a long robe, as though he was a monster. No matter what, they wouldn't let him in. Dugumo had no choice but to go back and change into a set of city clothes before rushing over again. Dugumo didn't lack money because he followed his family to the secular world every year. Therefore, he wasn't as inexperienced as Ling Yun who had just transmigrated. Dugumo was a freak. He wore a robe purely because of his hobby, habit, and the way others looked at him as if he was a freak. In the past, Dugumo had too many restrictions when he followed his family. Therefore, this time, he sneaked out. On one hand, he wanted to obtain the illusory Earth Emperor's book. On the other hand, he wanted to have fun and indulge himself. During the day, he explored Qingshui Lake, Dragon Mountain, and Nangqi Peak. After returning to the hotel, he watched television for 6 hours. At night, he was so bored that he wanted to find a place to pass the time. Dugumo arrived at SOS 10 minutes later than Ling Yun. After he arrived, he immediately asked for a booth and sat down. After ordering all the cigarettes, wine, and fruits that he could, he sat there and watched the others dance. Grandpa said that women outside are tigers. It seems like he wasn't lying. After watching Long Wu's performance, Dugumo was stunned for a while. He picked up the glass of vodka and drank it in one gulp. He shook his head and sighed. In another remote corner of the disco bar, Miao Xiaomiao, who was wearing a sexy leather jacket and skirt, had been sitting there quietly ever since she entered at 9 o'clock. This corner was low and out of the way. Due to the hundreds of people dancing on the dance floor, it was the blind spot of Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan's private room. Thus, when Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan entered, they didn't notice Miao Xiaomiao. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao was called over by the dejected Zhang Ling. After knowing that Chao Shanshan was going on a date with Ling Yun, Zhang Ling's mood plummeted. After Chao Shanshan left the classroom, she returned to her seat and cried secretly. She was now 100% sure that she liked Ling Yun. Seeing the boy she liked going out with her best friend, even though she played a part in all this, it still couldn't stop her from feeling the pain of losing her love. Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling were now deskmates, and they were already very good friends. After patiently consoling Zhang Ling for a while, she was dragged here by the depressed and disappointed Zhang Ling. Right now, Zhang Ling was in the midst of hundreds of people who were dancing slowly. She was minding her own business, trying her best to vent her suppressed emotions and endless depression. Miao Xiaomiao also couldn't find Zhang Ling on the dance floor. She sat with her legs crossed and sighed in her heart. "Ai. You've already danced for more than an hour, aren't you tired?" In front of Miao Xiaomiao's eyes, Ling Yan's handsome face that always had a faint smile on it. She frowned slightly and thought to herself, "Could it be you?" Miao Xiaomiao saw Long Wu return to her seat. She looked at the 5 bodyguards behind her thoughtfully with her big eyes before looking away. At 11:20 p.m., soothing music started playing. Most of the people dancing on the dance floor left the dance floor. The remaining people started dancing slowly. The dance floor became much more spacious in an instant. Those who frequented the dance floor knew that the soothing concert would last for half an hour. After half an hour, SOS would perform a truly explosive show. "Xiaomiao, give me a glass of water. I'm so tired." Zhang Ling ran back with a head full of sweat. She looked like she had just been fished out of the water. Her clean short hair was wet and her face was steaming. She was so thirsty that smoke was coming out of her throat. She couldn't wait to get a glass of water when she saw Miao Xiaomiao. "Finally done dancing?" Miao Xiaomiao opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhang Ling. Under the light, the smiling Miao Xiaomiao was truly beautiful. Even Zhang Ling was dumbfounded by the sight of her. Zhang Ling gulped down half a bottle of mineral water before sitting down and saying, "I'll continue jumping later. Go home when you can't dance anymore." Miao Xiaomiao looked at Zhang Ling, who seemed to have gone crazy. She shook her head helplessly and didn't say anything. However, she had already made up her mind that she would accompany Zhang Ling no matter how late she played. She would send her home before returning to her place to rest. As the soothing music started playing, Chao Shanshan excitedly asked Ling Yun, "Shall we go for a dance?" Since Ling Yun had already learned it, of course, he would accompany Chao Shanshan to dance. Thus, he smiled brightly and gestured for Chao Shanshan to follow him. Holding Chao Shanshan's hand, they walked out of the private room. After descending 7 steps, the two of them turned around and slid onto the dance floor. The lights were mesmerizing and the music was gentle. Ling Yan held Chao Shanshan's snow-white hand in one hand and wrapped his other hand around her soft and sexy waist. Both of them looked at each other affectionately and began to dance like a dream. Chao Shanshan really wasn't bragging. Only when Chao Shanshan started to dance did she display the elegance, and dreaminess of a lady from a prestigious family. Very quickly, the two of them slid into the middle of the dance floor. Wherever they passed, the people who were dancing unconsciously gave way to them. Very quickly, a large space was opened up in the middle of the dance floor, allowing the two of them to do whatever they wanted. Those who liked to dance could more or less understand how to dance. When they saw the two of them swing their arms and lift their legs, they knew that there were experts in the disco. Thus, everyone unconsciously formed a large circle and stopped dancing to enjoy the performance of the two of them. Even though Ling Yun was just a beginner, Chao Shanshan was an outstanding dancer who had been taught by a top professional dancer. Even though she was not wearing a formal rumba dance outfit, every twist of her waist, every swing of her hips and every kick of her legs were perfectly executed in Ling Yun's arms. It was a perfect performance. Their eyes met and their hearts met. Chao Shanshan kept spinning. Her beautiful body in Ling Yun's arms made all kinds of beautiful and smooth movements. She was so happy that she was like a little bird, flying freely in the sky. Every time Chao Shanshan's hips moved to the side, the crowd couldn't help but let out gasps of surprise. They looked at the two of them in the middle of the dance floor, dumbfounded. Who was the DJ of the disco? With one look, they knew that there were real experts in the disco. Without hesitation, they changed to the most suitable music for rumba. This way, Ling Yun and Xianxia on the dance floor were like tigers that had grown wings. So handsome. So beautiful. So professional. More and more people stopped dancing and began to join in the crowd to admire Ling Yun and Xianxia. Some people who knew rumba even exclaimed from time to time. They were shocked by the perfect dance moves of the beautiful girl on the dance floor and even more shocked by Ling Yun's flawless coordination with her. Ling Yun and Xianxia didn't speak. There was no need to speak. Everything was in the dance and everything was in their eyes. Xianxia boldly handed her body over to Ling Yun. She knew that every time she tilted, or jumped, Ling Yun would be able to catch her safely. This was a dance that could topple a city, a dance that could topple a city. After this dance, for the rest of Xianxia's life, she couldn't help but cry tears of happiness every time she recalled this night. After this dance, the gap between the two of them had completely disappeared. Xianxia had completely found what she had lost, and she had even gained more. Oh my God! It's Ling Yun and Xianxia. Zhang Ling immediately stood on top of the table after noticing the abnormality in the dance floor. She only needed one look to recognize the two of them. However, when she saw the dance of the two of them, she no longer felt the heartbreaking disappointment in her heart. Instead, she was endlessly touched. As Xianxia's good friend, Zhang Ling naturally knew how to dance. She used to dance with Xianxia often, but she had never seen Xianxia with such a happy expression. Perhaps only a girl like Xianxia is qualified to be Ling Yun's girlfriend. Zhang Ling silently stood on top of the table as she thought to herself. She wished her good friend Xianxia well, and her heart was no longer depressed and disappointed. When Miao Xiaomiao heard this, she also stood up in surprise. She took a few steps back and stood on top of a stage. From here, she could only see Ling Yun and Xianxia's upper bodies. However, she only took one look before she paused. When dancing reached a certain level, it could really shake people's hearts. Good dance, really good dance. That girl's dance is really perfect. F***ck, that kid. Du Guma wasn't as reserved as Miao Xiaomiao. With a leap, he jumped on top of the high table and leaned on the bright silver pole to admire the dance. However, Du Guma quickly recovered from the shock of Xianxia's dance and fixed his gaze on the dancing Ling Yun. That kid is so strong. Why can't I see through him? Why were the two of them dancing so beautifully? Why was Xianxia so engrossed in her dance? This was because Ling Yun had already transcended dancing. He had added his understanding of footwork into the dance, as well as his understanding of the heaven's path from his tribulation stage cultivation. Ling Yun cultivated the way of the heart. Once he was engrossed in his state of mind, no matter how high Xianxia's hand was raised, Ling Yun's hand would reach it. He could even predict Xianxia's next move without even having to make eye contact. At this moment, Ling Yun gave all the glory to the girl beside him. He let her dance to her heart's content, spin to her heart's content, and express her passionate and unrestrained emotions through the dance she loved the most. At this moment, they forgot about time and themselves. There was only the music and the dance. After 22 minutes, the music stopped and so did the dance. Xianxia's forehead, face, and body were covered with crystal clear beads of sweat. She panted heavily as she fell into Ling Yun's embrace, her tears spilling onto the dance floor. The entire disco bar was filled with thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. It was really a dance that could topple an entire city. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. Amidst the thunderous applause, tears welled up in Xianxia's eyes. However, she did not bother to wipe them away. Instead, she stared at Ling Yun with her tear-stained eyes and panted heavily. I love you. Ling Yun lowered his head and looked at the exhausted Xianxia in his arms. He smiled gently and said, I know. After saying that, he hugged Xianxia's slender body and walked towards the private room. The people on the dance floor clapped enthusiastically and opened up a path for them. After walking out of the crowd. Idiot, you, why didn't you kiss me just now? Xianxia was embarrassed and angry at the same time. She curled up in Ling Yan's arms and bit her lower lip. What an idiot. Zhang Ling is here too. Ling Yan smiled at the frustrated Xianxia in his arms. Xianxia was stunned. She quickly raised her head and looked behind Ling Yan. What? Zhang Ling is here too? Where is she? At this time, the two of them had already reached the door of the private room. Ling Yan laughed and said, "Don't look. She's just opposite the dance floor. You won't be able to see her from this angle." At this time, Ling Yan suddenly heard footsteps behind him. A strange and alluring scent entered his nose. Ling Yan did not need to turn around to know that it was Long Wu. "Put her down," Long Wu said coldly the moment she arrived behind Ling Yan. Ling Yan frowned slightly. He carried Xianxia and turned around. "I'm not letting go." Ling Yan smiled and looked at Long Wu provocatively. "I'm not hugging you." "Why should I let go just because you want me to?" Long Wu looked at Xianxia, who was curled up in Ling Yan's arms like a kitten. She stomped her feet angrily and pointed at Ling Yan. "You," the corner of Ling Yan's mouth curled up as he gave Long Wu a bright smile. "If you don't want to get beaten up again tonight, put your hand down." After saying that, Ling Yan took a deep breath of Long Wu's alluring scent. He laughed and carried Xianxia into the private room. Long Wu stomped her feet angrily again. She waved her hands at the 4 bodyguards behind her and said, "There's no need for you here. Go to the booth." "Miss Long, this." The head bodyguard was obviously worried and didn't move his feet. Long Wu furrowed her brows and waved her hand. "Let's go. My dad has a share in this disco bar. What are you guys worrying about?" Long Wu chased away the 4 anxious bodyguards and entered their private room without any hesitation. Immediately, the room was filled with Long Wu's unique fragrance. At this time, Ling Yan had already sat on the sofa in the private room and was discussing with Xianxia whether they should put her down. "Sit down and rest for a while." "I don't want to, I want to stay in your arms, listen to me." Ling Yan was helpless. "I'm not listening," Xianxia said as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Long Wu was infuriated. She pointed at the two of them and said, "Are the two of you done flirting?" Ling Yan thought to himself, why is Long Wu behaving so strangely today? She doesn't look like she's here for revenge, but more like she's here for jealousy. Ling Yan was right. Long Wu was really here to fight for his affections. Yesterday at the shopping mall, Long Wu was naturally furious after being beaten up. She didn't even wait to leave the shopping mall before calling her father, Long Kuan. After Long Wu explained the situation to Long Kuan, she thought that her father, who had doted on her since she was young, would definitely send someone to deal with Ling Yan. Who knew that Long Kuan would only ask her to go home first? Long Wu was naturally very surprised. She rushed home as fast as she could and saw Long Kuan, who was already waiting for her. Long Kuan looked at the 2 palm prints on his daughter's face and naturally felt his heart ache. However, although his heart ached, there was no anger in his eyes. Long Wu looked at the abnormal Long Kuan and thought to herself, is there something wrong with my dad's brain? She covered her face and asked Long Kuan in surprise, "Dad, seeing your daughter beaten up like this, don't you have any thoughts?" Long Kuan replied calmly, "If it was someone else who hit you, I would naturally cut him into pieces. However, Ling Yan hit you, I really can't do anything about it." Long Wu was extremely shocked and asked in surprise, "Why?" Long Kuan smiled helplessly and said, "My good daughter, do you know why I found so many teachers for you since you were young and got them to teach you this and that? I even sent you overseas to study for so many years." "Why?" Long Wu was stunned. She even forgot the pain on her face. "Why?" Long Kuan walked to his daughter's side and affectionately patted her head. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't it so that you can marry Ling Yan when you grow up?" "Ah?" Long Wu's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Dumbfounded, after a full 2 minutes, Long Wu finally recovered from her daze. Ling Yan's mesmerizingly handsome face appeared in her mind. After a moment of confusion, she said, "Father, you're not joking, right? Marry him? I've never met him before, okay?" Long Kuan shook his head. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and his expression alternated between pain and intoxication. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Who said that you have never met him before? 17 years ago, when you were just born, you had already met each other many times." Long Wu was even more dumbfounded. She was tongue-tied as she asked Long Kuan, "Dad, what is going on? Why have you never mentioned this to me before?" Long Kuan walked out of his endless memories. He looked at the dumbfounded Long Wu and said warmly, "You were still young then. What's the point of me telling you this?" After pausing for a while, Long Kuan continued, "But now that you have met, it seems like it is fate. Dad will tell you that the person you are going to marry when you grow up is Ling Yun." After saying that, Long Kuan couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He thought to himself, her son is still stronger than my daughter. They just met, and he already beat up my daughter first. Ling Yun, this little brat, not only stole my beloved Tai Xiaohu away, he even wants to settle the score with me? I'm so angry. Long Kuan was angry and helpless at the same time. However, when he thought of Ling Yun, he couldn't hide the joy and gratification in his eyes. While Long Kuan was lost in his thoughts, Long Wu was already panicking. She hugged Long Kuan's arm and shook it. "Dad, why must I marry him? Humph, he is so arrogant, I won't marry him. I'd rather marry a ghost than marry him." Long Kuan looked at his daughter, who was shaking his arm coquettishly. He held her hand and sat down. Then, he said, "Letting you marry Ling Yun was a promise I made 17 years ago to repay a debt of gratitude. However, times are different now. Moreover, he didn't agree to it back then." Long Kuan sighed deeply. He caressed his daughter's long hair and smiled. "Anyway, that's what happened. It's up to you whether you want to marry him or not. However, if you want me to take revenge on Ling Yun, that's impossible. This Ling Yun has a younger sister called Ning Lingyu. She's also 1 year older than you. In the entire Xianxia city, if you want me to help you vent your anger, I won't say a word. However, if these two people bully you, you have to bear with it. Of course, if you have the ability, you can find trouble with Ling Yun yourself. However, you can't bring my people along." Long Wu looked at Long Kuan's serious expression carefully. Seeing that her father didn't seem to be joking, she asked curiously, "Why?" Long Kuan said seriously to Long Wu, "I can't tell you anything else now. However, you only need to know one thing. Ling Yun's mother saved my life twice, and she also saved your life." "Ah." Long Wu's expression changed. Who was Long Kuan? He was the boss of the Green Dragon Gang. He was a prominent figure in the underworld of Xianxia City. If it was someone else, not to mention kidnapping Tai Xiaohu, just injuring 8 or 9 of Green Dragon's men and sending them all to the police station, Long Kuan would have ordered his men to settle the score a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? However, he knew that it was Ling Yun who took care of his people, kidnapped Tai Xiaohu, and even said that he wanted to talk to him. After a while, he didn't say a word and silently suppressed the matter. Up until now, Ding Guanghui, Tu Gang, and the other 30-plus people had not been found by the police. As for how to deal with these 30-plus people, it was not up to him. He would have to wait until Ling Yun came knocking on his door. Ling Yun beat up the people of the Green Dragon Gang, took Tai Xiaohu, and even hit his daughter. Even if Ling Yun slapped Long Kuan a few dozen times, he could only endure it. Long Kuan could only comfort himself in his heart. Just treat it as a husband hitting his wife. As the father-in-law, it wouldn't be convenient for him to interfere, right? Long Wu asked again, but Long Kuan didn't say a word. He didn't want to say anything to her, so she could only touch her swollen face and hate Ling Yun. "Humph. Then I won't marry him. Don't even think about it. Let him dream on." Long Wu ignored her father and returned to her bedroom in a huff. However, after returning to the bedroom, Ling Yun's calm, and arrogant handsome face repeatedly swayed in front of her eyes, and she couldn't get it out of her mind. You might not remember a person who gave you a lot of benefits, but if someone slapped you twice, you would remember it for the rest of your life. Long Wu was slapped, and her domineering father couldn't do anything about it. He didn't even allow her to bring people to find Ling Yun for revenge. It would be strange if she wasn't depressed. This was the reason why Ling Yun had been frowning and thinking about something when she saw Long Wu tonight. Ling Yun looked at the domineering Long Wu and couldn't help but get angry. He frowned and raised his head to scold Long Wu. Can't you see that we are being intimate? Hurry up and get out of here. Fix your face like a human before you come and bother me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun didn't like Long Wu not because she was the daughter of Green Dragon's boss, Long Kuan. Ling Yun was a cultivator, and he cultivated the Tao of the heart. Therefore, anyone who appeared beside him, regardless of whether they were male or female, whether they were beautiful or ugly, or whether they were of high or low status, he treated them all the same and treated them as if they were nothing. In Ling Yan's eyes, there were only people he liked and people he didn't like. What he valued was the heart. To a cultivator, a human's body was just a bag of skin. A person's identity was something illusory and unrealistic. As long as a cultivator reached a certain level, he could change his appearance to anyone he wanted. Beauty could change to ugliness, and ugliness could change to beauty. Of course, this transformation was fake. If he met someone with a higher level of cultivation, they would be able to see through his original appearance. He wouldn't be able to hide it even if he wanted to, unless he had a powerful technique to hide his true body. As for the appearance of others, it wasn't difficult for a master alchemist like Ling Yun to change the appearance of an ordinary person. For example, if Zhang Ling were to consume a beauty pill, Zhang Ling's skin, face, figure, and temperament would undergo a complete transformation. She might even surpass the current Xianxia. Therefore, whether it was his own appearance or the appearance of others, he did not care about it at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated Xianxia, Shui Mining, and even Morong Fei Xue and Lin Menghan the way he did when he first met them. Those who wanted to use their beauty to show off in front of Ling Yun had not been able to get away with it. Lin Menghan was pretty, wasn't she? If she annoyed Ling Yun, wouldn't he just chase her away? As for her status, Ling Yun didn't care about it at all. No matter how high your status was, if you made a cultivator unhappy, he could kill you with a casual blow of air. Even if you had a great status, what was the use? The reason why Ling Yun didn't like Long Wu was because of her domineering personality. Another reason was because of the makeup on her face. The makeup on Long Wu's face was too unique. It was a combination of smoky makeup, non-mainstream makeup, and Lady Gaga. Even though Ling Yun had seen her twice, he still couldn't see her face clearly. Of course, in terms of height, Long Wu was definitely one of the top 3 beauties. She was even taller than Shui Mining and Miao Xiao Miao by 1 or 2 centimeters. In terms of figure, Long Wu wouldn't lose to Miao Xiao Miao. In fact, she could even compete with Shuang Mei Feng, who had a 36D bust. However, the heavy makeup on Long Wu's face was truly unbearable for him. His only wish was that he would never have to see Long Wu's horrifying face again. To put it bluntly, under the dazzling lights of the disco bar, Long Wu's face looked like a ghost. If Ling Yun had mastered the all-seeing eye, he would naturally be able to see what Long Wu looked like. However, he was still miles away from mastering the all-seeing eye, so he couldn't see it even if he wanted to. Long Wu lost her mother at a young age and grew up with her father, Long Kuan. In the past few years, Long Kuan was busy fighting for territory and expanding his power. As a man, he naturally didn't have the time to take care of his daughter. Moreover, when Long Wu was 11 years old, Long Kuan sent her to the open America. This made Long Wu, who had a rebellious and arrogant personality, even more rebellious and domineering. It could even be said that her personality was bold and unscrupulous. She had just been taught a lesson by Ling Yun yesterday. When she returned home, she wanted to ask her father for revenge. However, she heard her father say that Ling Yun was the person she was going to marry in the future. Even though it was up to her whether she wanted to marry or not, it was still a status. Because she knew that Ling Yun's mother was her and her father's savior, Long Wu decisively gave up on the idea of asking her father for revenge. Even though Long Wu was rebellious and arrogant, she was a girl who knew when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, Long Wu knew her father's temper from a young age. Long Kuan's words always carried enormous weight. However, Ling Yun had let Xiao Mimi slap her twice. Long Wu couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. Ever since she returned home yesterday, she had been thinking about how to take revenge on Ling Yun. Even if a wife was slapped by her husband, she would immediately retaliate. Moreover, this was the first time Ling Yun and Long Wu had met. Nothing was set in stone yet, Of course, Long Kuan had his own reasons for asking Long Wu to find a way to take revenge on Ling Yin alone. He wanted to use the current conflict between the two of them to let them interact more. No matter who was at a disadvantage, it would at least be a form of understanding, right? The reason why Long Kuan dared to make such a bold decision was not because he was blind. Instead, it was because of the information he had gathered on Ling Yin over the past few days. He knew that even though Ling Yin's style of doing things was different and bold, no matter what he did, he would always handle it appropriately. From Ling Yin's point of view, none of them were going overboard. Long Kuan had been in Xianxia City for so many years. Of course, he didn't rely on his fists. More importantly, he relied on his brains. From Ling Yin's behavior, Long Kuan was 100% sure that Ling Yin would definitely not do anything that was out of line. Furthermore, Long Kuan knew his daughter too well. He knew that his daughter had her own bottom line and knew what she was doing, therefore, Long Kuan decided not to interfere. He allowed Long Wu and Ling Yin to compete and develop freely. He would deal with whatever step they took. What was Long Wu thinking now? It was certain that she wouldn't marry Ling Yin. However, that didn't mean that she would remain calm when she saw Ling Yin hugging another beautiful girl. Even if I don't marry you, you are not allowed to flirt with other girls before I tell you clearly that I'm not with you, not to mention dancing together and hugging each other intimately. That was what Long Wu was thinking now. Under such circumstances, if Long Wu heard Ling Yin say that he wanted to be intimate with the girl in his arms and even chased her out, it would be a wonder if she could take it. Not only did Long Wu not leave, but she also twisted her body and sat on the sofa in the private room. She glared at Ling Yin angrily and refused to leave. Following Long Wu's anger, the fragrance that her body emitted became even stronger. This made Ling Yin, who had sharp senses, secretly amazed. However, he still glared at Long Wu and said fiercely, "Hey, why are you glaring at me? Did you hear what I said? This is our private room. If you don't leave, I'll call for the waiter." Long Wu glared at Ling Yin with disdain and anger. She bent over to pick up Ling Yin's wine glass and downed it in one gulp. When Long Wu bent over, Ling Yin secretly looked at the two lumps in front of her chest. He thought to himself that they were really F***ing big. Big and white. At this time, Xianxia was still immersed in happiness. She couldn't even be bothered to look at Long Wu and left everything to Ling Yin. Now, Xianxia's bright eyes were filled with tenderness. There was only Ling Yin in her eyes. In her heart, she was thinking about when Ling Yin would give her an unforgettable first kiss. Long Wu snorted and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She looked at Ling Yin and said disdainfully, "You asked the waiter to chase me out. Do you know who owns this private room?" Ling Yin laughed coldly, "I don't care who owns this private room. Anyway, this is a private room that I booked. You can't stay here." As he spoke, he had already placed Xianxia on the sofa beside him and was about to stand up. Of course, Ling Yin couldn't be bothered to call the waiter. He wanted to directly drag Long Wu out. Seeing Ling Yin's cold expression, Long Wu was secretly shocked. However, her face didn't show any signs of submission. Instead, she straightened her body and said, What do you want?" Ling Yin turned his head and gently said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, wait for me. I'll chase her out first." Then, he stood up. Xianxia nodded her head obediently, then glanced at Long Wu, who was fuming with rage. Seeing that Ling Yin had really stood up, Long Wu could only stand up to resist him. She glared at Ling Yin and said, "You dare." Ling Yin laughed out loud. He stood up and stretched out his right arm like lightning. In an instant, he clamped Long Wu under his armpit. Smells good." Smelling the fragrance from Long Wu's body, Ling Yin smiled faintly. Ignoring Long Wu's violent struggle, he lifted his feet and walked out of the private room. You're so rude and overbearing. Even if I die, I won't marry you." Long Wu's two fists punched Ling Yin's body fiercely. Both her legs kicked and struggled with all her might. Hearing this, Ling Yin was stunned. "Marry me? What nonsense are you talking about?" Long Wu raised her head and stared at Ling Yin angrily. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat someone alive. She said hatefully, "Humph. Ling Yin, remember this. Even if I die, I won't marry you. I'm going to kill you." Ling Yin laughed out loud. Stretching out his left hand, he lightly patted Long Wu's face and laughed. I only hugged you once and you want to marry me? Look at your ugly face. Even if you want to marry me, I won't want you. Being humiliated by Ling Yun, Long Wu was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. She struggled and shouted at the top of her lungs, pervert. Molestation. Help me. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He couldn't be bothered to bully her anymore. Taking a few steps, he walked out of the private room and put her down. Impatiently, he said to Long Wu, enough. I say, are you done yet? Hurry up and go back to where you came from. Don't ruin my mood. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't hit her like he did yesterday, Long Wu's courage increased. She continued to shout, molestation, crazy. If you dare to come in and cause trouble again, I won't go easy on you. Ling Yun threw down this sentence and didn't even look at Long Wu and the few bodyguards who rushed over. He turned around and was about to return to the private room. Kid, you're a man. Bullying a girl like this isn't very nice, is it? Hearing this provocative and lazy voice, Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in his tracks. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Du Gumo, unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the bottom of the 7 steps outside the private room. He was walking up the steps step by step, his posture as straight as a sword. Ling Yun didn't need to turn his head. He knew that a true expert had arrived just by looking at the other party's ability to condense his voice into a line. It was still unknown if he could defeat him. Du Gumo quickly walked up the 7 steps and arrived in front of Ling Yun and Long Wu. Ling Yun had already turned around and was facing Du Gumo. His clear eyes were calm and without fear as he sized up Du Gumo, who was standing like a javelin. This guy is actually like an unsheathed sword. Ling Yun thought to himself as he felt the strong sword aura emanating from Du Gumo's body. The Dugu family practiced swordsmanship. As a Hotian realm level 8 swordsmanship expert, Du Gumo was already comparable to an ordinary Hotian realm level 9 warrior. In such a crowded place, he couldn't attack Ling Yun. Thus, he could only release a trace of sword aura on purpose to suppress Ling Yun so that Ling Yun wouldn't dare to act rashly. Du Gumo believed that with Ling Yun's cultivation, he would definitely be able to sense his aura. Ling Yun scanned Du Gumo from head to toe, and his lips curled into a playful smile. He purposely stared at Du Gumo's long hair and said, little girl, if you have nothing to do, go play somewhere else. Don't be a busybody and meddle in my business. Pooh. That one sentence almost made Du Gumo, who was proudly showing off, vomit blood on the spot. Huh? Little girl? Du Gumo's bright eyes stared blankly at Ling Yun. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. Ling Yun suddenly felt the sharp sword aura enveloping his body disappear without a trace. He chuckled and said leisurely, why, your hair is so long, aren't you a little girl? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Ling Yun was deliberately making a deer out of a horse, Long Wu regained her senses and laughed until she couldn't catch her breath. Du Gumo was almost driven mad by Ling Yun. After staring blankly for a while, he suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his shoulder-length hair with his left hand. He shouted at Ling Yun, brat, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Am I, Du Gumo, a woman? Ah? Look carefully for me. Ling Yun was calm and composed, but his words were unforgiving. He pretended to look at Du Gumo more seriously for a while, then said doubtfully, it's not bad that you're a woman, but, why is your chest so small? After saying that, he purposely glanced at Long Wu, who was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. His meaning was clear. Look at how big her breasts are. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Du Gumo was going crazy. He was so infuriated by Ling Yun that he went berserk. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were like swords, and they were aimed at Ling Yun's clavicle acupuncture point. The arrogant brat in front of him was too infuriating. Du Gumo was prepared to first restrain Ling Yun, then bring him to a place with no one around and teach him a good lesson. Du Gumo's attack speed was many times faster than Xianxia and Xianjiao's. Even though Ling Yun was already prepared, he was still almost hit by Du Gumo's sword finger. Du Gumo attacked casually while Ling Yun dodged with all his might. With just one move, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. What a fast speed! Ling Yun knew that he wasn't a match for Du Gumo at the moment, so he became even more cautious. He actually dodged it? Du Gumo looked at his own sword finger in disbelief, and he was secretly shocked. There was an unwritten rule among all the ancient martial arts families and secluded sections. That was, unless it was absolutely necessary, they were not allowed to show their strength in front of the common people. They were also not allowed to use their martial arts to bully the common people, regardless of whether they were orthodox martial artists or evil cultivators. They had to abide by this rule when walking in the prosperous secular world. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by all the big clans, sects, and the country's secret department. This was the reason why ordinary people rarely saw these ancient martial arts practitioners. As the direct descendant of the Dugu family, Du Gumo naturally knew this. Thus, even though he attacked out of anger, he still followed this rule. He did not want to attract the attention of the common people. Looks like it won't be easy to deal with this brat here. I have to wait until he leaves. Du Gumo made up his mind and gradually calmed down. He turned his head to look at Long Wu, who was laughing so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. He scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Miss, with me protecting you, this brat won't dare to bully you anymore. You can go back now. Who knew that Long Wu would not appreciate his kindness at all? She stopped smiling and coldly rolled her eyes at Du Gumo. Who asked you to meddle in the matters between me and him? Mind your own business. Pfft. The innocent Du Gumo really wanted to vomit blood this time. Why were all the women outside like this? I helped you out of goodwill, but not only did you not say thank you, you actually said that I was a busybody. Ling Yun, who was a meter away, cautiously guarded against Du Gumo's next attack. However, he looked at Long Wu in surprise. Long Wu's behavior tonight was abnormal. He only heard Long Wu continue to coldly say to Du Gumo, "This is between me and him. There's no need for others to interfere. You can leave." Du Gumo saw that he couldn't gain the upper hand on either side. He looked at Ling Yun indifferently and said coldly, "Brat, this isn't over between us. Remember, my name is Du Gumo." Ling Yun chuckled. "Little sister Du Gumo, remember my name, Ling Yun." Seeing that Ling Yun had not forgotten about this matter, Du Gumo was embarrassed and angry. He pointed at Ling Yun and said, He wanted to challenge Ling Yun on the spot. However, he looked at Xianxia, who had already walked out of the private room, and then looked at Long Wu, who did not want to see him at all. He could only helplessly leave and angrily return to his booth. Xianxia stared at Du Gumo's back thoughtfully. She then looked at Ling Yun worriedly and asked gently, "Are you all right?" Ling Yun smiled and nodded at Xianxia, indicating that he was fine. Long Wu's pair of big eyes glanced at Ling Yun. Seeing that he was fine, she was slightly relieved. However, she said to Ling Yun, I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. You're not allowed to hug her again." After throwing out this sentence, Long Wu also returned to her booth with complicated feelings. After returning to her booth, she carefully glanced at Du Gumo, who was sitting not far away. She felt a wave of lingering fear in her heart. She could only feel a numbness in her back. As the daughter of Green Dragon's boss, Long Kuan, Long Wu knew martial arts. Although her martial arts skills were not high, she was at least better than Xianxia. Although Du Gumo had intentionally blocked her vision with his body when he attacked, she could still vaguely see Du Gumo's lightning-fast finger pointing at Ling Yun. When she thought that Ling Yun would definitely be in trouble, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She felt an inexplicable sense of worry. If Ling Yun really got into trouble because of her, then, she had seen her father, Long Kuan, display his martial arts in front of her. She knew that even her father could not reach Du Gumo's speed. What shocked her even more was that Ling Yun was actually able to dodge that lightning-fast finger pointing. Didn't this mean that even if her father was here, he would not be able to beat Ling Yun? Long Wu silently sat in her booth. From time to time, she secretly glanced at Du Gumo. From time to time, she would look at Ling Yun's private room and grit her teeth in anger. However, when she thought about how Ling Yun did not even lay a finger on her, she secretly felt a trace of joy in her heart. At least you know your place. Ling Yun led Xianxia slowly into the private room and sat down. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. A real expert had finally appeared. Xianxia looked at Ling Yun, who had a slightly serious expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, she said, his name is Dugu Mo. It is very likely that he is from the Dugu family. Ling Yan turned his head and stared at Xianxia. He softly asked, Dugu family? Does he belong to an ancient martial arts family? Xianxia nodded her head without hesitation. She softly said, yes, not only is it an ancient martial arts family, I heard from my grandfather that it is one of the most powerful ancient martial arts families. It is said that there are countless experts in the family. Ling Yan silently calculated in his heart. He slightly nodded his head and did not speak anymore. Xianxia lightly hugged Ling Yan's arm. Her soft and delicate body was tightly pressed against Ling Yan's body. She gently said, he did not continue to attack just now. He probably considered that there are too many people here. If he were to fight with you, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Ling Yan nodded his head again. You don't have to worry too much. If he dares to continue to cause trouble for you, just use the name of the Chow family. I believe that before he attacks you, he will definitely think twice. After the dance just now, Xianxia no longer held back towards Ling Yan. She gave her lover an idea. Ling Yan knew that Xianxia was worried about him. He gently wrapped his arms around Xianxia's waist. He gently smiled and said, it's okay. I can handle him. However, Ling Yan knew that he was suffering. He did not know what realm Dugumo was in. However, he knew that even if he were to advance to physique tempering stage 4, he would only be able to escape from Dugumo's hands. The real experts in this world were very strong. And there were a lot of them. Ling Yan calmly and silently re-evaluated his own strength in his heart. Looks like before I reach the chi cultivation stage, I still have to obediently tuck my tail between my legs. Ling Yan silently sighed in his heart. His eyes unconsciously looked outside the private room at Dugumo's booth. Ling Yan, the daughter of Green Dragon Boss. Why did she repeatedly say that she would definitely not marry you? Xianxia could not hold it in any longer. She carefully threw out this question. A girl would only say such words when she did not want to marry someone that she had to marry. Therefore, Xianxia could not help but ask. Ling Yan was momentarily confused. He irritatedly laughed bitterly. Looking at the curious Xianxia, he said, you ask me? Who should I ask? Maybe she's gone crazy? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Seeing that Ling Yan was really confused, Xianxia could only bury her doubts in her heart and did not ask any further. There were simply too many beauties around Ling Yan. It did not matter if Long Wu was there or not. It was impossible to change Ling Yan. If he wanted to change, he could only change himself. Now, Xianxia knew better than anyone else that in order to have a place in Ling Yan's heart, she had to change herself and improve herself. There was no other way. There was someone who understood this earlier than Xianxia, and that was Yao Rou. I'll text Zhang Ling and ask her to come to our room. Xianxia took out her phone. Ling Yan shook his head and looked at Xianxia. You're speaking so loudly, she won't be able to hear your text. Xianxia blushed inexplicably. She was so happy that she was muddle-headed. I'll go get her. Xianxia let go of Ling Yan's arm and stood up. Ling Yan raised his head and looked at Xianxia's curvaceous figure. Her waist was slender and tight. Her figure was truly perfect. Zhang Ling is in the corner opposite the dance floor. You'll be able to see her when you get there, Ling Yan instructed Xianxia without getting up. Right now, he was completely distracted. All he could think about was how to break through to physique tempering stage 4 as soon as possible. Actually, Ling Yan did not need to go anywhere. He could break through to physique tempering stage 4 just by meditating in the room. However, he did not want to do so. This was because it concerned his yin-yang harmony balance. Why didn't Ling Yan dare to break his pure yang body? Why did he behave like Lu Xiaohui in front of beauties like Lin Menghan, Shuang Meifeng, and Xiao Mimi? He would rather recite the clear heart mantra 1,000 times just to preserve his virginity. He was not a hypocrite, nor was he a hypocrite. He was definitely not an innocent little boy. If he did not act tough out of pure love, then what was it for? It was very simple. It was because of this yin-yang harmony balance. It was not that he could not break his pure yang body, but if he did, it would be 100 times more difficult to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. Furthermore, he would never be able to reach the great completion realm. For someone like Ling Yun who pursued strength, it was absolutely undesirable to ruin his cultivation path for the sake of beauty. Therefore, even though it was very difficult for him to endure, he had to. After absorbing a large amount of dragon spiritual energy, his immunity to beauty had plummeted to almost zero at his current realm. With such a huge amount of dragon spiritual energy entering his body was once again transformed perfectly. However, the nature of dragons was extremely lascivious, so it was inevitable that Ling Yun would have a lot of side effects. More than once, Ling Yun had wondered if the dragon was in heat that day and had decided to come out to show off. Originally, Ling Yun's immunity to women was really strong. However, his immunity in this aspect had greatly decreased. Even though he knew the reason, he couldn't think of a way to solve this big problem. The dragon's spiritual energy was in his body, meridians, flesh, bones, acupuncture points, and even every cell. How could he deal with it? Could it kill him? This was also the reason why Ling Yun pretended to be dumb when Xianxia boldly provoked him to not take revenge tonight. He could hug, touch, and kiss her, but he couldn't eat her. Therefore, Ling Yun decided not to touch Xianxia and pretended to be pure. The yin-yang harmony balance, as the name suggested, was the transformation of yin and yang into one qi. In short, it required both yin and yang qi. Ling Yun had a pure yang body, so he naturally didn't lack yang qi. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was basically yang qi. However, this yin qi didn't refer to the yin of a woman, at least not for now. Otherwise, he couldn't wait to break the chastity of all the beauties around him and snatch their pure yin bodies. For dual cultivation, the more beauties, the better. He wouldn't reject anyone. The yin qi that Ling Yun needed now was dark yin qi. It could be said that it included earth qi, ghost qi, and death qi. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, life and death, they were originally opposites. When these two types of qi were absorbed and stored in the energy center, they would be constantly balanced. Then, he would use the yin-yang harmony balance to refine them. This was the magical effect of the yin-yang harmony balance. Therefore, what Ling Yun needed now wasn't women, but a large amount of dark yin qi, the more the better. As long as he absorbed enough dark yin qi, Ling Yun would cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance without hesitation. He would be able to break through to physique tempering stage 4 in an instant. To Ling Yun, this was the most perfect and ideal way to advance to physique tempering stage 4. It would be of unimaginable help to his future cultivation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. Originally, Ling Yun wanted to just advance to physique tempering stage 4. After all, when he was in the cultivation world, he only learned the yin-yang harmony balance when he was at qi cultivation stage 7. However, when Ling Yun discovered that there was a high possibility that there was a huge ancient tomb beneath the crater, he began to have a new plan in his mind. Since there was a tomb, there should be a large number of yin spirits. How could there be a lack of dark yin qi in such a place? However, Ling Yun knew better than anyone else that the tomb under the crater was protected by the yin-yang dragon lock spell. That tomb was not ordinary, and there might be existences inside that he couldn't deal with. He had to explore the crater. However, in order to minimize the danger, Ling Yun had to make some preparations. The most important preparation was naturally his talismans. Ling Yun believed that if he could create some low-level talismans with different effects at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3, he would be able to give Dugu Mo a hard time even if he were to face him alone. Even Dugu Mo would be burned half to death if he were to throw 180 fire talismans at him. Furthermore, the fire talisman was an effective talisman against yin spirits. Coupled with the exorcism talisman and protection talisman, it would undoubtedly increase the safety of his exploration of the crater. It was precisely because of the yin-yang harmony balance and the temptation of the dark yin qi in the crater that Ling Yun suppressed his realm and didn't break through to physique tempering stage 4. To Ling Yun, who had countless cultivation techniques, since he had the chance to recultivate, the more perfect the better. Actually, Ling Yun had plenty of techniques to choose from for a mere mid-stage physique tempering stage. However, he knew that none of the techniques in his memory could compare to the yin-yang harmony balance. This yin-yang harmony balance was not only extremely difficult to cultivate, but it also had extremely strict requirements on one's physique. If one didn't have the talent to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth, one shouldn't even think about it. Of course, once Ling Yun started cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance, he would be able to lay a solid foundation for any other techniques. In the future, his cultivation speed would also be terrifyingly fast. It could be said that this yin-yang harmony balance was tailor-made for Ling Yun. How could he not treat it seriously? I'll have to try making talismans tomorrow. Ling Yun secretly made up his mind and looked in the direction of Du Guimo once again. He knew that Du Guimo was likely to cause him trouble. Hi, Ling Yun. Zhang Ling was the first to barge into the private room. Even though her big, lively eyes were slightly red, she had a bright smile on her face. Then, Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiaomiao chatted and laughed as they followed behind Zhang Ling into the private room. In an instant, the private room shone brightly and was a feast for the eyes. Oh? Miao Xiaomiao is here too. Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiaomiao deeply and took the initiative to greet her. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yan a bright smile and nodded at him in greeting before sitting down with Chao Shanshan. Zhang Ling sat beside Ling Yan casually and said, "Hey, how's your history revision going? If you don't do well, don't blame me for snatching our Shanshan away." Ling Yan liked Zhang Ling's straightforwardness. He purposely looked at Zhang Ling's jiggling breasts and smiled mischievously. He laughed and said, "If she wants to snatch her away, then so be it. Even if she leaves, I still have you. It's the same if we go on a date." Zhang Ling's delicate body trembled as she glanced at Chao Shanshan, who was sitting together with Miao Xiaomiao. Then, she gave Ling Yan a flirtatious look and said, "Go to hell, who wants to go on a date with you?" Zhang Ling's breasts had already matured. They were very big, very round, very full, but also very soft. A slight movement would cause a turbulent wave. Ling Yan was so shocked that he quickly looked away. Teasing, it was definitely teasing. Once Ling Yan's gaze shifted away, he saw Miao Xiaomiao's two snow-white, round, slender, and well-developed legs. After that, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Her beautiful legs were intertwined with each other. It was simply too alluring. Even Chao Shanshan's legs paled in comparison. Of course, Miao Xiaomiao was wearing a leather jacket and skirt. Coupled with her black knee-high boots, it really added a lot of charm to those two beautiful legs. Miao Xiaomiao felt Ling Yan's gaze. She coughed lightly and gave Ling Yan a warning look. This person was not one to be trifled with. Thus, Ling Yan finally looked at Chao Shanshan, the goddess that he had completely captured. Chao Shanshan saw everything but only giggled. She had no intention of blaming Ling Yun. When they were dancing, their eyes met, their hearts intertwined. That rapid spinning, that dizzying happiness had already deeply rooted in Chao Shanshan's mind. Now, when she looked at Ling Yun, she only felt that he was pleasing to the eye. She liked him no matter how she looked at him. In front of Miao Xiaomiao and Zhang Ling, Chao Shanshan had already regarded herself as Ling Yun's girlfriend. She smiled brightly and brightly. She was noble and elegant, giving Ling Yun enough face. Different identities, different education, and naturally, different manners. This was an unchangeable reality. At 11:50 p.m., the soothing music stopped abruptly. The DJ switched to an ear-shattering disco music. The speakers in the disco bar were loud and clear. A few scantily clad beauties walked out from the backstage. Very quickly, they twisted their waists and climbed onto the round high table. They swayed their bodies in front of the metal poles. It was an eye-catching sight. "They're actually here." Ling Yan looked at two of the dancers on the round high table. His lips curled into a smile. Those two dancers were not strangers. They were the two women that Ling Yan had seen poking their heads out of the room after he flipped out at Li Tian Hotel. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yan's eyesight and memory could be said to be nature-defying. When these two women walked out of the room wrapped in a towel, Ling Yan only needed to glance at them to remember them. Even there, he's so handsome. Yes. He's so mesmerizing, I want him. Exclamations of infatuation were heard clearly by Ling Yun. They dared to walk out of the room with just a towel wrapped around their bodies, and the moment they saw a handsome guy, they wanted to be with him. How slutty were they? Now, Ling Yan looked around and saw a few female pole dancers walking out from the backstage. The rest of them were only wearing slightly less than Long Wu. At the very least, they had covers on their heads so that they wouldn't be seen through. However, what about these two women? They only had 2 chest patches and a thong on. It wasn't much different from being naked. Lu Yan. Zhao. It had to be said that wearing less had its advantages. When Lu Yan and Zhao stood on the round high table, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the disco. Many regulars started waving their arms and shouting their names in a frenzy. Lu Yan was the woman who drugged Lin Minghan's wine. The other was naturally Zhao. These two women were only about 21 years old, but they had already been working at Qingyun Productions for 3 years. In order to earn some extra income for their expenses, they would come to SOS for 1 or 2 nights a week to make a guest appearance. Other than accompanying director Zhang and manager Wang to gain the trust of female university students, they would go to various nightclubs in Qingshui City to fish for rich men or to sell their bodies for money. Because they were both young and beautiful, their figures were great, and they were sexy. Their outfits at SOS were extremely revealing. Coupled with their crazy and bold performance, they had a large number of fans at the nightclub. They were not lacking in money. However, these two women had long lost themselves and their souls. In their eyes, there was only desire and enjoyment. Oh my God! Du Gumo, who was seeing such a hot scene for the first time, was the first to lose it. He quickly used his hands to cover his eyes, but he couldn't help but secretly peek through the gaps between his fingers. Just a moment ago, he was still brooding over the fact that Ling Yan had flirted with him. Now, he had completely forgotten about it. Looks like the women outside are really tigers. Du Gumo muttered to himself. He believed his grandfather's warning even more now. Long Wu was fierce enough just now, but he didn't expect these two tigresses to be even fiercer. Du Gumo's heart was as pure as a piece of white paper. From then on, Du Gumo, who had the courage to stand up for a just cause, embarked on the impure path of fighting tigers. Even though Long Wu's attire was revealing, that was only in comparison to Chao Shanshan, Miao Xiao Miao, and the rest. In fact, even though her attire was bold and sexy, no one would be able to see her movements on the pole. This was what Long Kuan meant. Even though Long Wu was bold, arrogant, and unscrupulous, she knew her limits. Seeing the almost naked Lu Yan and Zhao standing on the round high table, the atmosphere in the disco bar instantly reached its peak. However, Long Wu remained calm. In bars and nightclubs in America, strippers who were dancing erotically and escorting customers to drink naked could be seen everywhere. Long Wu had seen it many times. The women in our country are indeed becoming more and more open. Long Wu even nodded her head in admiration. However, in Ling Yan's private room, it wasn't the same. When the 3 beauties, Chao Shanshan, Miao Xiao Miao, and Zhang Ling saw Lu Yan and Zhao come out, they all blushed. Miao Xiao Miao even let out a soft sigh and immediately turned her head to the side, not daring to look at them anymore. On the other hand, after Ling Yan recognized the 2 women, he stared at them with rapt attention and nodded his head vigorously. In his heart, he thought that these 2 sluts' bodies were really not bad. Lu Yan and Zhao Ying's skin was dazzling and snow-white. Their bodies were even sprinkled with fluorescent powder. Their wavy hair was like a dancing waterfall, their breasts were high, their waists were slender, and their legs were long and slender. They indeed had the capital to be proud of. Moreover, if Long Wu's pole dance was purely an art of sexy dance, then these 2 sluts' pole dance was purely seductive and provocative. Every time they lifted their legs, every time they leaned forward, and every time they moved, their snow-white breasts swayed back and forth. This caused the crowd below to gasp in surprise, their Adam's apple trembled, and their saliva flowed. Lu Yan and Zhao didn't have the slightest bit of shyness. On the contrary, they liked it very much. They were very intoxicated with the feeling of being looked up to by the crowd. The more they danced, the crazier they became. The more they danced, the bigger their movements became, pushing the disco bar's atmosphere to its peak. To be honest, seeing such a scene, even Ling Yan forgot to silently chant the clear heart chant. His body had some strange reactions. These 2 women are really too flirtatious. Ling Yan secretly said in his heart. Looking at Ling Yan's perverted look, Xianxia couldn't help but feel annoyed. She couldn't help but curse her bad luck. She thought to herself, why am I so unlucky? It's not easy to come here to have fun, but I have to meet these two notorious bad women. The romantic feeling that she had spent so much effort to brew with Ling Yan was completely ruined by Long Wu and these two women. This made Xianxia feel a little dispirited. After 5 minutes, Xianxia really couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but hurriedly look at Zhongling for help. Zhongling understood and nodded her head. Suddenly, she stood up and said, Xianxia, Xiao Miao, it's already past midnight. It's too late. Let's go home? Xiao Miao had never seen such a scene before. She couldn't sit still anymore. After hearing Zhongling's words, she hurriedly added, yeah, it's too late. I also want to go back and rest. As she spoke, she had already lightly stood up. Ling Yan, why don't we leave together with Zhongling and the rest? Xianxia asked Ling Yan softly. Ling Yan was at the peak of his excitement. To be honest, he really didn't want to leave. However, 2 of the 3 beauties in the private room had already stood up. He could only force his gaze away and nodded to Xianxia. All right. With that, Ling Yan stood up. Zhongling exclaimed. Dumbfounded. Pfft. Xiao Miao's face was flushed red. Ugh. Xianxia instantly turned her head away and didn't dare to look again, seeing the 3 beauties' reactions. No matter how thick-skinned Ling Yan was, he still scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, it's a normal reaction. I can't help it. It'll be done soon, it'll be done soon. Ling Yan said as he silently recited the clear heart mantra dozens of times. Very quickly, he returned to normal. Even though Zhongling was dumbfounded, she didn't look away. She thought to herself that he was really big. She didn't know what she was thinking about. Suddenly, her heart fluttered, and her body trembled slightly. She felt an uncontrollable electric current running through her body. Xiao Miao had long turned her head away. In her heart, she was cursing Ling Yan for being a jerk. She secretly stomped her feet for accidentally witnessing such an embarrassing scene. Xianxia had grabbed Ling Yan before, but she hadn't seen it. Now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she was shocked to realize that it was even bigger than she had imagined. God. If this. Can I take it? Xianxia was the first to think of this. Very quickly, she scolded herself. Really, what nonsense have I been thinking about these few days? Ling Yan acted as if nothing had happened. The corner of his mouth was still curled up into an intoxicating smile. He said lightly, I'll send you back. Which beauty should I send first? How could Xiao Miao let Ling Yan send her back? She rejected him on the spot. No need, you can send them back. I can go back myself. With Ling Yan sending Zhongling back, Xiao Miao was naturally at ease. Ling Yan knew Xiao Miao's strength. He couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries with Xiao Miao. Instead, he looked at Zhongling and Xianxia. When Zhongling heard that Ling Yan wanted to send her back, she was overjoyed. However, she stole a glance at Xianxia first. Zhongling's eyes were still red and swollen. How could Xianxia not understand her best friend's feelings? She was unusually magnanimous tonight. She smiled brightly and said softly, then let's send Zhongling back first. The bill had already been settled. Hence, after the 4 of them finished their discussion, they walked out of the private room and quickly left SOS Disco Bar. When they arrived at the plaza outside the bar, the deafening drums and electronic sounds were much weaker than inside. They could already hear each other when they spoke normally. Xianxia asked Xiao Miao again. After confirming that she really didn't need to send her back, she bid farewell to Xiao Miao and watched her leave in a taxi. Let's go too. Ling Yan said to Xianxia and Zhongling after Xiao Miao's taxi disappeared. Wait. A clear male voice rang out from behind the 3 of them. Even though Du Gamo's attention was quickly attracted by Lu Yan and Zhao Ying's hot dance, he still used the corner of his eyes to observe the movements in Ling Yan's private room. When he saw them leave the disco bar, he naturally chased after them. Being called little girl by Ling Yan was a great humiliation to the proud Du Gumo. He Couldn't let Ling Yan off just like that. Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling turned around abruptly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. End of chapter 224. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.